Marx and the New Individual. Ian Forbes. To my parents. And to Connie and Kate. Contents. Foreword. Introduction. 1. The Individual, Political Theory and Marx's Thought. The Individual in Humanism and Theoretical Anti-Humanism. Individualism and Social Theory. Marx and Modes of Individualism. Human Nature, Autonomy, and History. Summary. Notes. 2. The Individual and Marx's Theory of Change. Sources of Social Change. Human Nature and History. Thinking about Human Nature. Social Change and Individuality. Summary. Notes. 3. Pre-capitalist societies and the absence of individualism and individuality. Feudalism and the individual. Feudalism and change. The feudal individual. Summary. Notes. 4. Individuality in capitalist society. The transition from feudalism to capitalism. History, nature, and early capitalism. The placement of Marx's critique. Development, human nature and capitalism. Production. Social relations. Capitalism, individualism, and individuality. Bourgeois individuality. Proletarian individuality. Individuality and change through capitalism. Summary. Notes. 5. The individual under communism. Method in communism. Communism as the end of classes. Individuals and nature in communism. The character of communist individuality. Exchange, production, and the universal individual. On being an individual. Wealth and communist individuality. Summary. Notes. 6. The New Individual. Bibliography. Index. Foreword. Ian Forbes's discussion of Marx as a theorist of individuality could not come at a more apposite time. In many ways the 1980s were marked by the dominance of a narrow individualism in much thinking about economics, politics, and society. Indeed, in some quarters even society itself was notoriously declared non-existent, legitimate social science being left to deal with rationally self-centered individuals choosing in the context of a free market. The dominance of these emaciated individuals of classical liberal economic theory has in turn emaciated the societies in which they stalk. With the collapse of the communist regimes in Eastern Europe, many have come to wonder whether the Marxist tradition has any better conception of individuality to offer. It has been widely thought that Marxism derogates the individual by subsuming her/him under some species of class analysis, a feature of class-divided societies to be transcended under communism. Recently, the rational choice theory of what has come to be known as analytical Marxism has tried to effect a compromise between socialist ideas and the dominant ethos of capitalist societies. Ian Forbes's work on Marx is bolder. He shows that at the origin of the Marxist tradition, in the work of Marx himself, there lies an all-pervasive and far richer concept of individuality. Forbes demonstrates that Marx, with his developmental view of human nature, assumed that humankind could expand its individuality to such an extent that individuals themselves would constitute a force powerful enough to break down social institutions that had hitherto prevented that individuality from realizing its full potential. On Forbes's account, Marx's consideration of the individual can generate not only a radical critique of contemporary society but also a vision of an alternative of which both East and West stand in such evident need. David McClellan. December 1989. Introduction. The puzzle of the individual. Is the individual a central feature of Marx's account of social existence, or something to be transcended? This is the question this book examines, with specific reference to the role in Marx's thought of the concepts of human nature and historical development. The issue of the individual warrants close analysis for a number of reasons. First, for the Marxian critique of contemporary society and explanation of historical change to be more potent as a theory and more responsive to political and social developments, a more complete understanding of the individual is vital. It is, therefore, important to demonstrate that Marx's thought, in its structure and interest, has more potential significance for explanations of the individual in society than theories which explicitly purport to provide such explanations. Second, individuality is contrasted with individualization and with individualism. Individualization describes the process whereby society gives rise to and forms the individual. Here the environmental context is of interest and importance for a theory of society, not individuals themselves. Individualism, however, focuses on the notion of the individual in order to derive accounts of politics and society. The significance of the individual for any theory of society, then, is contentiously bound up with issues like the content of the individual as a representative of human nature and the form that individuals take in actual societies. Individuality denotes a richer and more accurate way of understanding the individual, insofar as the individual is taken to be neither a blank sheet nor the fundamental unit of analysis. That is, the concept of individuality locates the individual in a critical theory of society in a way that is consistent with Marx's thought, even though this aspect has not yet been fully acknowledged. Third, Marx is conventionally understood to be antagonistic to theories in which the individual is of theoretical and practical importance. He is said to make individuals entirely subject to historical processes rooted in material needs, to conceive only of collectivities and to place historical significance on class antagonisms which are the material expression of development arising out of objective social forces. Furthermore, consciousness of the true nature of society and the real basis for proper human existence apparently relate to and spring from class experience, not individual existence. Each of these claims comes under direct and critical scrutiny. The puzzle of the individual is approached in the following way. It will be argued that Marx's analysis of the individual in society is composed of a strong critique of individualism as well as an insight into the importance of true individuality. The approach is theoretical and historical, focusing first on the critique of individualism that Marx's thought provides, and then concentrating more deeply on the understanding of individuality which can be gained from his thought as a whole. This involves three things: an analysis of his view of human nature in respect of history, society, and the individual, the use of his account of the history of productive activity through successive historical epochs to explain progress and generate a developmental account, the application of Marx's historical materialist method to the development, not of productive activity, but of individuality in successive historical epochs. This means that the individual is viewed dialectically, as expressing at the same time the partiality of all pre-communist existence as well as the latent all-sidedness which makes possible the movement toward the realization of true individuality in communism. Implicitly and explicitly, there is a series of challenges to conventional wisdom in this approach. The major difference is a downgrading of the importance of class analysis. It is not disputed that history hitherto is the history of class struggle, but there are serious problems in the class conflict explanation of the transition to communism. In such accounts, the move from class to non-class existence has no historical precedent to draw upon, and the theoretical arguments that can be unearthed are tenuous. Put another way, Marx believes in individuals but must reject individualism. In terms of the major interpretations of Marx, the Althusserian insistence on the primacy of economic determination is misleading, as is the related notion that humanist interpretations of Marx are fundamentally flawed. However, ethical Marxist interpretations do not thereby stand, since such arguments are not in any event decisive, and consideration of them would lead in a quite different direction. Most controversially, the individual is regarded as an historical agent of considerable importance for future transitions from one form of society to another. The basis of individual agency has already been developed, and has become a part of fundamental human nature. In the first two chapters, theoretical issues are tackled, before the evidence concerning the nature of individual existence, as Marx understood it, under various historical epochs, feudalism, capitalism, and communism, is examined. Chapter 1 discusses the relationship between the individual and Marxian thought. The first concern is with the argument that there is no place for the individual in Marx's theory, and the claim that individualism's only role is as ideology. Althusser is the major thinker in this respect, and he sees Marx's thought as a science of history, wherein entities such as the individual have no role whatsoever. This view is particularly antagonistic to a serious consideration of the individual. Therefore, the Althusserian perspective is discussed in order to highlight the relevant flaws in this strongly determinist position. Having dealt with this criticism from within Marxism, there is a consideration of the modes of individualism that abound in social theory, all of which are explicitly or implicitly critical of the Marxian enterprise, however it is defined. This involves separating out different notions of, or ways of thinking about, the individual. Establishing that there are numerous forms of the argument over the role of the individual in explanations and critiques of society brings to light different modes of individualism and pinpoints the individualist thinking which has most relevance to Marx's thought. It will be found that Marx's critique is very corrosive of certain kinds of individualism and that individuality can be distinguished from the various types of individualism. Elster's interpretation of Marx as a methodological individualist is explicitly rejected. Finally, it will be shown how Marx's theory relates to these modes of individualism by discussing the concept of human nature, which proves to be a key construct, and the connection between it, autonomy and history. This prepares the way for a discussion of Marx's theory of change. Building on the possible interpretations of the individual in theoretical terms, Chapter 2 focuses on the issue of historical change and the place of the individual in descriptions and explanations of such change. It is shown that the historical materialist account offered by Marx and Engels did not foreclose on the possibility of non-economic forces having a vital role in historical change. The first section thus refers to the conflict between views of human action and agency derived on the basis of assumptions of determinism versus autonomy, highlighting the contrast between the puzzling individual and the mass of humankind. A firm commitment to the ubiquity and variety of change in history is noted, and the section concludes that Marx should not be associated with a monocausal view of constant historical change. In order to provide an alternative to an economically determined source of change in society, it is argued that the relationship between history and human nature deserves particular attention. It is these features of his thought which are capable of being used to theorize the theme of constancy of change in Marx's thought. This leads on to a specific application of the idea of human nature. The introduction of a distinction between a conception of human nature and a notion of human nature enables reference respectively to a transhistorical nature, and to a nature as it emerges under specific circumstances. These are taken to be different on both theoretical and practical levels, yet linked to a progressive movement of history. The application of this distinction is a fruitful way to conceive of the individual in society expressing fundamental human nature as well as being the result of earlier social formations and developments. In other words, both human nature and history produce the individual, but the individual which results is not reducible to either factor. The final section on social change and individuality shows how this relationship should differ from one historical epoch to another. Using this as a basis, the core argument of the book is derived. It is argued that, if Marx saw the movement from one mode of production to another as development, then the principle of development might equally apply to the individuals who filled, sustained, and transcended those epochs. Therefore, individuals in pre-capitalist, capitalist and then communist societies theoretically represent a succession of expressions of basic human nature. This constitutes a series, within which each description produces a notion of human nature, how it is possible to be an individual under this or that form of social organization. A detailed examination of how Marx characterized individual existence under these kinds of societies, then, will reveal a number of insights. First, it will be possible to judge whether Marx did see individuality developing through successive stages, and whether the emergent individual might develop to the point at which the making of historical destiny is the task of human agents. Second, the contrast between capitalist modes of individuality and the nature of individual existence in other social formations will shed light on his critique of individualism. Chapter 3 is the first of the chapters which put this theoretical scheme into operation. The review of Marx's thoughts on primitive social existence sees the reiteration of the basic principles of his conception of human nature, just as they reveal the reasons why that nature will express itself differently under differing circumstances. Moreover, he emphasized the qualities of primitive existence which were to be important for his vision of the future. This chapter shows, as does the next, that Marxian thought is never backward-looking. His observations tend to have relevance in both the present and the future. Feudalism is important to Marx's work because it was a mode of production that he could analyze in its final death throes as capitalism came to dominate productive relations. Feudalism was in many ways a complete contrast with his own society, yet it was the society which gave birth to historic opportunities. The life of the individual under feudalism is a confined and limited one, and Marx has little sympathy for its passing. His critique of the possibilities, however, reveals his belief in the progress of humankind throughout history. Crucially, he saw history as the emergence of the individual out of a mass or herd-like existence. That individual was developing independence from the natural associations that came to define existence less and less. The individual is of particular interest in late feudalism. Marx viewed that expression of individuality with interest and referred to the changes that were occurring in the relationship of humans to their natural and social environment. It was these changes, it is argued, that constituted a force for change to a new society. Chapter 4 has the most complex set of issues with which to deal, because Marx was involved with developing all aspects of an account of capitalism. His work on pre-capitalist society laid the foundation for an explanation of the transition from feudalism to capitalism, which Marx saw as a victory for a superior mode of production, one which was more in tune with the capacities and abilities of human nature. Early capitalism, in its dynamic phase, is an expression of the enormous creative ability and energy of humankind, for which it receives high praise. In general, this chapter focuses on the way that capitalism brings about an unprecedented expansion of human capacities and needs, and shows that this is crucial in a number of ways for Marx's concept of a developing individuality. Marx's critique of capitalism is constructed, he thought, at the turning point of history, in respect of a major change in how history was made, and in respect of capitalism specifically. His criticisms, therefore, take on a special significance, because they are predicated on the understanding that capitalist society was about to collapse, and that all movement and change in that society was preparation and development for the next stage. His piercing criticisms of the reality of productive and social relations, for example, provide a wealth of insights to the nature of the development that he thought was taking place, what that development could lead to, and the speed at which it was taking place. At the same time, he was aware of the individualist alternative to his social explanation, and his social critiques give an opportunity to analyze the connections he saw and distinctions he made between capitalism, individualism, and individuality. Bourgeois individuality is something that Marx was able to praise yet show to be partial and inadequate as an expression of human nature, and this reiterates the argument that Marx's thought, above all, establishes that the unique achievement of capitalism is the development of individuality to such an extent that it is possible to conceive of a completely new social formation. Chapter 5 looks forward to communist society, to draw out Marx's perception of individual existence after the ultimate resolution of class conflict and examine the formation of a society based on real human needs. This is a subject about which Marx was relatively coy, but there proves to be sufficient material to make some interesting conclusions. First, communism as the end of classes is discussed, where it is pointed out that the absence of class calls for a qualitatively different way of conceiving of people. The evidence suggests that Marx thought communism would enable people to express human faculties under conditions of social freedom of their own making. The character of such communist individuals is explored, in order to note the differences between this form of individuality and all those that have gone before. This is followed by an analysis of the claims that must accompany this vision of individual existence. It is suggested that the vision of the future offered by Marx is based on the individual becoming a universal being, which means that, in communism, the conception of human nature fully realizes itself in its individual and specific expression. In other words, the notion of human nature under communism is equivalent to Marx's conception of human nature. As such, society for the individual under communism changes quite substantially. It is not the social individual that communism allows for the first time, but the transcendence of that individual. The conclusion gathers together the contributions that the studies of different epochs have to make concerning the nature and extent of the development of individuality. It is proposed that to label Marx as a theorist of individuality is not to insult his work or misuse his method. One of his central concerns was the existence that individuals could have in societies under different modes of production. He seems to have assumed that humankind could become developed to such a degree that this constituted a powerful enough historical force for the destruction of social organizations which restricted the full realization of human capacities and abilities. At times Marx assumed that this demonstration of a possibility of humankind amounted to a moral as well as historical imperative for the changes which he thought desirable. It not only would happen, it should happen. There are weaknesses in this kind of reasoning, but that does not affect a further conclusion, that Marxian thought can be used to generate a searching and radical analysis of contemporary existence, and a powerful vision of the future, on the basis of a consideration of the individual rather than the conventional categories of class, economics, and their associated political assumptions and purviews. Political theory has long sought the appropriate way to conceive of the relationship between the individual and the state. Marx's thought transcends this problematic with the concept of the withering away of the state. There remains, however, the other side of that pairing, the individual. By removing, in theory at least, the state from the agenda of the politically inescapable, it is generally assumed that the individual no longer needed to be theorized, except in so far as he was also to disappear. The following chapters seek to show that the individual is not necessarily a derivative of the state, the creation of state-centered theories, or idealism. Individuals remain, it will be argued, at the center of Marx's thought. He discussed them in his historical work, in his critical analysis of capitalism and in his vision of the future. It is demonstrated that he dispensed with the understanding of the individual that dominated the ideologies of his day, but he did not jettison his interest in an individual existence of a radical kind. This entailed a developmental view of human nature and therefore individuality. Far from individuals ceasing to exist with the withering away of the state, he saw a history unfolding where individuals could truly and freely exist. Moreover, the flowering of human capacities and their individual expression was, for him, the unfolding of that history. Individuals, that is, are the subjects and agents of Marxian historical change. Of the many individuals who have assisted me in the writing of this book, I would like to thank in particular John Street, Raymond Plant, Terrell Carver, Steve Smith, Graham Duncan, David McClellan, and Albert Will for their comments and encouragement. Gordon Smith's editorial team has ensured that any remaining errors are mine alone. 1. The individual, political theory and Marx's thought. This book is about the existence, nature, and relevance of the individual in Marx's thought. It argues that the individual is a central feature of Marx's theory and that he made important contributions to the study of the role of individualism, individuality, and human nature in social explanation. There are schools of thought which regard these claims as controversial and this kind of project as doomed. It is necessary, therefore, to tackle such arguments and models of explanation at the outset. Louis Althusser's claim that Marx's science of history has no place for such an entity as the individual is the starting point. The theoretical treatment of the individual is a key indicator of the difference between two competing modes of Marxist interpretation, the humanist tradition, which recognizes and values the individual in history, and deterministic accounts, which reject the notion of an historical subject. Althusser sets himself squarely against the humanist tradition. He brands that approach idealist, and tries to transcend all humanisms with the development of an interpretation of Marx's mature thought as a theoretical anti-humanism. This is an attempt to generate a truly scientific socialist analysis, but has the effect of removing the individual from political analysis altogether. The account of the dispute between idealists and scientists within Marxism is followed by a section on modes of individualist theory. Here there is a contrasting stress on the importance of the individual in social theories which are less controversially understood as idealist. They, too, are critically analyzed, since they see in any version of Marxism a fundamental threat to the sanctity of the individual and claim to have successfully grounded social explanation in various conceptions of the individual. Third, the immediate nature of the conflict between individualist thought and the contribution of Marx is examined. This leads to a discussion of different notions of, or ways of thinking about, the individual, and the manner in which Marx's own theory relates to them. Finally, the difference between Marx's perceptions of individualism and individuality is outlined, and the method for studying the historical nature of his views on the individual is presented. The individual in humanism and theoretical anti-humanism. Marx is often accused of ignoring the fundamental importance of the individual in society. There is, for example, the suggestion that the individual is held to be only of secondary significance to the determination of social structures and forces. In his defense, however, are those Marxists who have regularly and confidently pointed to those features of Marx's thought which rebut attacks bemoaning the loss of individuality in the social order. These rebuttals have rejected the accusations both in terms of arguments used and conclusions reached. While the central figure of this internal Marxist argument is the individual, the centerpiece of the theoretical dispute concerns the status of the concept of humanism. Humanism has become a pivotal term and is often used as a convenient shorthand to convey a general and complex epistemological orientation in Marxist thought. Yet it does retain meaning outside that specialist ambit. The concept of humanism can also be used to demonstrate the connections between Marx's thought and individualist thought. It attaches theoretical and practical significance to the individual in society, just as Marx's thought does. Arguments about the validity of humanism, therefore, will have a direct bearing on the assessment of Marx in this respect. It is important, then, to see how the evolution of the concept of humanism came to contribute to a certain kind of Marxist explanation of the individual and society. Renaissance humanism, it is generally agreed, is primarily based on the Protagorean notion that the person is the measure of all things. This understanding represented a secularization of the study of human cultural and political achievements, but did not necessitate or involve the rejection of belief in a God. Instead, the focus merely shifted from an interest in the divine to an interest in human activity. It was not until the 18th century that humanism began to amount to a direct, and negative, response to religion. Here the individual became the sole and sufficient source of all values, a strand of humanism that persists into this century. Raymond Williams, however, detects a third historical development in the 19th century, when humanism also came to incorporate an Hegelian belief in history as human self-development and self-perception. Taken together, humanism can be summed up as a theory, doctrine, or ideology which concerns itself more with humans than with something other than humans. There are two things to observe here. First, this definition seems to echo the claim and purpose of most individualisms, where individuals are deemed to be the prime consideration. This implies a rejection of structuralism, and seems to suggest that the out with God development has been followed by an out with structure movement. Second, then, the history of the development of humanism appears to be closely linked to the birth and subsequent transformations of individualism as the basis of theories of society, and in terms of the self-perceptions of social beings. Luke sees a progression taking place, from religious individualism to ethical individualism, with an associated increase in the moral autonomy and valuational power of the individual human being. One of the questions to keep in mind, therefore, is whether a defense of Marx on humanist grounds necessarily implies an appeal to both, or either, methodological and ethical individualism. In other words, is humanism a form of individualism? From this, other questions arise. Is Marx's socialism a humanism, or vice versa? If so, to what extent, and does this mean that Marx's socialism has important connections with individualism? The question then becomes whether Marx should be seen as part of this trend toward individualist humanism, or as a vehement opponent of it who effectively wanted to replace religious determinism with structural determinism. Althusser is one who certainly thinks that the latter is the case. For him, precisely in the couple humanism-socialism there is a striking theoretical unevenness. In the framework of the Marxist conception, the concept socialism is indeed a scientific concept, but the concept humanism is no more than an ideological one. Ideological here means a concept that reflects an unconscious relation between men and their world. Since that relation is unconscious, the ideological concept is philosophical in that it precedes a scientific reformulation based on knowledge. Thus Althusser addresses directly the question of the status of humanism in Marx's thought and is uncompromising in his response. First, and quite correctly, he denies that philosophical humanism of the kind outlined above can ever be consistent with Marx's materialistic methodology. However, Althusser also wishes to claim that Marx, in realizing this, became an anti-humanist not only in a philosophical, but in a theoretical sense as well. In 1845, Marx broke radically with every theory that based history and politics on an essence of man. This unique rupture contained three indissociable elements: the formation of a theory of history and politics based on radically new concepts, the concepts of social formation, productive forces, relations of production, superstructures, ideologies, determination in the last instance by the economy, specific determination by other levels, etc. A radical critique of the theoretical pretensions of every philosophical humanism. The definition of humanism as an ideology. The new scientific conception constitutive of this epistemological break is particularly corrosive of both philosophical humanism and methodological individualism. The inadequacy of these assumptions had already been established by Marx in the sixth thesis on Feuerbach, when he wrote that the human essence is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality it is the ensemble of social relations. Althusser, however, takes this critique much further, and raises it to a theoretical principle that rejects every humanism, on the basis that an ideology cannot employ ethics and still remain a theoretical concept. In general terms, this means that the subject, so crucial for all forms of individualism, was no longer useful, since the subject could no longer be said to exist. Marx, he argues, drove the philosophical categories of the subject, of empiricism, of the ideal essence, etc., from all the domains in which they had been supreme. Not only from political economy, not just from history, but also from philosophy itself, for Marx's materialism excludes empiricism of the subject and the idealism of the concept. According to this account, both methodological and ethical individualism, because they are based on social atomism and ethico-political idealism respectively, must be theoretically inadequate. That is, they are unscientific. Moreover, it is just these forms of individualism that Althusser takes to be implicit in Marx's humanism, at least in the early works and in philosophical humanism generally. Insofar as bourgeois humanism made man the principle of all theory, humanism is no more than an ideology. Such a definition, however, is not just a blanket term of denigration, since ideology is not an aberration or contingent excrescence of history, it is a structure essential to the historical life of societies. Therefore, it is important not merely to understand the underpinnings of this particular ideology, which at one level leads Althusser to adopt a theoretical anti-humanism, but also to comprehend the appropriate way to respond to the very existence of humanism. Marx's philosophical anti-humanism does provide an understanding of the necessity of existing ideologies, including humanism. But at the same time, because it is a critical and revolutionary theory, it also provides an understanding of the tactics to be adopted towards them, whether they should be supported, transformed, or combated. And Marxists know that there can be no tactics that do not depend on a strategy, and no strategy that does not depend on a theory. Here humanism is downgraded to being the subject of a political strategy, since it has no foundation in theory, and therefore in reality. Yet Althusser is aware that in the real world philosophies of man are found after Marx as often as before, and today even some Marxists are tempted to develop the themes of a new theoretical humanism. It follows that scientific socialism must have a two-pronged response. On the level of tactics, humanism as ideology may or may not be supported according to the specific conjuncture, while on a strategic level, Althusser recognizes the need to develop the notion of a real humanism. Real humanism is scientifically defined by its opposition to unreal humanism, ideal, abstract, speculative humanism and so on. This reference humanism is simultaneously invoked as a reference and rejected for its abstraction, unreality, etc., by the new real humanism. So the old humanism is judged by the new as an abstract and illusory humanism. Its illusion is to aim at an unreal object, to have as its content an object which is not the real object. Thus real humanism would not need to, indeed could not, exist without old humanism. The aim is, strategically, to dispose of the intrusion of the concept of the abstract individual, but this involves the theoretical articulation of scientific socialism. It means that to find the reality alluded to by seeking abstract man no longer, it is necessary to turn to society, and to undertake an analysis of the ensemble of social relations. This is the point at which the individual and any associated notions of human nature, autonomy, and free will are ultimately jettisoned. These are crucial claims for this study. If human nature, autonomy, and free will are simply redundant explanatory and descriptive terms and approaches, then Marx, and Marxist thought, cannot be said to have a structure and interest which in any way relate to explanations of the individual, much less offer a superior form of understanding of the individual in society. Althusser's claim is that Marx's superiority as a thinker lies in showing that understanding is not to be focused at all on the individual. Further, turning to society should not be conceived as a means to the end of reaching a humanist understanding of society, since society is to be regarded as the complex totality of practices, not as an Hegelian expressive totality of any inner essence. A knowledge of concrete men, that is, a knowledge of the ensemble of social relations is only possible on condition that we do completely without the theoretical services of the concept of man. In fact, this concept seems to me to be useless from a scientific viewpoint, not because it is abstract, but because it is not scientific. To think the reality of society, of the ensemble of social relations, we must put into effect a radical displacement, not only a spatial displacement but also a conceptual displacement. The concepts whereby Marx thought reality, which real humanism pointed out, never again introduce as theoretical concepts the concepts of man or humanism, but other quite new concepts, the concepts of mode of production, forces of production, relations of production, superstructure, ideology, etc. There are several things to note about the claims that Althusser makes. First, he is describing a particular moment in the development of Marx's thought, with the proposition that there is a transition to be observed from idealist philosophy to scientific socialism. Therefore, to accept Althusser's version of the epistemological break is to conclude that Marx, beyond 1845, could not have made any positive contributions to the concepts of human nature, autonomy, and the nature of individual existence in society as part of his larger explanatory model of society. This will be discussed in more detail later. There is crucial distinction to be made between social explanations that rely on a merely theoretical concept of an abstract human nature and those that focus only on social structure and forces. Without doubt, the latter methodology is not only more productive, but also confutes philosophical humanism. The move from idealism to scientific socialism, then, is said to entail not merely a rejection of the content and form of humanist premises concerning human nature, but crucially, such premises, however derived, are not scientific, i.e. can never be part of a theory of society. Concepts of mode, forces, and relations of production, superstructure and ideology are deemed not to need any conception of human nature and social relations in their descriptive/critical function. nor can they be used to develop an enriched conception of human nature. Of course, this still amounts to a conception of human nature. To construct a theory where a role for human nature is denied is not to establish the unimportance of human nature. Althusser also implies that philosophical humanism represents the pinnacle of idealist efforts to conceive of human nature and social relations as a basis for the development of social theory. Yet he provides no particular or strong proof that Marx confronted and found wanting the pinnacle of idealist thinking. In terms of individualist thought, Marx confronted only that which had been developed in his time, as both ideology and rhetoric. Moreover, it is not altogether clear that philosophical humanism must automatically include all modes of individualism, especially since developments have occurred in direct response to the challenge of Marx's thought. A successful attack on philosophical humanism, then, is not necessarily a refutation of all forms of humanist thought out of hand, nor does it mean that Marx is best described as a theoretical anti-humanist. Althusser's formula for replacing the inadequacy of philosophical humanism with the strength and relevance of real humanism is as follows. The real is not a theoretical slogan, the real is the real object that exists independently of knowledge, but which can only be defined by its knowledge. The real is identical to the means of knowing it, the real is its known or known to be structure. Thus real humanism, as a theoretical object in but not of knowledge, can only be conceived in the context of two preconditions. That it can serve as a practical, ideological slogan insofar as it is exactly adequate to its function and not confused with a quite different function, that there is no way in which it can be abrogated the attributes of a theoretical concept. There is no knowledge, then, to be gained concerning human nature. Again, this is in direct contrast to the view that a focus on the individual will lead to precisely this form of knowledge. Instead, an understanding of the ideological role of a concept of human nature can only be gleaned given the objective existence of structural features of society and practical theoretical knowledge of them. This implies a hard, though not vulgar, form of determinism. Althusser's real humanism is a reflexive praxis theory which evacuates the subject from the notion of a process. Individuals, just as much as human nature, are mere words, lacking even an interesting descriptive content. It is in these respects that Althusser's formulation comes under serious attack. His account of the notion of human nature cannot provide at the same time an account of the person or the individual in society and in history. There can be no doubt that Althusser correctly identifies Marx's break with philosophical humanism, and therefore the account of individuals as abstract individuals, but this by no means amounts to the quite different claim that the rejection of this one, unsatisfactory, answer to the question of the individual invalidates the question itself. As Lucien Seve asks, are the works of Althusser and his comrades still so convincing when they regard all humanism as necessarily philosophical and all use of the concept of man as ideological and assert that this rupture leads Marx to theoretical anti-humanism, as when they describe the birth of Marxism itself by the rupture with philosophical humanism? Part of Seve's answer is to demonstrate that the notion of the epistemological break is made to do far too much. For our purposes, doing too much means invalidating a concern with the individual in society. Nor is it imagined that significant changes in the structure of Marx's thought never took place on any great scale. The development of Marx's thought and especially the articulation of historical materialist premises certainly occurred, making it possible to see Marxism as a scientific and practical instead of merely philosophical enterprise. However, when the incidence of this development is applied and made to exclude any humanist overtones after the break, Althusser's account is faced with great difficulties. First, as Seve points out, there are those works of Marx which unquestionably belong to the mature period and which all, without exception, most clearly and invariably contain elements of what Engels calls the science of real men and their historical development. If this is so, then humanist concerns not only persist, but cannot be described as matters of ideology. Alternatively, an insistence on the primacy of social relations can just as easily transform itself into a structuralism that precludes any other considerations and inputs. Althusser's real humanism is an example of this tendency, where individuals are evacuated of meaningful content, and have no perception of other possibilities or the ability to initiate radical and emancipatory social action. However, in the denial that people can undertake revolutionary action that is not ultimately reducible to class analysis, old problems, like the contradiction of a revolutionary theory of human emancipation being brought about only by historically determined social forces, remain and new ones are created. Instead of human nature residing in and springing from the ensemble of social relations, the ensemble no longer relates to the production and reproduction of our nature. That milieu is itself ideology, according to Althusser, the lived relation between men and their world. Moreover, he argues that ideology is profoundly unconscious, only to be understood in terms of the structures that impose on the vast majority of men. Althusser's notion of ideology is akin to a new form of idealism under the guise of Althusser's scientific socialism. Freedom from those structures, which, it is implicit, only a few like Althusser can understand and to whose their ideological sway those few are immune, is as problematic as Marcuse's notion of repressive tolerance. Althusser and Marcuse both fail to answer the questions they have posed as the most important ones. How, collectively or individually, are distinctions to be made between real and unreal choices/ideologies? Why should unreal choices not be preferred to none at all, and what is wrong with wanting to know about that which is presently unconscious? There is so great an emphasis on the social determinants of behavior and order that no other determinants could ever break that hold. An associated argument claims that anthropological categories have no theoretical status in any theory of society, and certainly not a Marxist theory. Far from clinching the argument in favor of economic determination in the last instance, Connolly, for example, sees the relationship between ideology and structure as requiring above all an individual with an independent role and consciousness. My charge is this: without an anthropological dimension in theory, it is inexplicable why the role-bearers require ideology to bear the roles imposed by capitalism. With such an anthropology, the view that theory is not and cannot be made available to participants in ways that influence conduct must be revised profoundly. Structural theory does not eliminate, rather it suppresses, the anthropological dimension. And once the supposed premise is exposed, structural theorists must re-engage the very issues that they have sought to expunge from theory, issues such as the nature of human subjects, the relation between individual subjects and intersubjectivity, the structural limits to the emergence of self-consciousness, the connection between consciousness and political practice, and the moral inhibitions to both social control and revolutionary action. By drawing attention to the importance of the nature of human subjects and the problem of individual intersubjectivity, Connolly highlights the particular interests of the emergence of the new individual. His critique of Althusser's methodology and theoretical conclusions as a structural theory perceptively identifies the way in which the anthropological dimension is suppressed rather than overcome or shown to have no value. Connolly is doing more than criticizing a specific thinker, however, because he is also asserting that political theory must always deal directly with the nature of human subjects and the complexities of individual intersubjectivity. Any attempt to evade them, by whatever theoretical device, will ultimately lead to a renewed sense of their importance and intricacy. If Connolly's representation of the nature and responsibility of political theory is accurate, and if Althusser's reading of Marx is accepted, then Marx is the thinker primarily responsible for suppressing the anthropological or humanist dimension. However, there are good reasons for rejecting the notion that Althusser represents the real Marx. For example, the structuralist interpretation of Marx is subject to searching textual criticisms. The standard Althusserian response to this kind of criticism was to insist that Marx was never entirely free of his younger, philosophical, self. This claim is highly suspect when one considers the practice of distinguishing science from ideology via a symptomatic reading, knowing the scientific theory before trying to grasp the real meaning of the texts which first set out and utilized that theory. In other words, one passes surreptitiously from the break which was initially presented to us as a real historical turning point in Marx's thought, separating a still philosophical before and fully scientific after, to a demarcation among the texts of mature Marxism itself, which the anti-humanist interpreter authorizes himself to effect, between those texts which he agrees with and those which he rejects as being humanist. The success, in Althusserian terms, of this maneuver cannot disguise the lack of clear argumentation to rule out altogether any form of humanism as a theoretical concept. Implicitly, Connolly's charge of suppression remains unrefuted, and Marx's rejection of the historical subject has not been substantiated. Althusser moves from one proposition, namely the view that Marx rejected philosophical humanism, to the proposition that humanism could only be philosophical. By contrast, Seve and this writer are prepared to accept the first point, but insist that Marx's historical materialism actually makes it possible to conceive scientifically the existence of individuals. Furthermore, Marx's mature work does more than just allow for non-philosophical humanism. In the Grundriss, for example, Marx talked of the need for human beings to individuate themselves in society, and of the production of social individuals, while in Capital, Volume I, he wrote of the practical and human need for the totally developed individual. That is, the Althusserian exegesis of Marx's critique of certain forms of individualist humanist social theory can be separated from the claims about the proper trajectory of Marxian scientific socialism. These kinds of criticisms, and more positive claims that Marx has important contributions to make concerning the development of individuals in history, have led Althusser to respond to that aspect of his thought which connects structuralist theoretical practice to theoretical anti-humanism. It is noteworthy that he has shifted his ground somewhat. Whereas, in his earlier works, the telling distinction was the clear superiority of science over philosophy, Althusser now presents theoretical anti-humanism as a choice between competing explanatory frameworks. Marx's theoretical anti-humanism means a refusal to root the explanation of social formations and their history in a concept of man with theoretical pretensions, that is, a concept of man as an originating subject, one in whom originate his needs, his own thoughts and his acts and struggles. In this passage, Althusser makes useful distinctions between the kinds of thought which might employ a concept of woe/man. His categories do not necessarily, however, coincide with the use of a concept of human nature, which need not be reducible to an originating subject in any of the reductionist senses he outlines. At the same time, the characteristics of possible originating subjects are not in conflict with assumptions inherent in the modes of individualism to be found in the next section. The similarities between individualist and humanist thought may be apparent, and the proximity of their concerns highlighted, but these things do not of themselves establish that the two kinds of approach are to all intents and purposes the same. The key phrase in the passage means a refusal to root the explanation, since it does imply that tactics are an important consideration. Choice between the models is not entirely based on the logical requirements and efficacies of a particular explanatory model. The choice, as Althusser presents it, is skewed markedly in favor of theoretical anti-humanism. The alternative is seen as a conglomerate of individualisms, involving once again the fundamental premise of the ahistorical, abstract individual expressed in a variety of forms. Althusser accurately perceives the reliance on an abstract individual as a form of thinking most inimical to Marxist thought as well as the hopes of Marxists themselves, and wished all Marxists to stay well clear of this area. Unfortunately, humanism is once more misrepresented, which only serves further to weaken Althusser's argument, because he suggests that the choice between his version of the alternatives means a rejection of the weaker and an acceptance of that which remains. This happens to be theoretical anti-humanism. Three conclusions can be drawn from this change of position. First, theoretical anti-humanism cannot be scientifically correct, since it is only to be preferred to a poorer alternative. Second, Althusser's structural theory no longer entails theoretical anti-humanism. Instead, that theory, or his representation of it, is transformed in that it now seems to need the support of theoretical anti-humanism to maintain its potency and viability. Finally, if it is compared, more realistically, With a non-individualistic humanism, then Althusser's preference may not have the correctness he claims. In any event, the realm of the argument has certainly shifted from readings of Marx's works to a consideration of the strength of Althusser's propositions, which is not our main concern. Nevertheless, the strong determinist account of scientific socialism has served an important function in Marxist thought. The issue of agency, the question of the historical subject, the nature of individuals and their social existence, have all been raised again, and in new ways. What has emerged is an awareness of the way in which a structuralist explanation presupposes a disjuncture between theory and ideology. Thus Althusser's enterprise is no tiresome detour around the more interesting or substantive areas of investigation. Rather, he has caused a shift in the way that the anthropological dimension, so-called, is approached, justified and utilized. Most crucial is that the commitment to historical materialist method is retained and strengthened. Instead of the anthropological dimension being a collection of assumptions, the issues are conceived in terms of questions or problems which must be answered scientifically. This greater critical awareness of an appropriate attitude to theory itself is a positive result of Althusser's claim that theoretical practice has a determining influence as a form of labor. To the extent that this is true, then, the form and content of a theory will have an important bearing on the unfolding of history. As such, the inadequacies and omissions in Marxist theory did and still can prove disastrous, and can undermine the very possibility of socialism. It is the responsibility of those who adopt Marx's fundamental theoretical premises to acknowledge the consequences of the theory as it was first developed, and not to explain them away by extending the theoretical construction. One of the chief consequences is the fate of the individual in social explanation. An inability to produce an account of the person must count as a failure or lacuna of any social theory. Marxism can be held responsible for a silence with respect to the individual if it is accepted that Althusser's rejection once and for all of the question of the individual, and his argument that scientific socialism should not have to provide any such account whatsoever, is appropriate. But this position is deeply flawed, in that it misrepresents Marx's enterprise as well as his actual thought. Marxism is nevertheless in danger of finding itself confined to a collectivistic and deterministic ghetto of its own making unless a credible theory of the individual is developed. Not only would Marxism be in danger of losing wider relevance, but it would not realize its creative potential. Far from an abandonment of Marxian thought, a validation and examination of the human subject can be a legitimate concern within the Marxian tradition. Marxism, from this perspective, is a dangerous method of social and political analysis, since outcomes are unpredicted and unpredictable. Nevertheless, it ought to be pursued in order to refresh and add to the cumulative store of knowledge, not in an accretive but a reflexive sense, such that knowledge changes not only what we want to know, but also how we want to come to know it. That is, the methods of that science must equally come under scrutiny, in order to highlight weaknesses in the way that individuals and society are understood and changed. Thus the rejection of theoretical anti-humanism means the acceptance of some form of humanism. The acceptance of a humanistic account is equivalent to accepting the existence and importance of the individual. Individualism and social theory. Some social and political theories, of course, have always assumed that the individual is the fundamental unit of analysis. Their protagonists may well argue that Marxism is only just becoming aware of a pivotal reality long recognized and built upon by individualist thinkers. On this view, individualist theories claim to be naturally superior, and to understand the individual and society in a much deeper and more advanced fashion. More directly, Marx has always been the target of antagonism for these forms of individualism, since it is Marxist thought and practice which are held to be inimical to the values ascribed to the individual and the kind of society which permits their free enjoyment. This section will examine the various forms of individualism as they have developed and been in conflict with Marx's thought. The aims are several: to demonstrate the ways in which Marx distinguishes between individuals and individualism, to find the forms of individualism that Marx might accept or recognize, and to see in general whether the non-Marxist explorations of political and social theories grounded in the individual have yielded anything useful and coherent. Although the term individualism was relatively new in Marx's time, the method of thought which underpinned it was not. Rather, individualism quickly became not just a word but a very flexible rubric in liberal thought, and its most successful rhetorical touchstone. Thus the term may be used to support different moral and political positions, and can be stated as a central metaphysical proposition from which the proper study of society as a whole can proceed. It is important to note at the outset, therefore, that it is as a concept that individualism causes some confusion, since it can have different and sometimes conflicting meanings for different people, times and purposes. Given its theoretical locations, it makes sense to distinguish, as Lukes has done, between various modes of individualism. His study indicates that it is not possible to rely upon a single explanatory and/or descriptive framework of individualism, and highlights the aims and limitations involved in particular uses of the term individualism. His typology of distinctions of modes of individualism is the basis for the following analysis. Notwithstanding his practice of turning first to the values and ideals of individualism, such predicates are of secondary importance, since they depend fundamentally on the conception of human nature employed, more specifically, on the appropriate way to conceive of the relationship between human beings and society. This is no small question. A complete answer must amount to a general theory of society. However, the principal concern must be with the manner in which certain key issues are addressed, such that the coherence of that treatment can be assessed. At the forefront is the question, what is the procedure when faced with the problem of defining what it is to be human? Individualism's first answer was clear, if lacking in depth, and is summarized by Lukes as the conception of the abstract individual. According to this conception, individuals are pictured abstractly as given interests, wants, purposes, needs, etc. The crucial point is that the relevant features of individuals determining the ends which social arrangements are held to fulfill, whether these features are called instincts, faculties, needs, desires, rights, etc., are assumed as given, independently of a social context. The independence of individuals with given properties from the social context is the defining difference between Marxist and individualist approaches, and warrants examination. Point 1 Even if the representation of the nature of individuals as fixed is true, of itself such a nature carries no particular weight, since it does not necessarily imply any one set of structural forms, and affords no special protection for that nature. Point 2 Ruling out the social context effectively denies even a tactical redrawing of the boundaries to the individual that would incorporate, perhaps, some notion of sociability. Thus it becomes clear that the moral predicates of human dignity and autonomy and the ideals of privacy and self-development represent an attempt to give the human nature of individuals a status and form that cannot be sustained on the basis of its a priori content alone. That is, the normatively neutral content of human nature is both protected from the possibility of social engineering and buttressed as a model for the good society by the strategic addition of prescriptive values. Society is problematic for another reason. The denial of a formative social context means that society can be only the sum of its atomistic constituents. This summation requires that values and ideals cannot be the properties of society so defined, either in principle or in practice. Therefore, there is no power to those beliefs beyond the measure in which individuals organize themselves, or are forced to deny a part of their nature and invest in social coercion over themselves and others. The abstract individualist, to be consistent with first principles, must rely ultimately on social forces while rejecting the notion that they have any determining significance. Those forces are social in that they depend for their existence on cooperative or collective creation and observance, so constituting the real definition, status, and possibility for individual agency. In short, the creation and adoption of values and ideals depends upon a prior social understanding. Further support for the argument that the conception of human nature is the crucial aspect of individualist thought emerges when considering the pervasiveness and strength of moral and ideal notions of autonomy and primacy. By contrast, the weakness of the idea of the abstract individual, implicit even in the thought of Rousseau, is borne out by its apparent unpopularity in subsequent individualist thought. On the one hand, there was a proliferation of modes of individualism in the last century, and on the other, a sharpening of the epistemological focus in this century. These two main developments represent attempts either to refine the explanations of social processes, or to enhance the explanations of individuals qua individuals. The first approach enlarges upon the ways in which individuals can be conceived and articulates the means by which the relationship between the individual and society is to be understood. Here the idea of an abstract individual is disguised and driven underground somewhat. Nevertheless, the abstract individual remains central. The connections between individual and society are articulated either by the attribution of descriptive qualities to the individual, or the generation of the principles of the explanatory model as a whole. Both permit the development of much more sophisticated analyses of, for example, rights, obligation and justice. In this way, values and ideals can be accepted universally, and yet can still be dragooned into service to actualize the basic assumptions about individual human beings. Into such a group Luke's places political, economic, epistemological, and methodological individualism, but it might also include possessive, utilitarian, and radical individualism. Point 3. The second approach dispenses with the abstract individual altogether. Moral categories of human dignity and autonomy are not enlisted to support the notion of the individual in quite the same way, thereby allowing a reassessment of their force and logical and social status. Such values and ideals as are employed by the above doctrines are seen to be only provisionally acceptable as tenets of individual and social explanation. The appeal, therefore, to non-social universals is not considered tenable, because the values and ideals with respect to the moral primacy and autonomy of the individual depend for their existence on a specified view of an abstract human nature, but are also used to provide the necessary supports for that same view of an abstract human nature. Ruling out the abstract individual, but retaining the individual as the basis of explanation, has definite ramifications for the propositions which make up the resultant individualist thought. The focus must shift from the qualities of human existence to the physical nature of existence, specifically, the structure of the mind and the nature of human behavior. Instead of moral constructs dwelling in the consciousness of the individual, the operations of the mind, the way they are constructed, become the focus. Religious and ethical individualism are the relevant modes here. It may be possible to add another form of individualism here, conservative individualism. Conservative thought retains a robust awareness that the individual is a social creation. Once created, the individual is enlisted as the justification for the preservation of the conditions which are held to perpetuate the appropriate existence for that individual. Unlike political and methodological individualism, etc., which attempt to explain social processes through individuals, ethical and conservative individualism seek to explain what the first set takes for granted, individuals themselves. Thus conservatives are especially attuned to historical and social influences on the individual mind, but do not concede that history and society are the wellsprings of motivation and causality. There is one similarity of particular importance between these two methods of individualist explanation. Both seek to acknowledge the significance of history and society, without undermining the claim that the individual remains the prime referent. This puts them in opposition to determinist or collectivist views of society, and it is in this respect that they are relevant to the study. If Marx is to be castigated for his collectivism, or alternatively accused of failing to consider the individualist dimension of his own thought, then it is crucial to identify those doctrines which bear most directly on these issues. Of the doctrines mentioned so far, two have specific importance for this study: methodological individualism and ethical individualism. The former carries within it the notion of the abstract individual, yet it remains the most developed critique of Marx's method and prescriptions. According to Luke's definition, methodological individualism is a doctrine about explanation which asserts that all attempts to explain social phenomena are to be rejected, unless they are couched wholly in terms of facts about individuals. This states the position perhaps too baldly, because the doctrine is presented in its defensive and critical, rather than purposeful and positive, perspective. Methodological individualism might also be described as a social scientific approach which attempts to restrict as much as possible any reference to collectivities or institutions by focusing on the intentions and actions of individuals. This definition highlights two features that are not immediately obvious in Luke's account. First, the doctrine has a clear element of conditionality and does not automatically exclude other forms of explanation. In a sense, this is a statement of preference for a certain way of describing the world, one which recognizes the difficulty of explaining everything, immediately, by the application of the doctrine. Such a form of explanation is at the same time a specific approach and a goal to be attained. This conditionality is also displayed by J.W.N. Watkins's understanding of the precepts of methodological individualism, that social processes and events should be explained by being deduced from principles governing the behavior of participating individuals and descriptions of their situation. Here a distinction is being made between procedure and forms of evidence. On the one hand, the formation and treatment of the approach to social events and processes are outlined, and on the other hand the relevant facts are identified and separated from non-facts. The principles of are discoverable and examinable facts, even though they must incorporate judgments about both basic human nature and behavioral patterns of individuals in society. Descriptions under are not facts in the same way, but contexts within which the facts must be placed and analysis occur. These contexts may appear to have the strength of facts, to be as discoverable and examinable as the principles of. But a description may be flawed, incomplete and even amended. A principle cannot be judged and discarded in the same way. Methodological individualism retains the abstract individual at the core, but does not seek to explain individual actions and intentions. Instead, a dialectical element is introduced at the methodological level, in order to establish the form and content of the mediating links between individual and society. In this way, a social explanation can be the intent and result, overcoming the objection that the conception of society has no substance or force by arguing that the impact of society on individuals is the real issue. Thus methodological individualism is distinct from a more metaphysical account based on the absolute commitment to the idea that the individual can be perceived and understood without reference to society. This produces an interesting contrast with ethical individualism, which is not a doctrine that purports to be an explanation on the level of grand social theory. It is a view of the nature of morality as essentially individual. According to this doctrine, the source of morality, of moral values and principles, the creator of the very criteria of moral evaluation, is the individual. He becomes the supreme arbiter of moral values, the final moral authority in the most fundamental sense. Although it may appear to do so, ethical individualism does not rely upon a notion of the abstract individual. Morality is a social phenomenon, and the individual is related to it as both creative subject and responding object. As such, ethical individualism concerns an aspect of social reality, and is explanatory and prescriptive in only this limited respect. The key idea here is autonomy, not simply as a right or quality that is ascribed to human beings. The added dimension stems from a critical account of the role of morality as a form of social structure, if not determining, certainly circumscribing and directing human thought and action. It becomes possible, therefore, to explain what it is to be an individual in society, and to postulate an alternative that simultaneously presupposes and makes a reality the autonomous individual. Here the recommendatory aspect of individualism is most apparent. The individual is counterposed, not to society per se, but to this or that form of society. The importance of this interpretation is based on two features of the explanation, one explicit, the other implicit. Explicitly, ethical individualism is deeply concerned with history. Its development as a doctrine, unlike the development of methodological individualism, is not the result of attacks on its legitimacy by other deterministic, collectivist Weltanschauungen. Ethical individualism does not take the individual as given, but regards the person as a cultural and social product, crucially, a product that emerges and changes in specific ways. Thus, for example, McIntyre points to the disordered and partial social processes in transition during and after the Reformation, such that, in every case, what emerges is a new identity for the moral agent. For Nietzsche, this was not only a pattern to be observed throughout history, but also a process with a specific end product. If we place ourselves at the end of this tremendous process, where the tree at last brings forth fruit, where society and custom at last reveal what they have simply been the means to, then we discover that the ripest fruit is the sovereign individual, like only to himself, liberated again from morality of custom, autonomous and supermoral, in short, the man who has his own independent, protracted will and the right to make promises. Since the individual is a recent historical product, conceptions of the individual are equally historical. Thus the notion of autonomy, too, cannot be regarded as a universal ideal, but can be seen as an aspect of human social development moral agent. Point 4. Thus, Lux's statement that ethical individualism is the philosophical consequence of taking the idea of autonomy seriously and carrying it to its logical conclusion simplifies a much more complex process. Autonomy itself is not given, but derives its form and content from historically placed individuals. Indeed, the concepts of autonomy and the individual are complementary. Autonomy requires a subject in specific relation to society to make any sense. Similarly, the notion of the individual cannot exist without the faculty of autonomy, and an experience of it in society. Therefore, it is an acquired property of individuals, and the consequences of taking autonomy seriously are not merely philosophical. The implicit feature of ethical individualism is an underlying naturalism. It is this which connects the view of the individual in society to specific prescriptions. On a general level, these emerge as suspicion of the collectivity and the demand that individuals should determine their own existence. What is entailed here is a naturalistic confidence in the ethical potential of individuals as much as a critique of existing impediments to human autonomy. Thus ethical individualism, too, is founded on an appeal to human nature, and argues for an appropriate way of responding to that which we come to know about individuals. There is more than one individualism with which Marx's thought can be compared, and the rejection of collectivist thought can be on a variety of grounds, not all of which are inimical to Marxian analysis. There are some important overlaps with the Marxian enterprise here. Central to the ethical individualist view of reality and the individual is the belief that it is indeed possible to come to know about individuals. Marx offered a powerful means for generating such knowledge and for judging the strength and applicability of such knowledge. Also, the claims concerning autonomy have a direct bearing on the nature of the individual in Marx's thought. Autonomy, as will be seen, is related to the issue of human agency, whether the individual be in a feudal, capitalist, or communist society. Finally, the notion of potentiality has strong affinities with Marx's view of humans in society. These confluences suggest that Marx's thought cannot properly be defined as intrinsically hostile to all aspects of individualist thought. The next section pursues this claim, by examining further the methodologies of Marxism and individualism. Marx and modes of individualism. Marx's own reaction to individualism is significant, and occurs at several levels. In the first place, his responses were in the main aggressive toward what he saw as an inferior social theory. His most powerful critique of individualistic thought has been carried forward into the debates over modes of individualism in the 20th century by the Marxist tradition, but it has also permeated the structure of non-Marxist thinking. Second, Marx was also aware of its role in providing a most persuasive ideology for the ruling class. His theoretical and practical interests meant that he could not help but be involved in the intellectual conflict between individualistic and communitarian thought. Third, the presence of individualist rhetoric must have had an influence on the way that Marx felt able to present his own thought with regard to the individual in society. He could use the word individual only with the utmost care, lest he reinforce the fundamental tenet of all individualist thought, the primacy of the individual. This underlying principle of individualism concerned Marx deeply. Ontologically at least, all modes of individualism share the premise that the individual person may exist independently of or in opposition to society. Any reading of Marx shows him to be diametrically opposed to this notion, however it may be couched. However, his trenchant stand against such a supposition does not mean that he had no interest in or understanding of individual persons, nor does it establish that he was prepared to sacrifice individuals at the altar of social or historical necessity. As will become apparent in later chapters, it is not possible to impose any such crude lines of demarcation on Marx's social theory. The real issue of interpretation lies in the claim that individualist thought expresses a significant as well as commonsensical truth about social and political analysis. Watkins states this notion quite simply, when he writes that it is people who determine history, however people themselves are determined. It is interesting that this is considered a claim worth making. The intention, clearly, is to attack deterministic accounts of history and society, but it is not at all obvious that an appeal to people, however determined, achieves anything. Marx, for example, is one of the prime targets, yet he never sought to deny the role of people, though he was very concerned about how they were to be defined. In the German ideology, he was quite precise on this point. For him, the first premises of materialist method were the real individuals, their activity, and the material conditions under which they live, both those which they find already existing and those produced by their activity. 5 These individuals are more than people. Such individuals are recognizable as real only when the substance of their situation is given, revealing their existence as it actually is or might be. Yet there is a great deal of difference between saying that people determine history and explaining the means of understanding them. For Watkins, people may be a mass of individuals, or represent a collectivity, or be defined by national or cultural boundaries, or by roles and positions in society. People may be a genus, or actors, or the individual unit writ large. This conflict between the explanation of social processes through individuals and the explanation of individuals themselves is connected to larger themes and underlying tensions between individualist and non- or anti-individualist accounts of society and history. Underpinning all the debates over detail, the major issue of free will versus determinism persists unresolved. On a practical level, as O'Neill argues, once we attempt to specify the nature of the interaction between individual conduct and its institutional contexts, we are involved in disagreement about the instrumental, rational and value matrices of social action, particularly when it is recognized that we possess few universal generalizations about human nature and social structure. Indeed, the common ground is very difficult to discover and mark out. Freedom may be the central concern, but this may mean it is a value, an assumption, an ideal, or a practical goal, depending upon who is providing the definitions and labels. For example, O'Neill finds it a curiosity of scholarship that Hegel and Marx have come to be identified with a deterministic conception of history and the place in it of human freedom, whereas both conceived of history as the story of freedom. This reading is confirmed by Alan Wood, when he notes that, far from denying the role of the individual in history, historical determinism represents the commitment to the practical realization of that very thing, the individual in history, as it were. Since Marx sought to demonstrate that it is individuals who can make society, but who are presently prevented from doing so, he is in conflict with individualism, no matter how sophisticated its form, because he claims to be able to incorporate and realize some of its key values, while demonstrating that individualist practice cannot. Against this, individualistic accounts reiterate that the individual, not society, must be the prime referent, and that concepts such as freedom, and the proper form and experience of it, are to be based on such a presupposition. In other words, individualist thinkers want to establish that individuals do actively and actually make society. But to do this, they have to be able to show that individuals were and are the ultimate determiners of history and society. However, their initial assumption forecloses the possibility of finally achieving anything but a circular argument. Moreover, if the required focus is the individual, then social behavior must be extraneous phenomena, subject to non-individual categories of explanation. Indeed, as R. Bhaskar points out, the real problem appears to be not so much that of how one could give an individualistic explanation of social behavior, but that of how one could give a non-social explanation of individual, at least characteristically human, behavior. The most recent and sustained attempt to do just that has come from John Elster. His Making Sense of Marx seeks to redefine the Marxian enterprise, restructure dominant interpretations of his thought and rescue Marxism from the obloquy of its bloody state socialist history. The rudiments of his schema are based on rereading Marx as a methodological individualist and employing rational choice theory to transcend the inadequacies of a functionalist and teleological account of human history. According to Elster, Marx relied too heavily on a concept of humanity as a collective subject whose inherent striving towards full realization shapes the course of history, and that Marx was also committed to methodological individualism, at least intermittently. Both of these claims misrepresent the substantive positions that Marx adopted in respect of humanity and methodology, and ignore the provisional nature of the logical and historical connections that Marx saw between human history and individual existence. Elster has contributed to a lively debate on the virtues and relevance of rational choice theory to Marx's thought. His writings on methodological individualism have also generated a specific critical response. The most striking feature of Elster's preference for methodological individualism is the almost total absence of any argument for the main proposition that all social phenomena, their structure and their change, are in principle explicable in ways that only involve individuals, their properties, their goals, their beliefs, and their actions. Since Elster does not add to the literature discussed above, then the arguments developed against Watkins and Tucker, for example, can be deemed to hold against Elster. Marx was a severe critic of the forms of individualism confronting him in the 19th century, and those criticisms remain pertinent to Elster. As M. Warren puts it, Marx rejected these individualisms because they treat the intentional properties of individuals as metaphysically existent rather than as problematic. Elster persistently and erroneously sees intentions in terms of individuals with properties, as the methodological individualist and rational choice theorist is prone to do. The result is that an a priori conception of agency serves an axiomatic role in the explanation of actors. The issue of agency is germane to the account of the individual in at least two ways. First, Marx eschews any fixed notion of agency. Indeed, his approach identifies the means logically to develop a critique of the agency currently enjoyed, to understand the internal and external limitations and strictures on agency and to see how agency might be extended in particular as well as general ways. Second, in political thought the concept agency concerns the causal status of individuals in the change process. In rejecting the structuralist, collectivist, or holist account of agency and the consequently minimal causal role for individuals in explanation or historical change, Elster prefers to see individual agents choosing and willing in the context of the choices and actions of other agents. For him, beliefs and desires arise in an agent by the force of external circumstances mediated by internal psychic mechanisms. The status and derivation of preferences and beliefs is crucial here, and the viability of methodological individualism as an explanation comes under serious challenge. As P. Weatherly argues, beliefs and preferences cannot be taken as the starting point in explanation but themselves have to be explained, and the external circumstances which shape preferences must encompass collective entities or social structure. This entails that collective entities are not reducible but are in a fundamental sense prior to individual preference and actions. Weatherly concludes that a methodological individualist explanation cannot therefore exist. As Susan James points out, however, a strict dichotomy between holism and individualism can do violence to the possibility of explaining the limits and possibilities of agency. In this vein, Warren agrees that the methodological individualism of individuals with properties is a deeply flawed enterprise, but finds some value in an approach which attends to an individualism of actions, and argues that some of Marx's thought should be understood from this perspective. In so doing, Marx is once again located between the extremes of holism and individualism, and between structuralism and Kantian conceptions of agency. In contrast to both Elster and the structuralists, Marx's position involved seeing attributes of subjectivity, including capacities for rational action, as possibilities developed through social intercourse. For Marx, the polarity of social determination and free individual agency is a product of a specific kind of society, as are other polarities of self and society. Thus there are a number of things to be taken into account in respect of individualism. First, the history of individualism reveals inadequacies in the way the concept has come to be understood and counterposed against other approaches. Second, the theoretical underpinnings of individualism establish the regularities and consistencies in the ideas that characterize individualist thought, and place those ideas in the contexts that differentiate one form of individualism from another. On this basis, it is possible to see that methodological and ethical modes of individualism are the most relevant to the discussion of Marx, in terms of assumptions, claims, and conclusions that are common, contested, or open to interpretation. Of central importance have been discussions about autonomy and the role of history and society in the understanding of the individual. As Epsilon Wood argues, if individualism as a social doctrine involves a commitment to the moral primacy of the individual in society and the right of the individual to freedom and self-realization, a host of additional assumptions must be made about man and his relationship to society before individualism, individual freedom, and self-realization can be made by definition to exclude socialism and collectivism. Individualist thought, in other words, creates demands and practical expectations for a social existence which it seems unable to deliver. This disjunction means that there are two possibilities that can be entertained separately: that individualism has claims about what is a desirable social existence for the individual, that individualism has claims about the proper order of society. Therefore, rejecting the individualist theory of society does not necessarily mean that claims about the importance of the individual are automatically ruled out. Second, it is important to note that Marx's images of individual existence in society are not necessarily at odds with a series of beliefs and claims germane to individualist thought. This is not to say that Marx's thought ultimately is reducible to a set of moral claims or is at base a rights theory couched in an historical materialist guise. Rather, it is to demonstrate that Marxist thought, in its structure and interest, has potentially more importance for an explanation of the individual in society than theories which purport explicitly to provide such explanations. Human nature, autonomy, and history. Marx can be labeled as an anti-humanist and an anti-individualist, but these readings do violence to the nature of his social and political theory on the one hand, and the scope of the theoretical premises on the other. That is, his thought cannot be made to remove the problem of the individual in society, whatever the form of society. Furthermore, individualist thought, whether abstract, methodological, or ethical, is inadequate to the task of analyzing the individual in society. Both the structural determinist and liberal individualist views of Marx, therefore, misrepresent his thought and misconceive the question of the individual in society, each in their particular ways. As the discussion so far demonstrates, a defense of Marx, or a statement of a certain version of Marxism, is not all that is involved. This leads to the conclusion that it is Marx's thought which must be used to develop an account of the individual. Such a use, however, raises the problem of the role of ideas in the analysis of social change and the individual. The development of Marx's thought, and political and economic history, both show that his legacy is double-edged. Although Marx advanced dramatically the recognition of the importance of the economic base of society and the manner in which it ought to be studied and understood, it would be mistaken to infer that this was the path to be trod by all who wish to understand and change society. What was for Marx a long-term preoccupation has tended to become a methodological imperative for Marxists. Further, the location, direction and nature of historical changes serve up no neat fit between theory and reality, between predictive comprehensibility and actual events and trends, bringing into sharper focus the issue of the related but not always simply reflexive or derivative role of the superstructure. Against Althusser, the existence and relevance of ideas when they are not theoretical practice are not ruled out or regarded only as philosophical phantasmagoria. To do so would be to ignore a part of reality, or to decide in advance what can properly, correctly, be thought. As Edgley points out, ideas, beliefs, and assertions exist in reality. The traditional epistemological distinction between ideas and their real object should not mislead us into supposing that ideas themselves are not real, do not exist as at least a part of reality. Nor, on the other hand, should ideas be given a status that is conditional upon the existence of a pre-existing ideological framework. This kind of reductionist structuralism too easily stops at description, when what is needed is accompanying explanations. Further, the notion of ideology is pushed too far, beyond the scope of its original formulation by Marx, and away from the possibility that the ideas that individuals experience as personally valid are socially and historically important. This is to propose a wider and more open conception of ideology as a reading of just one part of social reality. Support for this view is to be found in Dr. Gandhi's clarification of the original scope of ideology in Marxian thought. For Marx and Engels it is ideology, a system of ideas. Thus ideology involves theories, doctrines, principles, systems of thought. Ideologists work with concepts, hypotheses, and theories that seem true or false. Myths, images, visions, and feelings are not ideology, they are not systems of thought. Nor are interests, preferences, and attitudes a field of ideology, they are neither true nor false, they simply exist. Thus ideas and other aspects of real existence do not always fit into models of explanation easily, and do not always have to be given a positive or negative role in the transformation of society. Even a very powerful theory of ideology cannot succeed in encompassing and grounding all ideas in a determinist framework. Description of the existence of some ideas as false consciousness similarly fails to explain every aspect of individual and social behavior. Nevertheless, the assumption that people and groups do have ideas with important implications beyond the individual self requires a theoretical and practical response. It is here that an anthropological humanism finds its theoretical justification and a great deal of raw material for analysis. In other words, being forced constantly to deal with the datum of actual, living individuals demands a theory of the individual personality in society, and the choice of theoretical framework can lead to a rejection of some aspects of the evidence thrown up by material reality. To acknowledge that ideas as ideas have no intrinsic or universal causative force is not to exclude the understanding that ideas are and will be held, and will affect behavior. Structuralist and deterministic accounts can contribute to an understanding of the way in which particular ideas and sets of ideas are connected to the political and social configuration associated with a certain mode of production. However, this is not the same as explaining the importance of some ideas themselves, nor does it amount to a complete description of society and the nature of social change. It is these kinds of absences in deterministic accounts which suggest a useful distinction between autonomy and determinism. That which falls outside the field of ideology, as Gandhi described it, is devoid not of meaning and significance but of the connecting links with a theory which seeks to explain the world with references to historical forces of a determining nature. Therefore, myths, images, visions, feelings, interests, preferences and attitudes appear to be unrelated to a mode of theorizing which is fundamentally economic determinist. They are given autonomy in the sense that they are allotted no significant place in the theory. On this reading, autonomous means irrelevant or theoretically uninteresting. However, it is just these kinds of autonomous factors which will be of interest in the analysis of the individual in successive modes of production relations. The problem can be stated in terms of the theory of knowledge as it relates to our understanding of the human raw material and the way that is evidenced in social life. This is not simply to assume that there is an a priori human nature, but to acknowledge that the symbiotic relationship Marx saw between base and superstructure calls for much more than an understanding of the mode of production of material life. As J. Lowenstein points out, it is interesting to note that in the French edition of the Critique of Political Economy Marx insisted that the word bedingt, literally conditions or determines, which defines the relationship between the base and superstructure, be translated as domini rather than determine or condition. The word domini is not a literal translation of bidding but an interpretation. It allows a degree of autonomy to the superstructure. The crucial distinction is not between determinism and autonomy, but between Althusser's notion of determination in the last instance by the economy and the claim that social, political, and intellectual life is autonomous, to a certain degree, from economic determination. This is not to suggest that the status and foundation of that autonomy from need only be asserted and proceeded with, or that only ethical or idealist tools of analysis remain available. Rather, it calls for the development of categories that describe and explain the nature of the structures and processes that also relate to aspects of real, individual existence not determined by economic conditions. The most obvious examples of these facets of life are sexual and racial relations. Here the generation of conflict, the belief in superiority over equals and the illegitimate exercise of power cannot satisfactorily be reduced to explanations relying solely upon existing Marxist categories and forms of thought. It is in this respect that an anthropological humanism finds its definition and its role. Such a humanism is not predicated on the belief in a certain kind of human nature, nor does it insist that certain features of human behavior are just or can only be the expression of aspects of human nature. Instead, it is the need to be able to understand and explain society at all levels and in all respects which calls forth such an approach, with three key tasks. First, there is a need to account for the impact of the mode of production. Second, since it is accepted that the autonomy of the superstructure is quite often not absolute but a matter of degree, the extent of that autonomy has to be ascertained. Third, it is also vital to at least sketch out the mediating links between what are after all kinds of conditioning influences. The precise nature and meaning of autonomy must remain indeterminate, at least for the time being. Nevertheless, there are some things which can be asserted now. First, and against the liberal view, autonomy can have no absolute status, even though it may endure as a social value in some societies. Second, autonomy can be used to describe a relationship between aspects of a society, and in respect of individuals and groups within society. This implies that autonomy is still a social value, not an idea or principle which is to be rejected in the conduct of historical materialist method because ideas fail to represent concrete reality. Instead, autonomy has to be seen as a social value of a different kind, in the sense that the value has to be established, assigned, recognized, and acted upon. In terms of the individual and theories of individualism, this is a problem for Marxian analysis, because autonomy presupposes a Kantian separateness and unique value to every individual. The construction and conditioning of the individual in society, it is suggested, has to be seen as an interactive process between fundamental human nature and the material conditions of existence. Both human nature and the conditions of existence are the vital variables. They are transhistorical notions, share the qualities of universality, and are both dependent upon each other. This view takes into account the deep-rooted historicity of Marx's thought, but does not translate it into an unqualified relativism. That is, form and content change historically and can, of course, be relativized. This Marx does when he compares historical epochs, and, even more significantly, claims to detect progress between and within those epochs. But to do so, it must be the case that the concepts which surround or define and explain such historical change have a non-relativist character. They are of a different order to the realities which are relativized. They are, therefore, transhistorical and universal, until our understanding of those terms is changed, by something that may relativize key concepts like human nature and existence itself. Social nature, the outcome of fundamental human nature as it expresses itself under specific circumstances, is then akin to a photograph of the interactive process between the two variables, human nature and the material conditions of existence. It will contain information about each variable and represent their force and impact. However, the formative and conditioning influences differ in kind and are not accessible in the same way. The material conditions of existence present themselves as objective reality, as arrangements, limits, and possibilities which can be explicated in a detailed way and are subject to alteration, removal, or creation. Fundamental human nature, on the other hand, is much less amenable to such clear and ordered analysis. Since we cannot know, in empirically verifiable form, the actual content of human nature, much less quickly grasp the significance of what we come to know, it is necessary to work with ideas about human nature, with propositions that make possible the generation of explanations. Summary. With respect to the individual, Marx's thought produces a number of crucial distinctions. First, it facilitates distinctions between and judgments of kinds of individualism, to draw out the strengths and weaknesses of their theory and interests. Second, it is clear that Marx's contempt for the abstract individual is not to be equated with his views on the living human individual in particular circumstances. Marx is able to recognize, sometimes sympathize with, and certainly make abstractions about just this latter individual. In this context, Marx's contribution is most noteworthy, given the overwhelming tendency of anti-individualist or collectivist thought to downgrade the importance of the individual altogether, since there is support for the view that Marxian thought can encompass an account of the individual. As M. Fritz Hand points out, much collectivist thought approaches individualism ahistorically and condemns it wholesale, whereas Marxism conceives of it in its historical development and distinguishes between its negative and positive aspects. This is reinforced in the third of the major distinctions, where the individual is always placed within a social framework which is historically understood. For Marx, the individual had come to be in capitalist society and would therefore be historically unique, unlike any previous kind of individual. In other words, his thought enables us to see individuals in both a concrete and historical sense. Fourth, this understanding of the individual in history and society is accompanied by the idea that the individual is an important historical being. The individual of capitalism is better, more advanced, more autonomous than the individual of any previous epoch in the same way that the capitalist mode of production is superior. This is not to commit oneself to the primacy of the individual. Rather, Marx brings to the surface the view that the extent and nature of a human's individualness are closely connected to historical development. As later chapters show, the potential to be an individual is related to the mode of production and the historical stage of development. This means that Marx transcends individualism by laying the foundation for an understanding of individuality. Individuality in Marx's thought relates to the extent to which the potential inherent in a person's human nature is realized in becoming a free creative individual in society. As K. Cossack suggests, individuality is neither an addition nor an unexplainable irrational remainder to which the individual is reduced after subtracting the social relations, historical contexts, and so on. This is another way of suggesting that human individuals will ultimately be autonomous with regard to the material base of society, because it will be in their control. Implicitly, descriptions of and prescriptions for human behavior are not to be located solely in terms of historical forces based on an understanding of objective social conditions. Instead, attention will be focused in Chapter 2 on the historical forces that result from the impact of society, historically defined and understood, on human nature. This means that, in chapters 3, 4, and 5, historical epochs will be conceived and presented as the transition process from one form of production and an associated form of individuality to another, as each develops and then breaks down, such that the necessary features of an account of the individual in social explanation generally and Marx's thought specifically are highlighted. The next chapter will give an interpretation of Marx's social ontology and his view of human nature that will form the basis for that account of the individual in history and society. From that point, it will be possible to examine Marx's writings with respect to various forms of social organization, in order to embellish the concept of human nature as a theoretical concept, a concept which can contribute to a theory of social change. Of particular interest will be the extent to which a Marxian concept of human nature is able to incorporate a concept of the person, under real conditions of existence, and how that might lead to a Marxian theory of the individual. Notes. 1. The recurring nightmare for the individualist thinker is that individuals are not independent of society, just as the Marxist nightmare is that the want for property so widely exhibited in all kinds of society proves actually to be an inherent social need. See Goldner, 1980, p. 192. 2. The existence of a nature is not of itself a precondition of its predominance or survival. Indeed, it may bring about the degeneration and destruction of the species. Moreover, a fixed nature may be, and has been, used to support both radical and conservative views of society. See Forbes and Smith, 1983. 3. See Rawls, 1973, pages 30-1 and Tucker, 1980, pages 32-65. Tucker's analysis leads him to equate Marx's historical materialism with methodological individualist reasoning and safely concludes that he is an individualist, while Marx is labeled as a humanist individualist on the grounds that he adopted the values of ethical individualism. While Tucker's enterprise is of considerable interest, his arguments too swiftly dismiss both Marx and Marxism. 4. The quotation also provides some grounds for Lux's view, 1973b, pages 101, 103, 104, that Nietzsche was at once an ethical individualist, an extreme moral sceptic and an incipient existentialist. These three elements are clearly evident in Nietzsche's thought, but, when placed in the context of historical development, they lose their contradictory nature altogether. Of importance, therefore, is the residual theme of the question of the individual in society, an interest which Marx, in his own way, had unexpectedly in common with Nietzsche. 5. This passage is taken by Warren, 1988, pages 456-7, as evidence that Marx was at one level a materialist methodological individualist of events. It played a crucial role in dismissing explanations that deduce empirical events from essential, metaphysical realities. It is this level which John Elster, 1986, pages 66-7, is correct to identify as trivially true. 2. The individual and Marx's theory of change. Following the examination of various accounts of the individual in society, this chapter turns to an analysis of Marx's theory of change. It is argued that conventional interpretations overstate Marx's antagonism to the concept of the individual, and that his theory of change would gain strength if this aspect were developed. This would at the same time undercut the grounds for a crucial objection to the inclusion of the individual in Marxian theory. 3 further purposes are served. First, the distinction between individualism and individuality is developed, and the theoretical and practical importance of the concept of individuality is described. Second, the means of discussing human nature within and between historical epochs is outlined. Third, the theoretical model which provides the basis for the examination of the individual under successive modes of production is set out and justified. In doing so, Marx's thought is assessed with reference generally to history, to human nature, to the individual and to the interconnections that exist between these three, and specifically to the view that Marx saw historical progress in developmental terms. Sources of social change. The first stage of the argument is that Marxian analysis can legitimately contemplate the role of the individual in explanations of social change, even if this requires a particular reading or modification of economic determinism. There are two facets to this. One is the problem of seeking an account of social change by reference to economic factors as if these are primary or original in their importance. Second is the more fundamental difficulty of having any kind of determinist explanation which insists strongly upon the importance of objective and discoverable causal laws. This means that there has at least to be the possibility of explanatory levels which are not rigidly economic determinist. If this is not so, then individuality is a vacant concept, given form and content only by the operation of strictly determined economic categories and structures. If, however, economics is not primary, and if objective causal laws about human action do not originate the possibility of individuality, then determinism needs to be reassessed, perhaps even renamed as conditionism. In his letter to Bloch, Engels argued firmly that Marx's thought should never be equated with a vulgar economic determinism. According to the materialist conception of history, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. Hence if somebody twists this into saying that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, senseless phrase. Thus Engels counseled against a narrow reductionism which would make the study of society and history one-dimensional. In so doing, he made implicit a space for the operation of non-economic factors. Clearly, a number of ambiguities remain. Engels signals a preference for multi-causality, not non-causality, but to what extent does determinism remain the fundamental explanatory concept? That is, it remains unclear whether everything can be reduced to a determining element for an explanation and have an identifiable and specifiable cause. Does this rule out factors which seem non-attributable to any known cause now, or will remain so in the future? Furthermore, the statement that economics is the ultimately determining element, but not the only one, begs questions of an hierarchy of causality and relations of dominance between determining elements. Although argument continues over the reciprocal influence of the superstructure and the role of ideology, the underlying issue or conflict concerns the mode of political, social, and historical explanation that is deemed appropriate for the study of society and the foundation of political action. Determinism may be seen in a variety of ways. It may be a descriptive term, denoting a characteristic of production and reproduction, but which characteristic is not reflected in every other facet of reality. In this case, determinism indicates the discovery of that which shapes society, gives it its form and general character, but which does not define it precisely or consistently. There is further ambiguity with respect to what Engels actually had in mind. The phrase ultimately determining element in history has two possible applications, one referring to the primacy of economics, the other to a proper history. Engels may be taken to mean that economics is history, or that economics determines history. The former describes economics, and history collapses into a series of economic propositions, while the latter explains the predominant influence in a much more complex pattern of historical change. The shift between these alternatives pervades Marxian thought, without ever being completely settled. In the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, one of the clearest statements of his approach, Marx himself moves from conditionality on this point to causality in successive sentences. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of man that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Thus Marx was not prepared to claim that the economic base determined the nature of the life process, yet he stated that consciousness was determined by that life process. For the second proposition to hold true in an economic determinate sense, there would have to be no latitude, no provisionality, in the most basic connection between the economic base and the general life process. This idea is just not present in this work, or any other. Engels, in his letter to Borgias, again refrained from putting forward such a definitive proposition. He claimed that the economic structure is that which ultimately conditions historical development, but added this qualification: political, juridical, philosophical, religious, literary, artistic, etc., development is based on economic development. But all these react upon one another and also upon the economic base. It is not that the economic situation is cause, solely active, while everything else is only passive effect. There is, rather, interaction on the basis of economic necessity, which ultimately always asserts itself. This is obviously not a deterministic account, given the existence of an interactive process. For the mode of production of material life to determine life process, consciousness, and social superstructure, the economic situation would have to be necessary and sufficient to explain historical development. However, this does not make any clearer what the additional explanatory moves might be, and Marx's statement that social being determines consciousness seems to point us in the wrong direction. Superficially, Marx is making a remark about the impact of economic conditions. However, those conditions are not invested with the power of determination. Rather, the epistemological focus on those conditions is appropriate, since it is this that forms the keynote, and alone leads to understanding. It is useful to concentrate on social being and the way that it determines what Marx terms consciousness. Such a claim might well be accepted, on condition that it strictly was not equivalent to economic determinism of the life process. As argued earlier, the life process involves the interaction of fundamental human nature and material conditions of existence. The resultant is the social being, a product of two forces, and under the total dominion of neither. This formulation is consistent with the claim that social being determines consciousness. It rules out economic determinism as the sole factor, because we have introduced the possibility at least of determinants intrinsic to something else. Social being, on this reading, must determine consciousness insofar as its content is concerned. That content will be conditioned by economic factors, but the possibility of consciousness exists by virtue of one's humanity. Marx's claim, then, that people make their history themselves, only they do so in a given environment, can make particular sense. Apart from the generality of social existence under any given mode of production, over which the individual has no control, this indicates that the individual being may have a degree of autonomy, that a range of responses and actions is possible and that meaningful choices may be made. Further to this view, it can be noted that Marx did look forward to the forces of society ultimately being under human control. For this to be possible, autonomous human agency is logically entailed. This account of society, history, and human nature draws upon and legitimizes two kinds of explanatory and descriptive mechanisms, determinism and autonomy, which are usually held to be mutually contradictory, and in the process exposes a very real tension in the Marxian account of historical development. This tension has not been resolved in any systematic way in Marxist literature over the last 100 years. Marx's lead has emphasized the discovery and development of historical laws of economic tendencies, gained through an analysis of the objective conditions of existence. This has been a necessary labor, to actualize and validate the Marxian method in the course of presenting a telling account of the nature of capitalist society. On the other hand, the focus on the deterministic elements of his theory results in, at best, a downgrading of the notion and role of an active and purposive consciousness and, all too often, a complete denial of its significance. In practice, this means that the Marxist theory of change is simplified, certainly, but at the cost of providing a convincing understanding and account of historical processes of change, except retrospectively. As V. Kiernan argues, clearly one of the factors of human change is man himself, whom Marxists are often arraigned for taking far too little notice of. They deny the charge, but it is true that they have thought most commonly of mankind in the mass. Their bent has been towards rationalizing behavior overmuch. Neither man nor his history is in any strict sense rational, though they may both come by degrees to be rationally comprehended. But this requires more knowledge of the puzzling individual, or elite group, as an indispensable part cause of historical change. Kiernan makes an important distinction between intentionality and result with respect to Marxist thought. The intention has been in terms of values of justice and equality, which accords with a concern for individuals and the collectivity alike. However, the result of thinking most commonly of mankind in the mass is to subject individual experience and the possibility of individuality to grand processes. Simply to choose between the determinist and autonomist accounts of human social change is not a rational way to proceed, and they represent, by their nature, two different kinds of exercise. They are, in Goldner's words, the two Marxisms. After a century of Marxian labors, theoretical and practical, the puzzling individual, and two main or competing approaches to that individual, remain. To what extent can these be seen as aspects of the same enterprise, or are they mutually exclusive? the differences in the theories of change to which they give rise are most significant. The deterministic view, that history is and will be fashioned by the continual development of economic processes, assigns an insignificant role to human agency, but has no satisfactory answer to the problem of explaining how determinism could ever give way to human self-realization and equality. These imply autonomy and agency. To produce an account of these things within a Marxian framework, historical materialist method has to be disengaged from conclusions which insist upon the primacy of economic forces. Rather, the method has to provide ontological clarity but allow epistemological diversity. This view stresses the importance of practical analysis, not the sanctity of the theory itself. It was just this kind of wide applicability of the Marxian mode of social and political analysis which most impressed Lenin, for example. As Kiernan points out, Lenin correctly ascribed to Marx not invention of the materialist conception of history but consistent continuation and extension of materialism into the domain of social phenomena. This perception is interesting in several respects. First, not only the understanding of history, but history itself, becomes increasingly coterminous with the existence and nature of material forces. Second, Lenin's suggestion that social phenomena are amenable to materialist explanation is in marked contrast to the view that all such phenomena spring from, are determined by, material forces. This formulation, then, is a useful corrective to the tendency to pursue Marx's empirical method of research as if it had no connection with a particular, and sometimes dogmatic, theory of history. For Lowenstein, even Marx was prey to the dangers inherent in an uncritical pursuit of the research method. It was precisely his empirical investigations that led him astray and tempted him to go too far. He was influenced by studies showing the overwhelming dominance of material interests in politics and by Hegel's monocausal explanation of history. Consequently, the material basis of production is for Marx not merely an important factor determining the course of history, but the only factor. In effect, monocausality becomes a problem in Marx's thought because material forces become paramount, so running directly counter to the significance of Hegel's explanation of history, which celebrates human agency. As far as Lowenstein is concerned, there is a weakness in the way that Marx confused some of his conclusions with the act of investigation itself, leading him to equate the preponderance of one factor in his specific economic studies with the singularity of that factor in a general explanation. However, it would be wrong to claim that the historical materialist method is, thereby, responsible. Implicit in Lowenstein's criticism is the validity of the theory, coupled with sociological and psychological claims concerning Marx's application of that theory. The theory is, as M. Markovic claims, the result of a critical study of historical possibilities. It is a model, the symbolic expression of an idealized structure, not an empirical description. These methodological considerations, coupled with the difficulty of explaining how a strict determinist interpretation of Marxian method could ever be compatible with full human emancipation and self-realization and equality, lead to the conclusion that non-economically defined characteristics of social existence and social change need to be examined, albeit still using Marx's model. Human nature and history. Having already encountered the problem of the relevance of human nature to Marx's analysis in Chapter 1, here his views on the relationship between history and human nature come under specific scrutiny. Marx had both a concept and a theory of human nature, and the early writings are important to each of these, in different ways. Marx did provide an explicit account of the content of human nature in the economic and philosophical manuscripts, but this account only partially fulfills the requirement of a developed theory of human nature. Thus it is still necessary to provide evidence for the claim that Marx did indeed conclude that men have a nature which makes possible human social development. That is, human nature is a formative influence on the types of societies we can know about, as well as the societies we might wish to see emerge. There are, then, limitations on as much as there are possibilities for social organization inherent in the nature of humans. The account of history must be able to deal with empirical reality at its broadest level of generalization or idealization, and it must also relate to a theory of social change, the transformation of social orders. The account of human nature must provide the theoretical framework for any discussion of the individual, in order to describe how it is possible to be an individual, and explain how he relates to the processes of change. Moreover, both accounts imply each other's existence. Human nature is historical, just as history is human, yet the account of history itself cannot amount to a full explanation of social transformation. This is because an historical account can often result in what Gellner terms the once-only, European parochial, perpetual progress way of interpreting the transition, which appears to flow from Marx's historical work. It is necessary to distinguish between the legacy of Marx, and the much more conditional understanding of Marx and Engels themselves. As Gandhi remarks, Marx and Engels did not see history as straight-line progress through world-class systems. Their conception of history was multilinear. Some lines of development led into echelon stagnation. Others progressed rapidly, then ran into a dead end. Some stalled and collapsed, or went into reverse, returning to an earlier stage. One line spiraled up through higher and higher levels into capitalism, but this took place in one corner of the globe. This corner soon took the world into capitalism. This shows how distanced Marx was from Enlightenment perfectibilism in favor of a sophisticated evolutionism. The core assumption here is not the idea of perpetual progress, but the constancy of change alone. Although there is still a core idea of progress of some kind central to the belief in constancy, the nature and form of progress is not specified. The accounts of history and of human nature take up the issue of change, and the link between these two facets of Marx's thought establishes the importance of the individual in critiques of society and transition processes. There is no doubt that, in the early writings, Marx employed the notion of human essence to criticize both emerging capitalist society and liberal or bourgeois theories which relied on an abstract human nature. However, Marx also introduced another level of understanding concerning human nature, which focuses on social life rather than social organization. Social organization may describe objective reality, may identify the power and relevance of structures, but social life concerns the way that humans actually are in society. This aspect of Marx's thought is generally taken to be an insight into the way he believed structures to operate. For this reason, his insistence that social life fundamentally shapes human nature, and our understanding or consciousness of that nature, remains one of Marx's more compelling and influential notions. Moreover, it can be argued that this is central to both the essentialist and deterministic elements of his thought. The difference between social organization and social life is crucial here. Social life, while it may indeed conform to or reflect structural exigencies, nevertheless involves a recognition of human existence as it is experienced. The so-called essentialist elements of Marx's thought may fruitfully be regarded as addressing social life, the dimension of human experience where both the social organization and human nature can be taken as given. On the other hand, the so-called determinist elements deal with the social organization taken as given by the essentialist position. The two elements together offer ways of analyzing the range of possibilities inherent in both social life and social organization. Explanations relating to social organization need not be in direct or epistemological conflict with a focus on the micro-level or experiential dimension. They may complement each other, rather than being seen as a contradiction which weakens the force of Marx's social and political analysis. Marx's early writings can thus be seen to present descriptions of human behavior which gave insight into the manner in which an essence is located in, and finds consistency with, determinate social forces. This meant that he began to construct what can be described as a human psychology. These assumptions underpin the attack on capitalist society and other exploitative modes, just as they are consonant with the operation of material forces in history and the eventual shape of Marx's vision of society. In this important sense, the psychological assumptions are not exclusively linked to the ontology of either the essentialist or determinist interpretations of human nature. To argue that Marx referred to, agreed with, or relied upon such assumptions is not to charge him with Hegelian idealism or some form of bourgeois individualism. Rather, it is to reject the claim that Marx somehow ignored the importance of the individual in society and was unable to reconcile historical materialism with the needs and aspirations of people. There were a number of ways that Marx conducted his analysis of human history. A principal requirement, however, was the need to respond to the prevailing ideology, at all times to be attuned to the sweep of ideas amongst the intellectual community. In other words, Marx had long-term goals which had to be mediated through a variety of short-term realities, e.g. the need for scientific socialist theory, and practical political work. In ideological terms, of course, Marx had to deal with the existing agenda in order to establish his own. As Chapter 1 shows, that pre-existing agenda promulgated abstract notions of human nature. For Marx, these notions were unconnected to the concrete social environment. As such, the individualistic claims so closely associated with these assumptions had to be attacked and rejected, not to deny the existence and importance of the individual in society, but to establish the proper grounds for a consideration of real individuals. Central to this claim is Marx's acknowledgement of the universality of human beings. In the early works he aligned the notion of an essence with a form of naturalism that could be understood in psychological terms. Man is directly a natural being. As a natural being and as a living natural being he is on the one hand equipped with natural powers, with vital powers, he is an active natural being, these powers exist in him as dispositions and capacities, as drives. On the other hand, as a natural, corporeal, sensuous, objective being he is a suffering, conditioned and limited being, like animals and plants. Naturalness, however, is not the bedrock of his explanation. Nor is essence. If they were, then Marx would be guilty of abstractly and ahistorically theorizing. Instead, he located the natural datum of existence in the realm of actual living experience. Living in this sense refers to the interplay between nature and culture, involving action and reaction as the basis of objective existence. Thus individual human life is dialectically explained in terms that are equivalent to the critique of society. Each person has powers with which to affect the environment, or to act upon it. Further, those powers are not passive capacities, but drives which will always prompt action. Yet this naturalism has its obverse feature, inescapably, to act on either the social or the natural world is not to control and shape it, but to meet limitation and constraint, to be subjected to the actions of another. Two things are important here. First, there is a narrow sense in which each person has agency, in that action can be undertaken which has an impact on others. This is not, however, the agency of the completely autonomous individual, but agency within specific parameters of natural capacities and objective conditions. 1 second. Marx also differentiates between animal and human nature by pointing out that suffering, while it is experienced by all living things, is only felt by humans. Thus a tree stunted by harsh environmental conditions suffers in a similar but not equivalent fashion to the undernourished child working in the coal mine from age 6. Both suffer, in that they fail to flourish. Suffering itself, then, has no moral quotient, since it is a condition of life with varying intensity. However, since humans can be aware of both their suffering and their powers to affect the environment, they not only act upon the world, but will act to change that world. They will use their powers to vary the level or kind of suffering. Man as an objective sensuous being is therefore a suffering being, and because he feels his suffering, he is a passionate being. Passion is man's essential power vigorously striving to attain its object. But man is not only a natural being, he is a human natural being, i.e., he is a being for himself and hence a species being, as which he must confirm and realize himself both in his being and his knowing. 2. Thus Marx proceeded from a rich conception of human nature and human existence, and did not employ a mere abstract essence as is sometimes suggested. It was possible to conceive of a set of general characteristics that universally defined humankind as a separate species with particular needs and powers. At base, such feelings, needs, faculties and capacities have always to be expressed and satisfied, in that they exist under all conditions and can be changed only in their form and direction they take. This is another way of saying that life involves before anything else eating, drinking, a habitation, clothing and many other things. Such statements are non-controversial, and can be used to advance our understanding only when it is made clear what many other things might entail. Utopian thinkers, and some Marxist humanists, for example, wish to add to the list what are in essence social predispositions while still regarding them as a part of human nature. On both logical and evidential grounds, a Marxian account precludes this move, since it is ahistorical to assume that the qualities perceived within a given epoch and under a specific mode of production are universal attributes. The question is not what life brings to humans, but, at this level, what humans bring to life that is so different from other animals. Sometimes Marx refers to love and creativity, as if these are fundamental, yet these two are social constructs, whose meanings are varied even within a given society. The basic difference, which is put in scientific terms even in the early works, is that humans are objective and sensuous, creatures with abilities to feel and to know. This means that in the activities of self-preservation and procreation both objectivity and sensuousness are employed instinctively. However, Marx is also claiming that the character of these two faculties is that, although genetically endowed, they do not entail instinctive behaviors. Rather, these qualities make humans into beings who can be aware of the rationality implied by objectivity as an inherent part of human nature, and who can be conscious of the emotionality that relates to suffering. In this way Marx undercuts the dualism usually postulated between rationality and emotionality. We are not divided, torn, schismatic beings by nature, condemned to suffer conflict as a constitutional reality, as Hegel would have it. In society, however, Marx is firmly the champion of rationality, even if it is a recently discovered and still poorly used tool of human development. It is in society, therefore, that the separation of suffering and understanding is to be found. When looking at the effects of any exploitative society, Marx does not question the rectitude of the sensuous beings who are suffering, but looks for the reasons, the rational causes of these emotional effects. This demonstrates his confidence in human nature, in respect of both objectivity and sensuousness. They are, quite clearly, fundamental qualities, or abilities, which are not subject to change under this or that society. They are, on the other hand, the kinds of qualities which can take different forms both within particular societies and groups of societies, and between successive societies. In none of his writings, however, does Marx withdraw from the assumption implicit in the early writings that human nature has substantive content. With this in mind, it has to be added that such content ascribes abilities, qualities, or faculties to human nature, not specific instincts with clear demarcations and links with observed behavior. If Marx was a determinist, he was not a biological determinist, not clearing away philosophical idealism in order for it to be replaced by the denial of the importance of social forces by another route. In any event, the view that human nature has content argues against the view of Marx as a determinist, and suggests that he be better understood as a potentialist. This means that it is possible to specify characteristics of human nature, as Marx sometimes does, without being tied to a strict ontogeny of their expression or realization. Nor is a moral claim entailed, that qualities and capacities ought to be realized. More importantly, it leaves open the issue of the phylogeny of those characteristics, wherein the impact of social development upon human nature, and the converse effect that human nature may have on society, can be known. This view of human nature is quite compatible with that of the later Marx, where the emphasis shifts to a scientific use of the principles of historical materialism, as set out in the German ideology and expanded in the Grundriss. In these works especially, the mature Marx was pitting his method against prevailing intellectual practice, demonstrating how his approach was able to incorporate and overcome all previous systems of thought. It must not be forgotten that, modern bourgeois society, is always what is given, in the head as well as in reality. With this in mind, such an enterprise yields useful results, in terms of the accusations often leveled against Marx concerning the role and status of the individual, both in his theory and in a possible communist society. The first stage in this presentation is to define the limits of the term human nature. The typology is based on a major distinction between what is essential to and for human existence and what is conditional. Conditional can mean that which is contingent upon human existence refers to what is avoidable, or, at the extreme, to what is plainly unnecessary. Marx's claims concerning human essence are either non-controversial, or they refer to dispositions and capacities. Should we wish to corroborate these claims, to establish their scientific validity or credibility, the prognosis is not a happy one, because most of Marx's claims are obvious and the remainder do not lend themselves to clinching proofs or clear confutations. On the other hand, it is possible to continue thinking about human nature at this level of abstraction, in order to purge the understanding of such a basic human nature of relativism or culture-specific ideas, and to prevent the transmission of a priori ideas in the opposite direction, such that they diminish the strength of the claims that are made at the social scientific level. Practically, this is to deny that human essence can have a prescriptive role in political theory, except in the sense that certain options are ruled out. As Berry argues, nature, because it imposes constraints against which it is pointless to jibe, has authoritative status. Humans are, of course, constrained naturally in many ways. Nor can human essence have any necessarily normative status, even if the naturalistic fallacy is avoided, since the description of human nature offered by Marx, with the interesting items designated as capacities, places the dimensions of their realization firmly in the realm of the social and political, unless those realms are seen as moral in themselves. Judgments must be made about how a capacity or faculty is to be recognized when it is expressed, and decisions have to be reached about how to assess, at both individual and social levels, the value or quality of that expression. Furthermore, capacities and abilities will have different premiums at different times and places and within different organizations and circumstances. Thinking about human nature. These, then, are some of the ways that the most basic ideas about human nature are limited. Nevertheless, they remain vital. The construction of such ideas, and their use, can fruitfully be considered as belonging together, so that they are kept conceptually distinct from ideas or claims that refer to woe/men conceived generically, or ideas and claims that refer to the individual in society. This set of ideas and claims relating to fundamental human nature, given its place in the structure of Marx's theory, will be referred to as his conception of human nature. In contrast to this conception, the broad outline of human nature, there is the account of that which Marx attributed to human nature on a different, but no less important, level, namely, that of a specific society. On any list of passages that have led to continued theoretical controversy and dispute, Marx's sixth thesis on Feuerbach must come very near the top. Point 3. The statements that the human essence is no abstraction inherent in each single individual, followed by the claim that it is the ensemble of the social relations, carries a crucial epistemological message, but has produced widely divergent interpretations. Nevertheless, the underlying intent could not be more clear. The emphasis, in any social and political explanation, must be on the objective conditions of existence in which woe/men are to be found. It is the production of this material life, the provision of the basic necessities for human existence, that also constitutes and produces history. In other words, the conception of human nature concerns the question what is human nature, whereas, the further question, what is human nature like, demands a qualitatively different kind of answer. This second-order question calls for distinctions to be made when presenting views on human nature, since according to Marx it is necessary to take account of human nature as modified in each historical epoch. This suggests that there is a basic conception of human nature, but that human nature manifests itself and is affected by the environment in which it finds expression. Human nature as modified in each historical epoch will be labeled the notion of human nature. That is, the actualized conception of human nature within a particular historical stage is a notion of human nature, and they are distinguishable on a descriptive as well as analytical level. Thus two clear perspectives emerge. Any examination of human nature can contribute to the debate on the general conception of human nature, by attempting to delineate those things which are fundamental to existence as needs or drives or instincts, in short, the constitutional elements to being a human animal. Second, there are those formulations of specific notions of human nature within definite historical circumstances, a social description of fundamental nature, or an account of social nature, with the attendant assumption of society in each case. This distinction between conceptions and notions of human nature will be adhered to throughout the analysis that follows, and gives rise to a number of observations. First, any theory which employs a view of human nature, either implicitly or explicitly, does incorporate such a distinction. It is therefore possible to assess the adequacy of a theory, not only in terms of the view of human nature employed or adopted, but also with respect to the way in which the model is used to support or sustain key elements of the central arguments. Second, the differences between substantive and logical errors in a model of human nature will be highlighted, making it easier to judge what can be salvaged and discarded in a theory. Third, it is usually the notions of human nature which allow the most scope for interpretation and disagreement, since the relevant datum is not, for example, an Rousseauian hypothetical state of nature, but an actual society. As will be seen, this means that notions of human nature do not refer to the genus society, but to existing and different societies, or societies in various historical times, whether this is in the past, present, or future. Such observations, while they have general application in political theory, have particular importance when applied to Marx's views on human nature and to interpretations of his attitude to the idea of human nature. First, the argument continues over whether Marx's theory needs a theory of human nature. For a soft Marxist will concentrate less on the structure of political economy than on what can be described as expressions of communality and individuality within society, and endorse the view that it has theoretical, political, and ideological significance. What has to be established in the second instance is that there is a link between Marx's attitude to human nature and a Marxian consideration of the individual. This problem lies well within the arguments between the various schools of Marxism in terms of the claims that they have to make concerning Marx's real meaning, and the function, if any, of a theory of human nature in a radical social theory of Marxist dimension. Opposing strands dominate Marxist political and social theory with respect to determinism and autonomy, and they are replicated in the debate over Marx and human nature. A telling critique of these extremes is provided by Lucien Sevey in Man in Marxist Theory and the Psychology of Personality. He argues that idealism bedevils one approach, since it leans too heavily on the idea that human nature is unidimensional, with a hard core, an essence, against which the impact of social and economic conditions can be counterposed and assessed. But Sevey argues, much as Marx did in the German ideology, that human essence is an abstract in which man is seen as the subject of history for whom social relations are phenomena, an exterior manifestation. The problem is that, whenever one attempts to take into account real living human individuals, the slide into idealism is very difficult to avoid. That logical monstrosity, the abstract general individual, is the skeleton in the cupboard of the psychology of personality. Concentrating on the value that Marx placed on human nature as a theoretical tool does not amount to a proof of any kind that Marx had a theory of human nature, merely that he made a number of statements and constructed certain of his arguments as if he might have. Yet Marx did employ a theory of human nature, even though the grounds for such a theory have had to be teased out of his thought. This claim rests on the distinctions that can be made between types of statements about human beings, and the differing roles that types of statements have in Marx's theory as a whole. Thus it is clear that, in the early works and in his writings on post-capitalist society, the sense of a truly human existence as an aim and justification for the social critique is very strong. Moreover, as a wide range of Marxists have shown, one can establish that such a concern remains implicit in the later and specifically economic works. Marx's position vis-à-vis human nature, while only sketched in the early works, nevertheless shadows the development of his thought, not in the way that a half-baked idea will persist until properly discarded, but in the sense that it is a necessary feature of the development, justification, and application of the theory as a whole. Such a claim is by no means as grand as it might at first appear, since the test of that claim is fairly straightforward. If human nature, when it is treated as a conception and then as a notion, is not consistent with Marx's historical materialist method, then Marx had no theory of human nature and did not need to employ any of the idealizations or abstractions that human nature implies. Stated briefly, materialism means for Marx the activity of production and reproduction of the means of subsistence, while history is the active life process of people not in any fantastic isolation and rigidity, but in their actual, empirically perceptible process of development under definite conditions. When the force of this kind of definition is turned onto the idea of human nature, it is usually assumed that Marx was ruling out the need for any abstractions about human nature. In this vein, there is Marx's attack on independent individuals and 18th-century ideas of the Robinsonades great and small, and the statement that the human being is in the most literal sense a zoon politikon, not merely a gregarious animal, but an animal which can individuate itself only in the midst of society. However, as Mackerras points out, it is not uncommon, of course, to treat this very insistence upon man's sociality, in historicist fashion, as repelling any assumption of human uniformity. But this is the simplest of logical errors. Whatever degree of historical variation the thought may imply, it is itself a generalization about human nature. There are, in fact, two generalizations being made by Marx. First, Marx was stating that, like some animals but unlike others, humans are gregarious. Humans are herd-like creatures, the impulse, the practice, is to congregate rather than separate. Second, however, humans have an extra capacity which is not the property of any other animal, as far as we know, and certainly not to anywhere near the same extent. That is, within our gregarious and herd-like social structure, we have the capacity consciously to become individual humans rather than just another herd animal. Certainly, a society of human animals is necessary for such individuation, but it is not sufficient. Marx intimates how assumptions about human nature must be made if his claims about society and the way to examine it are to make sense. If humans did not have the capacity of individuality, then there is no society which could provide it. As Chapter 5 on the individual under communism shows, this has important ramifications for the kinds of social structures that would characterize any future society. Just as there are dangers of assuming too much, Marx's theory of change needs very close analysis too for a non-Stalinist understanding of his statement that for the success of the cause itself, the alteration of men on a mass scale is necessary. However, the historicist and materialist question remains: how did this capacity arise, and what form or forms does it take? Furthermore, can such questions be asked of Marx's view of human nature? In constructing answers to these questions, Marx's conception of human nature takes shape as much less a priori than, for example, some of the utopian thinkers, with their long lists of natural faculties. Also, the second-order notions of human nature have a similar relation to historical materialist method, in both a descriptive and critical sense. The first thing to realize is that the examination of society will not produce one coherent image of human nature that has widespread application to all other societies and times and can claim universality. An examination of the very earliest social forms will not produce an easily recognizable human nature, yet there will be capacities and faculties which are trans-historical, or which have seen further development. Just which society is under scrutiny, and its stage of historical development, must be established before any conclusions about the model of human nature can be made. Also, and in the same way that the abstract general individual has to be avoided, so too does the tendency to construct what Marx referred to as the so-called general development of the human mind. Depending on the definite stage of development of the productive forces, there are going to be a number of images of human nature, with each having a claim to validity within its context. These notions of human nature are, however, connected to the underlying conception of human nature employed by Marx, and the other notions of human nature which are derived from an analysis, in historical materialist fashion, of specific production totalities. Depending on the time span adopted, the relationship between conception and notion of human nature is an interactive one. That is, features located in the conception of human nature might well find explicit expression in the notion of human nature. In the same way and over long evolutional time, the society-specific facets of a notion of human nature might attain the status of fundamental characteristics of human nature, and so come to belong in the description of the conception of human nature. In other words, the limit to the plasticity assumed by Marx and ascribed to human beings and human nature has deep significance for his theory of change and actual historical causation alike. In terms of the debate between determinism and autonomy, it could still be maintained that, in the last instance, everything was determined by the economy, or however one wished to describe the motive forces in materialistic terms. However, the crudity of this understanding, and its limited usefulness, are sufficient argument against it. On the other hand, the principle might be accepted and a reinterpretation of autonomy attempted. Autonomy, unlike Berlin's approach to liberty, would then be described in social rather than idealist terms as a matter of positivity or negativity. Positive autonomy would be the situation where both the choices, and the need to choose, are very loosely or even indefinably constrained, whereas negative autonomy would consist in situations where the choices and the necessity of making choices are closely structured. It is not questioned that individuals have the right or ability to choose between alternatives. Nor is it assumed that choices are always either free or unfree, or that positive autonomy is superior to negative autonomy, or vice versa. And human nature, like social structure, has to be included in the equations of constraint. To these kinds of ends, it is necessary to conceive, as Engels insists, of the real science of men and of their historical development. Social change and individuality. The means of proceeding with such a task derives, once again, from historical materialist method, and Marx is quite clear on this point. For example, when he castigates the view of human nature of Smith and Ricardo, he notes that they have made the mistake of assuming that their ideas about the individual have the authority of the natural. As a result, they see the 18th century individuals not as a historic result but as history's point of departure. As the natural individual appropriate to their notion of human nature, not arising historically, but posited by nature. This illusion has been common to each new epoch to this day. In these few sentences, several important things are established. First, Marx demonstrates that the perception of the individual in society should be informed by the realization that individuals express an historical process. They are a result of past development and the operation of social forces, not the baseline from which to comprehend history. Second, Marx makes the distinction between an underlying conception of human nature and the so-called natural individual to be found in a particular set of economic and social circumstances. Third, Marx does not reject the argument of Smith and Ricardo because they have a view of human nature, but because they have failed to employ that view legitimately. Specifically, they used their idea of human nature to establish what people must be like in a given society, instead of looking at the society to see what they might be like, to see how that social form affected or actualized or thwarted their original nature. This bears directly on the appropriate approach to Marx and the individual. Implicitly, the correct way to proceed, the method that is consistent with the strong historical materialist flavor of this section of the Grundriss, is to see how history and human nature together result in the individual as a possibility and a reality in a given society. When this process is repeated for each epoch, there is a series of historic results and it is the relations between them that are of particular interest. That is, Marx's conception of human nature is something to which he held firm and it constitutes a solid base in the premises of his theory as a whole. On the other hand, the more difficult area of notions of human nature is one in which he made a substantially different kind of contribution. Since his focus was on the economic aspects of relations of production, there is less said about the nature of individual development and existence, and more about the nature of social organization. Nonetheless, it is within the structure of Marx's thought concerning the basic model of human society as material production that the pattern of the theoretical approach is to be found. The first requirement is an apprehension of the developmental nature of the three major modes of production to which Marx ascribes certain important qualities. The interpretation relevant here is that provided by C. Gould, in Marx's social ontology. Her argument is not particularly controversial and is well supported by other writers in this field, such as Gandhi and Kiernan. Gould takes very seriously the first premise set out by Marx in the German ideology that we are to deal with real historical men, by claiming that for Marx the fundamental entities that compose society are individuals in social relations and that these individuals become fully social and fully able to realize human possibilities in the course of a historical development. To establish this, Gould argues that the dialectic fundamentally characterizes the development of practical activity and social relations, such that Marx sees the Hegelian form of the dialectic as the logic of historical development, a logic that connects the stages of pre-capitalist formations, capitalism and communal society. Gould bases her arguments on the Grundriss, but as Kiernan points out, Marx and Engels had already hinted at this schema in the German ideology. They were feeling their way towards a very broad threefold demarcation, an epoch of primitive communism, or clan society, a second, relatively brief but dynamic, of class division, then a synthesis of these two, socialism or classless society on a high technological level. Moreover, the idea that human history was to be understood in these developmental terms is also given expression elsewhere. In the theoretical schema of the Communist Manifesto he provided a universal formula for human progress: tribalism, slavery, feudalism, capitalism, communism. Like Hegel, he was a spectator of all time and existence. And, for all these commentators, Marx was a thinker who, having seen the disparate parts of history, wanted to integrate the elements into an all-embracing wholeness, free of contradictions. Later chapters will assess the weaknesses of both Marx's scheme and his ambitions to predict the end of prehistory. Communism is made to carry too great a burden, for example. Furthermore, Gellner's cautionary remark, that to place something, for instance a social order, in a developmental series, is not to explain it, can be assessed. To return to Gould's schema, the three historical stages have corresponding forms of social relations. Personal dependence. Personal independence based on objective dependence. Free social individuality. To this is added the further claim that the social relations in the three stages may be characterized as community, individuality and external sociality. Communal individuality. What is immediately striking about this view of Marx's overall thought is the neatness, the clear and logical progression from the earlier stages through to the ultimate, communal society, and the way that only the achievements of the preceding stages seem to survive. Thus pre-capitalist societies offer us the basic model of community, establishing Marx's beliefs that community is no new and revolutionary notion, that it is not, as is so often averred, against human nature. It would appear that communal living has almost the status of the natural, so long-standing is its existence, so recent its transformation into the individuality and external sociality of capitalism. Yet that same capitalism brings dramatic and novel possibilities, glimpses of human social equality and the birth of the individual self, which might yet attain full realization. However, Marx's third historical stage is not so much a vision as a suggestion, the seemingly logical culmination of the historical processes he subjected to critical scrutiny. It is here that Marx has to rely on the strength of the dialectic and his historical materialist analysis, on their ability to grasp the reality of each totality of production relations, and to represent accurately the way that the production and reproduction of material life conditions social life. The three historical stages, although they appear distinct, should not be seen as mutually exclusive entities in all particulars. Paraphrasing Marx, Gandhi puts it this way. Each of the different social formations is defined by the mode of production dominant in it. For in each formation there is also passive survival of antiquated modes of production. Every economic base contains remnants of earlier stages of economic development which have actually been transmitted and survived, often only through tradition or by the force of inertia. Economic evolution takes place only very slowly, the various stages and interests are never completely overcome, but only subordinated to the prevailing interest and trail along besides for centuries afterwards. Societies are historical museums, they contain remnants of economic forms humanity has passed through with their inevitable train of social and political anachronism. This admixture, dominant conditioning of features of human social existence coupled with other economic and social remnants, has important implications. It is certain on the one hand that the historical stages can properly be distinguished and that the social relations can be accurately described. On the other hand, the blend of forces and the slow development of reproductive processes mean that an explanation of historical change is also possible, so answering Gellner's criticism concerning development and change. From my standpoint, says Marx, the evolution of the economic social formation is viewed as a process of natural history. A formation embraces both the past and the future, dying modes of production, the dominant, defining mode, and seeds of coming modes. Historical epochs, like geological ages, have no hard and fast lines between them. There are, then, qualifications that have to be taken into account if Gould's schema of a Hegelian progression of social formations from pre-capitalist modes through capitalism to communal society is to be utilized. First, these stages, while conceptually distinct, are by no means pure forms. Second, the processes, mechanisms and intricacies of change from the first to the second and then the second to the third stage will not be identical. In a developmental series, where the move from feudalism to capitalism is progress, but where the move from capitalism to communal society is progress but also the end of prehistory, additional, different, and much more significant changes occur. Marx, however, appears to have failed satisfactorily to reveal the nature of all these changes, or the reasons for them. For him, individuality is subject to grand processes, and his concern is that those processes prevent the emergence of a genuine individuality. The undeveloped aspect of this thought is that, in some respects, the experience of individuality does occur, and Marx was unable to acknowledge it. In effect, Marx delivered much less than can be reasonably expected of his methodological approach, as it has been presented here. If his historical materialism means that historical explanations must be given in terms of people and their needs in concrete situations, then he is demanding not only that these explanations be in terms of the facts of nature, but of human nature in its concrete aspects of development. Nevertheless, Marx did not rule out the legitimacy of such an exploration, and even if there is no clear-cut or unproblematic developmental pattern to be discerned from the examination of the three historical epochs, there is still the useful exercise of a comparative analysis of human social existence between those stages. To underpin this view of his ontology, Marx believed that individuals freely create and change their nature through their activity. Where Aristotle conceived of the essence of a given thing as a fixed nature, Marx holds that individuals create their nature in their activity and therefore it is neither fixed nor presupposed. This eventuates in a conception of a changing and developing essence. He calls this creative activity labor. There are two claims here with which to take issue. While accepting the principle that human nature cannot be fixed or unchanging, it seems that Gould remains with the fixed versus malleable nature dichotomy, as if that were indeed a real argument. To argue against fixity of nature by asserting but not specifying its malleability is to obscure the issue or to leap directly from the idealist presentation of human nature to the scientism of Althusser, where human nature is a mystifying term for a much more significant reality, like labor itself. Gould appears to be reiterating a singular interpretation of the sixth thesis on Feuerbach, where it is social relations which appear to constitute actual as well as realized human nature. If this is true, it is difficult to see how the idea of human nature can have any explanatory strength, or even academic interest, since it could have no motive force or defining characteristic in a social explanation. Second, Gould makes the very strong claim that such a nature is created and changed freely by individuals. Hence she assumes, but does not establish, the plasticity of human nature, and also argues that this creative process arises from laboring individuals. Even if such an individual is, for Marx, the primary ontological subject, properly speaking, a social individual, it can be seen that Gould is taking large steps across a number of explanatory divides. Furthermore, the alternative meaning of the use of a different essence is equally problematic, since it appears to preclude the formative influence of the dominant and defining mode of production. The first of these problems can be overcome, to a large extent, by differentiating between the levels of statements about human nature. The conception of human nature, then, refers to Gould's idea of human essence. Here there is a set of characteristics that are, in the short term, fixed. Regarding the notion of human nature, on the other hand, the potentialities and faculties and abilities of that fixed human nature will be expressed with some uniformity within the particular social environment created by the dominant and defining mode of production. Although there will be a degree of uniformity, it is also the case that human nature at this level will be very closely related to the creative activity of labor, but should not be restricted to just this form of definition. As Marx argued, each formation, and therefore the modes of labor, is a conglomeration of the past, present and future modes of production. Thus it is important to be aware of and able to distinguish between that which is replicating the past, reproducing the present, or forming the future. In effect, this complements Gould's claim for a developing essence, given the historical connection between the three historical stages in terms of the changes in the forces and relations of production, and the cultural and social details that accrue and are altered and survive those transitions. Development, then, becomes a much more specific concept, because it relates to something concrete. First, the modes of production become more advanced, they entail greater possibilities both materially and socially. Second, the individuals who are to fill and sustain the roles implied by the advancement of the modes of production must themselves reflect this heightening of sophistication and complexity. This is the phylogenetic and the ontogenetic perspective on development. The focus is on the way that the species develops, with consideration given to the development of individuals within a specific mode. The two levels of human nature thus give rise to two ways of thinking about development, and care must be taken not to confuse a flowering of individuality in one society with the growth of individuality as an historical phenomenon. Although the two are related, the mediating links between them are by no means direct or simple, just as adaptive behavior in an animal's life does not automatically result in adaptation of the species. The development of the conception of human nature is an idea that requires the historical view of social organization, while the development of human nature within a given society calls for a narrow and sharp focus on social structure and social life. Marx's dialectical method does allow such a broad as well as specific view of society and human nature, and therefore makes it possible to see how the developments within a mode of production can contribute to development across a series of modes of production. For this to hold, changes must occur in the capabilities of human beings as well as constancies in what is reproduced, such that progress means the building upon and embellishing of that which already existed, instead of just change in what it means to be human. Such insights will illuminate the transition processes which rest upon developments within society, and which are essential if the species humanity is to continue to progress. Moreover, they will reaffirm the links between materialist social forces and the mechanisms of change, without falling into the trap of assuming that on physicalist grounds material forces can be taken into account. As Edgley points out, not only what is thought, but the way that thought is conducted has material import. The historical materialist conception of thought implies material social change as a crucial determinant of differential cognitive access. Continuity in the social transmission of ideas makes plausible the concept of historical change as having the potential for cognitive progress, later generations benefiting cognitively from what has gone before. This idea of intergenerational cognitive progress suggests that it is indeed worthwhile examining Marx's thought for evidence of the ways in which he did take into account non-economic determinants of behavior, and the extent to which the personal and cultural components of social change are acknowledged, or can find their place in an account of Marxian individualism. Summary. To achieve this, it is necessary to accept, for the time being, that Marx had a conception of human nature, and that such a conception did not provide the justification for his analysis of social change, even though it is supportive of that analysis. Thus, while Marx believed that, for the imaginable future, human animals would remain fundamentally the same, this does not mean that he could successfully delineate anything but outlines of future societies. His reluctance to describe communist society is the clearest proof of this, as is his awareness that the future always represented choices for humanity, whether they were consciously taken or not. A close analysis of his conception of human nature, then, will reveal nothing of great significance for his theory of change, apart from the vital feature of human potentiality. It is possible to focus on Marx's notions of human nature, as they can be observed in his writings on the various historical stages. In this way, Marx's vision of the social life of real, living individuals can be drawn out. On the basis of the earlier discussion of individualism, it will then be seen to what extent pre-capitalist societies displayed and incorporated what is now termed individualism. In other words, descriptions of social beings and distinctions between what was necessary and what contingent in a particular social order will be of particular interest. Further, indications of the continuities in the succession of social formations will be assessed for their naturalness, or their necessity for the development of humanity. When dealing with capitalist society, on the other hand, Marx's notion of human nature will be more articulated. Instead of just one notion of human nature, capitalist human nature, there will be distinctions between the kinds of people produced by early, middle, and advanced capitalist social formations. This is necessary because Marx's perception of the timing of the transition to communal society was either optimistic in the extreme or revealed a considerable flaw in his reasoning and understanding of historical conditions and probabilities, and in any event, the continued development of capitalism has produced the kinds of individuals and social groupings he may or may not have anticipated. Capitalism has also to be treated differently because, unlike feudalism or the ancient and Asiatic modes of production, the capitalist social formation is unique, coming, as it is supposed to, at the end of prehistory and heralding at least the possibility of a communal society of freedom, equality, and creativity. Therefore, the processes and mechanisms whereby individuals can undergo the quite massive changes in ability and attitude necessary to bring about and sustain such a radically different kind of society, the first non-exploitative yet still technological social formation, must exhibit a degree of complexity of a special order. Finally, the notion of human nature which relates to the stage of communism is of a special interest, partly because Marx has so little specific to say. Yet this image of individuals in society is a crucial one. As Eisenberg argues, the behavior of men is not independent of the theories of human behavior that men adopt. That is, what we choose to believe about the nature of man has social consequences, and Marx has left us in no doubt of the viability of communism and his approval of it. It will be intriguing, then, to see how closely Marx's notion of human nature under communism accords with his general conception of human nature, to assess the extent to which, not history, but the actions of individuals under capitalism might serve ultimately to unify conception and notion. The starkness of the contrast between the individualism of capitalism and the individuality of communal society, combined with the historical connection of these two social formations and expressions of human nature, will be the principal focus here. As Marx maintained, men do not build themselves a new world out of the fruits of the earth as vulgar superstition believes, but out of the historical accomplishments of their declining civilization. The next 3 chapters, then, seek to explore Marx's understanding of the historical accomplishments of the major historical stages as they relate to individuality specifically and human nature generally. Notes. 1. An objective being does not descend from its pure activity to the creation of objects, on the contrary, its objective product simply confirms its objective activity, its activity of an objective, natural being. 2. Writing some 40 years later, Nietzsche was to express this naturalism as the will to power, the drive to survive and be effective was connected to suffering as a condition of life. 3 other principal contenders are Marx's passages dealing with the base/superstructure distinction, and the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 4. Mackerras distinguishes between human nature and the nature of man. Mackerras' interesting discussion on the sixth thesis on Feuerbach shows how easy it is to confuse a constant human nature with the nature of man in a broader, more inclusive sense. While being in general agreement, the term nature of man does have its semantic drawbacks, not least from a feminist point of view. Moreover, retaining the term human nature but referring to either conception or notion is a deliberate reminder of the interconnections between the two expressions of human nature, and the way in which the focus has to shift between humans as a species in relation to the natural world and other species, and humans in a world that is not natural. 3. Pre-capitalist societies and the absence of individualism and individuality. In turning to the existence of individuals in pre-capitalist societies, this chapter demonstrates a number of related things. First, form and content are given to the proposition that each epoch provides a broadly typical expression of human nature consonant with the ensemble of social relations. Second, this superficially relativist position may show that human nature, at fundamental and substantive levels, remains integrally connected to human nature under other forms of social organization. Third, the description of pre-capitalist individuals employs historical materialist method, and illuminates the role of economic factors in the construction of social explanations. A further outcome will be insights into the processes of change assumed by Marx to be at play in the development of successively more sophisticated modes of production. Marx, like Rousseau before him, could only hypothesize about the origins of society. A description of people in original society would amount to an extrapolation of the description of the earliest societies that preceded capitalism, insofar as the basic premises and generalizations relevant to any society are stated. Thus, as individuals express their life, so they are. What they are, therefore, coincides with their production, both with what they produce and with how they produce. The nature of individuals thus depends on the material conditions determining their production. Certainly, this is a rich enough claim, one that has encouraged a massive literature. Nevertheless, it is very interesting to observe that Marx appears to remain neutral about the relative significance of the human possibilities of individuals and the material nature of individual lives. Production does not decide, but coincides with what individuals are. The human's original appearance as a clan or herd being indicates a human existence which is structured by the nature of the human animal. That existence is limited not by that nature, but by the determinate social and economic forces. Those forces define, at this stage, what a human is, but imply that which has yet to be achieved. This may be true at any point in human history. For Marx, the difference between performance and potential is great, and a matter for concern, whenever social arrangements contrive to prevent so many from even attempting to live according to their abilities. The nature of individuals in a specific society, in other words, has been described as a notion of human nature. That notion of human nature is clearly in a dependency relationship with economic and social forces, which do not determine the individual's nature, but interact with a fundamental and universal human nature. This is of particular interest in the pre-capitalist situation, because here the mode of production is so different, so technologically minimal, and so overshadowed by the exigencies of an omnipotent nature. It might be concluded, then, that fundamental human nature would be less overlaid, less warped by the relations of production but also less developed than under more advanced modes of production. However, there are many instances where Marx makes claims of a much more mechanistic kind. These appear to establish once more the primacy of economic forces. For example, the fact that pre-bourgeois history, and each of its phases, also has its own economy and an economic foundation for its movement, is at bottom only the tautology that human life has since time immemorial rested on production, and, in one way or another, on social production, whose relations we call, precisely, economic relations. In other words, Marx insists upon the intrinsicality of the economic analysis, whatever the form of words he may have employed to describe any part of history. Furthermore, those relations are logically, historically, and materially connected to capitalist economic relations. There is a direct line of development, through a series of stages, from original property to capitalist property. This forward extension of the argument, across very long historical time, raises the question of its extension back through time. Did Marx imply an infinite regress? By no means. Immediately following the above quotation, Marx places a logical limit to extending backwards the derivation and formation of economic relations, by stating that the original conditions of production cannot themselves originally be products, results of production. If they are not the results of production, then there must be another, fundamental element in the explanation of the development of economic relations. This concerns the lives of individuals with which these economic relations are associated. The developmental aspect of this historical process reveals the nature of the connections between historical epochs. Marx believed that his analysis of history and capitalism showed him to be at a turning point, midway between natural as distinct from human history. By placing himself and all other human subjects in such a position, Marx seems to have sidestepped a confrontation with his early emphasis on a human essence and the implied specter of idealism as an underpinning explanatory approach. Development through history allows Marx to be critical of a specific society, but interested in the progress which it indicates has taken place in terms of the sophistication of human social organization. The first social forms may have exhibited only a minimal impact on human productive capacity, but even here the principle is established that the expansion of human capacities and needs can give rise to new social relations, which in turn permit the development of further capacities and needs. Crucially, however, all societies to date have tended to underemploy existing human capacities, and fail to meet needs. Second, the historical links are dialectical in the sense that the significance of the first stage of society for the nature of modern society is not accidental. The relationship between historically adjacent forms of society is a conditioning one, making it possible to posit a future by the act of analyzing the present. Point 1. There is a process in operation here, and there is progress of a particular kind. The type of process involved is the outcome of the twin driving forces of the developing material productive forces and the expansion of human capacities and needs. The interdependency of these two forces, close and fundamental as it is, does not warrant their compression into a single category. This would be to equate materialism with determinism and permit the generation of a single historical path of change, confusing an historical result with predetermined historical inevitability. The process is one of constant interaction, which does not imply or require contradictions to focus on, resolve, or even produce that process itself. What is required, therefore, is an account of pre-capitalist society which includes an analysis of elements particular to that period, but which can also be seen as factors in the general development of humankind. At the same time, it is possible also to consider progress as a constant feature of the history of humanity, as long as such progress is not invested with any moral valuation. That is to say, the idea that the expansion of needs and capacities is progressive should not exclude the possibility that the loss of a capacity, and, perhaps, the diminution of a need or needs, can be as progressive as the creation of capacities and needs. An example of a positive loss might be the decreasing need for spiritual explanations of everyday events, presupposing a gain in ability to comprehend the world in a more complex fashion, and a reduction in unreal fears. This means that Marx's pronouncements on both the past and the future are mere peripheries to the real object, the comprehension of contemporary society, and are to be analyzed for their content and judged according to their contribution toward the practical process of the development of men. This may explain why Marx did not construct a conventional history of feudalism, but limited himself to brief and expository excursions into the past. His account has an uneven and incomplete appearance, with emphasis placed in a fashion that is unique among other accounts of this period. That is to say, neither mainstream nor avowedly Marxist historiography endorses the view of feudalism that Marx provided. On the other hand, this admirably demonstrates that Marx was concerned with those aspects of feudal society that shed most light on the tendencies in modern society, and the way that change in society is to be understood and brought about. Our method indicates the points where historical investigation must enter in, or where bourgeois economy as a merely historical form of the production process points beyond itself to earlier historical modes of production. Just as, on one side the pre-bourgeois phases appear as merely historical, i.e. suspended presuppositions, so do the contemporary conditions of production likewise appear as engaged in suspending themselves and hence in positing the historic presuppositions for a new state of society. In practice, this model of analysis is better observed by more recent writers, since Marx adopted for the earliest societies a simplistic kind of naturalism, very akin to Rousseau's leap of humankind into the newborn state of society, ostensibly the very best man could experience. In echoing Rousseau, Marx saw the breakdown of this natural cultural unity as the first step toward capitalist relations of wage labor and capital. That is, the original conditions of production are said to be natural presuppositions, natural conditions of the producer's existence. Those conditions presuppose subjective and objective connections to others and nature, and take the form of clan membership. Leaving aside the numerous objections to this view of original economic society, Marx has succeeded only in labeling these original preconditions as natural. In other words, he has sought the origin only of the dominant influence of economic relations as they are to be understood socially and materially. This does not of itself establish that no other forces pre-exist economic relations, or that economic relations henceforth override any other influences. Marx succeeded in placing human nature, the being is a natural presupposition, within a specific framework once more, but he did not thereby describe that human nature. Moreover, Marx leaves unstated the crucial way that the nature of humankind must have had a defining impact on individual lives, establishing the legitimacy of the argument that human individuals have always had capacities and potentialities which enable them to rise to and then exist within and change various modes of production. For these reasons, a particular focus on pre-capitalist societies may serve to illuminate interesting features or patterns in the history of the precursors of capitalism. The economic structure of capitalist society has grown out of the economic structure of feudal society. The dissolution of the latter set free the elements of the former. In the light of Marx's many descriptions of the alienated and crippled individuals of capitalist society who enjoy freedom in only a limited, political sense, the status of the individual in feudal society must be significant, given the dialectical link between the two forms of society. And, as Marx pointed out in the Grundriss, the dissolution of feudal society by no means precludes the possibility that feudal characteristics could and would be carried over to the new form of society. Since, furthermore, bourgeois society is only a form resulting from the development of antagonistic elements, some restrictions belonging to earlier forms of society are frequently to be found in it, though in a crippled state or as a travesty of their former self, as for example communal property. Furthermore, Marx castigated the apologists of feudalism for failing to appreciate both the result of an historical movement, and the very process of that movement. The feudalists forget that they exploited under circumstances and conditions that were quite different, and that are now antiquated. In showing that, under their rule, the modern proletariat never existed, they forget that the modern bourgeoisie is the necessary offspring of their own form of society. Thus Marx himself provided sound reasons for turning the full weight of his historical method onto a consideration of the individual in pre-capitalist society. Such an individual is an expression of human nature under given conditions, thereby making possible later comparisons with another expression of human nature within another productive mode. From this may be drawn a variety of conclusions pertaining to that which is fixed or mutable, and those aspects of nature which relate to change processes. This will establish the extent to which capitalist society reflects earlier developments as much as it carries with it restrictions of the past. Feudalism and the individual. Beginning, then, with the premises that Marx laid down in German ideology, the life of real woe/men is built up through the moments which relate to fundamental needs and to practical social consequences of those needs. Hence the production of material life itself, the means to survive physically, creates new needs, which, in combination with early social relationships, provide the substratum upon which any consideration of the actual life process must be based. From these premises, Marx concluded that the production of life, both of one's own in labor and of fresh life in procreation, now appears as a double relationship, on the one hand as a natural, on the other as a social, relationship. The multitude of productive forces accessible to man determines the nature of society, hence, that the history of humanity must always be studied in relation to the history of industry and exchange. Thus it is quite obvious from the start that there exists a materialistic connection of men with one another, which is determined by their needs and their mode of production, and which is as old as men themselves. Marx here maintains the distinction between that which is natural and that which is social, even though both of these aspects of life are intertwined. Labor and procreation, as natural needs, bring about but do not require a priori, social relationships, and this duality of the natural and the social demands an explanation of both of these facets, as well as requiring an examination of the manner in which they coexist and manifest themselves. In effect, this is the central problem for Marx's work, to deal with elements of difference without prejudicing or ignoring particular aspects. The suggestion that Marx's conception of human nature constitutes the natural, while the notion of human nature is the social, provides a theoretical means of handling the important distinctions that are usually characterized as the nature/nurture duality. They are related but separable aspects of the same general assumptions about the nature of human existence, such that neither the natural nor the social has a greater or more fundamental significance than the other. At the same time, Marx recognized that some societies, and certainly some ideologies, did assume a primacy of the natural, or misconceived the relationship between nature and society, to the detriment of living human individuals. For him, this was not a problem to be tackled by argument alone. The ultimate practical solution lay with the material conditions of existence under true communism. This communism, as fully developed naturalism equals humanism, and as fully developed humanism equals naturalism, it is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature, and between man and man, the true resolution of the conflict between existence and being, between freedom and necessity, between individual and species. Of itself, however, such a solution fails to provide the details of some of the categories employed. Only hints as to the content of individuality and sociality are given, since Marx's principal objective is to throw into sharp relief the necessity of examining the materialist connection of men with one another. Thus the second point to be made is that the emphasis on material conditions should not obscure Marx's reliance on his concept of humanity, albeit with a particular history. In other words, while the material conditions of existence are crucial in that they have determinately produced our society and our history, materialistic connections are themselves determined by human needs, needs which can be, and are, natural needs. Even as those needs change and develop, so, nevertheless, they become natural in a part of a growing human nature. In the discussion of the individual in feudal society, then, the following points are important. First, Marx examined history with the clear but limited intention of discovering those tendencies which were instrumental for the development of the capitalist mode of production. Second, the methodological approach adopted by Marx was directed toward highlighting in very broad outline the material conditions of existence, resulting in less emphasis on the status of individuals in human terms. This means that Marx's theory of society and historical details will have to be blended, interpreted, and augmented by more recent scholarship in such a way as to draw out the connections between feudalism and individualism. Finally, attention will be focused upon those aspects of feudal individualism which are antagonistic to feudal society, the better to indicate their importance, positively or negatively, for progress toward modern forms of individualism. These complexities with respect to woe/man and society, not entirely conveyed by an examination of the economic structure, are taken into account in Mark Bloch's study, Feudal Society. For him, the framework of institutions which governs a society can in the last resort be understood only through a knowledge of the whole human environment. For though the artificial conception of man's activities which prompts us to carve up the creature of flesh and blood into the phantoms homo economicus, philosophicus, juridicus is doubtless necessary, it is only tolerable if we refuse to be deceived by it. A society, like a mind, is woven of perpetual interaction. For other researches, differently oriented, the analysis of the economy or the mental climate are culminating points, for the historian of the social structure they are a starting point. Thus the whole human environment is much more than the combination of a variety of viewpoints of woe/man, according to their particular activity at a given moment. Also, Bloch's reference to the mental climate indicates that one important means of grasping the intricacy of that human environment, and allowing for its perpetual interaction, consists in a full acknowledgement of the thoughts and feelings of individuals. At the same time, Bloch applies to feudalism the historical method Marx found so essential to the explanation of the emergence of capitalist society. European feudalism should therefore be seen as the outcome of the violent dissolution of older societies. It would in fact be unintelligible without the great upheaval of the Germanic invasions which, by forcibly uniting the two societies originally at very different stages of development, disrupted both of them and brought to the surface a great many modes of thought and social practices of an extremely primitive character. It finally developed in the atmosphere of the last barbarian raids. It involved a far-reaching restriction of social intercourse, a circulation of money too sluggish to admit of salaried officialdom, and a mentality attached to things tangible and local. When these conditions began to change, feudalism began to wane. An epoch of history, therefore, carried within it the basis of both its development and decline, characterized in social relations and modes of thought. Bloch suggests, too, that feudal society was quite primitive even by pre-feudal standards. This raises several interesting issues. First, it should be noted that Bloch did not question the robustness of either of the two societies, even though they were at different developmental stages. Therefore, the primitive thought and practices to which he alludes can be regarded as relating to fundamental aspects of human social organization and to individuals. That is to say, the restricted social intercourse and a sense of the world as manageable in only a limited scope are peculiarly tribal when placed in the context of the absence of a money economy and broad social networks. Although, as a form of productive activity, feudal society was by no means tribal, the modes of thought and social practices were a reversion to those found in ancient society. Marx himself provided an illuminating account of the human development consistent with primitive society, an account that is couched, nevertheless, in terms whose principal function is to describe capitalist society. Those ancient social organisms of production are, compared with bourgeois society, extremely simple and transparent. But they are founded either on the immature development of man individually, who has not yet severed the umbilical cord that unites him with his fellow men in a primitive tribal community, or upon direct relations of subjection. They can arise and exist only when the development of the productive power of labor has not risen beyond a low stage, and when, therefore, the social relations within the sphere of material life, between man, and between man and nature, are correspondingly narrow. As he stated it, in primitive modes of production, individual woe/man is as yet underdeveloped. In other words, the development of the productive power of labor is responsible for the individuals becoming aware of themselves as beings apart, beings in relation to others, to nature, and to the relations of production in which they move, on a much more sophisticated level. This implies that bourgeois individualism signifies a development toward maturity, that it, too, is a necessary outgrowth of earlier forms, and one which indicates further stages of development. This is to suggest that humans, generically, develop toward individuality, and that Marx went so far as to pinpoint a crucial stage of that growth, the breaking of the post-fetal bond that binds immature individuals to the tribe. In the Grundriss, Marx made very clear that this interpretation is entirely justified, and there is the implied notion of a strong and basic, although undifferentiated, human nature, the constant upon which material forces establish human development and give rise to the social individual. But human beings become individuals only through the process of history. He appears originally as a species being, clan being, herd animal, although in no way whatever as a zoon politikon in the political sense. Originally, human nature is both unrealized and underdeveloped. Nevertheless, human nature does give form to human existence. If Bloch's interpretation of feudalism is correct, then feudal woe/man displayed this dualism, simultaneously a primitive species being and socially developed individual. Marx's account of human social relations should reveal an acknowledgement that the European Middle Ages presented images of woe/man that reflect considerable social development, the full expression of which is unfulfilled or fragmented by feudal society. On the other hand, some of the social elements of feudal life contain the seeds of capitalist social relations. Indeed, in Volume I of Capital, Marx counterposed the idealist image of the abstract individual with the historical background provided by the European Middle Ages. Here, instead of the independent man, we find everyone dependent, serfs and lords, vassals and suzerains, laymen and clergy. Personal dependence here characterized the social relations of production just as much as it does the other spheres of life organized on the basis of that production. But for the very reason that personal dependence forms the groundwork of society, there is no necessity for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. They take the shape, in the transactions of society, of services in kind and payments in kind. Here the particular and natural form of labor, and not, as in a society based on the production of commodities, its general and abstract form, is the immediate form of social labor. The personal dependence here emphasized by Marx is a good example of the tensions within feudal society with respect to the development of individuality. The equivalence of the natural form of labor and the form of social labor, while primitive, are nevertheless immediate and not abstracted. Therefore they do not exhibit the alienating effects of the transformation under capitalism of real-life activity into abstract labor and social relations into relations between commodities. On the other hand, dependence itself bespeaks a low level of social organization, one in which woe/men are not permitted to establish truly human associations, but must bind themselves to others socially as much as economically. This, in human terms, is feudalism's limitation, definite self-sufficient development of one-sided abilities, of an economic variety, a limitation that had specific political ramifications for feudal society. As Marion Sauer points out in Marxism and the Question of the Asiatic Mode of Production, it has frequently been observed that for Marx industrialization was synonymous with capitalism, and hence, he tended to view history in terms of the preconditions of capitalism, i.e., increasing individuation. It is necessary, however, to examine not only the economic and material changes that enhanced individuation, but the structural process of that developing potentiality termed here individuality, as a necessary complement. The intertwining of the socio-political and the economic, and the centrality of Marx's premises concerning historical change, are apparent in Bloch's view of the personal dependence inherent in feudal relations. Vassal homage was a genuine contract and a bilateral one. If the lord failed to fulfill his engagements, he lost his rights. Transferred, as was inevitable, to the political sphere, this idea was to have a far-reaching influence, all the more so because on this ground it was reinforced by the very ancient notions which held the king responsible in a mystical way for the welfare of his subjects and deserving of punishment in the event of public calamity. It was above all the circles of the vassals which translated these ideas into practice, under the influence of the institutions which had formed their mentality. In this sense, there was a fruitful principle underlying many revolts which on a superficial view might appear as mere random uprisings. Famous right of resistance resounded in the 13th and 14th centuries from one end of the Western world to the other, in a multitude of texts. Though most of these documents were inspired by reactionary tendencies among the nobility, or by the egoism of the bourgeoisie, they were of great significance for the future. It should first be observed that Bloch assigns a particularly important role to the mass, the vassals, in that belief and custom incorporated obligations on the part of the landowner, which came increasingly to be enforced in favor of the less privileged majority. As Bloch concludes, oppressive as it may have been to the poor, it is bequeathed to our Western civilization as something with which we still desire to live. In other words, feudal institutions contain the contradictions that were to contrive to change perceptions of self and one's place in the world. It is, it can be argued, one of the principal features of modern individualism that here began to be formed, the belief that certain rights pertain to groups of individuals, or simply individuals, and that some higher authority is responsible for vouchsafing those rights. The idea that a contract must be made persists, and the individual, although sure of this need, remains uncertain with whom the contract is to be made, and of the means of its enforcement. In terms of general ethical development, however, it is essential to focus on the fundamental changes taking place in towns, and examine their implications. If the relations between persons within the system of land ownership had significant effect, the emerging forms of property ownership in the towns were crucial for the development of individuation. This feudal system of land ownership had its counterpart in the towns in the shape of corporative property, the feudal organization of trades. Here property consisted chiefly in the labor of each individual person. The need for association against the organized robber barons, the need for communal covered markets in an age when the industrialist was at the same time a merchant, the growing competition of the escaped serfs swarming into the rising towns, the feudal structure of the whole country, these combined to bring about the guilds. Here property as individual labor is increasingly offset by the growth of the markets in size and complexity, and the need for protection from an exploitation of the nascent labor force of the escaped serfs. Association and cooperation became the means by which the forces of change were harnessed and enhanced, and brought into direct conflict with the primitive monetary system of the feudal economy. Effectively, it was the mental climate of feudal society which was uniquely significant, including as it did the individual's perception of his or her place in the world, as well as formal religious teaching. As Tawney points out in Religion and the Rise of Capitalism, when the 16th century opens, not only political but social theory is saturated with doctrines drawn from the sphere of ethics and religion, and economic phenomena are expressed in terms of personal conduct, naturally and inevitably as the 19th century expressed them in terms of mechanism. This cool account quite adequately describes the reversal in the role of economic analogy that was taking place, whereas Bloch's view of the religious mentality in the 11th and 12th centuries gives a far more focused insight. Ages of faith, we say glibly, to describe the religious attitude of feudal Europe. If by that phrase we mean that any conception of the world from which the supernatural was excluded was profoundly alien to the minds of that age, that in fact the picture which they formed of the destinies of man and the universe was in almost every case a projection of the pattern traced by a westernized Christian theology, nothing could be more true. That here and there doubts might be expressed with regard to the fables of Scripture is of small significance, lacking any rational basis. This crude scepticism, which was not a normal characteristic of educated people, melted in the face of danger like snow in the sun. It is even permissible to say that never was faith more completely worthy of its name. Feudal woe/man's faith was, it seems, as strong as his or her fear. The imminence of the Last Judgment, then as now regularly predicted, was not so much disruptive of life as an ever-present specter, a reinforcement of the prevailing faith. Moreover, the belief that the material world was scarcely more than a mask, behind which took place all the really important things, meant that the generality of mankind imagined the opposing wills of a host of beings good and bad in a state of perpetual strife, saints, angels, and especially devils. And Bloch aptly sums up, these features are an essential part of any accurate picture of the feudal world, and in the face of them who can fail to recognize in the fear of hell one of the great social forces of the age. Therefore, an economistic perspective of the material conditions of existence is inadequate if it does not take into account the substratum of medieval belief concerning people and their place in the world. The feudal individual clearly has a determinate place and a distinct character, and can barely be described as an individual even in Enlightenment terms. The attempt to write modern, capitalist individualism back into feudal productive and social relations is thus deeply flawed. More recent scholarship, which focuses on real living individuals and their communities, provides considerable evidence of emotional and political sophistication in the construction of individual identity. As David Ayres argues, the continuation of the human species, let alone the practice of what may count as vices and virtues, is inextricably bound up with the existence of particular communities, a fact as axiomatic to Aristotle as to Thomas Aquinas and much pre-Enlightenment moral thought. No Robinsonades here. Human beings are necessarily born into communities they did not choose, and they grow into given social identities with which they encounter their specific circumstances. The transformation of the person whose perception of reality was shrouded by mysticism and took shape within a web of discourses and social practices, which determined its horizons into a being who could separate and comprehend portions of reality in more naturalistic fashion, does not appear to have a strong connection with the developing forces of production. In other words, not all of the significant social forces can be shown to have a causal connection in the last instance with the economy. Tawney located the collision between religious ethics and the demands of mercantilism and the ever-increasing sophistication of the money economy as occurring most crucially in the 16th and 17th centuries, whereas Bloch identifies qualitative changes occurring no less than 400 years earlier, brought about by cultural influences of an intellectual renaissance. The whole tendency of the new literature was towards the rehabilitation of the individual. It encouraged the growth of a more introspective habit of mind, reinforcing in this direction the influence of the religious practice of auricular confession which, after having long been confined to the monastic world, became widespread among laymen during the 12th century. The twofold significance of this statement lies, first, in the suggestion that individuality was in the process of being reinstated, rather than being an unique creative event. Thus woe/man's nature is here regarded as essentially individual. Second, that individuality, even in this early re-emergence, was closely associated with religion. In other words, the role of religion in this development was reflexive in that religion itself was vouchsafed a new and invigorated status in the affairs of humankind, at least for several centuries. In any case, it was these types of changes which point to a renewed process of individuation. In many of his characteristics, the man of AD 1200 or thereabouts, in the higher ranks of society, resembled his ancestor of earlier generations. He displayed the same spirit of violence, the same abrupt changes of mood, the same preoccupation with the supernatural, this last, where it took the form of an obsession with evil spirits, being perhaps even more pronounced as a result of the dualist influences with which the Manichaean heresies, then so flourishing, were infecting even the orthodox. But in two respects he differed profoundly from his predecessor. He was better educated. He was more self-conscious. The themes which began to emerge, then, are those of particular relevance in Marx's thought centuries later. The view of human existence in pre-capitalist society put forward by Tawney and Bloch establishes and makes intelligible the original absence of modern individualism, just as much as it indicates the reasons why and the manner in which the individual began to appear and become more notable. Feudal society is pictured and analyzed according to ideas of individuality, consciousness, and the development of human faculties. These are related to the material connections contained in and growing out of the economic structure, but they are also related quite strongly to the relationship with nature and religious belief. The agreement with Marx's much more potted version of feudal history is due in part to the interpretive style of their historical studies. Tawney and Bloch are, after all, Marxist historians, applying a methodology through which some of Marx's assertions will filter and be reasserted to some extent. Nevertheless, it must be remarked that the growth of individualism was of even more interest to pre- and then non-Marxist thought, since it was thought to support the emergent bourgeois class. It is of importance that it was Marx who was able to subject the common categories, the individual, progress, to a more far-reaching critical analysis. As Marx wrote, "The more deeply we go back into history, the more does the individual, and hence also the producing individual, appear as dependent, as belonging to a greater whole." The breakout from what was largely a mystical palace involved the complex reorientation, on the part of individuals and groups, of the comprehension of the natural world. An enhanced self-consciousness, while by no means a motive force, certainly proved to be a powerful catalyst, a development within humans which was, in turn, its own facilitative agent, bringing about further development. And in discussing consciousness, Marx seems to have thought his way forward through history along the path of the very individuation of humankind. Consciousness is at first, of course, merely consciousness concerning the immediate sensuous environment and consciousness of the limited connection with other persons and things outside the individual who is growing self-conscious. At the same time it is consciousness of nature, which first appears to men as a completely alien, all-powerful and unassailable force, with which men's relations are purely animal and by which they are overawed like beasts. It is thus a purely animal consciousness of nature just because nature is as yet hardly modified historically. On the other hand, man's consciousness of the necessity of associating with the individuals around him is the beginning of the consciousness that he is living in society at all. This beginning is as animal as social life itself at this stage. It is mere herd consciousness, and at this point man is only distinguished from sheep by the fact that with him consciousness takes the place of instinct or that his instinct is a conscious one. Thus Marx established the logical and historical connection between human nature and development as an individual. First, humans have their own particular instincts, their own particular nature. Second, human instincts create possibilities in a way the instincts of other creatures have not. The connection made between instinct and consciousness is vital, because it enables Marx to categorize action as natural, while still being able to show that such action need not be fixed or limited. The mediating links are twofold, each of which involves a distinctive dichotomization within human consciousness, continually bringing about change to human nature and society. The first matches the claim made in the Grundriss, that there is a split between what is subjectively and what objectively experienced. Second, humans, not only separated from external reality, characterize nature as distinct from society. Other humans are not regarded as natural, but as constituting the elements in a rudimentary form of social relationships. These connections between original human nature and social development have relevance for the discussion of the feudal individual. In the specific sense, growing consciousness is the means by which the feudal being is able to escape some of the restrictions that the view of self and objective reality entails. The comprehension of nature, for instance, gives some mastery over that nature. Concomitantly, the mystical interpretation of the world is drawn into question, and modified, though not always accordingly, as supernatural causes lose their explanatory appeal. But this growth in stature as a conscious being has a dual quality, as Marx indicated but failed ultimately to resolve. In the early stages, herd consciousness is a recognition but not yet a redefinition of the immediate sensuous environment. Men apprehend that they are no longer conterminous with nature, a phenomenon for which Marx provided two alternative explanations. Either consciousness takes the place of instinct or the instinct is a conscious one. Thus separation from nature results in the acquisition of human capacities. However, nature in this sense also includes other life forms. Instinct continues to be the motive force for action for animals, but, in Marx's thought, to be human is to transcend instinct. Humans still have instincts, but do not necessarily behave instinctually. This qualitative difference sets the human animal apart in three ways. First, Homo sapiens becomes species being. Consciousness of instinct creates the awareness that man is of the natural world, but no longer within it, and that this applies solely to the human species. Second, consciousness, while a generic capability, always has an individual manifestation. Therefore, each person also becomes aware of the distinction between self and other. Third, each self-conscious individual is at the same time an instinctual animal. It is this last point which is most unclear in Marx's thought. At times he argued that animal nature had been lost altogether, i.e. man was no longer determined by instinct, but by social existence. On the other hand, Marx also referred to drives, perhaps a potentialist interpretation of instincts, as important basic elements which define the way that humans reacted upon and to their social existence. Ultimately, Marx failed satisfactorily to establish that man had ceased to function entirely in any animal sense. If human nature was not evacuated of content, nor was there a sufficient explanation of the way in which the remnants of an essence would be fully integrated into the sociological interpretation of the human condition. Nevertheless, Marx did demonstrate that the complexities of human consciousness did not amount to an all-embracing problem, the resolution of which would suffice as an account of man and society. Rather, there is a duality and reflexivity in the relationships between individual, nature and productive circumstances. History does not end by being resolved into self-consciousness as spirit of the spirit, but that in it at each stage there is found a material result, a sum of productive forces, an historically created relation of individuals to nature and to one another, which is handed down to each generation from its predecessors, a mass of productive forces, capital funds, and conditions, which, on the one hand, is indeed modified by the new generation, but also, on the other, prescribes for it its conditions of life and gives it a definite development, a special character. It shows that circumstances make men just as much as men make circumstances. Those changes in circumstances in feudal history are crucial, keeping in mind always that men and circumstances remain in this dialectical relationship. Feudalism and change. Tawney's focus on the predominance of religious ethics in economic and social belief reveals a doctrine that is incapable of being sustained. The weakness of an attitude which met the onset of insurgent economic interests with a generalized appeal to traditional morality and an idealization of the past was only too obvious. There were several changes taking place in the human mind and in material affairs to which the Church was unable to respond. Nor could it easily accommodate itself to such changes and incorporate them. The relationships of people to nature and religion were undergoing a profound shift of emphasis. As nature became more tractable, so did the means by which it was understood and exploited become more sophisticated. The rapid growth of commercial civilization threw into sharp relief the inappropriateness of an ethical system designed in accordance with an agricultural subsistence economy. Personal contact, trust based on local knowledge and shared interests, common futures, and aspirations ceased to be capable of defining the norms of economic interaction. Religion did not so much lose ground as it continued to occupy a position that was increasingly irrelevant to human social needs. Into its place grew the state, which took account of the Church, but saw its own task as the resolution of the demands created by the changing economic structure. The Church was, in effect, overruled on the crucial question of usury, thus vouchsafing the development of new doctrines upon new philosophical principles. The assertion of economic liberty as a natural right comes at the close of a period in which, while a religious phraseology was retained and a religious interpretation of social institutions was often sincerely held, the supernatural sanction had been increasingly merged in doctrines based on reasons of state and public expediency. Thus the individual emerges from a greater whole, in this instance from the overarching morality of the corporate church. That it was replaced in large part by the state was nevertheless an advancement in terms of individuation, primarily because the state rested upon the use of human reason and drew its conclusions in the light of material factors rather than religious belief. Tawney went on to argue that it was the process of reorganizing the understanding of society that brought about, or at least assisted in, the creation of new institutions of fundamental importance. An organized money market has many advantages. But it is not a school of social ethics or of political responsibility. Finance, being essentially impersonal, a matter of opportunities, securities, and risks, acted among other causes as a solvent of the sentiment, fostered both by the teaching of the Church and the decencies of social intercourse among neighbors, which regarded keen bargaining as sharp practice. Problems of currency and credit lend themselves more readily than most economic questions to discussion in terms of mechanical causation. It was in the long debate provoked by the rise in prices and the condition of the exchanges that the psychological assumptions, which were afterwards to be treated by economists as of self-evident and universal validity, were first hammered out. In other words, an organized money market could not exist without a series of assumptions about woe/man and the objective world. In this case, woe/men made the circumstances which were to have such a profound effect on feudal economic relations and the consequent development toward capitalism. Moreover, individual woe/man was beginning to structure the environment in a more purposeful way, even if in reaction to false demands arising from the role that money had acquired. In doing so, woe/man claimed unto themselves new powers and a new primacy. The process by which natural justice, imperfectly embodied in positive law, was replaced as the source of authority by positive law which might or might not be the expression of natural justice, had its analogy in the rejection by social theory of the whole conception of an objective standard of economic equity. The law of nature had been invoked by medieval writers as a moral restraint upon economic self-interest. By the 17th century, a significant revolution had taken place. Nature had come to connote, not divine ordinance, but human appetites, and natural rights were invoked by the individualism of the age as a reason why self-interest should be given free play. Clearly, individuality had by this time reached the stage where the ability to distinguish self from nature entailed the ability dramatically to redefine nature. Alienation from nature was followed by the production of an account of nature that served self-understanding and self-realization. Knowledge of nature was, conveniently, equivalent to political and social understanding. This represents an attempt to become a part of nature once again. Alternatively, it could be argued that nature was made to be a part of woe/man, albeit a nature that could now be subjected to human power. In either event, the significance of nature is humanly defined, the knowledge of nature is humanly constructed. This was not merely an expedient that could justify and formalize the impact on society of the prevailing forces of production. Woe/man was in fact changing the perception of self, partly as a result of the realization of a separate existence, and this led to the new and mechanistic laws of causation being turned to an examination of the self. As woe/man was being changed, so he learned that this was so. One result was a search to define both these changes and the very substance of the self. The theory of nature which was used was directly connected to the way that individuals saw themselves. Just as Copernican astronomy changed man's concentric view of himself at the center of the universe, so, R. Morgan argues, more recent discoveries recast the individual as the ultimate unit in society. As Marx himself noted, woe/man was being taught to be, and expanded as, an individual in the course of establishing new relationships with nature. The appropriation of these forces is itself nothing more than the development of the individual capacities corresponding to the material instruments of production. At this point, the development of the individual, and emergence from the tribe, the herd, and the feudal societies, begins to become complicated by new forms of dependency, new myths and interpretations concerning woe/man and society. This coincided, of course, with the accelerating decline of feudalism in the face of the changing mode of production and capitalist relations of production that were already of significance. It is as well, then, to end the discussion of pre-capitalist societies and individualism with a summary of findings. The most important facet has been the relative absence of modern or bourgeois forms of individualism in feudal society. There are, however, two crucial qualifications that must be made. First, Marx and more recent writers convey a sense of individuality as an essential constant of humanity. The feudal age is one which is characterized by low population density, minimal cross-cultural contact, primitive social relations and an agrarian subsistence economy. On a strict reading of Marx, one would expect the immersion of the person in the greater whole would mean a low level of differentiation as individuals, and that such individuals would be as yet insufficiently developed and therefore unable to change themselves and their natural and social environment to any great degree. The individuation of man, in so far as it occurred, constitutes for Bloch a reaffirmation of past development and a natural display of man's true nature. While this is not a vital revision of Marx's thought, it nevertheless prompts a closer look at the historical development of the individual that Marx presented, in order to ascertain the points at which he ascribed to a social system qualities that should more accurately be attached to the conception of fundamental human nature. Second, the re-emergence of the individual in feudal society is based on particular changes, in terms of consciousness, comprehension, and mastery of nature, and the structure of religious belief with which the world was organized and made sensible. Thus the breakdown of primitive communism, and the loss of its affiliations and solidarities, is compensated for by an alteration in the conscious ordering of the universe, bringing about changes in the nature and role of the individual within that universe, and, ultimately, creating the possibility for change under human social control. Thus feudal society prefigured the possibilities for individual existence in the social organization which was to succeed it. There was a steady, if unspectacular, increase in the capacities and abilities of human individuals, and the generation of fresh or altered human needs. At the same time, this created the potential for greater control over the forces of nature and society that always confront the individual. In the next section, these developments will be seen as preparation for the capitalist mode of production, and attention will be focused on the particular ways in which feudal individuality expresses itself and prepares the way for capitalist individuality. The feudal individual. In relating the structures of the feudal and capitalist economies, Marx left open the nature of the connections between the two types of society. This suggests that the economic structures, while being of great importance, are by no means the sole consideration in respect of historical change. This is to argue, along with Gandhi, that for Marx world history is a process of individualization. Point 3. Labor is the key to living human individuals. The concrete activity of such individuals is central to the argument concerning the content and meaning of the term human nature and leads directly to the productive sphere within which that labor takes place and takes shape. As Marx described it, labor is, first of all, a process between men and nature, a process by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls the metabolism between himself and nature. He confronts the materials of nature as a force of nature. He sets in motion the natural forces which belong to his own body. Through this movement he acts upon external nature and changes it, and in this way he simultaneously changes his own nature. He develops the potentialities slumbering within nature, and subjects the play of its forces to his own sovereign power. This complex interrelationship between humans, nature, the productive process and their associated forces does exhibit a specific character under feudalism. Here two aspects are to be observed. First, feudal relations are themselves linked developmentally with earlier but less refined stages, and second, the feudal stage is the most advanced form of the pre-capitalist productive modes. Marx's pronouncements on feudalism point to only a few of the conditioning elements that characterize the mode of production, the basis of which was formed by peasant agriculture on a small scale and production by independent artisans. In individual and social terms, production at this level and on such a small and personal scale resulted in a society which reflected the intimacy of the productive process, the adjacency of humans and nature, and the primacy of the individual's own labor powers, as proprietor of the instrument, as Marx's notes indicate. Here labor itself still half artistic, half end in itself, etc. Mastery. Capitalist himself still master journeyman. Attainment of particular skill in the work also secures possession of instrument, etc., etc. Inheritability then to a certain extent of the mode of work together with the organization of work and the instrument of work. Medieval cities. Labor still as his own, definite self-sufficient development of one-sided abilities etc. Thus, while serfdom is a defining characteristic of feudalism, these relations of personal dependence are more than a description of the objective conditions of exploitation of vassal by lord. They constitute, at the same time, the expression of the developmental stage, the application of abilities and capacities. That is to say, the feudal individuals operated to the extent of their abilities, and even developed their capacities, but always within the circumscribing realm of feudal relations of production. As Marx stated with reference to communism, labor is a liberating activity insofar as obstacles are overcome. This holds true for any mode of production, and means for the feudal individual a particular development of those abilities that relate to self-sufficiency. The experience of labor in feudalism has, therefore, a dual character, leading to the privatization of the individual even as the community remains a static and limiting reality. This, then, is the medieval Europe that Marx had in mind. No matter, then, what we may think of the parts played by the different classes of people themselves in society, the social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor appear at all events as their own mutual personal relations, and are not disguised under the shape of social relations between the products of labor. This image of intimacy and relatedness is interesting insofar as it gives an insight into what Marx regarded as the positive aspects of the feudal mode of production. Specifically, the equivalence of appearance and reality with regard to labor and its product, albeit at such a medieval level, is to be praised even if the relations of production are exploitative. In this respect, feudal society achieved that which bourgeois society could not, and would be realized in its highest form only under communism. Part of the reason for the particularity of labor and the associated social relations concerns the degree to which humans had attempted successfully to master nature. At the feudal stage, nature still dominated man because the productive powers of labor had not yet proceeded to the point at which the dominion over land could seriously be threatened by the harnessing of real forces of nature. The gains over nature were limited, such that individual labor was still most likely to secure the instrument of work, fortifying the individual social position but not altogether altering it, exercising capacities but extending them only partially. Marx augmented this idea with an interpretation that stems directly from the economic analysis of capitalism. When the exchange of these products of labor is considered, it is not the market system as the vehicle that is important, but the power of the medium of exchange that matters. The medium of exchange is important because it indicates the level of abstractness that characterized the social relationships between members of society. The less social power the medium of exchange possesses, the greater must be the power of the community which binds the individuals together, the patriarchal relations, the community of antiquity, feudalism, and the guild system. With the relative lack of power of the medium of exchange, then, feudalism constituted a crucial stage between more primitive forms of community and its nemesis, capitalism. The individual, although personally dependent, has internal relations that are concretely particular, in such a way as to permit definite self-sufficient development of one-sided abilities. In other words, this kind of development meant that feudal individuals became cognitively more complex in the way that they responded to the material world. This created one of the conditions which led ultimately to the overthrow of the feudal mode of production. Such a coexistence of community and individuality prompts comparisons between feudalism and its economic and social successor, which did not escape Marx's attention. Although he did not commit the folly of suggesting that some aspects of feudalism were somehow superior, he recognized that these images of man in previous stages might make it appear that feudalism was more advanced than its successor. In earlier stages of development, the single individual seems to be developed more fully, because he has not yet worked out his relationships in their fullness, or erected them as independent social powers and relations opposite himself. It is at this point that Marx appears to go beyond an historical examination of the development of individuality and begins to prescribe, in specific detail, the requirements for the proper developmental progression. At the very least, Marx was prepared to insist that it was the individual's responsibility and task to comprehend the true nature of relationships and reconstruct a personal version of social reality. But feudal society reflected only a partial development of the person as an individual, who directly and naturally reproduces himself, or in which his productive activity and his share in production are bound to a specific form of labor and product, which determine his relations to others in just that specific way. The limitation of feudal society resides in the impossibility of achieving sufficiently radical change to will and consciousness. It was not just that human productive powers were quite overshadowed by the forces of nature, which resulted in a reliance on ownership of land for the material wealth of the society and the serfdom that this implied. Mastery over some of the physical laws of the universe was certainly to be crucial in the rapid and dramatic bourgeois revolution of manufactures, but important too was an habitual social practice which endorsed and reflected the dominance of nature over human existence. This was constricting in its manner and narrow in its scope. Geographical confinement was also a social confinement, and the common view of economic subsistence meant a lack of any broader human perspective was characteristic of social relations. Parochial problems were thought to be common to all, and, probably, of most importance. Nature dominated social relations to the extent that the feudal individual felt that relations were not social, i.e. artificial, but were natural, and therefore immutable and uncontrollable. As Michael Evans points out, these constitute crucial characteristics of any pre-capitalist society. Social life is dominated by external nature, and men in society are subjected to traditional social relations, which they regard as natural. It must be noted that Evans sees these two facets as related, and both soluble under the effects of trade, division of labor and exchange. However, he does not explain that relation or the nature of the interconnections. On one level, it can be accepted that social relations were intertwined with the reality of a dominant nature, since the products of labor had immediate use of subsistence value. However, to argue that feudal individuals are not alienated from their products cannot be an explanation, especially since, for Marx, every serf knows that what he expends in the service of his lord is a specific quantity of his own personal labor power. For it is that, in feudal society, man is subjected to traditional social relations as much as the organization of production. Viewed in this manner, it is possible to construct a response to Evans' criticism that Marx never sketched the internal contradictions of feudalism as a mode of production. He talks rather of the disintegrative effects of urban developments on agrarian feudalism, but gives no reasons why it should be so soluble. First, it is possible that those internal contradictions are so glaring that they can be missed by the modern eye. The domination by nature of human endeavor had, for feudalism to persist, to continue at very primitive levels indefinitely. Given Marx's belief in the nature of human capacity and need, and the tendency for new needs to be developed with the satisfaction of existing needs, the possibility of a static mode of production continuing is ruled out. It is not conceivable that feudalism fully utilized the potential of humankind, even if the feudal individual is taken to be at a much lower developmental stage than that evinced by capitalism. The capacity of humans, whenever it is underutilized or suppressed, is a contradictory or antagonistic force within any mode of production predicated on landed wealth in particular and restrictions on change in general. Any mode of production which attempted to control human abilities for the purposes of exploitation was fundamentally flawed and was the clearest indication possible of an internal contradiction, and one which, over time, could be held at bay only by the use of force. Force, however, could be effectively wielded only in the close relationships that serfdom offered, with a reliance on vassalage ultimately working against the lord's wish to maintain their influence or extend it. As F. J. West points out, the desire for more property, for more benefices or fiefs, led men into becoming vassals for a number of lords. Whereas the original bond between lord and man was unique, its association with land led to the lord-vassal ties being duplicated or multiplied, and this multiplication of personal arrangements weakened any single one of them by the conflicting duties and obligations it set up. In one respect, this pattern is consistent with the kinds of results one would expect from Marx's method. In economic terms, the need to find new ways of maintaining income levels amounts to a material indication that the feudal system could not survive without changes occurring. But the kinds of change that were both necessary and possible could result only in the destruction of that mode of production. On the other hand, the overriding antagonism Marx wished to stress between the bourgeoisie and the ruling feudal relations of production is seriously undermined, since it was the bourgeoisie who, as revolutionaries promoting the new mode of production, were thought to be the principal agents for change. The underlying implication is that it was from within feudalism, after all, that the changes which meant its ultimate destruction, but which were also to create ideal conditions for the unleashing of the massive productive power of the rising bourgeoisie, actually originated. This interpretation is not entirely surprising, given Marx's account of the destruction of capitalism via the growth of consciousness and power of the proletariat. It is part of his general theory of change that class society or pre-human history is based on the working out of a set of factors that are fixed until, presumably, the dissolution of capitalism in favor of communism. It means, too, that the feudal individual has a particular character. The stolidity of feudal relations does not rule out the generation of an increasing flexibility and openness to change in feudal individual existence. All previous forms of society, or, what is the same, of the forces of production, foundered on the development of wealth. The feudal system, for its part, foundered on urban industry, trade, modern agriculture. With the development of wealth, and hence also new powers and expanded intercourse on the part of individuals, the economic conditions on which the community rested were dissolved, along with the political relations of the various constituents of the community which corresponded to those conditions, religion, the character, outlook etc. of the individuals. Marx made a direct connection between the development of wealth and the development of individuality. Development in general is comprised of a network of influences, forces, and capacities, and it is the notion of wealth that best displays the reciprocity involved. That is to say, wealth is not strictly an economic notion. Wealth incorporates the product of the developments that have taken place both within the mode of production and with respect to humankind as producer and social animal. The feudal mode of production called for the exercise of only a limited portion of individuals' abilities. As such, requisite human needs were fulfilled at a low level, where subsistence rather than creativity dominated. The result of such meager demands upon human ability meant also that human potential was extended minimally, leading to only a gradual development of the forces of production through the search for new avenues for the accumulation of wealth. Thus wealth, too, is a transhistorical concept, especially when it is applied to human nature as it is exhibited in all forms of society. Marx could imagine no other explanation. What is wealth, if not the universality of needs, capacities, enjoyments, productive powers etc., of individuals, produced in universal exchange? What, if not the full development of human control over the forces of nature, those of his own nature as well as those of so-called nature? What, if not the absolute elaboration of his creative dispositions, without any preconditions other than antecedent historical evolution which makes the totality of this evolution, i.e. the evolution of all human powers as such, unmeasured by any previously established yardstick, an end in itself? What is this, if not a situation where man does not reproduce himself in any determined form, but produces his totality? Where he does not seek to remain something formed by the past, but is in the absolute movement of becoming. The importance of this passage should not be minimized. By emphasizing the broad significance of the term wealth, in its application to both capital accumulation and developing human capacities, Marx reiterated that the underlying theme of the movement of history concerned humans as individuals, such that the absolute movement of becoming presupposes an historical notion of individuality. That notion of individuality is not the outcome of pure speculation. It emerged, as this chapter seeks to demonstrate with specific regard to pre-capitalist modes of production, out of his analysis of the social forms associated with various modes of production. One such example is found in consideration of the mechanisms behind economic and social change. It will be recalled, first, that satisfaction of human needs inevitably produces new needs, which themselves prompt greater productive effort, and so on. Second, Marx identified the point at which the production of new needs no longer necessitated determination by the economy. Third, Marx consistently argued that it was the developing forces of production that brought about changes in the mode of production. It is the relation between the forces of production and the progress of humanity that Marx does not always keep separate, as his view of production modes demonstrates. The evolution of the forces of production dissolves them, and their dissolution is itself an evolution of the human forces of production. Labor is initially undertaken on a certain basis, first primitive, then historical. Later, this basis or presupposition is itself cancelled, or tends to disappear, having become too narrow for the development of the progressive human horde. The preeminent role of the forces of production clearly incorporates an economic function within an economic substratum of society. And yet, there is also the suggestion that labor is at base an expression of human needs and capacities, not a mechanistic response springing entirely from the nature of material necessity. Moreover, even when labor takes on a more advanced and historically important form, Marx insisted that such a development is but one stage in a larger schema. That is, the development of the progressive human horde is seen as the underlying reality which sets in motion the forces of production as the instigators and destroyers of various modes of production. In all these forces the basis of evolution is the reproduction of relations between individual and community assumed as given, and a definite, predetermined objective existence, both as regards the relation to the conditions of labor and the relation between one man and his co-workers, fellow tribesmen, etc. Such evolution is therefore from the outset limited, but once the limits are transcended, decay and disintegration ensue. The fundamental human activity, therefore, is this reproduction of individual and community. This is a most revealing assumption. It establishes that such an enterprise must be a trans-historical one and indicates the dialectical nature of the mode of production. Given that all human social existence involves the reproduction of social relations, it is possible and certainly necessary to consider the objective existence that serves to define the limits of that reproduction. Thus the mode of production is an account of the concrete possibilities for the display of human capacities. In other words, the material base of society, which is also the environment that allows for forces of production to be exhibited and extended, does not of itself produce the kinds of change in woe/man that Marx would wish to describe as progressive, at least in any absolute sense. A consequence of the existence of such an arena for the exercise of human productive powers, an arena which cannot advance those powers or satisfy new needs, must be the eventual disappearance of that mode of production. This does not necessarily mean that significant change does not occur within any and all stages. As Marx went on to say, considerable developments are thus possible within a given sphere. Individuals may appear to be great, but free and full development of individual or society is inconceivable here, for such evolution stands in contradiction to the original relationship. It should be noted that this statement supports the distinction between individuality as a trans-historical abstraction and particular historical expressions of individuality. As Marx looked back at pre-capitalist societies, then, he identified specific forms of individuality within their limiting historical context and regarded them as evidence. There was on the one hand evidence about the nature of individuality under a given mode of production. Feudalism was characterized by a greater control over society, nature, and therefore the individual and social self, compared to earlier societies. On the other hand, there was evidence relating to the historical development of individuality and its connection to the nature of change in society. For example, the herd animal is made superfluous and dissolved, and a more complex being is created, one who is capable of dealing with reality as an abstraction. The implication is that a definite form of the individual exists in a manner pertaining to every period of history. As such, the feudal individual displays aspects of development that are of a general or trans-historical nature, alongside those aspects which relate solely to the limited mode of production designated as feudal society. The community itself appears as the first great force of production. Particular kinds of production conditions develop particular modes of production and particular forces of production, subjective, appearing as qualities of individuals, as well as objective. Thus it is also the relations between individuals as members of the community which can serve as a creative force, bringing about changes in the mode of production. This is not a reduction to what method is used for production but how individuals associate. It is only after individuals become social that the mode of production can begin to bring about a corresponding social change. As far as Marx was concerned, feudalism sprang from no imminent historical process, but emerged out of the transition from more primitive modes of production, or ones which were based on slavery. It is characteristically European, then, that the feudal system emerged and developed in the way that it did. And as Hobsbawm notes, feudal development starts on a much more extensive territory and one prepared by the Roman conquests and the spread of agriculture concerned with these. In practical terms, the combination of a widespread if not very developed agriculture and a sparse population results in the countryside being the locus of history. Specifically, this statement allows Marx to enunciate the necessary relation of the individual to the material conditions of existence. He established, first, that for any given society in any historical setting, it is the reproduction of the individual that is of prime significance. Such individuals, it might be added, cannot be abstract, ahistorical beings, but must be part of the chain of evolution and history inasmuch as they can be conceived only within the context of a given society. The feudal individual is a characterization of a concrete existence, as well as an analytical construct to reveal the social and historical forces intrinsic to human development. The crucial point here is this: in all these forms, where landed property and agriculture form the basis of the economic order and consequently the economic object is the production of use values, i.e., the reproduction of the individual in certain definite relationships to his community, of which it forms the basis, we find the following elements. Appropriation of the natural condition of labor. The chief objective condition of labor itself appears not as the product, but occurs as nature. On the one hand we have the living individual, on the other the earth, as the objective condition of his reproduction. The attitude to the land, to the earth as the property of the working individual. What immediately mediates this attitude is the more or less naturally evolved, more or less historically evolved and modified existence of the individual as a member of a community, his primitive existence as part of a tribe, etc. Marx argued that, in particular, the twin characteristics of agriculture and landed property in the feudal mode of production led to, and were supported by, specific human and social responses. The first of these elements, concerning the objective conditions of labor, encompasses a complex set of implications. Here Marx touched upon more than the economic determinants of existence, making feudal woe/man's comprehension of nature of crucial importance. The apparent significance of nature to the individual is not matched by a deep understanding of that nature, a lack of comprehension which is not entirely due to the defining role of the mode of production. That is to say, mastery over nature is a developed and developing human characteristic. This development occurs within an historical epoch, but survives beyond that stage of history. It is not therefore subject to construction in conformity with a particular mode of production. This means that, while feudalism required the assumption that nature was the wellspring of human productive capacity, it was beyond the capacity of humanity to consider itself and nature in any other fashion. Such a realization was dependent upon further development, which could take place only under a more sophisticated mode of production. Summary. Marx's grouping of assumptions about woe/man, society, productive forces, and history enabled him to avoid ahistorical and merely positivistic accounts of human development. In the case of the feudal mode of production, the changes in the causal relationships between individuals, nature, productive activity, and other similarly individualized humans have been highlighted. It was demonstrated that there was an absence of what is conventionally recognized as individualism in pre-capitalist modes of production, either as an ideology or in terms of autonomous and atomized beings. Nevertheless, the conditions for such individualization are to be found in those earlier societies. In the process, no idealist essence of human nature was called forth to identify and define the nature and basis of objective dependence, nor was the personal independence of the individual in modern society offered without reference to the preceding feudal phase, a life process instrumental in producing earlier flowering of human capacities. As Marx stated, as soon as this active life process is described, history ceases to be a collection of dead facts as it is with the empiricists, or an imagined activity of imagined subjects, as with the idealists. Where speculation ends, in real life, their real, positive science begins, the representation of the practical activity, of the practical process of the development of men. Although Marx's major consideration may have been the analysis and description of capitalist or bourgeois society, of almost equal importance was this concomitant development and application of a dialectical and materialist conception of history with which to comprehend human existence in the widest sense. In respect of the analysis of labor, the decisive increase in the powers of individuals in society and the changes in their needs amounted to a new and developing force for social change. The historical movement of economic structures, therefore, has its counterpart in the historical development of individuality. The individual of feudalism shows that development has taken place and that it did become possible for an individual to sever communal bonds and become an atomized being under the emerging mode of production. So with the passing of feudalism, the passing of the feudal individual, the objective individual who relates to a given mode of production in a given community comes about. However, that objective feudal individual, narrow, insular, attached to community by geography much more than affinity, and relatively overawed by nature, does not disappear, but is dissolved in the creation of another form of objective individual, this time under the capitalist mode of production. It is the possibilities for individuality under capitalism which are examined in the following chapter. Notes. 1. This approach is to be distinguished from an utopian vision of the future, for which fixed assumptions concerning human nature are essential, see Goodwin, 1978, p. 47. 2. The most telling deficiencies in this account are the same for Marx and Rousseau. Both accounts see as natural the division of labor between women and men, when such a division can only be social. The existence of the family, marriage, and clans presupposes a series of social and economic relations that make Marx's claim to have stopped at the original conditions of production quite inadequate. See Cole, 1988, and O'Brien, 1983. 3. It is interesting to note that Gandhi's examination of the entire Marx-Engels work reveals only a sketchy account of the feudal mode of production, and there seems even less to say with respect to the kind of society within which that stage of individualization might have realized itself. The account of the feudal mode suffers from a lack of definition, either temporally or specifically. Thus we are told that for Marx and Engels serfdom is a defining characteristic of feudalism, but any real explanation of such a relationship is suspended until Gandhi, 1979, pages 37-8, discusses the breakdown of feudalism. Although he stresses that feudalism was regarded as neither a network of cultural institutions nor a special political system, the vital dimension of feudalism as a social formation is entirely ignored, Ibid, p. 150. 4. As McBride, 1977, p. 111, observes, the economic relations and categories of those times were considerably more evident to the members of society than they are in a capitalist structure. 5. As Evans, 1975, p. 59, points out, in both the Grundriss and Capital, Marx's basic concern is with the nature of modern bourgeois society. In the former, the history is largely illustrative, and resorted to in order to clarify the differences between the capitalist order and the pre-capitalist ones, and where a general view is attempted, it remains a sketch. In Capital the account of the formation process is greatly expanded, but it remains secondary to the main theme, the structural features of the capitalist mode of production. 4. Individuality in capitalist society. The change from feudal to capitalist society is an historical achievement of great moment for Marx. Technically, an enormous increase in productive power occurs. Socially, the possibility for human freedom is at last within reach. Historically, he saw a strong probability of its realization. And politically, it establishes to his satisfaction that class conflict is the medium of social change. The transition from feudalism throws into sharp relief the differences in requirements, at an individual level, of capitalism. It transpires that, for Marx, capitalism develops the individual as never before, beyond the narrowness, insularity, and superstition that characterized feudal society, and prepares the historical ground for the highest possible expression of individuality. It is necessary to probe the extent to which capitalist society actually was progressive and revolutionary in these respects, since the conventional view generally emphasizes only Marx's piercing critique of the injustice, exploitation, and alienation of that social formation. That conventional critique dismisses the significance of the capitalist individual. A more open account of such individuals is crucial to a better understanding of Marx's thought. This chapter will show that Marx provided a view of capitalist individuality with contrasting features. On the one hand, the development of the individual is a preparation for the true individuality of communism, but on the other such development is confronted by the inadequacy of capitalist social and productive relations. The apparent contradiction between the development and degradation of individuality within one mode of production is thus a major concern. Even a partial or unsatisfactory form of individuality can either exhibit progression from a more limited form or be a prerequisite for further change. In fact, there are a number of images of capitalist existence to be found in Marx's works, and these images can be placed within the context of the distinction between the conception and notions of human nature so far observed in his thought. The approach to the question of human nature is predicated on the location of Marx's position historically and methodologically, that is, from the viewpoint of capitalist society, and with the intention of seeing that society transmutated into a superior form, namely, communism. Thus Marx's thought is composed of a critique of society, containing the negative images of individuality, a vision of a future society, or society as it might be, with alternative images of individuality that are preferable to existing expressions of social existence, and a theory of change, wherein the images of individuality are presented in such a way as to mediate, theoretically and practically, the transition from negative to positive expressions of individuality. These three perspectives within which Marx might have made his statements concerning individual social existence under capitalism indicate a pattern of human development arising out of contradictory social elements. The method of assessing these statements, and the forms of individuality under capitalism, must therefore be a dialectical one. That is, one form of individuality gives rise to another, both within a particular form of social organization, and from one society to the next. This suggests an additional way of organizing Marx's statements. The focus on the development of individuality across the historical epochs outlined by Marx provides an enhanced perspective of our understanding of individual life in bourgeois society and a key to understanding the future. The progress of capitalist society itself can be treated in the same manner. In other words, the history of all societies will be repeated or reflected in the history of capitalist society. This can be inferred from Marx's claims, that the study of bourgeois society gives rise to an understanding of previous social forms, that he had unearthed the general laws of motion of history, and that he saw history as the history of class conflict through successive epochs and stages. That is, Marx's critique will reflect these propositions, and capitalism can be considered in a dialectical movement from a thrusting, early capitalism, through a middle or reactionary stage, to a late or pre-transitional phase. The implications for a consideration of the expression and realizations of human nature are important here. As an historical epoch, Capitalism relates to fundamental human nature in a dual fashion. Capitalism is both consistent with fundamental human nature and brings about changes, by developing new capacities and needs. Second, capitalist human nature as it is expressed under specific social conditions, will be quite different from its immediately preceding form, feudal human nature. Third, capitalist human nature will not be a constant form, but will change as the society on which it is based develops and changes. This chapter, then, charts the progress of the superseded feudal individuality through the quite dramatic changes, internal to capitalism, that have to occur if the Marxian communist society is to be created, build up its radically different forms of social relations and survive. Point 2. The transition from feudalism to capitalism. Feudal development was slow and measured. Gradually, changes to society arose, and the impact of those changes spread outwards in society and inwards in individuals. The forces of production, by contrast with capitalism, were developed in a painstaking fashion, and nature retained the ascendancy in the struggle to produce material existence. Although the accompanying bourgeois revolutions which swept Europe were not all swift and dramatic, they were in Holland, England, and France, and it is there that the kinds of changes for and to individuals can be seen most clearly. As Gandhi argues, these revolutions were great social earthquakes. Centuries of subterranean changes had gradually run fault lines through the economic foundations of feudalism, revolutionary convulsions tore away old political forms, and feudalism waned before rising capitalism. The classic bourgeois revolutions were nodal points in world history, transitions to a new age. And this new age heralded the quite sudden overwhelming of nature, as the forces of production reached the point where they broke through the long-standing barriers to the improvement, on a mass scale, of material existence. Having wrested control from nature, human life and society were irrevocably altered, human existence was delimited and broadened as never before. This called forth and brought about changes in the people who were both subjects and objects of that development. Taking classic bourgeois revolutions as the model, it might be concluded that the changes in the demands made on the basic potentialities of Marx's conception of human nature would produce a notion of capitalist nature of a radically different kind, that there would be a direct and relatively uncomplicated displacement of feudal individuality by a capitalist variant. Indeed, this is much the substance of E. P. Thompson's argument in both The Making of the English Working Class and Time, Work Discipline and Industrial Capitalism. Point 3. But the focus on the classical models can create the illusion that human nature is unproblematically mutable. It is as well, then, to recall that it is not only the broad and general characteristics, but specific issues also, that are important, and take full account of Marx's reminder that epochs in the history of society are no more separated from each other by strict and abstract lines of demarcation than are geological epochs. As Hassan has pointed out, history is a palimpsest, and culture is permeable to time past, time present, and time future. It is no wonder, then, that the transition from feudalism to capitalism was not just slow, but often partial and contradictory. The political and social changes entailed in the transition, taken as a whole, may be said to reflect the development of the productive forces and validate the claim that, at base, capitalism supplanted feudalism in clear economic determinist fashion. On the other hand, the detail of the transition suggests that there were other kinds of change necessary. Part of the explanation for the kinds of changes that occurred, and the way that the transition had a variety of levels and areas of success, lies in the nature of the peoples that were concerned. This is not to undermine or sidestep Marx's method. On the contrary, it endorses it to the extent that changes in human individuality had already to be occurring within the feudal social order if capitalism was ever to challenge the supremacy of feudalism. Moreover, the longevity of the feudal social formation meant that its associated human nature was very well established, not just reflecting the conditions of the mode of production, but permeating very deeply every element of the society, especially the customs, traditions, language, and everyday habits and expectations. Relatively, Capitalism is a young and fresh culture in those areas where it can be called new, and not simply a transmission or reorientation of past cultures. Thus, at one level it is against human nature. Despite Marx's focus on the minutiae of the development of the productive forces and the differentiations he makes between their impact, his account of the transition lacks any equivalent consideration of the ways in which the development of individuality in feudalism would act as both a restraining and facilitating influence on the speed at and directions in which change would occur. Goldner makes much the same point. For Marx, the focus is first on the economic and then on the political as a sphere shaped by the former, while the social and indeed, civil society itself thus slips away, remaining an undeveloped, residual concept. It is not suggested that an understanding of the social is not to be found within Marx's thought. However, it is necessary to pick up the threads of this undeveloped, residual concept, in order to provide a balance to his presentation, especially since his account of transition processes is so vital to the very meaning of his enterprise, the emancipation of humankind by means of a radical restructuring of the economic and social order. This means that the change from feudalism to capitalism was by no means merely an economic phenomenon which had specific social ramifications. The forces of production were not the only forces that were contributing to the transformation of society, nor were those forces of production free of influences on the way that they operated and affected the social order. Although the transition was a time of considerable change with respect to the expression of human nature, it is important to consider the extent to which the feudal form of individuality, and the particular characteristics of social relations under feudalism, would have an impact on social and individual development. Feudal relations were local in their scope and influence, and vulnerable to the way that emergent capitalist relations cut through and across such intimate relations. However, such dislocation was not simple and quickly achieved, and meant a loss of valued forms of social relations. Other, uncapitalist, features of the production process carried within them a much closer contact with each element of the production process. The greater intimacy of production and consumption, conceivable only under conditions of a small market and a narrow range of products that served demands of basic kinds, meant a close equation of labor and exchange value, involved a high proportion of socially produced goods and implied a direct relation between producer and product. Pre-capitalist production means an absence of certain kinds of alienation or estrangement associated with production for money. Specifically, it meant a greater control over decision-making, especially for women, with little separation between production and consumption decisions. In many ways, this account has similarities with the image of everyday life under communism to be seen in Chapter 5. Implicitly, Marx valued the intimacy of feudal relations, if not the associated form of social organization. But in focusing on the feudal mode of production as it gave way to capitalism, Marx ignored the effect that particular relationships had on the transition. The interweaving of new and old took many forms, sometimes bringing about compromise between the bourgeoisie and the parts of the old nobility, at others shaping and then reshaping political structures as the bourgeois revolution waxed and waned. Whether the bourgeois revolution was, in this or that country, regarded as a gradual achievement, as in England, or was brought about quite suddenly, as in France, the transition to capitalism was nevertheless a very long process. As Gandhi claims, in Europe as a whole the transition from feudalism to capitalism spans centuries of historical evolution. Engels sees this as a single gigantic process. From the 12th to the 19th century the revolution rose in wave after wave, each stronger than the last, until it flowed over the walls of feudal society. Notwithstanding the image of the wave cataclysmically overwhelming feudalism, it is the concept of historical evolution that is important here. The wave changes its constitution each time. It can finally engulf feudalism because it has taken into itself and away from feudalism the social forms and practices that once were part of the reproductive elements of that society. Feudalism, then, is in the end not so much a fortress as an empty shell, hollowed out by the twin developments of the relations of production and of individuality. Such individuality is associated with broadened social relations and the development of rationality, contrary to the superstitious emotionality of feudalism. These things give the individual in the transition to capitalism greater autonomy. The weakening of the feudal social definitions, based on the lack of mastery over nature and the subjugation of the individual to supernatural authority via the church, meant that the individual effectively had a greater understanding of the world, and that understanding made greater control over action possible. In other words, developing rationality and emotionality meant that agency could take new and more potent forms. In the transition to capitalism, Marx's evolutionary view of human development thus far emerges. The forming of the five senses is a labor of the entire history of the world down to the present, and forms a part of the explanation for change in society. Under capitalism, the development of humanity undergoes significant advancement. The powers and potentialities of individuals begin to be freed from the realms of mystical explanation or sheer ignorance. The antagonism with nature within feudal existence, arising from the alienation from nature, and the subjugation of the forces of production to that nature, begins to be resolved with capitalism. Humans realize that they can control, however imperfectly, themselves and their environment. As Carver notes, we know incontrovertibly that Marx accepted such a concept of agency from his voluminous political writings where individual agency and indeterminacy are all too manifest. Marx believed that social change could produce altogether new social forms, forms that dispensed forever with society based on exploitation of human by human, and even of nature by humans. History, Nature, and Early Capitalism. Of course, Marx is no apologist of capitalism, which makes even more interesting those parts of his work where he praises, most fulsomely, the development of this new yet highly exploitative society. The focus here is on early capitalism. Marx by no means confused his understanding of what was progressive in terms of the history of humanity, and repressive in terms of living individuals under specific circumstances. Given his dialectical approach to human nature and social reality, his attitude to early capitalism is particularly illuminating. He reveals in practice the distinction between the conception of human nature and the notion of human nature. This suggests that there is a history of human nature in Marx's thought. Such a history relates to the way that fundamental human nature has been associated with a series of social formations and has given those forms particular shape and direction. At the same time, there is another history of human nature to be found. The perspective of this history stems from the way in which human nature can be and has been expressed in a series of social formations. It concerns what people were actually like in specific circumstances. The two histories of human nature, although distinguishable in this way, are interconnected. Marx's view of historical development presupposes that change brought about at the level of social organization will ultimately produce change in our basic human nature and so will change the possibilities and create the conditions for new social forms. Consequently, Marx recognizes and applauds the revolutionary and civilizing aspects of capitalism, in its formative and dynamic stage, even in the Communist Manifesto, the most polemical and politicized rendering of his theoretical rejection of capitalist society. The bourgeoisie, for example, the exploiter and the enemy of the proletariat, is presented as having played a most important part in his version of history. Capitalists, in this stage, are clearly to be admired, because they are progressive, express human qualities of creativity and drive and, in the process, amplify those powers. The success of this kind of human activity in conjunction with the developing forces of production is to be understood in a number of ways. First, there was the delimiting or cathartic effect on society. As Marx pointed out, there was an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations, with significant results. All fixed, fast-frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions are swept away, all new-formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses, his real conditions of life, and his relations with his kind. This view of the individual has a central importance in Marx's thought, for two reasons. In the first place, it highlights the emancipatory aspect of a conception of human nature that is not predesignated and fixed. On this basis, notions of human nature, specific expressions of individuality, convey the extent of the flexibility of expression of human nature under differing conditions. Humans are invested with the ability to break down or through the conditions of their existence and establish a new comprehension of themselves in a world of their making. Second, Marx was making another claim about the nature of capitalist society, that it was producing very favorable conditions under which individuals were freed from mystifications about themselves which served to maintain a system of exploitation. Apart from flexibility, then, human nature is, under given circumstances, composed not just of abilities and needs, but powers. Point 4 Taken together, these factors demonstrate Marx's reasons for enthusiasm for the capitalist mode of production. If there are revolutionary and progressive elements in capitalism, then his major statements concerning the transition to socialism have an historical precedent. There clearly is a precedent for positing another very radical transformation of society. The second effect of the capitalist or bourgeois revolution on society was in the way that the restructuring resolved, for Marx at least, feudalism's quite varied mix of productive relations. With the sweeping away of the motley feudal ties, the classes and all their gradations were simplified, the system of industry and commerce was transformed into a semblance of a rational order, the modern state replaced the various kinds of political institutions, and the social relations between individuals, as well as the material relations between individuals and nature, were irrevocably altered. This simplification of classes is more than a mere identification of a socio-historical phenomenon. On this claim rests the organization of Marx's critical social theory. The reduction of the antagonistic forces to those of capital and labor, bourgeoisie and proletariat, is crucial for both the critique of society and the theory of change. These categories are not simply opposites. Labor and the proletariat represent both the negation and transcendence of capital and bourgeoisie, the summation of history and the potentiality of the future. Given the significance of these claims, the complexity of Marx's description of the emergence of these forms warrants further attention. First, the connection between feudalism and capitalism indicates that there are certain aspects of human social organization that Marx believed to be constant, at least within the transition from one mode of production to another. History, therefore, was not merely the activity of man pursuing his aims, where the aims, since they lack any serious definitive boundaries, could be as free-flowing and indeterminate as, say, the whims of fashion. Nor is history simply the result of the intertwining of nature and humanity, a process between man and nature. It is also the revelation of the constancies implied by these two forces. For example, both feudal and capitalist modes of production required the exploitation of labor, even though only the latter required the wage laborer. The starting point of the development that gave rise to the wage laborer as well as to the capitalist was the servitude of the laborer. The advance consisted in a change in the form of the servitude, in the transformation of feudal exploitation into capitalist exploitation. Exploitation as both aim and structure persisted and required only a new and more satisfactory form, given the relevant condition of the productive forces. What is interesting about this shift from one mode to another and the retention of a basic productive relation of servitude is that Marx claimed that it was only under capitalism that such exploitation would lead to class conflict. The rising class under feudalism, namely the bourgeoisie, did not suffer the basic form of feudal exploitation, but brought about revolution. Yet under capitalism, the proletariat would arise precisely because of capitalist exploitation. The human pursuit of aims, then, must be placed in the context of productive forces and emerging class orientations, such that individual and social development is active and reactive, and capitalism has a clear role to play in the generation of new and progressive social forms. For Marx, the exploitation of surplus labor is one of them. It is one of the civilizing aspects of capital that it reinforces the surplus labor in a manner and under conditions which are more advantageous to the development of the productive forces, social relations, and the creation of the elements for a new and higher form than under the preceding forms of slavery, serfdom, etc. Capitalist relations of production are constructive in the way that labor activity is organized. Marx apprehended the potential of these new conditions, both for the amount and kinds of work that may be done, and the positive effects this can have on the capacities of individuals. At the same time, capitalism is destructive of other forms which set limits to productive potential, and are even more oppressive for the individuals concerned. The key difference between capitalist and pre-capitalist modes of production is presented as an exclusively materialist one. The bourgeoisie was the first to show what man's activity could bring about. That is, production under capitalism saw a massive extension of the boundaries of the possible, the material results of the potentialities in human social labor when applied with the sophistication of the new productive processes of natural raw materials. The bourgeoisie during its scarce rule of 100 years has created more massive and colossal productive force than have all preceding generations together. Subjection of nature's forces to man, machinery, application of chemistry to industry and agriculture, steam navigation, railways, electric telegraphs, clearing of whole continents for cultivation, canalization of rivers, whole populations conjured out of the ground. What earlier century had even a presentiment that such productive forces slumbered in the lap of social labor? Thus Marx suggests that some powers of humanity were indeed nascent, that they slumbered until the development of capitalism made their expression a concrete reality. In other words, pre-capitalism was not just inadequate to the capacities of individuals, but was a denial of human powers and human potentiality, a potentiality which existed regardless of the conditions at any one stage of human history. Hence, simply to focus on a social formation will not necessarily provide an unproblematic representation of human nature. The empirical placement of human individuals within a social milieu does not automatically lead to a complete understanding of human nature. The reflexive aspect of Marx's historical materialist method is at issue here. Humanity and nature, as O'Neill remarks, are involved in a cultural matrix in which the natural history of man is interwoven with the humanization of natural history. History, then, is not just made by living human individuals, but also confronts them in the present. History is the context that confines and shapes living human individuals, but it does not, cannot, define what it is to be human. To focus only on social labor, from which can be derived the definition of humanness, does not resolve the dilemma, unless it is argued that living human individuals as a descriptive term is interchangeable with laboring human individuals. Another way of proceeding might be to posit labor as the creative use of human powers. But here, too, form and content are not sufficiently distinguished, leading full circle to the initial premise of living human individuals in a given socio-economic set of circumstances at a historically defined point. This is by no means a weakness in Marx's thought, although it is certainly an inadequately explored issue. There are, nevertheless, plenty of indications that he felt that human development was proceeding along particular lines, and toward a specific kind of end. In the present epoch, the domination of material conditions over individuals, and the suppression of individuality by chance, has assumed its sharpest and most universal form, thereby setting individuals a very definite task. It has set them the task of replacing the domination of circumstances and of chance over individuals by the domination of individuals over chance and circumstances. Put another way, Marx is referring to the development of a most extensive autonomy as a principal feature in the historical progress of humankind. Moreover, autonomy from the domination of material conditions has become a possibility only under the revolutionary and universalizing impact of capitalism. This is not the autonomy of Kant, who posits an agent in contrast to the material and social world. Rather, this is an autonomy of being in a more complete and individuated sense. In Capital, for instance, Marx sets out in some detail the way that capitalist private property brings about a general pattern of human development. First of all, the change from the fusion of the isolated, independent working individual with the conditions of his labor to formally free labor, is a metamorphosis which decomposed the old society throughout its depth and breadth. Furthermore, This clearing away of the old is accompanied by much that is new and far-reaching in its effects. Other developments take place on an ever-increasing scale, such as the growth of the cooperative form of the labor process, the conscious technical application of science, the planned exploitation of the soil, the transformation of the means of labor into forms in which they can be used in common, the economizing of all means of production by their use as the means of production of combined, socialized labor, the entanglement of all peoples in the net of the world market, and, with this, the growth of the international character of the capitalist regime. These are the general claims that Marx was making in respect of the capitalist mode of production. The most important thing to note is that capitalism is unique in that it is a universal mode of production. It is not just dominant, outweighing the impact of all other modes and forcing those modes to adapt and become derivative or perish. More than this, it alone has been capable of transcending boundaries within and between societies. Certainly, this is destruction, for Marx, but it is also a great clearing away of tradition, involving a refreshing disregard for the ostensible limits to the possible, and demonstrating the potential of human social organization. This is in the context, moreover, of the development of social production and of the free individuality of the worker himself. The capitalist mode of production satisfies the condition of universality in the discussion of human nature in that the universalizing character of capitalism gives the analysis world historical relevance. This means that human nature under capitalism has dual application, as an historically specific expression of human nature, and as an exemplar of historical development of human nature. Earlier modes of production, earlier social formations, then, achieve progress only within the confines of their specific and parochial social history. By contrast, capitalism affects not just this and that section of the world's population here and there, sometimes sooner and sometimes later, but, in Marx's understanding, comes to reflect the history of humanity as a whole. This universality means that the analysis of human nature and of individuality under capitalism also has a universal relevance. Marx's critique of capitalism can be said to satisfy the criterion of universality not only in respect of the conception of human nature. His views on individual capitalist existence have world historical significance in the same way. That is, individuality is a human potential, which takes particular forms in the process of its expression and self-development. There is also a second kind of claim that Marx makes. Having argued that capitalism affects the whole of humankind, he pinpointed one of the most important aspects of development: control over nature. Crucially, nature is made subject to human powers and organization. It is not that nature has changed. Rather, the change has been one that can be described only in human terms, involving a conscious application of technical knowledge for definite ends. Consider the way that Colin presents the relationship between humans and nature as one of scarcity. Human need, whatever may be its historically various content, is rarely well catered for by unassisted nature. Some mammals get what they need easily, while for others life is an endless struggle for sustenance. Men would, apart from special cases, be among the unlucky ones, except that they, uniquely, can continually refashion their environments to suit themselves. Mammals with less intelligence are unable to effect cumulative improvements in their habitats, with each generation building on the achievements of its predecessor. Such a relationship has many facets. The constant factor must be the way that humankind will remain in this superficially unfortunate position of having to struggle regardless of the achievements that previous generations have bequeathed. On the other hand, the relationship is a variable one, wherein humankind is fortunate in being able to perceive, construct, and exploit the difference between one's environment and nature itself. Within that variability, each mode of production can be assessed in terms of the degree that the natural is brought into the realm of the constructible environment. The impact of capitalism, when viewed from this perspective, is dramatic and unique. All of nature, Marx was claiming, is capable of being made subject to human powers, either in thought or action. This does not mean that human social organization can exploit and harness all natural forces and resources. The practical ability to achieve total control is secondary to the change in the approach to nature. Nature is seen as an object for manipulation, to be used and made to serve the interests of humans made powerful. With the fall of a once dominant and unchallengeable nature, Marx is implying, so fall other apparently natural features of social organization. They become merely transitory phenomena rather than deified or reified necessities. The power that was presumed to reside in nature and traditional social forms does not dissipate or disappear, since the property of such power was, in the first place, built into a perception of nature and tradition by humankind itself. The source and substance of that power, being derived from human self-understanding, were necessarily limited. But the limits were not set by nature, but are described by the limits to the realization of human capacities. Thus the power of nature was in fact the nascent power of humankind. Once nature became an object for humankind, Marx is demonstrating how the powers of humanity actually develop. They develop in the sense of capacities which reside in human nature coming to fruition, whereby such capacities are felt and understood and so form part of the abilities and techniques which can be employed consciously in the shaping of the environment. As such, control over nature is progressive, but only in one sense. Certainly, capitalism brought about the practical expression and universalization of the ability to see nature instrumentally, in other words, make it subject to human powers of comprehension and manipulation. However, humans in society have always assisted nature, thereby demonstrating the long-standing capacity to do so. Therefore, control over nature must rank as a capacity inherent in our conception of human nature, meaning that the contribution of capitalism is not a change in basic human nature, but a shift from one nature to another. The new relationship to nature, then, is the decisive differentiation between the feudal individual and the capitalist individual. Only the latter has the ability to understand that nature can be placed in a subordinate relationship to human rationality and activity. This is the kind of change in humans that is not likely to be reversed. As Colin has pointed out, historical precedents clearly establish that a more primitive mode of production very rarely replaces an advanced one. Such an occurrence would be the only thing that could change the expressed capacity of humans with respect to the control and understanding of nature, to reduce it to a relationship of mystification or ignorance once again. Thus it can be accepted that the development brought about by capitalism will change its form certainly, but will retain its content. Consequently, it makes sense to talk about human nature on two levels. Colin accepts the proposition that human nature does change, but it is also true that there are permanent attributes of human nature, in some equally important, perhaps the same, sense. It is change in the human relationship to nature under capitalism which explains why Marx could speak of this mode of production in such glowing terms. By contrast with the local nature of progress under feudalism, control over nature made dramatic new openings in the possibilities of production, since it allowed the capacities of human creativity and expressiveness a whole new range of resources and freedoms for exploration. Freedom, in this context, derives its meaning and force from the imperative to realize human capacities. Implicit in Marx's developmental conception of human nature is the belief that capacities ought to be expressed and not constrained. This is an end in itself. Also, opportunities for realization are the necessary conditions for the continued expansion of needs and capacities, as a means to the continued development of humankind as a whole. Furthermore, small changes in the relationship with nature encouraged experimentation and innovation, an inquiring rather than accepting attitude to objective reality. When this is coupled with the freedom from feudal social relations, and the freedoms and restraints of the new and still emerging social relations under capitalism, a nodal point in Marx's thought is reached, the pivot around which his historical analysis, encompassing his attitude to the development of individuality, turns. This is, quite simply, capitalism itself. The placement of Marx's critique. Bourgeois society is the most developed and the most complex historic organization of production. The categories which express its relations, the comprehension of its structure, thereby also allows insights into the structure and the relations of production of all the vanished forms of social formations out of whose ruins and elements it built itself up, whose partly still unconquered remnants are carried along within it, whose mere nuances have developed explicit significance within it, etc. This has specific ramifications for the analysis of the new individual. It means, first, that Marx's attitude to human individuality is a function of his approach to the study of capitalism. Second, this passage incorporates a recognition of the way that previous social formations and their social relations are connected to the present mode of production, even to the extent that residual forms and practices are carried on and become a part of the new and dominant mode of production. Marx presents this latter point not as a matter of internal contradiction within capitalism, but as an unproblematic historical reality. Marx's attitude is sometimes over-deterministic, however, and such remnants do not simply remain because they have yet to be properly conquered. Equally, the notion that the mere nuances of an earlier stage will have come fully to fruition implies too mechanistic an account of change and social renewal and reformation. Nevertheless, the optimism and simplicity of Marx's account do not detract from the significance of these kinds of claims or the observation that they are reliant upon a critique brought into existence as one of the achievements of bourgeois society. It must be noted that Marx makes explicit reference to the society that spawned these insights, not just the economic structure, thereby giving notice that where development and complexity were found in a society, then these same elements ought to characterize every account of that society. As Marx points out, with respect to economic categories, it would be inexpedient and wrong therefore to present the economic categories in the order in which they played the dominant role in history. On the contrary, their order of succession is determined by their mutual relation in modern bourgeois society, and this is quite the reverse of what appears to be natural to them or in accordance with the sequence of historical development. The point at issue is not the role that various economic relations have played in the succession of various social formations appearing in the course of history, but their position within modern bourgeois society. This interest in the organic connection is a methodological point which must also be reflected in the treatment of human nature within historical epochs. The qualities and abilities of human nature, then, will have some connection with one or more modes of production, but their place in an order is not significant. At issue is the way that those qualities combine to produce capitalist nature, and how that nature might figure in the transition to socialism. Thus Marx's critique of the capitalist individual is one that is historically located in a special way. It is not simply the perception that Marx had of life under capitalism, at a particular time and in specific circumstances. Marx was, after all, much more than a gifted social commentator. His view of capitalist individuality had to express the general validity of historical materialist method and highlight the dialectical realities that both indicated and precipitated change. As such, the structure of Marx's thought gives rise to the expectation that there should be found in his writings a range of descriptions of capitalist individuality, depending on the particular intent of the argument. Moreover, such descriptions will reflect a duality of purpose, or, more accurately, the comprehension that a knowledge of the present reshapes and demystifies perceptions of the past and makes possible new visions of the future. According to Carver, this vision includes the proposition that society and socially constructed individuals could be built anew. Discusses this possibility in terms of a revolutionary politics that depends on conscious, individual agents, not on some holistic agency that is metaphysical or teleological. Marx's language concerning class and history has been read in a way that is contradictory to any individualism, whereas it makes more sense to read it as presupposing individualism. Marx's thought has been roughly divided into three functional units: the critique of society, the vision of a future society, and the theory of change. Each of these incorporates an image of humankind, and together they represent the capitalist notion of human nature. As with the feudal notion of human nature, this structure to Marx's thought means that human nature and human existence under capitalism will exhibit marked differences. His references to humans are likely to be at one time laudatory of their potentiality, but at another time critical of the way that humans are so easily crushed, mutilated, and prevented from realizing that potential. Such differences have the status of dialectical contradictions within Marx's notion of human nature, while his conception of human nature expresses the general beliefs about the historical progress of society toward the possibility of a society of freedom based on new individuals and true equality. Chinese ideologues now argue that Marx's description of the distribution of the product of labor is essentially what prevails in China, and Marx's defense of bourgeois right justifies the analogous situation. But what of the question of trend? The official response is that the differences will gradually be narrowed with the development of the productive forces and laborers' skills, as well as with the general enhancement of their scientific and cultural levels. 39 Though no evidence of this is offered, it is arguable that measures such as the increase of sideline production raises the living standards of the peasantry and hence relieves social inequalities. However, developments in other countries would appear to suggest that the elimination of classes is not likely to be the end result of current Chinese policy. What the Chinese have done is to give up systematically seeking social equality by redistribution of class and regional income. They have devised a theory based on Marx to justify present inequalities and to convince the masses that equality must come eventually. Even more striking is the fact that Chinese Marxists have come to talk about a timetable, albeit still a vague one. In a speech of December 1982, no less a person than the head of the party's Central Committee's propaganda department, Deng Liqin, stated, "Recently, we criticized the theory that communism is dim and remote. Some comrades have argued that what they meant was that the higher stage of communism was dim and remote. True, it will require the efforts of several generations to reach the higher stage of communism. But we must acknowledge that we have entered the initial stage of communism." 40. Deng Liqin goes on to argue that already Chinese society contains elements of Marx's higher stage of communism, one example being that there are many party members who regard labor as life's prime want. In the light of history, several generations is hardly remote if what is predicted is the higher stage of communism. It is far more optimistic and specific than the statements of Mao or his cultural revolutionary followers. The Paris Commune, the masses, and peasantry. Marx had raised the problem of social equality not only in his doctrine of bourgeois right, but also in his discussion of the Paris Commune. Marx drew attention to some aspects of its administration he believed should be followed. On February 29, 1980, the Fifth Plenum of the 11th Central Committee adopted a communiqué which declared that the members had discussed the draft of the revised CCP constitution. Among a number of new provisions on the party's cadre system was one putting an end to the practice of being a lifelong cadre. 41 Article 37 of the Constitution adopted by the 12th Party Congress in September 1982, incorporating the provision, stated that leading party cadres at all levels are not entitled to lifelong tenure, and they can be transferred from or relieved of their posts. Cadres who are old or in bad health should retire, the article declared. 42. Part of the ideological justification for this policy comes from the Paris Commune. One writer summarizes the history of revolutionary attitudes towards administrators. He notes with approval that the officials of the Commune had been subject to recall and received the same wages as workers, as well as Engels' dictum, which he wrongly ascribes to Marx, that these policies prevented the servants of society from turning into the masters of society. After quoting Lenin to the same effect, he concludes, "From this we can see that to abolish the lifelong tenure system which actually exists in cadre posts is in total accordance with what Marxism-Leninism teaches on the cadre problem." 43 The writer cites no evidence that the Paris Commune developed a policy on lifelong tenure. Moreover, he does not use its example to suggest that Chinese cadres should receive the same wages as workers or be subject to recall. Nevertheless, he is surely right to stress that cadres must make up their minds, no matter under what circumstances, to serve the people to the end, and to suggest that Marx and Engels saw and supported such an attitude in the Paris Commune. Serving the people was also a Maoist slogan and implied the mass line. Despite its departure from so many of Mao's ideas favored during the Cultural Revolution, the Sixth Plenum came out with a strong and unequivocal restatement of the mass line. Isolation from the people, it declared, will render all the party's struggles and ideals devoid of content as well as impossible of success. The party must rely on the masses and serve them wholeheartedly. 44. But this does not mean that all mass movements are desirable. The historian Li Yuanming took the opportunity of the 110th anniversary of the Paris Commune to consider the attitudes of Marx and Engels towards it and other mass movements. Although he retains a generally positive evaluation of the Commune as a mass movement, he is also at pains to point out that Marx was not wholly supportive of its aims and behavior and was quite prepared to undertake a calm analysis of it, in other words criticize its failings. Marx and Engels were very discriminating in their attitude towards mass movements in general, and Li Yuanming cites specific cases which they strongly opposed. The lesson for the present is as follows. Mass movements of differing natures exist in the same way under conditions of socialism. Therefore we should likewise make specific analyses of them. We should fully support those which in general push forward the development of the history of society and the productive forces. But we should also make a clear-headed analysis of certain defects and abuses which the movements manifest, and point them out warmly so that the mass movements can develop healthily along a correct road. As to those mass movements which impede the development of the history of society and the productive forces and even play a retrogressive role, no matter whether they are spontaneous, or launched from above or below, we should not only shake our finger at them, but also, take up a clear stand against them. This alone is the Marxist attitude. 45. Although Li does not say so in so many words, the most obvious example of his last category is the Cultural Revolution, so the weight of Marx and Engels is being indirectly enlisted against it. Where does all this leave the role of the masses? It is still affirmed as positive both as a historical force and as a current one. But in history it is hemmed around with reservations which cannot but detract from it. Despite the positive statement of the Sixth Plenum, the power of the masses is more explicitly subjected to directors, executives, technicians, and experts now than was the case at least in theory in Mao's later years. We do not need, nor should we launch tempestuous mass movements as those in the past, wrote one ideologue just before the 12th Party Congress. He ruled out any mass movement in the present struggle against economic criminals, adding that instead, we will rely on legal procedures. 46. In fact, the mass line may survive, but with quite clearly reduced emphasis, priority, and status. In China, the largest part of the masses is the peasantry. The high evaluation which Mao gave to their role in society and the revolution is discussed in earlier chapters. In his last years his view was symbolized in the praise lavished upon the Dazai Brigade in Shaanxi province. After the Third Plenum a study group was sent to Dazai to investigate it. As a result, in mid-1980 the model was discredited and the Provincial Party Committee even accused of corruption in promoting it. An official opinion emerged as to the lessons to be learned from the Dazai fiasco. One of them, that the scope of class struggle must not be arbitrarily enlarged, repeats a point that has come forward several times already in this chapter. Another bears on the whole question of the status of the peasantry in society. Although their political consciousness has risen greatly since liberation, the peasants have a long tradition as small producers and this must not be overlooked. It is wrong not to heed their material rewards and compensations, or to take away their private plots. A serious way of violating their interests is arbitrarily to switch the system of ownership without regard to the degree of development of the forces of production. 47. The differing function of the idea of small-scale production in works by the Maoist radicals of the mid-1970s and thinkers since 1976 is worth noting. The former followed Lenin in seeing petty commodity production as the source which engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie. The dictatorship of the proletariat must act against it to preserve the revolution. 48 which otherwise small-scale production may destroy. The new official theoreticians have changed the thrust completely. While agreeing that small-scale production is a force for conservatism, they single out the peasants as particularly susceptible to its influence. This becomes a reason for allowing a partial return to private production and family farming in the countryside. In other words, one concept is used by one group to implement the very policies which the other, appealing to the same notion, wished to prevent. The new theories downgrade the peasantry as a revolutionary force. They attack the commune system, because they imply that the forces of production in rural China were not ready for the change in the system of ownership when the communes were set up. The production responsibility system in the countryside formalizes and implements the new ideas on the peasantry and reverses the commune policy. In his speech commemorating the centenary of Marx's death, Hu Yaobang listed the changes in the countryside as one of the main improvements in China in the past few years and an implementation of the Marxist principle of to each according to his work. Socialism, he said, had been consolidated and is taking big strides forward in our rural areas. He also attacked any adherence to an alternative view as half-baked critics. 49. Humanitarianism, the family. The change in attitudes towards the peasantry is part of the general retreat from the Cultural Revolution. Another very important aspect is the discussions on the relationship between humanitarianism and Marxism. These began just after the Third Plenum took the lid off official criticism of the Cultural Revolution as such, as distinct from just the role of the Gang of Four in it. There are basically two approaches to the subject of humanitarianism. One is that humanitarianism is a fundamentally different stream of thought from Marxism, because Marx emphasized not human nature or humanity but human social relations and classes. Humanitarianism derived from the European Renaissance and arose at almost exactly the same time as capitalism. In the light of these arguments, it can be characterized as a bourgeois system of thought. 50 This view of humanitarianism has declined in influence among Chinese Marxists in recent years. It is redolent of the sort of view on humanitarianism which prevailed during the Cultural Revolution. The major reason why the adherents of the Cultural Revolution opposed humanitarianism as anti-Marxist was because they perceived it as ignoring, and hence attacking, the key link of class struggle. It is the demotion of class struggle from its position as key link that allows for the dominant attitude, namely that Marxism, far from being opposed to it, is essentially and tightly linked to philosophical humanitarianism. This line begins by looking at humanitarianism as a broad phenomenon. The term refers not to the specific humanism so closely associated with the European Renaissance, but to the general idea that one should regard human beings according to the dignity of their species and treat them in a way appropriate to their value. The dominant view emphasizes that Marx gave humankind an extremely central place in his philosophy. An important article by Xue Dejun in People's Daily, entitled The Status of Man in Marxist Philosophy, demonstrated how high and valuable it was by reference to such passages as that in Marx's introduction to his contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, where he applauds the theory which proclaims man to be the highest being for man. 51 Man is the starting point of Marxist philosophy, states Xue, and also its objective. Other authors 52 leading to a similar conclusion, cite the almost identical wording elsewhere in the same work that man is the highest being for man and Marx's consequent call to overthrow all relations in which man is a debased, enslaved, forsaken, despicable being. 53. One writer claimed early in 1983 that, in the past 3 years, there had been over 400 academic papers written in China on man, of which a great many had explored Marxist humanitarianism, thus emphasizing the importance of the subject. He attaches great political significance to the new philosophic development for several reasons. Humanitarianism will help socialist modernization because it opposes such excesses as the overall dictatorship found in the Cultural Revolution, and maintains the equality of all people before truth and the law. Moreover, it acknowledges that man is the end not only of socialist production, but of all work. It also opposes privilege and the worship of material wealth, and places weight on education, the fostering of talent and the overall development of man. 54 He is saying that not only is humanitarianism indeed Marxist, but it is an essential arm of the philosophy which will tie Chinese society together in the interests of modernization, so that Chinese people will not only grow richer together, but also treat each other better. In this view, social equality derives not from class struggle but from humanitarianism. Marx was at pains to point out the difference between the idealist notion of the abstract man, as espoused by philosophers like Hegel 55, and his own of the material, real man who lives within a society and belongs to a class. Chinese Marxists have generally followed him in denying the existence of the ordinary man or of a human nature existing beyond classes. 56. One feature of Marx's approach to humanitarianism was his theory of alienation, which received very little attention in China during the Cultural Revolution and succeeding years. 57. It was not until August 1980 that public discussion began with an important and full-page article in People's Daily by a Marxist writing under the pen name Ruxin. The author recapitulates Marx's ideas on the dehumanization of labor in capitalist countries and refutes any suggestion that humanitarianism might be revisionist. He warns that to ignore this aspect of Marxism could bring about a new form of alienation. Have there not been lessons of this kind in the history of the international communist movement, he asks, in a fairly clear reference to the Cultural Revolution. Indeed, partly because of that movement's effects, alienation is perceived in China still to exist in China today. Society stands at the socialist stage, not the communist, and thus the influences of feudalism and capitalism persist. 58. The theory of socialist alienation, however, has not been unreservedly accepted. In particular, it was officially criticized in the second half of 1983 because of its implication that exploitation still existed in China today. During the Cultural Revolution, of course, Mao regarded the family as an important feudal institution to be abolished. In September 1980, however, a new marriage law was adopted. It reaffirmed the family revolution of the 1950s in the sense of abolishing the feudal family system and maintaining the illegality of such feudal practices as arranged marriages and concubinage. The law also made divorce somewhat easier than it had been. 59. The new marriage law, however, made it clear that the Chinese government had no intention of moving towards the abolition of the family as such. This was supported as usual by reference to Mao's own work. On December 26, 1983, in commemoration of the 90th anniversary of Mao's birth, a number of his letters were published for the first time. One of these letters dealt with the family, advocating a transformation of the feudal family in conjunction with social mass movements without, however, envisaging the eventual disappearance of the family. 60. In the countryside, the basis of the attempt to enrich the peasantry is the production responsibility system by which groups or individuals reach contracts with the commune management for specific tasks. In fact, many of these groups are family-based. In 1981, the All China Women's Federation sponsored a movement to select happy families, the criteria being such fine traditions of the Chinese family as harmonious family relations and reverence for the old. 61. What all this means is that the family has strengthened in China recently, both as a social and even economic unit, both in policy or theory and in practice. Equality between the sexes is still laid down by law. The 1982 Chinese Constitution stipulates that women enjoy equal rights with men in all spheres of life, political, economic, cultural and social, including family life. 62. In the urban regions, women have made some headway, with government approval, in entering the professions and power-holding positions on a par with men. In the countryside, however, the competitiveness associated with the production responsibility system and the importance of people as labor units have increased the economic and social gap between men and women, partly because peasants perceive the former as muscularly stronger and hence more productive. The consequent downgrading of females has been serious enough to lead to the recurrence of some iniquitous practices eliminated after 1949, even including female infanticide and the abuse of mothers who give birth to daughters. 63. Conclusion. Whatever the social results, there has clearly been a substantial broadening in the Chinese approach to Marxism since the Third Plenum. To judge from what they write, Chinese Marxists show greater familiarity with the works of Marx and Engels now than was ever the case during the decade 1966 to 1976. Far more scholars have written theoretical articles in a much wider range of journals and newspapers. Their publications not only quote far more from Marx and Engels but from a broader range of their works. Whole new areas of thought, such as alienation and Marx's humanitarianism, have come up for discussion. There are still limitations. Support for the Cultural Revolution is impermissible, and also contemporary Chinese Marxists rarely cite the works of their European contemporaries, but then neither did the Chinese Marxists of the 1966 to 1976 era. Mao Zedong, on the other hand, is quoted with dramatically reduced frequency. Together with this broadening has come a greater emphasis on formal attempts to encourage research into Marxism. For example, in mid-1981 a symposium specifically devoted to research on Volume 2 of Capital took place in Fuzhou, capital of Fujian Province, with over 100 people attending. It had a particular political-economic purpose, and emphasized discussing Marx's theories on reproduction and their significance as guides to our country's socialist construction. 64 To coincide with the centenary of Marx's death in March 1883, Beijing University held a conference on Marxism and Man, in which some 100 theoreticians and scholars from 65 institutions took part. 65 academic conferences on such topics were notable for their absence during the Cultural Revolution, and their convention shows greater activity in research on Marxism in China today. The rise in status of intellectuals has facilitated the broadening of Marxist thinking, and is indeed itself an aspect of Marxist ideology. Hu Yaobang gave them considerable emphasis in his speech commemorating the centenary of Marx's death, declaring it to be imperative that we oppose the erroneous tendency of separating intellectuals from the working class. Not a special class by themselves, they have definitely become members of the working class, despite the differences in their forms of labor from those of workers and peasants. Who called for intellectuals to receive greater material remuneration than those who do manual labor or whose scientific and educational level is relatively low. 66. One feature of the Cultural Revolution decade under particular attack is its dogmatism. The discussions on approaches to the motive forces of history, the continuing revolution and humanitarianism indicate that a range of views on particular topics is not only possible but encouraged, provided it does not overstep the mark of support for the Cultural Revolution. The political negation of the Cultural Revolution is part and parcel of the ideological criticism of Mao in his last years. The CCP still adheres formally to Mao's thought, as the Sixth Plenum made clear. But it insisted on making a distinction between Mao Zedong thought, and the mistakes Comrade Mao Zedong made in his later years. 67 This separates the Mao Zedong of the Cultural Revolution and later from Mao Zedong thought. What has happened in fact is that Chinese Marxists have renounced virtually all that Mao advocated in his late years. The discussions on the continuing revolution and bourgeois right bear out this assertion. The major exception is Mao's doctrine on the mass line, but the reservations expressed on mass movements in history and on the Paris Commune suggest that, even here, contemporary understanding differs somewhat from Mao's. Such is the extent of the negation of his last years that Chinese ideological circles no longer regard the cultural revolutionary Mao as a genuine Marxist. Mao imagined that his theory and practice were Marxist, states the communiqué of the Sixth Plenum. Herein lies his tragedy. 68 Chinese Marxists appeal to Marx himself to discredit the personality cult which Mao once unwisely allowed to develop around him. The most important single idea which has changed with the demotion of the late Mao is in the evaluation and reinterpretation of class struggle. No longer the key link from the time of the Third Plenum, it has changed meaning and come to rank lower in the minds of Chinese Marxists than it once did. The constitution adopted by the 12th Party Congress declared as follows. After the elimination of the exploiting classes as such, most of the contradictions in Chinese society do not have the nature of class struggle, and class struggle is no longer the principal contradiction. However, owing to domestic circumstances and foreign influences, class struggle will continue to exist within certain limits for a long time, and may even sharpen under certain conditions. 69. Although the Party Congress foresees the possibility that class struggle may sharpen in the future, the whole tenor of this statement is to downgrade its significance. The domestic circumstances and foreign influences which maintain class struggle do not mean the survival of exploiting classes but corruption in society, especially economic criminals as well as newborn counter-revolutionaries and enemy agents sent in from outside. 70 In virtually all ideological areas discussed in this chapter, the current line has been influenced by the demotion and reinterpretation of class struggle. In considering the motive forces of history, much weight can be transferred to the role of the productive forces or elsewhere. The significance of mass rebellions or mass movements declines, whether it be of the peasants in China or the workers in the Paris Commune. It is no longer necessary or even desirable to restrict bourgeois right. Continuing the revolution becomes a question of modernization and expanding technology. Humanitarianism becomes an important component of Marxism, not one to arouse suspicion and distrust. The re-evaluation of the status of class struggle accords well with the renewed emphasis on stability which followed immediately upon the fall of the Gang of Four. In fact, the ideological change succeeded and resulted from the political, not the other way around. The same conclusion follows in virtually all other areas of Marxist thought. The political line demanded more freedom to apply material incentives, so the ideological justification came to back it up. Arguments were found in Marx himself why it was good and useful to care for the people's material interests. Economic pressures required promoting directors and experts, so the new ideologues found reasons, again from Marx himself, why social inequalities need not be prevented from growing, at least for the time being. The same line of thought could be recapitulated from any section of this chapter. In any event, the Chinese still claim to be Marxists. Indeed, they argue they are more so than ever, because primary authority in Marxist ideology has been transferred from Mao Zedong to Marx, where surely it rightfully belongs. Few would wish to take issue with that. But it is ironical to find Marxism used to justify two such different political ideologies as that of the Cultural Revolution on the one hand and, on the other, that of the period since the Third Plenum of December 1978. 6. The Jich idea and the thought of Kim Il-sung. Colin Mackerras. The earliest Korean Marxist group, the Korean People's Socialist Party, was formed in 1918, ironically not in Korea itself but in Khabarovsk in the far eastern region of Siberia. In January 1921 it was renamed the Communist Party of Koryo, and grew rapidly with branches, not necessarily united, in Siberia, Shanghai, Korea and Manchuria. In the Democratic People's Republic of Korea of the 1980s, the Marxists of the early 1920s are branded as pseudo-communists who indulged in empty talk and failed to strike roots among the masses. 1. Marxism was given an impetus by the famous March 1 independence movement, so called because on March 1, 1919 a Declaration of Independence was read seeking to free Korea from its status as a Japanese colony, which it had held since 1910. The March 1 declaration was followed by demonstrations which attracted thousands of citizens and students in Seoul and many other centers throughout the country. The movement was brutally suppressed but, like its May 4 counterpart in China, contributed to the deep roots of nationalist sentiment among the Koreans. Although the Marxist movements were extremely factionalized in the 1920s, this was a period of growing consciousness among the workers as well as students and peasants. Between 1920 and 1925 there were over 330 workers' strikes, a particularly important one being the general strike by over 5,000 transportation workers in Pusan in September 1921 in demand for better working conditions. The Comintern took some interest in the Korean Revolution. Korean delegates took part in its second and third congresses in 1920 and 1921 as well as in the first Congress of the Toilers of the Far East the following year. However, the role of the Comintern through the rest of the 1920s was not significant. 2. Just as in other parts of Asia, the emergence of peasant guerrillas against the Japanese was a very important aspect of the growth of Marxism-Leninism in Korea. The Communists found great support among the masses by fanning and exploiting an anti-Japanese feeling. The most important of the guerrillas, although not the only one, was Kim Il-sung, himself of peasant background and with revolutionary antecedents. With brief exceptions, Kim lived in Manchuria from 1925 to 1945, but did build a major reputation as a focus of hostility to Japanese colonialism in Korea. Kim himself wrote in 1965 that the armed struggle against the Japanese had caused Marxism-Leninism to become intertwined with the realities of our country and the communist movement with the revolutionary struggle of our people for national and social emancipation. Point 3. This is really another way of saying that he saw himself as produced by the nationalism of the Koreans against Japan. Some Western scholars have taken a more cynical view. Gregory Henderson, for instance, writes that the Soviets picked Kim, for reasons still obscure, to receive a hero's welcome in Pyongyang on October 10, 1945, and goes on to describe Kim's provisional administration founded at the end of the war as obviously a puppet government of the Soviet Union. Point 4. The Soviet troops which entered the northern part of Korea at the end of the war are nowadays ignored in the DPRK museums, which wish to emphasize a history of independence, but they were nevertheless of great value to Kim. Likewise, the Henderson view overlooks the immense popular support Kim had gained through his guerrilla activities against the Japanese, whether carried out in Manchuria or Korea itself. Meanwhile, United States troops entered South Korea on September 8, 1945. The Soviet forces in the north tolerated the neutralist People's Republic of Korea, which had been established in August with its capital in Seoul, as well as the spontaneous people's committees which answered to it. The U.S. troops, on the other hand, forcefully suppressed both government and committees in the south. Kim's return to Pyongyang and the establishment of the Korean Workers' Party, which still rules the DPRK, both occurred in October and followed the U.S. suppression of the unified government. Point 5. In the founding of rival governments it was the South which took the lead, at least in chronological terms. In June 1948, the Republic of Korea was set up in the South, but it was not until September 9 that it was followed by Kim Il-sung's DPRK. Since this chapter is not about Korean history, there is no need to recapitulate the development of the DPRK beyond saying that Kim Il-sung has encountered some fairly stiff opposition in the Workers' Party of Korea. He has repressed it savagely and appears to dominate the Korean state and party like a colossus. By his 70th birthday, in April 1982, he had already begun taking very active steps to ensure a smooth succession after his passing from the political scene. His chosen successor is his son Kim Jong-il. The DPRK state is based upon the philosophy of the JICH idea. Kim Jong-il claims that it was in 1930 that his father put forward a JICH-oriented line for the Korean Revolution and that this historical event heralded the creation of the JICH idea. Point 6. Kim Il-sung's first clear enunciation of it came in a speech to party propagandists and agitators on December 28, 1955,7 not very long after the Korean War had resulted in the virtually total destruction of the country. The move reflected the dominance of Kim Il-sung and did not come without severe opposition. One DPRK historian writes that the anti-party factionalists, flunkies, and dogmatists, swallowing foreign things whole and copying them mechanically, opposed overtly and covertly our party's independent lines and creative policies which embodied the JICH idea. Point 8. So the official view was that opposition to JICH, undoubtedly real, stemmed from unnecessarily heavy support on foreign ideas as opposed to the notion of independence which is inherent in JICH. It was not until after a conference of the party's representatives in October 1966, that the DPRK began to assert the concept of Chuk-E as the single ideological system. Point 9. Although in the DPRK, Kim Il-sung is universally given credit for authorship of the JICH idea, he is on record as saying, "We are not the author of this idea. Every Marxist-Leninist has this idea. I have just laid a special emphasis on this idea." Point 10. The JICH idea is nevertheless equated in the DPRK with Kim Il-sungism and Kim's stamp upon it is unquestioned. It is a body of thought on which much material is available and its importance in one half of Korea today entitles it to fairly detailed treatment here. It is the only accessible form of Marxist thought in Korea. As explained to me during a personal interview with an officially sanctioned social scientist, Kim Chi-gun, in September 1982, the Jich idea goes beyond Marxism in that it shifts the basic problem of philosophy from whether matter or idea is primary to the relationship of humankind to the world. It answers the question by asserting the total primacy of people. It is they who play the decisive role in changing nature and society. Jich holds people, matter, and spirit to be interlinked, but humans are always in the leading position. Man alone is capable of transforming the world. It is man and none other that requires its transformation and performs this work. 11 Humans are social beings with three essential characteristics: independence, creativity, and consciousness. Independence is both individual and collective. It involves the individual's awareness of themselves and their ability, and the way in which they are integrated into society as a whole. However, in practice Koreans very rarely stress the chajosang of a single person but almost always that of groups, especially large ones. Independence means that the masses must oppose submission to great powers and that humankind must assert its superiority over nature as an ability to control it. Humans must control their own destiny. It also means that the masses must give play to their enthusiasm for labor to create a better world for themselves. This cannot be done by force. Enthusiasm thus plays a vital role in the revolution. Of course it must suit actual conditions which differ from place to place and time to time, but the idea is that the will of people can accomplish an enormous amount. Creativity enables humankind to render the transformation of nature and society more useful, by changing the old and creating the new. Whereas chajosang finds expression mainly in man's position as master of the world, creativity is expressed mainly in man's role as transformer of the world. As for the third attribute, consciousness, it guarantees that humankind understands the world and the laws of its motion and development. It hence buttresses the other two basic characteristics of humankind and ensures his purposeful cognition and practice. 12. Among other elements of the Jich idea, Kim Jong-il points to one that stands out as critically important. To acquire genuine independence, creativity, and consciousness, humankind requires wise leadership. The former are not natural but social attributes of man, consequently, wise leadership is indispensable to their development. Kim Chi-gun further expanded on the idea of leadership when he talked about the creative ability of the masses as not being spontaneous in itself but nevertheless a force which, given the proper impetus and guidance by enlightened leadership, could be harnessed to accomplish greater deeds. He elaborated even further by the use of an historical event, namely the Japanese occupation, which stifled Korean creativity until 1945, when wise government emerged to lead the masses onto a new historical plane. Kim Jong-il wrote on the occasion of the centenary of Marx's death: "In a revolutionary movement of the working class, the leader plays the decisive role. As early as the initial period in the history of the international communist movement, this valuable truth was proved by the activities of Marx. If Marx, the first leader of the working class, had not founded Marxism for the international working class, they would have groped in darkness, not knowing their historic mission, nor could they have triumphed in their revolutionary struggles." 13. Thus, Kim Jong-il uses Marx to present his case. However, he does not cite Marx's authority. Marx certainly did not claim that the liberation of the working class from darkness would be achieved by founding Marxism. The force which leads society is the party which itself needs to be led. It cannot otherwise fulfill its role effectively. The individual leader determines the role of the party, which thus becomes a weapon to materialise leadership. The leader thus creates the party, not the other way around. Professor Kim Sang-ryol, a member of the Central Committee of the Korean Social Scientists Association, told me in July 1981 that under Jich there could be no party without a wise leader to embody the will of the party so that the party and leader become one, the leader the party the leader. What happens when such a leader dies? A successor must be found who fulfills four characteristics. He must, firstly, be boundlessly loyal to the leader. He must, secondly, believe in the Jich idea and the ideology of the leader. He must, thirdly, hold fast to the leader's leadership art, and must, finally, love the people as strongly as does the leader. It is quite obvious that there is a strong political implication in these aspects of the Jich idea. They are the ideological justification for a personality cult around the great leader Kim Il-sung, which in extent goes beyond any other in modern history. The cult allows the argument that although the masses create history, they do so only with the right leader. Professor Kim and other Koreans with whom I have discussed this matter come very close to arguing that it is Kim who has created the modern history of Korea, rather than that he is the embodiment of material forces which created that history. There is politics also in the solution offered for the problem of the succession to the leadership. It can be argued that only Kim Jong-il fulfills the four criteria laid down, only he embodies his father's love for the people, so leadership should devolve upon him. In preparation for this event, a subsidiary but strong cult has arisen around the person of Kim Jong-il, who in the DPRK is usually called the Dear Leader 14, even though opposition to his succession remains, especially within the army. We now turn to look more closely at what Kim Il-sung himself has said on particular problems of general concern to Asian Marxism. This change does not ignore the tight link between the Jich idea and the thought of Kim Il-sung, for the two are more or less synonymous. Despite their voluminosity, Kim's works lack variety in terms of form and substance. 15 Most are long addresses given to various bodies such as congresses of the party or women's groups, or reports on important occasions such as the 20th anniversary of the founding of the Workers' Party. There is nothing corresponding to Ho Chi Minh's passionate indictment of French colonialism or to Mao Zedong's theoretical works on practice and on contradiction. Although Jich is said to shift the central philosophical problems away from the relationship between matter and idea, this dichotomy remains of interest to Kim Il-sung. If we are to build socialism and communism with success, we must occupy two fortresses, that is, the material and ideological fortresses. Certain persons consider that communism will have been built when strong material foundations of society are laid and the people live in abundance. That is wrong. Even if a society attains material wealth and the people are well off, communism cannot be built successfully so long as outdated ideas survive in the minds of people. Nor can the people who retain these ideas be regarded as communists. 16. Here ideology appears to be almost synonymous with what Marx described as the superstructure. Kim places no hierarchy between the material and ideological fortresses, but he does clearly depart from Marx's notion that a change in the material base automatically leads to the transformation of the superstructure. In the paragraph immediately following the extract, he berates countries with developed material foundations of society which have ignored the ideological revolution. These countries, he believes, will never succeed in building communism. Although he does not say so specifically, he is presumably referring to socialist countries. Kim's stress on ideology becomes clearer in a discussion of education. Thinking determines the value and quality of a person and regulates all his activities. This means that remolding people is essentially equivalent to remolding their thinking, and what is basic to the upbringing of a communist man is to arm him with communist ideas. 17. The important role of ideological remolding comes through with crystal clarity. The person who rejects the party's or leader's line should in theory receive not punishment but education, but in any case should definitely not be allowed to persist in false thinking. Despite the central place of independence in Jich, overt challenges to party ideology are notable by their absence in the DPRK. There is an inherent value judgment in Kim's verdict on ideas and the knowledge which flows from them. Learning that is not based on revolutionary, communist ideas is of no use at all. 18 He states. This makes no reference to neutral ideas, but certainly does attach enormous significance to the social context of concepts as a prerequisite for determining their value. One reason why correct thought is so essential is because of the mass line. The popular masses, properly led, make history. 19 And exercise immense power. They must do so on behalf of socialism. It is important to closely unite the masses around the party, strengthening the party as the general staff of the revolution. Without uniting the masses, we can neither strengthen the party nor make the revolution. Our party's consistent mass line is to unite the masses with the party by re-educating them and to carry out revolutionary tasks by enlisting their energy and wisdom. The mass line is the fundamental principle of our party's activities based on the Jich idea that the working masses are the masters of everything and decide everything. Point 20. The mass line, which was here spelt out so forcefully in 1974, was among the earliest doctrines to become explicit after the founding of the Workers' Party in 1945.21. It was essential to the Colima movement, which was part of the economic and social program decided at the party's Central Committee plenum held in December 1956, and was a factor in the cooperativization of agriculture as well as the socialist transformation of private trade and industry, both being completed by 1959.22. Colima is the flying horse, a symbol one sees frequently in the DPRK, and it symbolizes extremely rapid economic development. The Colima movement remains official policy in the DPRK, and its emphasis on the enthusiasm of the masses is believed to be an important factor in the country's extremely impressive economic progress. The other point to emerge from the 1974 passage cited above concerns the role of the party. Here Kim calls it the general staff of the revolution, and the phrase is found continually throughout his works, beginning with the earliest of them all, dated June 30, 1930.23. He emphasizes not only the mass line but also the party's role in educating and uniting the masses. Kim appears here to be taking a line very close to Lenin but also with links to Mao. What is clear in practice, however, is that Kim has never led any movement comparable to the Cultural Revolution in China, which sought temporarily to destroy the party and pass even more power to the masses. The Koreans have always thought the Cultural Revolution disruptive and a catastrophic mistake. The theme of the work from which the 1974 cited passage comes is a call for unity and cohesion in the party. The party leads the masses, not the other way round, yet it also implements the mass line. It is interesting to notice in this context that the Korean Workers' Party is a very large party, and can in that sense claim a basis in the masses. Some figures illustrate the point. 24. Not only is the absolute number continuing to expand, but the proportion in relation to the population has gone up greatly, although not consistently. The last figure of 16% is by far the highest for any socialist party in Asia and higher even than the socialist states of Eastern Europe. 25. A political grouping containing so high a proportion of the population can legitimately be called a mass party, but it needs to be added that figures tell us nothing about the locus of power within the party itself. The class nature and structure of the Korean society which the Workers' Party leads must be an important theoretical problem for a leader such as Kim Il-sung. The State Constitution of 1972 approaches it as follows. Article 6. In the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, class antagonisms and all forms of exploitation and oppression of man by man have been eliminated forever. The state defends and protects the interests of the workers, peasants, soldiers, and working intellectuals freed from exploitation and oppression. Article 7. The sovereignty of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea rests with the workers, peasants, soldiers, and working intellectuals. Article 10. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea exercises the dictatorship of the proletariat and pursues class and mass lines. Article 11. The state defends the socialist system against the subversive activities of hostile elements at home and abroad and revolutionizes and working classizes the whole of society by intensifying the ideological revolution. 26. A number of significant points emerge from these articles and require expansion. The first is that the DPRK indeed considers itself as an example of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is a structure in which four classes or parts of classes are positive contributors to the revolution: the workers, peasants, soldiers, and working intellectuals. The Constitution lists the workers first, and Kim is elsewhere quite explicit that they are the vanguard of society. In his report to the Fourth Congress of the Workers' Party in 1961, he asserted that the working class has strongly maintained its position as the leading force in our society, and went on to claim that factory and office workers, the working class, made up 52% of the population. He called the peasantry a reliable ally of the working class and spoke highly of its role in socialist construction and patriotism. In the report, Kim did not mention the soldiers as a class, but did praise the intellectuals, including those who had been remolded from the old society and the large army of new intellectuals from the working people. 27 He did not say directly, but implied, that the intellectuals are an ally of the working class. In the DPRK, a prominent symbol shows the hammer and sickle on two sides with the writing brush between them, representing respectively the workers, peasants, and intellectuals. So DPRK society is based on the worker-peasant intellectual alliance. Education is compulsory for 11 years and free throughout the system from creches up to university. It is formal policy to intellectualize the whole of society, at which stage both workers and peasants will be intellectuals. The notion that the intellectuals count as a separate class, not found in Marx himself but nonetheless not peculiar to the DPRK in Asia, will then become irrelevant. Another very important point to come forward from the Constitution is the contention in Article 6 that class antagonisms and exploitation of all forms have disappeared completely. It is as confident a view of class harmony as can be found anywhere in the socialist world. As early as 1958, Kim had stated, in even more specific terms, that there are no landlords or capitalists any longer in our country. 28 He thus went beyond the claim that these two groups had disappeared as classes to denying even that individual landlords or capitalists continued to operate. And yet, only 5 articles after this extraordinarily optimistic statement on class harmony, the Constitution concedes in Article 11 that subversive activities and hostile elements indeed persist, not only abroad but even at home. As late as 1981, Kim declared that in our country a fierce struggle is going on uninterruptedly against the enemies of the revolution in many spheres of social life. 29 This raises the question of who the enemies are if not landlords or capitalists. Possibly it could be interpreted in purely political terms as a reference to opposition to Kim Jong-il's succession, but in a constitution which formally pronounces that class antagonism has disappeared, this issue clearly requires explanation in theoretical terms. One clue lies in the weaknesses which Kim Il-sung finds in the positive classes, and the constant exhortations to working classes habits and thinking. The term working classes means that the peasants and intellectuals as well as the working class should be influenced by and eventually become members of the working class itself. It means, moreover, that the working class must become more and more like an ideal revolutionary and cultured class, which is one totally committed to the JIT idea. The working class must increasingly assert its leadership in society in order to cement political and ideological unity. 30 Naturally, the DPRK leadership sees the members of particular classes as having made enormous progress, but not yet as having reached the ideal. The weakness of the working class is that it cannot be entirely free from the influence of bourgeois ideology, because some of its members have lived in capitalist society and their families are newcomers to the proletariat. Moreover, many working class people are former peasants, small and middle entrepreneurs and merchants. The sons and daughters of such people, even though themselves members of the working class, were profoundly influenced by the class position of their parents. 31. It is very clear that Kim considers bourgeois ideology, which he acknowledges as persisting in the working class, to be due to the existence of bourgeois members within society. Bourgeois ideology is not the result of any regenerated bourgeoisie, but of the influence of remnants from the past. However progressive peasants or intellectuals in capitalist society may be, they will still be tainted with bourgeois thinking. The reference to the small-scale entrepreneurs and former peasants also shows that Kim Il-sung acknowledges Marx's view of the conservative influence of such elements within society. Kim is most certainly not conceding that they generate hostile classes under conditions of socialism. Like the workers, the peasants retain backward influences from the past. They suffer from egoistic and small proprietorial hangovers, which are deep-rooted and bequeathed from generation to generation over many centuries. The cure is unremitting struggle in favor of collectivism, and the slogan so widespread now in the DPRK, one for all and all for one. 32 He recognizes problems, but at the same time there is an extremely optimistic stamp in everything he writes about his own country. There is, however, one respect in which behavior based on backward thinking must be tolerated for the time being. Kim Il-sung explains as follows. There is more good than bad in the continued existence of sideline production and the peasant market in socialist society. We are not yet in a position to supply everything necessary for the people's life in sufficient quantities, through state channels, especially miscellaneous goods for daily use like brooms and calabash ladles, and subsidiary provisions like meat, eggs, sesame, both wild and cultivated. Under the circumstances, what is wrong with individuals producing these things on the side and selling them in the market? Even though it is a backward way, it should still be made use of when the advanced ways are not sufficient to cover everything. Some functionaries are afraid that sideline production, or the peasant market, could revive capitalism right away. But there is no basis for this fear. 33. Kim goes on to declare that these sideline productions and peasant markets will disappear only when the state can provide all the goods required by the people and when cooperative ownership has become that of the entire people. In September 1982 I was informed in the DPRK that this time had not been reached and was not immediately visible. What is under discussion is the phenomenon Marx described as bourgeois right. Kim acknowledges that the peasant markets are indeed survivals from capitalism, at least in some of their features. He justifies the residue not because it is good, but because it is necessary, and will remain so until the productive forces are further developed. It is striking that he does not appear to find it necessary to restrict or combat this bourgeois right. Neither does he concede that these sidelines and markets will lead to greater social inequalities. As usual, his is a very optimistic view. Koreans nowadays take the theme of social equality extremely seriously. Income differentials between the city and countryside, and within units in each, are remarkably small. Perfect equality, however, has not been achieved nor claimed. Two functional aspects of equality require treatment here. The first is the relationship between basic level leaders and those under their guidance. Kim Il-sung pointed out problems in the reality of the early 1970s and made his ideal abundantly clear. We have always stressed the need of doing away with the abuse of party authority, bureaucracy, and subjectivism among the functionaries. But some still resort to such practices. They regard themselves as special beings, pay no heed to the voices of the masses, and work bureaucratically, issuing commands to their subordinates. If functionaries do their work in such a bureaucratic manner, their subordinates will fear and flatter them, finding it hard to tell them the truth. Urged to discard the bureaucratic method of work and go among the masses, some functionaries only go about like sightseers, and this is also wrong. Because in this way, they cannot hear the real opinions of the masses. 34. Kim is here arguing that the functionary should be not the lord but the servant of the masses. He or she should stay always in close contact with the masses in order to discuss matters properly with them and understand fully what they are thinking on concrete problems. Bureaucratism and the seizure of privileges by grassroots leaders are anathema to Kim. Elsewhere, he applies similar strictures not only to party functionaries but to intellectuals. In a list of their shortcomings, the first is their tendency to get swell-headed because they have a little knowledge. He accuses some comrades of looking down on others as ignoramuses. The masses, he suggests, do not want to have anything to do with such persons. 35 He is correspondingly very insistent that science and technology, which are so vitally important to development, are not the preserve of experts. He attacks the view that they are mysterious and demands that the creativity of the masses not only can but must be enlisted in technological renovation. 36 One contemporary scholar has argued that, despite the democratic ideas which can be found in Kim's works, political practice in the DPRK has shown a tendency, from 1959 on, for the mass line to suffer competition from an approach which gives much more authority to the leaders of society, and for the top-down form to become predominant by the late 1960s. 37 Certainly Kim's ideology does not allow the distinction between leaders and led to disappear. The point can best be clarified by a brief explanation of the great Kongsanari spirit and Kongsanri method laid down as exemplary in the state constitution for all work. Kongsanari is the name of a model cooperative farm just outside Pyongyang. It is highly mechanized with tractors, harvesters, and trucks, and the material standard of living of the peasants is extremely high. Not only are all health services and education entirely free, as in the rest of the DPRK, but all houses have television, wireless, kitchen, and other useful items. Kim Il-sung has defined the essence of the Kongsanari method as follows: the higher body helps the lower, and the superior assists those under him by visiting the workplace to gain a firm grasp of actual conditions. The good leader gives priority to political work, works with people in all undertakings, and enlists the conscious enthusiasm and initiative of the masses. 38 So the Kongsanari method includes the mass line, enthusiasm, high technology, and intimate knowledge of the problems, an emphasis on politics and close personal relations. Above all, it includes leadership, assistance from the higher to the lower, not the other way round. Another aspect of the Kongsanari method has become very important in the DPRK, Kim Il-sung's on-the-spot guidance. When I visited Kongsanari in July 1981, I learned that Kim Il-sung had given on-the-spot guidance there 80 times since liberation, including a talk to the peasants in October 1978. Kim himself states that the guidance he gave in February 1960 marked a turning point in the renovation of the work of state and economic institutions. 39 It appears that for him the visit to Kongsanari in 1960 was the beginning of an emphasis on personal visits to selected units. Certainly it has become a major feature of administration in the DPRK. In those factories, farms, or other institutions I have visited there, the first item of information I received was when and how often Kim had come to give on-the-spot guidance. It is possible to see the practice as part of the cult of Kim Il-sung, but equally I believe it symbolizes the very personal style of leadership favored in the DPRK, not only at the highest but also at other levels. It may well be reasonable to see it as a major link in a process which shifts power from the masses to the leaders of society. 40 It gives the masses the illusion of consultation, but probably not the substance of democratic power. The other aspect of social equality is that between the sexes. In the Korean slogan, male and female represent the two equal wheels of a cart which requires both to operate effectively. According to the Constitution, women hold equal social status and rights with men. To this end, the state gives women and children a variety of special facilities such as maternity leave, shortened working hours for mothers of large families, a wide network of maternity hospitals, creches, and kindergartens. In addition, it frees women from the heavy burdens of household chores and provides every condition for them to participate in public life. 41. In practice, the DPRK's efforts to allow women to reach this very important objective of participating in public life include an extremely impressive array of child-minding facilities, all of which are entirely free. Kim Chi-gun informed me in September 1982 that there were about 60,000 kindergartens and creches for 3,500,000 children, nearly one-fifth of the total DPRK population. Not only mothers of large families but all those in the labor force receive special benefits. By law, pregnant women must be given light-suitable work, and the state provides systematic medical service and midwifery to them free of charge and protects their health after childbirth. It also allows mothers with babies necessary suckling time during working hours. 42. Kim Il-sung stated in October 1980 that it was one of the major tasks of the technical revolution to free women from the burden of household chores, and thus mobilize them into the workforce. Among the measures taken to this end he listed the building of nurseries and kindergartens. 43 Though much progress has been made, the ideal is not yet reality. In the DPRK one sees innumerable women with a baby strapped to the back, but I have never once seen a man thus burdened. Equality between male and female means a diminution of sex roles but not their elimination. Women enter the professions readily and about 70% of all doctors are female. Some senior functionaries are women, though far fewer than men. On the other hand, Kim Il-sung clearly sees the main responsibilities of family life as falling on women. In a girls' school I visited in Pyongyang in July 1981, I was informed that Kim Il-sung had come to give on-the-spot guidance and told the school that girls ought to be able to cook, as a result of which the leadership laid some stress on the culinary arts. In an article on women, Kim Il-sung emphasizes their impact on society because of the influence they wield on men and children. This is a major reason why they must be revolutionist and working classist. Some men, badly affected by their wives, committed errors and were demoted or dismissed, says Kim, laying at least part of the blame for male delinquency on women. For the behavior of children too, women hold still greater responsibility. Kim cites an analysis by the Ministry of Social Security according to which the mothers of most delinquent children are women who are not revolutionist. 44 From an ideological point of view, the important point here is that in Kim's thought women are expected not only to play a role equal with men in public life but to bear the brunt of that family burden and responsibility which is left over after the very generous assistance of the state. The cure for the problem of bad influences is less to share out family responsibility between father and mother than to revolutionist women. Equality between male and female in no way implies the elimination of sex roles. The revolutionization of women is a major prerequisite for building socialism and communism. We now come to Kim Il-sung's vision of what the future communist society will be like. Our ideal is to build a society where everyone is well fed, well clothed, and lives a long life, a society where there is no laggard nor idler and all are progressive and work devotedly, a society where all people live united in harmony as one big family. Such a society, we can say, is precisely a communist society. In a communist society, there is such plenty that people work according to their abilities and receive according to their needs. In other words, people can have as much as they want and their life's demands are fully satisfied. Further, in a communist society people will have still closer relationships with each other and the principle of one for all and all for one will be fully realized. Can we build such a society? Certainly, we can. Our people can say so on the strength of the achievements they have made so far. We shall come closer to communism when we fulfill the 7-year plan, reunify the country and conquer new peaks. It is wrong, therefore, to regard communist society as something of a mystery which can only become a reality in the distant future. By working hard at it we can concretize our ideal of communist construction in the not too distant future. 45. Kim here uses the slogan one for all and all for one, but refers to Marx for the higher stage of communist society, to each according to his needs, from each according to his ability. He lays great emphasis both on the material and social aspects of the communist society. What is perhaps most interesting about Kim's comments is his confidence that the communist society can be achieved and in the not too distant future. Of the 3 prerequisites listed, 2 are very specific. The 7-year plan began in 1961, the same year Kim Il-sung made the above statement. It was due to end in 1967, but was in fact not completed until 1970. Reunification is unfortunately not yet realized and is unlikely in the near future. 46 So only one of the 2 prerequisites is now fulfilled. The third one, to conquer new peaks, is extremely vague and allows for the deferment of the claim that a communist society has been reached. The Northern Koreans do not currently believe themselves to be living in a communist society, even though they call the DPRK a paradise. The state constitution lays down not the communist slogan of distribution but the equivalent of the socialist: citizens work according to their ability and receive remuneration according to the quantity and quality of work done. 47 In 1983 Kim Jong-il wrote that labor does not yet become a primary requirement of life in socialist society. 48 He is citing Marx's famous dictum that in a higher phase of communist society labor will be not only a means of life but life's prime want. 49 And is clearly implying that such a happy stage still belongs to the future. However, several senior people told me both in July 1981 and September 1982 that they still expected communist society reasonably soon. The major unfulfilled prerequisite is still reunification. As far as I know, the view of Kim Il-sung and his followers on the nearness of the communist society is the most optimistic of any of the world's socialist countries. Kim Il-sung sees the principal difficulty in the path of the communist society in the DPRK as ideological backwardness. Remodeling all people in communist fashion is far more difficult than supplying them with enough food and clothes. 50 He states. He insists here, as elsewhere, that no matter how a revolution is the material base of society, the ideological superstructure requires prodding to catch up, and will not automatically follow. Conclusion. We are now in a position to ask a question which must be central to a book on Marxism in Asia: are the JICH idea and the ideas of Kim Il-sung truly Marxist-Leninist? My interview with Kim Chi-gun in September 1982 isolated several areas where JICH was different from Marxism. The most important was that it posed the fundamental philosophical question differently, asking not is it matter or consciousness which is primary, but what is the relationship between man and the world. Another was the definition of a human, whereas Marx sees the human essence as the ensemble of the social relations. 51 JICH defines man as a social being with independence, creativity, and consciousness. Kim Chi-gun was quite clear that JICH is not the application of Marxism to Korea but much more than that. We cannot say that JICH is Korean Marxism because there are innovations in JICH, he informed me. There are aspects of inheritance from Marxism-Leninism, but the innovations are more important than what is transmitted. Koreans recognize that Marx correctly solved the problem he posed: matter indeed takes priority over consciousness. The JICH idea raised a new problem concerning the position and role of man in the world and answered not with abstract views on pure man, but by declaring humanity to be master of the world. 52. Foreign observers published in the DPRK, and thus expressing an official line, have suggested different interpretations on whether the JICH idea is Marxist-Leninist. An unsigned article reprinted from a journal in Japan averred that Kim Il-sungism is not a mere inheritance and development of Marxism-Leninism. It has brought about a great revolutionary turn in the sphere of human ideology. 53. In the same collection of essays and articles, another piece declared, in contrast, that the JICH idea is the Marxism-Leninism of the present day, that has highly developed Marxist-Leninist theory. 54. The perfectly reasonable suggestion that Marxism-Leninism is not a rigid set of formulae but must develop to suit the changes of the times and each country's conditions. 55 recurs throughout the DPRK literature. There is every reason to expect a country which stresses independence so heavily to vary any doctrine it embraces to suit its own needs. As early as 1930, in the first of the entire published complete works, Kim Il-sung called for the foundation of a Marxist-Leninist party. 56 His works bristle with comments like, "Comrades, as Marxism-Leninism teaches us, the masses of the people create history." 57 Suggesting most strongly that he regards himself as a Marxist-Leninist. The Constitution states in Article 4 that the JICH idea is a creative application of Marxism-Leninism to our country's reality. 58 The principal argument against accepting the claim lies not in the fact of innovations in the JICH idea but in their nature. 59 It can be argued that the emphasis on the leader as a person is such as to deny materialism. In the DPRK today, Koreans ritually ascribe all achievements of the Korean people to the wise leadership of the great leader Comrade Kim Il-sung, sometimes adding the dear leader Comrade Kim Jong-il. Everywhere Kim Il-sung is regarded as having personally created the Korean Revolution and the Workers' Party. Rarely do the masses take precedence, their role is always subsidiary to the leaders and lies largely in extolling him. To declare humankind as master of the world and independent can be reconciled with materialism only if the emphasis lies on the masses, on class struggle and production relations as determinants of social development. Kim Il-sung himself perhaps meets the criterion, but his followers appear to come very close to voluntarism, to saying that one person's will determines the movements of history and society. JICH and the thought of Kim Il-sung play an intensely nationalistic role in the DPRK today. This is due partly to the emphasis on independence, but is much more than that. The refusal to acknowledge Soviet assistance in the establishment of the DPRK or Chinese against the Americans in the Korean War springs to some extent from JICH and is part of a nationalism which amounts to a serious distortion of history. The function of JICH as a bulwark of anti-Japanese nationalism is also important. Point 60. On the other hand, both Kim Il-sung and his followers appear to think in Marxist-Leninist terms in the stress they lay on the party, on the leadership of the working class, the composition of society, and the type and scope of equality within it. The vision of the future is also strongly Marxist. There is a strong dialectic element in Kim Il-sung's thinking and that of his followers in the DPRK. There are aspects of Kim's thought which are contrary to Marx, but not necessarily fundamentally so. One is the suggestion that the ideological revolution must be consciously pushed forward even after the material has gained victory. Kim's view may well be realistic in Korea, and one can quite logically see the change as a development of Marxism to suit a particular country's needs, rather than a departure from it. Overall, it appears to me that JICH and Kim Il-sung's thought are indeed a creative development of Marxism-Leninism. Its emphasis on leadership and its nationalism are un-Marxist, but the general categories which it adopts are closer to Marxism-Leninism than to any other philosophy. The proposition that a Korean ought to follow foreign thinkers only critically and independently is a reasonable one. JICH and the passion for independence and creativity which is part of that idea have indeed contributed to the regrowth of the DPRK and the extent of prosperity and unity there. 61 achieved on the ashes of the Korean War. 62. 7. Marxism in Japan, Theory versus Tradition. Alan Ricks. There is no single Japanese strain of Marxism. Several types are in fact of interest in discussions of the relevance of Marxist thought and ideology to Japan. Notwithstanding the deep and permanent splits that, almost from the very beginning of the introduction of Marxist thought into Japan, divided the social and political movements which found inspiration in the ideas of Marx and Lenin, that tradition has had an immense impact on Japanese society and politics since the 1920s. It spawned a communist party which is still a vital force in the domestic political system and supported a socialist movement and a strong labor counterpart, from which lineage two large political parties remain. Before and after World War II it inspired successive generations of students and scholars. As an intellectual tradition and worldview from outside the Japanese historical experience, it provided a basis for radical critique that went beyond the internal argument of Marxism-Leninism itself which, for the Japanese polity of the 1920s and 1930s, was already radical enough. Marxism was therefore an intellectual, and later a political, movement with long-term significance for Japanese social thought and behavior. Japanese strains of Marxism are not easily categorized as systems of thought and ideology. Some writers indeed claim that only a pseudo-Marxism developed. 1 As in many other countries, it was Marxism-Leninism, rather than Marx's own writings, that was of greater direct relevance to the popularizing and political use of that ideological tradition. The way Marxism-Leninism has been interpreted and adapted in Japan since the 1890s needs to be looked at in terms of a number of interwoven factors. Firstly, two separate streams, of academic theorizing and political activism, gave shape and substance to the early development of Marxism in Japan. The role of individuals was also important in this process and has continued to be influential throughout the history of Marxism and Marxist movements in Japan. Individual writers and thinkers found in Marxism a compelling way to engage in political criticism and personal political action. At the same time as individuals were affected by Marxism, so the development of Marxism in Japan owed much to the commitment and contribution of individuals, the anarchists Kodoku and Asuji, the scholars such as Kawakami, the theorists Yamakawa and Fukumoto, the activist and writer, Sano, and others. For many, the interminable debates within the Marxist movement about the proper course of revolution were a vital element in their personal and political lives. Alongside the constructive and positive influence of the individual, however, has been its destructive obverse, the faction. This has dogged the history of Marxism-Leninism in Japan and has sapped its organizational energy and impact. A third historical force in Japanese Marxism has been the organized labor movements active since the 1920s and, from a separate political direction, the influence of the international communist movements. Both of these, one an internal, the other an external pressure, have continually and closely influenced the political development of Marxist ideology. Finally, let us not forget the state, for Marxism-Leninism in Japan achieved its political relevance as an anti-state movement. But it was more than that, since in Japan, for many the epitome of the capitalist imperialist state, Marxism-Leninism provoked a harsh response. Until 1945, the tolerance of the ideology as separate from its political manifestation was very low. This contributed to the distinctive Japanization of Marxism. The early development of Marxism in Japan. Marxist thought was first expressed in Japan through a small group of Christian intellectuals who formed the Association for the Study of Socialism in October 1898 as a forum for the discussion of Western socialist thought, including that of Marx. Their socialism was, as Beckman and Okubo put it, an amalgam of Christian humanitarianism, social democracy, and pacifism. Point 2. They quickly saw the relevance of socialist thought to the rapidly industrializing but imperialist Japan, and formed the Social Democratic Party in 1901, which aimed to achieve fundamental reforms through peaceful means. As well as being immediately proscribed by the state, the movement suffered internal dissension between the Christians and the materialist non-Christians. The two groups espoused, on the one hand, a peaceful social democracy and, on the other, an anarcho-syndicalism having its roots in Kodoku's study of Kropotkin and a belief in the value of direct action by workers. Marxism provided here a framework for social analysis. The socialism of the Meiji era, as it was reflected in both the social democracy movement and the anarchist movement, represented a desire to close the gap between wealth and poverty in Japan. Point 3. Marxism was recognized by both groups as a means of analyzing capitalism and arguing for improved conditions for the working class. The tactics for achieving these ends, however, did not extend to revolution. It took Lenin and the Russian Revolution of 1917 to add that component to Japanese Marxist thought. The differences between the anarchist and social democratic forces in the Japanese left-wing movement continued in the New Japan Socialist Party, but government suppression of the party forced its leaders into jail or hiding. Kodoku and some of his followers were executed in January 1911, while Katayama-sen fled to the United States to escape persecution. From there he continued his work, becoming an important figure in the international communist movement and maintaining an input to Japanese debates throughout the 1920s. One writer regards this early period as representing no more than an intellectual movement of bourgeois academics divorced from the workers' movement, and one that descended into a romantic anarcho-syndicalism. Point 4. But World War I changed the climate for radical thought in Japan. Industrial growth altered the economic face of the nation and, of all the nations allied against Germany, Japan was one of the few which emerged unscathed and with economic benefit. Industrialization also provided a stronger basis for the growth of the labor movement, and for labor unrest. The rice riots of 1918 in Japan, widespread popular disturbances brought about by the rising price of rice and forcefully put down by the government, and the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 also added ferment to popular dissatisfaction with government policy towards labor, prices, and the rights of the people generally. It was this environment and the more liberal atmosphere of the Taisho period that gave rise to new directions in Marxist thought. Fresh attempts were made to organize labor. The revolutionary potential of the proletariat was recognized and used by some anarcho-syndicalists who took up Bolshevik ideas. As Large puts it, the impact of anarchism on these disputes was catalytic, sweeping through the Japanese labor movement like an electric shock. Point 5. There was also a flowering of Marxist study in intellectual circles, which was later to play a central part in debates within the Marxist movement about appropriate strategies. Anarchism flourished only briefly, albeit with romance and notoriety, stemming mainly from the anarchist movement's intellectual leader, Asuji Sakushi. He and his mistress were murdered by security police in the aftermath of the Kanto earthquake of September 1923. In the 20 years or so up until World War II, the Marxist movement, both Marxist-Leninist and Social Democratic wings underwent a testing period of growth, a temporary stability and then gradual dissolution under government policy and repression. The key issues that flowed through the pre-war debates about Marxist thought, and which continued after World War II as well concerned, firstly, the nature of social change and revolution, secondly the role of the proletarian party and, thirdly, the application and adaptation of Marxist and Leninist thought to Japanese society, including a thorough assessment of the dynamics of capitalism and imperialism. This agenda constituted the search for a scientific characterization of modern Japan which, Nagita argues, turned out to be an exceedingly difficult and time-consuming task. It captured the attention of an entire generation of scholars and university students, and their debates and scholarly writings created a distinctive esprit that has had a deep and lasting influence on Japanese intellectual life. 6. Social change and the nature of revolution. The birth of the Japan Communist Party in July 1922 was brought about partly by the Asian activities of the Comintern stemming from Lenin's August 1920 theses on the national and colonial question. While the fortunes of the party are not the concern of this discussion, it is nevertheless important to note that the early years of the party's life were profoundly influenced by theory and policy imposed by the Comintern and by internal Japanese debates about the proper role of the party. In Japan around 1920, the attractions of Marxism-Leninism were drawing a number of anarcho-syndicalists away from direct action towards a more organized revolutionary stance. Lenin's theses on the national and colonial questions discussed the role of revolution in Asia generally, but did not deal with Japan specifically. Lenin had recognized the need for successive periods of development of the revolutionary experience, although this was admittedly designed for colonies that had yet to go through the full bourgeois revolution based on parliamentarism. Lenin, indeed, developed no strategy for the unusual position of Japanese workers, semi-organized, partially exposed to ideology and faced with a repressive state structure. It was through the influence of Yamakawa Hitashi and Sakai Toshihiko that the Communist Manifesto and Leninist and other Bolshevik ideas gained currency among the left in Japan. Sakai was a journalist who was active with Kotoku in the early dissemination of socialism. Yamakawa had been a student radical and was associated with those others in publishing the Commoners' News since 1907, and he developed into an influential theorist. His most famous statement was his 1922 article A Change of Direction for the Proletarian Movement, in which he advocated mass action through a revolutionary proletarian vanguard. This action would be directed to combating bourgeois politics. Revolution was to come via reform through class politics. Beckman and Okubo call it hardly more than a call to arms for intellectual 7, although Yamakawa certainly intended it to be otherwise. But the doctrine of revolution as put forward by Yamakawa was weak and, in any case, written partly for the factional purpose of condemning the anarchists who were influential within the Marxist movement at the time. The study of Marxism-Leninism had really advanced very little, and it needed the ideas of Fukumoto Kazuo to apply Marxist-Leninist revolutionary theory to the Japanese experience. The academic study of Marxism was also developing, and one of Japan's foremost scholars of political economy, Kawakami Hajime, was making Marxism a popular subject in the universities from his base in Kyoto University. Kawakami, an academic economist, recognized the revolutionary relevance of Marx's thought but was not, in the early 1920s, politically activated. He was even, according to Bernstein, increasingly unsure of himself as a scholar of authority on Marxian thought, doubts which were reinforced by Fukumoto's trenchant criticism. 8 Fukumoto's attack on Kawakami and others including Yamakawa for their reformism and inability to promote the struggle, had a strong theoretical and practical impact. It brought Marxist thinking closer to the essence of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. 9. Yet Fukumotoism as it became known, was not a revolutionary strategy and, in many ways, it inhibited the growth of a united proletarian movement. Fukumoto stressed the need for theoretical purity, proper understanding of the theory of revolution, while striving to achieve a bourgeois revolution as the basis for the proletarian revolution. But Fukumoto wanted organizational purity as well, and encouraged notions of splitting off from socialist workers to ensure theoretical correctness within the vanguard party. Unity through separation was his slogan. Like Yamakawa, Fukumoto did not in the end provide a revolutionary strategy, rather, he directed his energies towards party ideas and structures. The so-called 1927 Theses from the Comintern criticized the Fukumoto approach and accused him of isolating the party from the mass of the proletariat. The Theses reiterated what the Comintern's 1922 draft platform of the JCP had stated, that a two-stage revolution was required in the Japanese case, a bourgeois democratic one followed by a proletarian revolution. Furthermore, the leadership of the peasantry by the proletariat was seen as essential. There are thus in Japan both the objective prerequisites for a bourgeois democratic revolution and the objective prerequisites for the rapid transformation of the bourgeois revolution into a socialist revolution. For the working class, the bourgeois democratic revolution is merely a step on the road to a socialist revolution. In leading the bourgeois democratic revolution, the proletariat does not lose its class consciousness. On the contrary, it is precisely the prospect of transforming the bourgeois democratic revolution into a socialist revolution that is the decisive factor for the proletariat at all stages of the struggle. 10. Thus the party, following the 1927 Theses, saw Japan controlled by feudal remnants. This required a first-stage bourgeois democratic revolution. However, the two-stage theory of revolution had its critics within the communist movement, notably those associated with the journal Rono, or Labor Farmer, Yamakawa included. The debate between these militant Marxists, who regarded Japanese capitalism as essentially controlled by the imperialist bourgeoisie, and the party which saw strong feudal remnants in the Japanese system, stretched from the late 1920s into the post-war period and created, in its wake, an aggressive academic debate on the nature of the development of the Japanese capitalism, a debate which spurred the political level of the discussion. The labor-farmer faction regarded the bourgeois revolution as having been completed, and an immediate proletarian revolution was required to overthrow bourgeois monopoly capitalism. The theoretical debate in Japan about the nature of revolution reflected again the divisions within the Marxist movement in Japan and the tenacity with which those differences were propounded and defended. These divisions spilled into left-wing party politics before and after the war, and the influence of the labor-farmer faction was important in the ideological basis of the post-war Japan Socialist Party. 11 But if the domestic approach to revolution was split, the influence of the Comintern did not help matters. The 1931 and 1932 Theses were contradictory on the question of revolution and the place and role of the party. The 1931 Theses, prepared by party members in Japan in the light of their understanding of Comintern views, criticized the labor-farmer faction but advocated a one-stage revolution. The fundamental class contradiction in this period is the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The nature of the coming revolution in Japan is a proletarian revolution that involves bourgeois democratic tasks. The immediate goal of the struggle of our Japanese proletariat is to overthrow the bourgeois landlord power in the imperial system, under which finance capital holds sway, and to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. This view was then strongly criticized by the Comintern, which produced a new set of theses on the Japanese situation within a year. This document was, according to Scalapino, to stand as the basic document for the Japanese Communist Party until 1946 and, even then, certain of its basic provisions were reiterated. 12. The 1932 Theses reinstated the two-stage theory of revolution. They argued that the bourgeois state was upheld by the imperial system, which was the main pillar of political reaction and of all the relics of feudalism in the country. The Comintern thus required the abolition of the emperor system. The Comintern's second important concern was the need to assure a successful agrarian revolution. Therefore the Theses saw the character of the forthcoming revolution in Japan as a bourgeois democratic revolution with a tendency to grow rapidly into a socialist revolution, under the guidance of the dictatorship of the proletariat. These concepts of revolution, as originally developed in the pre-war Marxist movement, were never entirely appropriate to the conditions in Japan. Part of the problem was that the Comintern was unable fully to take account of the harsh realities of the oppression of the left wing in the imperial state. Comintern demands for espousing the overthrow of that imperial system were neither practical nor helpful. Internal difficulties were also severe, a tendency towards wrangling over theory and the inability to apply that theory to practice, made the movement disunited and weak. Depredations by police action only furthered the ideological disunity and different individuals and groups were imprisoned or fled. Again, the extent of state direction of Japanese capitalism was such that it was never entirely clear whether the bourgeoisie were the dominant force in the economic structure. This combination of factors bound Japanese Marxists into a revolutionary strategy that, while forced on them by Stalin and the Comintern, could not in the end be effected. The Japanization of Marxist revolutionary theories thus began when overthrow of the imperial system was advocated and seen to be impossible. While this was in one sense submission to imperialism, factionalism within the Marxist movement in Japan made inevitable the failure of the revolutionary ideal. However, the efficacy of Japanese Marxist revolutionary ideas is related closely to concepts of the role of the proletarian party, and the political objectives of Marxism. The role of the proletarian party. Marxism and left-wing party politics have been intertwined since the Social Democratic Party was established in 1901 by Koto Kishosui and his colleagues. But left-wing parties have not all been communist. The Social Democratic movement had a strong base both in Marxism and in the Christian humanism of Suzuki Bunji, who founded the Uikai, or Friendly Society, in 1912. Even though certain elements in that organization later took on a stronger radical Marxist attitude and Suzuki himself announced in 1919 his conversion to socialism. The debate about Marxism, class, and the role of the proletarian party have been extremely important to the development and political expression of Marxist thought in Japan. In the pre-war period, the JCP was overridden by the nationalism and imperialism of the 1920s and 1930s, while the party's post-war tactics led to the eventual acceptance of the need for a parliamentary role for the achievement of the bourgeois democratic revolution. It was in Yamakawa Hitashi's Change of Direction article in 1922 that a defined role for the proletariat was proclaimed. Very much influenced by the Bolshevik experience in the Soviet Union, Yamakawa hit out at the strongly anarcho-syndicalist theories of Asuji Sakushi and others, which placed priority on violence and direct action as the keys to the success of the socialist movement. Yamakawa's was not a full program but the arguments of an intellectual theorist, but he outlined a political role for the proletariat. He identified the interests of the socialist movement with those of the working masses, and called for the vanguard minority within the proletarian movement to identify this goal with mass action, and encourage mass support. It was, however, an exceedingly voluntarist approach, for the revolutionary vanguard had to, wrote Yamakawa, learn how to activate the masses 13 without being dissolved into the masses. Yamakawa is saying very clearly here that the proletarian vanguard is essential to the success of the proletarian movement, and that care was necessary to ensure that its existence was preserved. It also gave a concrete political role to the coalition of the vanguard with the proletarian masses. We must fight bourgeois politics with a positive spirit. We must throw proletarian politics against the politics of the bourgeoisie. 14. Yamakawa spoke of the two elements of the Japanese proletarian movement, the socialist movement and the labor movement, but the Comintern's Bukharan theses placed the party at the center of widespread revolutionary activity. The Japanese Communist Party, which has as its aim the struggle on behalf of the dictatorship of the proletariat, must make efforts to mobilize all social forces that are capable of carrying on the struggle against the existing government, because its overthrow is an inevitable stage in the struggle of the working class to achieve dictatorship. Yamakawaism, therefore, signaled the beginning of mass activity by the Marxist movement and the pursuance of class struggle, and it was a line given stronger and more focused political content by directions from the Comintern to the JCP. In contrast to the JCP, the Social Democratic parties and the labor movement in Japan emphasized the solidarity of the various classes and rejected the notion of a proletarian vanguard. This did not fit with the notions of equality that ran through their ideology. For them, a large, inclusive, democratic force was required for reform. 15 But for Yamakawa, losing the distinction between the working masses and the vanguard minority was not a step towards progress in the proletarian movement, but a fall from revolutionism to reformism and opportunism. 16. Despite Yamakawa's call and some impressive inroads made into the labor movement up to 1928, the history of the pre-war JCP was such that it never truly became a party of the mass of workers. Even under a revolutionary vanguard, the JCP was, on the contrary, a party of socialist sects which suffered from the further disadvantage of being illegal and therefore subject to persecution by the state. Yamakawa began to move away from his support for the JCP. He developed the idea of a single proletarian party which could absorb into itself anti-capitalist elements such as workers and farmers. This was a strategy which ultimately Yamakawa felt the JCP could not achieve. Fukumoto took a position based firmly on the need for theoretical correctness, and his attitude to the party was that effective unity could only be based on the internal separation of the genuine from the false Marxists. But Fukumoto's approach was again inward-looking and divisive, a further example of the factionalism within the JCP. Fukumoto lambasted Yamakawa for his reformism and parliamentarism and his neglect of the important role of the vanguard Communist Party. Yamakawa argued that a single legal proletarian party was necessary. Such was the intensity of this debate that one writer later commented that Fukumoto's criticism of Yamakawa certainly explained Yamakawa's defects clearly, but Fukumotoism not only prevented the realizing of the problem of unification of the masses raised by Yamakawa, it also thwarted the possibility of the positive benefits for the Japanese labor movement of those things built up in Yamakawaism. 17. The Comintern's 1927 theses, however, criticized both Yamakawa and Fukumoto and called for a return to the practical business of politics. The Communist Party of Japan will be in a position to solve its historical tasks only as a mass party. It must definitely realize that without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement. But it must just as definitely realize that without a revolutionary mass struggle, without actual and strong connections with the masses, theory is futile. The 1927 theses reinstated the party as the revolutionary vanguard of the proletariat fighting for the fundamental historical interests of the working class as a whole. It would thus seek the same sort of general goals as most of the social democratic parties, an alliance of all proletarian elements, although the was to remain the vanguard and the active leader of the movement because, the theses stressed, the Japanese proletariat has no revolutionary traditions. The formal separation of the party from the mass of workers was posed even more clearly by the 1931 theses. They argued that the Communist Party is a political union of the vanguard of the proletariat and that all Japanese revolutionary workers must strengthen the JCP. The theses recognized the organizational task ahead in creating a viable mass struggle. The party must strengthen and expand its organization with a clear view of its task of winning over the majority of the proletariat by independently organizing and directing the economic and political struggles of the working masses. The 1932 theses determined, in large part, the future JCP attitude to the role of the party. It was to lead the alliance of workers and peasants under the hegemony of the proletariat, to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat after the first revolutionary stage and to lead the proletariat into the socialist revolution. The 1932 theses drew the JCP further away from the ideology of the other Marxist-based parties, which coalesced under various names and banners throughout the 1930s. 18 In their case, reformism was seen to be achievable through legal processes, revolution was an unacceptable strategy. But the divisions in the Marxist movement drove left and right into tighter and smaller corners over time, to the detriment of the interests of the proletariat. For neither the communists in the JCP nor the social democrats based in the labor movement considered unity a viable option. The 1932 theses expressly ruled out a balanced union by emphasizing the vanguard role of the proletariat. The 1932 theses were, however, also instrumental in forcing adherents away from the JCP. Seino Manabu, A key JCP figure, for example, claimed that the theses attack on the emperor system was the turning point in the process of his renunciation of the party. In 1933 he and another imprisoned party member, Nabyama Sadachika, rejected the JCP and the Comintern, claiming that the party was a modern representative of Machiavellianism and a negative force in Japanese society. 19 While Seino's Tenko, or his renunciation of an anti-nationalist ideology and return to nationalism, was the beginning of mass defections from the JCP, it did not destroy it permanently. The message of the 1932 Theses was taken up again in the post-war period. The application of Marxism-Leninism to Japanese society. One of the greatest intellectual attractions, and political uses, of Marxist-Leninist thought in Japan has been the critique it has provided from outside the system of Japanese history and society, especially its modern capitalist manifestations. Yet this, too, has led to a deep and continuing division within the schools of Marxism-Leninism in Japan, and in the communist movement. The ideological split that originated in the late 1920s led to two opposed traditions of communism in Japan, the one official, the other academic-centered but with strong influence over what was to become the radical wing of the Japan Socialist Party. 20 The origins of the split stem from the two major figures who helped spread the political ideology of Marxism in Japan, Yamakawa Hitashi and Fukumoto Kazuo. The origins of the split also deriving from the differing concepts of revolution as it applied to Japan. The orthodox view of the JCP was that of the two-stage revolution, as advocated by the 1927 Theses and reaffirmed by the 1932 Theses. The first stage, or bourgeois democratic revolution, required a coalition of labor, peasants, and the petty bourgeoisie. This would lead quickly into the socialist revolution under the leadership of the proletarian vanguard, the Communist Party. A rival thesis was that espoused by the group which initiated the theoretical Marxist journal Rono, in December 1927. Yamakawa was a member, as were other well-known socialists and radical intellectuals such as Inada Tsuneo and Arahata Kansen. They became known as the labor-farmer faction. They were challenged by another group of scholars who were involved in the collection of lectures entitled Nihon Shihanshuji Hatatsushi Koza published in 1932-3. This group came to be known as the Kozaha or the lecturer faction. It was this faction which became associated with the orthodox JCP view of Japanese economic development as requiring a two-stage revolution. This debate, while carried out primarily at an academic level, had far-reaching political implications. The ideological extremism of the labor-farmer faction ran them foul of the Comintern, which was itself embroiled in the bitter rivalry between Stalin and Trotsky. The group was expelled from the party in February 1928. Expulsion notwithstanding, the labor-farmer faction continued to exert a strong influence on the direction of the Marxist-Leninist theoretical debate in Japan. In fact, the controversy between the labor-farmer and the lecturer factions gave a voluminous historical basis to Marxist debate and helped plant Marxism as an issue firmly in the Japanese intellectual milieu. Previous Marxist scholars had devoted their time largely to explaining rather than developing Marxism. Kawakami Hajime, the best-known Marxist scholar in Japan at the time, was an interpreter of Marxian economics. He did not make a significant contribution to the Marxist debate about Japanese economic history, although he did much to provide the knowledge of the tools which others could then apply. The debate between the two factions turned on interpretation of the Meiji Restoration of 1868. The labor-farmer theorists regarded the Restoration as a bourgeois revolution which opened the way for the domination of the Japanese economic structure by capitalism. The imperial system was dominated by capitalist, not feudal forces, since the landlord system, insofar as it had been feudal, had been defeudalist and landlords had become bourgeois capitalists. It was impossible, argued the labor-farmer faction, for capitalism to exist on a feudal base, as the lecturer faction contended. The labor-farmer strategy for revolution was based on a coalition between the proletariat and the poor peasants, not the vanguard role of the Communist Party. What sort of revolutionary strategy is suggested by a dialectical materialist analysis of the present historical conditions in Imperial Japan? In a very short form, we could say the following: the main objective is the overthrow of imperialism, the main revolutionary force is the proletariat, the main reserve force is the poor peasantry, the second reserve force consists of urban semi-proletariat. The direction of main efforts is toward the isolation of the democratic petty bourgeoisie. The focus of force will be the firm alliance between the proletariat and the poor peasants. 21. The revolution would thus be a single-stage proletarian revolution, in a country with a highly developed capitalist system where bourgeois capitalist elements dominated an inherently feudal landlord system. The conventional view of the JCP, as expressed in the 1927 and 1932 theses, and as developed in the work of the lecturer theorists, was that the Meiji Restoration of 1868 was not a thoroughgoing bourgeois revolution, but reflected the prior contradictions within the Tokugawa regime, a group of lower samurai and wealthy merchants alongside a feudal structure based on the imperial and court system, high-ranking samurai and the landlords. The revolution was carried through by the lower samurai, who developed a capitalist industrial base in cooperation with the merchant class, but feudal elements remained in the imperial system and the landlord system. Thus it was necessary to promote a two-stage revolution, the first to eliminate the feudal elements which dominated the absolutist state structure in the Taisho-Showa periods from 1911 onwards, and the second revolution to overthrow the then complete bourgeois capitalist system. One of the leading theorists of the lecturer faction, Nora Idaro, explained the process of restoration. The Meiji Restoration was clearly a political revolution, but at the same time was a broadly based and thoroughgoing social revolution. This, as is widely known, was not simply a restoration of imperial rule but a powerful social change to place the capitalists and capitalist landowners in power. The Meiji Restoration was carried out through the conscious cooperation of the reactionary imperial court and those of the warrior class who could not in the end throw off their feudal consciousness. Furthermore, right up until today our political organization has not been able to abandon its reactionary, despotic, absolutist character. However, this did not prevent the development of the Japanese capitalist economy. In fact, that despotic political power also cultivated in a hothouse environment the process of change from feudal productive methods to capitalist production methods and, in promoting that change, made possible the surprisingly rapid development of Japan as a capitalist country. 22. While maintaining that feudal elements had been abolished, the labor-farmer theorists found it difficult to explain the nature of imperialism and military rule in the 1920s and 1930s in Japan. It was not easy for them to assess the close and cooperative role of the bourgeoisie in the political arena in Japan. Likewise, the lecturer faction went to considerable lengths to explain the mechanisms of the dual economy, the capitalist system based on a still feudal peasant agrarian sector. Some Marxist scholars claim to have found a way through the center of this dispute. Uno Kozo, for example, developed a theory that isolated a purely theoretical capitalism from a process developing towards capitalism. Uno argued that the development of Japanese capitalism in a wider international imperialist phase preserved, rather than abolished, feudal agriculture. This was because, Uno's translator writes, the form of finance capital, with its peculiar mode of accumulation through the joint stock company system, was capable of securing the commoditization of labor power without revolutionizing the existing form of agriculture. 23. Did this debate help the application of Marxism-Leninism to Japanese society? Clearly, the difficulty lay in how Japanese history and society were analyzed, and the type of Marxist-Leninist analysis that was being used. A major contradiction lay between the need to justify the use of the universalist methodology of the dialectic and historical materialism, and the unusual and difficult conditions in which Japanese Marxists found themselves in the pre-war years, attempting to rationalize Japanese economic history in class terms under an oppressive and imperialist regime, the very existence of which upset the Western European model of development from which Marxist economic analysis sprang. Japan was closer to the Russian model in the way conservative political forces were aligned against revolutionary forces, but Japan's economic development was much further advanced than that of Russia in 1917. The lecturer theorists argued that Japanese conditions resembled those of pre-revolutionary Russia, in the combination of monarchy, landlordism, and predatory monopoly capitalism. Some theorists like Seino Manabu and Akamatsu Katsumaro stress the peculiarity of Japanese conditions in an attempt to come to terms with the meaning of Marxism for an Asian society such as Japan. The coming bourgeois democratic revolution in Japan will be different in nature from those experienced in the capitalist or in the colonial or semi-colonial countries. The proletariat will carry out the change as the leading force in a violent clash with the imperialist bourgeoisie, which holds hegemony in a political alliance with the landlords. This change will turn quickly into a proletarian revolution, so quickly that the change will mark the beginning of a proletarian revolution. Japan, which is a reactionary imperialist power in world politics, stands on the eve of a bourgeois democratic revolution because of the contradictory feudal relations in its domestic life. In the case of Japan, there will be a special type of bourgeois democratic revolution in the developing process of the world's proletarian revolution. 24. Seino, as Hostin writes, asked what is it that differentiates Marxism from other Eurocentric approaches to development? What is valuable in Marxism for us? And finally, can Marxism still be useful as a theory of development if it is stripped of these prejudicial elements? 25. Seino developed the theory of one-state socialism for Japan, which had strong nationalist overtones. Monarchy, he thought, was compatible with socialism, as the emperor system was an expression of national unity which lessened the brutality of domestic class opposition. 26. Seino's is the clearest example, but by no means the only one, of the adaptation of elements of nationalism to socialism. But as Wagner writes, he did not completely renounce his early Marxist-Leninist beliefs. Instead, his brand of Japanese revolutionary socialism was the result of a maturation of his pre-Tenko ideas and of the post-Tenko adaptations that he made to Marxism in order to bring his Western philosophy into closer conformity with Japanese national customs and institutions. 27. However, others who also harbored doubts about the ultimate relevance of Marxism, such as Kawakami Hajime, did not reject the Marxism of the JCP. Kawakami fought hard through many years of scholarship and political activity, to apply Marxism to the truths he held dearest. It was for him an academic faith, in Bernstein's words, and one which ultimately did not give him satisfaction. But it did give him a scientific methodology which was appealing to whole generations of scholars. Bernstein puts it most aptly. Marxism, however, was different from the other thought systems which the Japanese had adopted throughout their long history, because it was a total system of thought, embracing man, nature, and history in an intricately logical structure whose parts presumably could not be separated and rearranged, like a child's tinker toy. Rather, Marxism presented the Japanese intellectual with a new worldview, rigorously materialistic, a monism that challenged the very core of Japanese society and social values with its own interpretation of the nature of social relations and historical development. Marxism insisted upon an end to the coexistence of ideas, in Maruyama Masayo's expression, and hence required of the would-be Japanese Marxist a bracing up of his mental processes. Because Marxism posed as a science, this demand was irresistible. 28. There is no doubt that Marxism-Leninism was applied to, and accepted as a scientific analysis of, Japanese society. It called forth a huge volume of valuable revisionist scholarship on Japanese economic development, but in political terms it was a failure in the pre-war period. The attraction was as a critique, not a strategy for revolution despite the underground activities of the JCP. The inability of Marxist theory ultimately to explain the political strength of the imperialist state led in part to its being indigenous to account for imperialist nationalism. But just as there is no Japanese Marxism, there was no one scientific analysis of Japanese society by Marxists. Japanese Marxism spawned sects, and orthodoxy was determined by politics as much as by the methodology. Nonetheless, the attempt to apply the scientific methodology of the dialectic to Japan took place outside, although not too far removed from the immediate political arena. It was surprising how quickly there developed a strong tradition of Marxist analysis of Japanese modern history after the introduction of Marxism to Japan. This was inevitable, for the revolutionary movement required a theoretical underpinning based on the Japanese experience, and the political wing of the movement needed a reference point in the Japanese, not the European or Russian, tradition if the proletarian party movement were to be successful. In the pre-war period, that movement was not successful, but not for lack of a Japan-centered ideology. Indeed, rather because of the inability of the movement to agree on appropriate models, the proletarian movement was continually split. Theory, in fact, defeated practice. Post-war Marxism in Japan. Marxist thought in post-war Japan was firmly rooted in pre-war personalities, intra-party politics, and ideological disputes. It is therefore treated less fully here. The major difference from the pre-war experience has been that Marxism has been legal, and parties and movements based on Marxism have become an accepted and important part of the parliamentary political process in Japan. Furthermore, the post-war period saw the Japanization of Marxism taken to complete accommodation with the parliamentary process, as a means towards a peaceful bourgeois democratic revolution. But there is still no Marxism in Japan. There remain a multitude of ideologies inspired by Marxism and Marxism-Leninism. The JCP considers itself the vanguard of this ideology, but the Japan Socialist Party boasts a proud pre-war lineage, as do the Democratic Socialist Party, which was formed by defecting socialists in 1960, and the Socialism Association, a radical intellectuals group within the Japan Socialist Party that derives from the labor-farmer faction of the 1930s. In simple terms, the JCP was heir to the lecturer tradition and advocated the need for a two-stage revolution, while the left wing of the socialist movement maintained the labor-farmer line that Japan was ready for proletarian revolution, being at a well-developed stage of capitalism. The right wing of the socialist movement was only very tenuously related to the Marxist tradition, advocating a social evolution that was basically an evolutionary but fundamental change in economic relations among people, enabling them to develop a more moral society, equated with socialism. 29 It was from the right wing of the Japan Socialist Party that the Democratic Socialists split in 1959 to form the new Democratic Socialist Party in 1960. For them peaceful, democratic forms are the preferred means of advancing through the stage of democracy to socialism. The internal debates in the socialist and communist parties have been as tortuous and internally damaging as were those in the pre-war period. Studies of these debates have been made elsewhere. 30 There are nevertheless some key points in the experience of post-war Marxist thought, notably related to the environment in which Japan found itself in the 1950s and 1960s. A lengthy Allied occupation during which the left wing was first liberated and encouraged, then heavily controlled, overlapped a war in the Korean Peninsula which exacerbated a Cold War spirit and solidified Japan's role in the American strategy of containment of communism on the Asian mainland. Japan was bound to the United States by a security treaty which the left wing regarded as representing their own oppression and as a derogation of Japanese sovereignty. At the same time, conservative political rule in Japan became entrenched as economic prosperity strengthened middle-class values, and brought Japan into the society of nations on an equal basis. In this social climate, the appeal of Marxist-Leninist ideology was restricted and the chief problems for theory revolved around the nature of the transition to proletarian rule on the one hand, and the successful adaptation of Marxist ideology as a whole to Japanese conditions on the other. The first post-war attempt to adapt Marxism-Leninism to Japanese conditions was that of Nosaka Sanzo, a member of the JCP Central Committee, after his return from exile in January 1946. The Nosaka line tried to relate communism to the fact of the occupation. He wanted a mass party, dedicated to a peaceful revolution. This revolution was to be the completion of the bourgeois democratic revolution, for he saw the post-war constitutional reforms as externally imposed and unable to come to terms with the feudal remnants in Japanese society, the bureaucracy, the monopoly capitalists and the rural elite. Nosaka felt that it was essential for the party to draw to itself the peasants, small and medium business and the petty bourgeoisie. This form of revolution was consistent with that of the 1932 Theses. Without the violence espoused therein, Japanese capitalism still harbored feudal elements, which resisted democratic processes, and abolition of the emperor system, land reform, and civil liberties were required. While this program was orthodox, the tactics of the lovable JCP invited Cominform criticism of the Nosaka views. The Cominforms claim that Nosaka was naturalizing Marxism-Leninism on Japanese soil was quite appropriate, for Nosaka was indeed trying to make the theory fit the undeniable facts of military occupation and growing distrust of the communist cause by the U.S. He began what eventually became the program for the JCP's popularization and political success of the late 1960s and 1970s. A new direction in party theory appeared in the 1951 theses prepared by the party's Secretary-General, Takeda Koichi, which drew heavily on Maoist and Stalinist ideas in its approach to revolutionary tactics. Takeda aimed at the establishment of a national liberation democratic government based on an alliance of workers, peasants, and small-medium businessmen, through armed struggle and the overthrow by violent revolution of the existing regime based on American imperialism. 31. But the advocation and practice of armed struggle, while fine in theory, was not helpful to the communist cause in post-war Japan. The party was weakened and factionalized in this period, and it was not until the 1958 Seventh Party Congress that a return to theoretical pragmatism was solidified. The Eighth Congress in 1961 assured a return to the Nosaka tradition of the peaceful path. The Japanese Revolution was, in these terms, to be two-stage and uninterrupted, an anti-imperialist, anti-monopolist capitalist revolution. The JCP would lead a multi-class national democratic united front, through the electoral and parliamentary process. This 1961 program, says Fukui, remains the basic guideline for the JCP's ideology and policy commitments. 32 It also took Nosaka's naturalization further, being particularly nationalist in its tone, as Ueda Koichiro shows. The report of the Central Committee of the Japan Communist Party to the Eighth Party Congress said the following about the meaning of revolution in Japan: this revolution will be a people's democratic revolution based on the working classes. As a democratic revolution against imperialism and monopoly capitalism, it will be a new democratic revolution. It will also be a step towards victory for an international united front against imperialism, and will be internationally significant in forming the basis of a firm peace in Asia. The revolution will break the hold of American imperialism and Japanese monopoly capital, and establish people's democratic power. It will decisively alter the path of Japan. This will change the Japanese path from the path of American imperialism and Japanese monopoly capital that relies on America and revives Japanese militarism and imperialism, to the popular path of restoring Japanese autonomy, achieving real independence and democracy and aiming for peace and social progress. It will bring about a Japan of independence, democracy, peace, neutralism, and prosperity, will move towards a socialist Japan through a popular revolution. Japan has grown into a modern heavy industrial economy as a result of productivity advances from the socialization of labor, the high levels of culture and technology, and a hard-working people. Under correct Marxist-Leninist leadership by the Japan Communist Party, this will make possible the necessary conditions for rapid progress in building socialism in Japan. 33. Since the 1961 program was enunciated, the JCP has been dominated by Miyamoto Kenichi. 34 The JCP has become a parliamentary party, throwing off its violent revolutionary theory altogether, bent on forming a coalition of classes to effect the democratic revolution. It has won success at the polls, and a large measure of respectability amongst the general public, and its theoretical basis, while firmly Marxist-Leninist originally, has been naturaliste 35 to suit domestic conditions. It has thus isolated itself from both the Soviet and Chinese Communist parties. It has removed the term self from its vocabulary along with dictatorship of the proletariat, and in 1976 the word Marxist-Leninism officially became scientific socialism. This was said to be a return to the original terminology of Marx and Engels, but it served a clear domestic purpose in removing the party another step from the violence surrounding its past. The theory of Marxism as used by contemporary communists in Japan is, in form at least, well adapted to the social and political climate of that country. The Japan Socialist Party is also a Marxist party, but it has never been revolutionary. Again, the theory of socialist Marxism has been peculiarly naturalist, but the left wing of the Socialist Party has always been anti-communist, partly because of its labor-farmer legacy but also because of the JCP's tactic of violent revolution in the 1950s and, conversely, its later electoral success. The theory of structural reform has dominated Socialist Party Marxism in the post-war period. This theory argues that within Japan's monopoly capitalist system, peaceful revolution is required through democratic reform and restructuring of the present capitalist society. The objective is the socialist revolution through gradual changes to the means of production and an end to class conflict. 36. It is ironic that it has been differences over the nature of Japanese capitalism and the related strategy of revolution, a debate going back to the 1920s, which has influenced the way the two Marxist parties have adapted to the parliamentary road. The JCP's emphasis on the need for a democratic revolution before a proletarian revolution has no doubt aided its electoral success and given purpose to its policies. The socialists, on the other hand, have found it difficult to relate their inflexible brand of structural reform to a staunchly capitalist, competitive and changing society. The goal of proletarian revolution seems much further away than that of popular parliamentarism and the democratic revolution. Conclusion. The post-war experience of Marxist thought in Japan is neither limited nor negligible. It is the end result of a long process of adaptation of European ideas to an Asian culture. Those ideologies built in the heyday of European revolutionary movements were introduced initially to a Japan ruled firmly by a regime founded on an elitist revolution and supported by a popular naturalistic deism. Marxism, or the various strands of it which found root in Japanese intellectual circles, did not sit easily in this climate and has been slowly molded since the 1920s to fit the national circumstances. But Marxism has been the most important critique of the Japanese polity to appear in the last century in Japan. Not only did it give a worldview to the Japanese that was alien enough to be considered subversive per se, but it provided a critique which could not be refuted theoretically from within the Japanese tradition. Likewise, it gave a methodology that appeared to be scientific, the first to have appeared in Japan in the field of ideas. It was also inherently reformist, if not, in some circumstances, revolutionary, and for that reason inspired generations of scholars to a new approach to the social sciences in Japan. Marxism's intellectual contribution has been as profound as its political legacy. But is Marxism in Japan Marxist? In a way, it hardly matters. Marxism reached its full flower as an ideological and revolutionary influence in Japan when the state least wanted it. For that reason, its effects may have been all the greater, since the resulting clash between official and radical ideologies left deep and enduring marks in the fabric of Japanese political, social, and intellectual life. 8. The application of Marxism-Leninism to Vietnam. Sean Kelly and Colin Mackerras. The Vietnamese Revolution is of particular significance because it was the first to take place in a colony of a European power. The Vietnamese experience held many lessons for other anti-colonial revolutionaries. Furthermore, the Vietnamese Revolution faced unparalleled resistance, first from France and then the military might of the United States. The success of their protracted revolutionary struggle against seemingly unbeatable opposition highlights the significance of Vietnamese revolutionary doctrine. Hence the body of Marxist-Leninist theory which guided Vietnam's communists to ultimate victory is worthy of close examination. A key feature of Vietnamese Marxism-Leninism which contributed greatly to the success of the revolution is the unity of the party and the continuity of its leadership. Large-scale purges are conspicuously absent in the history of the Vietnamese party, and although conflicts have occurred, they have never degenerated into factional struggles involving the defeat and humiliation of individuals. The Politburo apparently operates on consensus decision-making, and once a clear majority emerges on an issue, the Politburo as a whole accepts the decision in the interest of unity. As a result, violent clashes accompanying changes of line, such as that occasioned by the fall of the Gang of Four in China, are not a feature of the history of Vietnamese communism. Furthermore, this emphasis on unity has resulted in unparalleled continuity in the party's leadership. With the exception of natural attrition due to death or old age, the membership of the Politburo has remained the same for 40 years. The unity of the Vietnamese party, the consensus style of leadership and the theoretical pluralism which results from it, the continuity of leadership and the absence of major internal turmoil as features of the party all result in a rich body of innovative and flexible Marxist-Leninist theory, a key strength of the revolution. Not peculiar to Vietnam, but nevertheless a very powerful source of its revolution's success is patriotism. The father of the Vietnamese Revolution, Ho Chi Minh, has acknowledged that the primary cause of his conversion to socialism, in Leninist form, was his passionate love for Vietnam. In April 1960 he wrote, "At first, patriotism, not yet communism, led me to have confidence in Lenin, in the Third International. Step by step, along the struggle, by studying Marxism-Leninism parallel with participation in practical activities, I gradually came upon the fact that only socialism and communism can liberate the oppressed nations and the working people throughout the world from slavery. Leninism is the radiant sun illuminating our path to final victory, to socialism and communism." 1. In the early 1920s, then living in France under the name of Nguyen Quoc, he had joined the French Socialist Party through his friend Jean Longuet, a nephew of Karl Marx. But Ho found the Socialist Party inadequate for his real primary purpose, which at that time was the liberation and independence of Vietnam from French colonialism. It was reading Lenin's theses on the national and colonial questions which gave Ho Chi Minh a real enthusiasm for socialism. Here was the prescription for Vietnam's liberation and independence too. It remained equally relevant when later the issues changed from independence from French colonialism to reunification of Vietnam in the face of American imperialism. One contemporary scholar describes the history of Vietnamese communism as the product of a graft. 3 Ho Chi Minh, he argues, grafted Leninist ideology and Bolshevik revolutionary methods onto the youthful patriotic movement of the 1920s. 4 In June 1925 Ho founded the Vietnamese Revolutionary Youth League, the first truly Marxist organization in Indochina. 5 The eventual success of this graft was due to its combination of a vitally important internal factor, patriotism, and an imported one, proletarian internationalism, the latter taking its roots not so much from Marx as from Lenin. As one writer puts it more specifically, the seminal document in Vietnamese communism is probably not Das Kapital, or even the Communist Manifesto, but Lenin's theses on the national and colonial questions. 6. Clearly the central appeal of Leninism to the Vietnamese is its hostility to colonialism and imperialism. The opposition takes its roots from, and also fosters, Vietnamese patriotism as well as the distinct though related factor of nationalism. 7 The power of these several spirally and mutually supporting phenomena, hatred of imperialism, patriotism, nationalism, has surprised, alarmed, and also defeated successive imperialists such as the French and Americans. Ho Chi Minh is acknowledged as the founder of Vietnamese Marxism-Leninism, but is by no means its only, or even principal contributor to ideology. In theoretical terms, Le Duan, Truong Chien, and Vion Nguyen are his equals or superiors. There is indeed a Vietnamese Marxist-Leninist theory which, though initially influenced strongly by China, bears its own characteristic stamp. One of the strengths of Vietnamese Marxism-Leninism, connected with its plurality of really significant and influential ideological leaders, is the relative lack of personality cult. Ho has never been the subject of a cult anything like that of Stalin, Mao, or Kim. Correspondingly, Ho has not been debunked after death as have Stalin and Mao. Analysis of Vietnam's class antagonisms. As Vietnam's communist movement is led by orthodox Marxists, their body of theory begins from a scientific investigation of Vietnamese society and the class antagonisms upon which the revolutionary process is to be based. However, while their methodology may be orthodox, their creative application of Marxist-Leninist theory to Vietnam's concrete conditions yielded quite unconventional results. In part this was because the Vietnamese Revolution was the first communist revolution to take place in a completely colonial and semi-feudal country, the first breach of the colonial system of imperialism at its weakest link in Southeast Asia. In part this was also because of the integration of indigenous Vietnamese features into the revolution. The Vietnamese proletariat was naturally identified as the most advanced revolutionary class which must lead the revolution, but as Le Duin explained, the colonial and semi-feudal society produced a proletariat with rather different characteristics. The Vietnamese proletariat was born earlier than the bourgeoisie because it was a product of the colonial policy of French imperialism. The Vietnamese proletariat was imbued with a high revolutionary spirit. This was because it was linked with the most advanced form of economy and suffered from the triple oppression and exploitation of imperialism, feudalism, and domestic bourgeoisie. 8. It is important to note that Vietnam's economy was essentially feudal with externally created capitalism grafted upon it. Hence in Vietnam there was no problem of trying to prove that they had passed into the stage of capitalism as there had been in Russia. Vietnam was part of France's undeniably capitalist system. The main implication of this is that because Vietnam's proletariat was created as part of an international system of capitalism, not domestic capitalism, the principal class antagonism for the Vietnamese proletariat was not with the Vietnamese bourgeoisie but rather with the French colonial bourgeoisie. What about the Vietnamese bourgeoisie? Lenin and, at various times, the Comintern, argued that the national bourgeoisie was a revolutionary force in colonial and semi-colonial societies, and that both the national bourgeoisie and the proletariat had interests in a national democratic revolution against imperialism. Lenin therefore counseled a policy of class alliance, and the Comintern issued directives on united front strategies. However, Le Duin contends that colonialism, as it operated in Indochina, created a different type of bourgeoisie. After World War I, the French colonialists carried out their policy of exploiting Indochina, completely subordinating the economy of the countries in this area to the French economy. The economic conditions of Vietnam at the time could only produce an economically weak bourgeoisie which politically compromised with imperialism and followed a policy of reformism. The Vietnamese bourgeoisie was, therefore, unable to lead the national democratic revolution. 9. Unlike most other colonial powers, France did not make extensive use of locals in its administration. The French preferred to bring Frenchmen to Indochina to take up any positions of importance, and the only way for a Vietnamese to advance was to be French educated and gain French citizenship. Hence the Vietnamese bourgeoisie and Vietnamese in administrative positions were for the most part Francophiles and did not identify their interests with those of the Vietnamese people. For this reason the Vietnamese bourgeoisie did not take a prominent role in Vietnam's revolution, although the Vietnamese communists did, from time to time during the 1930s and 1940s, enter into united fronts with patriotic bourgeois elements at the directive of the Comintern. 10 Even in the 1980s Vietnam maintains the semblance of united front in the form of the Vietnam Fatherland Front, but the bourgeoisie does not play a major role in it. Vietnam is an overwhelmingly agrarian country, and the question of the role of the peasantry is of some importance. Ho Chi Minh, the father of Vietnamese Marxism, recognized the revolutionary potential of the peasantry of the colonies. Through the Comintern Ho pressed the importance of the Peasant International, and at the 5th Congress of the Communist International in July 1924 Ho presented a report on the national and colonial questions in which he declared, "The native peasants are ripe for insurrection. In many colonies they have indeed risen up, but their rebellions have all been drowned in blood. The reason for their present passivity is the lack of organization and leaders. The Communist International must help them to reorganize, supply them with leading cadres and show them the road to revolution and liberation." 11. This advocacy of the peasantry as a revolutionary force appears to predate that of Mao Zedong. While Vietnam's communists adhered to the premise that the proletariat must lead the revolution, they also recognized the importance of mobilizing the peasantry and solving the peasant question. Hence the Indochinese Communist Party adopted a land to the tiller program similar to that of China and worked actively in rural areas. This conviction led party theoreticians Truong Chin and Vion Wenjup to conduct an investigation into the peasantry, similar to Mao's, entitled The Peasant Question. They concluded that the peasantry was neither proletarian nor bourgeois. In fact, they decided that peasants belonged to the petty bourgeois class, between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Point 12. Like Mao, they identified some stratification among the peasantry and noted that the interests of rich peasants tended to be similar to those of the bourgeoisie, while the poor and landless peasants had interests closer to the proletariat. Point 13. This implies an alignment of class interests between the urban proletariat and the peasantry, almost an attempt to proletarianize the peasantry. Chin and Jip argue that peasant support was important to the French bourgeois revolution in 1789, that the peasantry joined workers in demanding democratic freedoms in France in 1793, and claim that peasants supported the Russian October Revolution. From this they conclude that any large-scale social reform must have peasant participation in order to succeed. Point 14. Ironically, since the break with China in 1978, one of the grounds on which Vietnamese ideologues have attacked Maoism most strongly has been that it pays lip service to, but denies in practice, the historic role and mission of the working class. Mao was never a true Marxist because he made the role of peasants into an absolute one. Vietnamese and Chinese can alike agree that it is necessary to set great store by the role of the peasants and the countryside and to advocate building base areas in the countryside in the national democratic revolution in a country like China. But it remains a fundamental thesis of Marxism-Leninism, which is absolutely correct in all circumstances, that the communist movement can never start from the countryside. Communism can only be born from big industry and from the class which is the special product of big industry, the working class. Point 15. The accuracy or fairness of the judgment on Mao is not the issue here. What is clear is that Vietnamese Marxist-Leninists are still most vehement that solution of the peasant question in no way implies a leading role in the worker-peasant alliance for any but the workers. They are adamant that in their own history communism comes from the cities, not the countryside. The importance of the various classes in actual history, as distinct from theory, is the subject of an excellent paper dealing with the Vietnamese Revolution down to 1945. The conclusions reached are that the worker-peasant alliance was a reality by the end of 1930 and that the peasants provided the mass base of the Vietnamese Revolution, but that the proletariat made a major contribution to its development. Point 16. The proletariat was the creation of the French who introduced modern industry to Vietnam. 17. And was consequently a new class. The Vietnamese Revolution was not simply a peasant revolution because its leaders were those who were familiar with modern organization, technology, and ideas, namely revolutionary intellectuals and workers. Point 18. In other words, workers were not the only leaders, but it is not invalid to claim that the leadership was urban. Whether one can legitimately go further and claim proletarian leadership depends on precisely what leadership means and whether revolutionary intellectuals can be defined as part of the proletariat. Vietnamese Marxist thinkers have declined to make this jump. What implications does the Vietnamese analysis of their own class relations have for Vietnam's revolutionary process? Leading party theoretician Truong Chin has explained that in Vietnam two fundamental contradictions had to be solved. First, that between the Vietnamese people and the imperialists who had robbed them of their country, and second, that between the broad masses of the people, the peasants especially, and the feudal landowner class. The essential contradiction, for the solution of which all forces should be concentrated, was that between the Vietnamese people on the one hand, and the imperialist aggressors and their lackeys on the other. Imperialism was relying on the feudal landowner class to rule over our country. On the other hand, the feudal landowner class was acting as an agent of the imperialists and relied on their protection to maintain its interests and privileges. That is why two tasks were set for the Vietnamese Revolution. 1. To drive out the imperialist aggressors and win national independence, its anti-imperialist task. 2. to overthrow the feudal landowner class, carry out land reform, and put into effect the watchword land to the tiller, its anti-feudal task. These two tasks were closely linked together and could not be separated. To drive out the imperialists, one had to overthrow the feudal landowners; conversely, to overthrow the feudal landowners, one had to drive out the imperialists. 19. Because the Vietnamese proletariat identified its primary contradiction as being with the French colonial bourgeoisie, and because the weak Vietnamese bourgeoisie and the feudal landowner class had compromised with and were dependent on the French, the Vietnamese National Revolution and the Social Revolution were one and the same. Although the Vietnamese went through the motions of a national democratic revolution, as the period of anti-French resistance from 1945 can be defined, it is essentially true that a single patriotic revolution against the French overthrew both colonialism and feudalism. This has three main theoretical implications. Firstly, as noted earlier, capitalism had not developed in Vietnam nor had a significant bourgeoisie. Vietnam was essentially a feudal agrarian country with colonial capitalism grafted upon it. Despite this, the Vietnamese made no serious attempt at engendering a period of capitalist development. In his 1976 political report to the Fourth Congress of the Vietnam Communist Party, Secretary-General Le Duan noted that it is clear that our country is still in the process of advancing directly from a society whose economy remains essentially one of small-scale production to socialism, bypassing the stage of capitalist development. This is the most outstanding characteristic reflecting the nature of the process of socialist revolution in our country and conditioning the main contents of this process. 20. How can this be consistent with the orthodox Marxist tenet of 5 historical periods of development: primitive communism, slave society, feudalism, capitalism, and communism? Clearly it is not. Whitmore, in his study of Vietnamese Marxist historiography, notes that during the ideological liberalism of Khrushchev's reign, the Vietnamese instigated a debate on the question of the Asiatic mode of production and in particular the universality of the 5-stage periodization. 21. Vietnamese Marxist historians have also expressed doubts about the existence of a slave society in Vietnamese history. Noted historian Professor Pham Huy Thong argued that while slavery existed, it did not play a decisive part in production and so could not be regarded as a social system. 22. After the fall of Khrushchev, the debate was dropped, with the Vietnamese coming to the rather uncertain conclusion that although Asian societies like Vietnam did indeed evidence a degree of distinctiveness, they also conformed loosely to the universal theory. Whitmore suggests, however, that the Marxist dialectic of history is of less significance in Vietnamese Marxist historical writings. Instead, he identifies a theme of continuity of the struggle for national identity. Where the Chinese communists have, of necessity, forced a separation between socialist present and oppressive past, the Vietnamese communists have recreated the link between this present and a disrupted past and forged a meaningful bond between their acts and the flow of their civilization. The Chinese had to struggle against their past, the Vietnamese had to find theirs. 23. Vietnamese history was characterized by repeated struggles against foreign domination: Chinese, French, Japanese, American, and now Chinese again. As Professor Thong explained, our struggle to maintain our culture for thousands of years up until now has become second nature. 24. It almost seems that for the Vietnamese the dialectic is not a struggle between social systems but rather between continuation of Vietnam's national identity and threats of foreign domination. This view conforms with the anti-imperialist character of class struggle mentioned above and explains the remarkably resilient theme of nationalism and patriotism which permeates all facets of Vietnam's socialist revolution. Ho repeatedly linked past struggles with the present, and persistently used traditional images and literary forms. For example, in 1941 Ho wrote this passage to stir resistance to the French and the Japanese. A few hundred years ago, in the reign of the Tran, when our country faced the great danger of invasion by UN armies, the elders ardently called on their sons and daughters throughout the country to stand up as one man to kill the enemy. Finally they saved their people and their glorious memory will live forever. Let our elders and patriotic personalities follow the illustrious example set by our forefathers. Point 25. Such appeals to patriotism were not just a revolutionary tactic or an attachment to their Marxism. Patriotism and nationalism were a logical extension of their analysis. References to traditional viewpoints or historical precedents interlace Vietnamese theory on a wide range of topics, in a way which harmonizes a socialist revolution with the continuation of the best elements of Vietnamese tradition. This leads to the second theoretical implication: because the task of socialist revolution is achieved by the patriotic revolution, nationalism and socialism are harmonized. We already saw that it was patriotism and nationalism which had led Ho to communism. Le Duan declared in an address to the National Assembly in June 1976 that nation and socialism are one. For us Vietnamese, he explained, love of country now means love of socialism. Point 26. Had Vietnam passed through a two-phase revolution, the second struggle against the national bourgeois democratic state would have diminished, although not eliminated nationalism as a motor of socialist revolution. Because the two revolutions were combined, the strident nationalism of the anti-colonial struggle was not diminished by socialism. Professor Thong asserts that in Vietnam the revolution must be recognized to be both socialist and Vietnamese. Point 27. A Western scholar notes that the Vietnamese are conscious of the national imprint on their revolution and believe this imprint to be one of its virtues. Point 28. Nobody would question that it is also a source of great strength. Finally, the class analysis outlined above has implications for the theory of proletarian internationalism. As noted earlier, the key contradiction upon which the revolution was based was that between the Vietnamese people and colonialism, and more specifically, between the Vietnamese proletariat and the French colonial bourgeoisie. The Vietnamese revolution had a distinctively international dimension. Ho firmly adhered to the belief that because of the colonial system, revolutions in the colonial world and the capitalist world were interdependent. In his 1924 report on the national and colonial questions at the Fifth Congress of the Communist International, Ho warned, "It is not an exaggeration to say that so long as the French and British Communist parties do not apply a really active policy with regard to the colonies, and do not come into contact with the colonial peoples, their vast programs will remain ineffective, and this because they go counter to Leninism. The victory of the revolution in Western Europe depends on its close contact with the national liberation movement against imperialism in the colonies and dependent countries. The national question, as Lenin taught us, forms a part of the general problem of proletarian revolution and proletarian dictatorship." Point 29. Ho's Leninist faith in proletarian internationalism remained the cornerstone of Vietnamese analysis of the international situation, the basis of their position on the Sino-Soviet split, and was the origin of their formulation of a theory of foreign relations, the three revolutionary currents in the world. According to Pike, Vietnamese leaders see these as three major forces dominating the world scene. The first force is the ever-growing economic strength and ever-expanding military capability of the socialist world, emanating from the superiority of the socialist system over the bankrupt capitalist system. The second force is the rise of new national attitudes of independence, an outgrowth of the previous generation's anti-colonial sentiment. The third dominating force is the solidarity perceived among the so-called Third and Fourth World nations, which are bound together by grievances against the established West and by the determination to redress existing economic imbalances. Point 30. These clearly reflect an abiding faith in proletarian internationalism, although it is interesting to note the way Third World nationalism is harmonized with other internationalist revolutionary currents. Proletarian internationalism remains the basis of Vietnamese foreign policy. Revolution, People's War. Ho Chi Minh discusses the national revolution by citing two good examples: the Socialist Revolution of October 1917, by which Lenin brought the Bolsheviks to power in Russia, and the August Revolution of 1945, which led up to his own famous Declaration of Independence of September 2. He lists 5 features of both cases, which amount to prerequisites for the success of a national revolution: reliance upon a broad national front against imperialism, solution of the peasant question, organization of a people's army, the brotherly support of the people and proletariat of other countries, and the leadership of the Party of the Working Class. 31. Most of these specifications are discussed elsewhere. Perhaps the most significant innovation in Vietnamese revolutionary theory was the development of their theories on the conduct of revolution and resistance. As was noted before, Vietnam's revolution was aimed primarily at colonial oppression. It was a war of national liberation which would result in a socialist revolution. It was Vietnam's approach to revolution which enabled it to defeat both the French and the Americans so spectacularly, and it is that success for which the Vietnamese Revolution is famous. Initially, the Vietnamese derived their revolutionary theory from the experiences of the Russian Revolution and of the resistance in China. Theoretician Truong Chin produced two of the earliest works on revolutionary warfare. In the August Revolution he compared the Vietnamese August Revolution of 1945, which was an essentially bloodless urban seizure of power after a protracted resistance, with the Russian October Revolution. In The Resistance Will Win he essentially summarized Mao's 1938 treatise on protracted war as a guide for the resistance against the French. Neither work shows great originality, both represent a literal acceptance of the views of Lenin and Mao, although probably leaning more towards the Chinese view. According to Baudrillard, many Vietnamese communists during the 1940s and 1950s regarded Maoism as a concrete adaptation of Marxism-Leninism to colonist and semi-colonist countries. 32. Vietnam's theory of people's war originated from the Chinese theory, but the Vietnamese later altered and innovated to the extent that the theory became their own. The first significant departure from Maoist doctrine can be found in a resolution of the Central Committee of the Indochina Communist Party in October 1951, which advocated the utilization of all forms of struggle adapted to the circumstances, from the weakest to the strongest, from the legal to the illegal, from economic demands to armed action. 33. The total war approach to people's war advocated and practiced by Vion Nguyen descends directly from this position. A people's war involved the total participation of the whole population, both in armed struggle and politics. In 1963 Le Duin reassessed the August Revolution in Raise High the Revolutionary Banner of Creative Marxism-Leninism. By this analysis, the Russian Revolution was an armed insurrection in the cities which spread to the countryside. The Chinese Revolution was a protracted revolutionary war in the countryside leading eventually to the surrounding and ultimately the seizure of the cities. However, Le Duin wrote, "In Vietnam, our revolution is a protracted revolutionary war in which political struggle is coordinated with armed struggle and the creation of local guerrillas and military bases in the countryside is coordinated with the political mobilization of the masses in order to bring about, at a favorable moment, an armed insurrection in both urban and rural areas to seize power." 34. Therefore, in line with the 1951 resolution calling for the utilization of all forms of struggle, the Vietnamese opted to fight the revolution in all theaters and by all means. This was because of their belief that oppression engenders struggle and struggle engenders forces in place. Consequently, urban-based struggle or rural-based struggle was replaced in Vietnamese theory by coordinated struggle in three strategic areas: the mountains, the plains, and the cities. 35. This represents a radical departure from Mao's strategy of the countryside encircling the cities. Baudrillard notes, however, that this occurred without a renunciation of people's war or its being openly criticized. Rather, alien concepts were incorporated into it. One of the principal features of Mao's revolutionary strategy to be abandoned was the importance of numerical combat superiority to the extent of 9-1, and the superiority of the mass peasant army. By the mid-1960s, military strategist Vion Nguyen had reversed this principle in favor of extolling the virtue of using few against many. Clearly Mao bet on quantity, Jip, who did not hesitate to speak of an elite army, on quality. 36. This change from quantity to quality was due to the devastating effects of American military firepower, which was rapidly expanding at that time and which forced a reappraisal of strategy. Another change forced by the American intervention was the abandonment of the Chinese Council of Revolutionary Forces springing from the local population and living off the land. To defeat the Americans, the Vietnamese must have better weaponry, secure supplies, and nationwide direction of the struggle. What is more, this necessitated constant arms and material supplies which only the Russians could guarantee. Baudrillard suggests that the increasingly sharp tilt towards Moscow after 1965, in spite of sympathy with some theses hitherto advanced by Beijing, resulted from the fact that the Soviet Union offered the only meaningful capability for solving Vietnam's problems. 37. In fact, Vietnam's tilts to one side or the other during the 1950s and 1960s were directly related to the Soviet and Chinese positions on the task of reunification. For example, Vietnam tilted decidedly away from the Soviets in the early 1960s because of the implications of Khrushchev's peaceful coexistence policy to the task of liberating the South. The most spectacular example of Vietnam's new form of revolutionary war was the 1968 Tet Offensive. Consisting of a general offensive in the rural areas coordinated with a general uprising in the major cities, Tet represented an effort to destroy a significant proportion of the South Vietnamese military forces and at the same time to shake the political stability of the Thieu regime in Saigon. Hanoi was realistic enough not to count on total victory, however, and the offensive had a minimum goal as well, to accelerate opposition to the war in the United States and to transform the Vietnam crisis into a major issue in the American presidential campaign. 38. This last political aspect of strategic planning was one of the most innovative aspects of the total war concept. Not only did the Vietnamese fight a military war and political war in the South, they were also conscious that the political battle could be taken to the United States. Indeed, if a small country like Vietnam was to win over a superpower like the United States, the victory must be a moral political one. A final innovation of the new Vietnamese revolutionary doctrine was the role of negotiated peace. Neither the Soviets nor the Chinese had envisaged a negotiations phase of People's War, but for the Vietnamese it became a key part of their strategy. As early as 1947, Truong Chin suggested the possibility of a negotiating phase. 39 and throughout the 1950s, 1960s, and into the 1970s the Vietnamese made good use of diplomacy as part of their combat effort. Diker explains that recognition of the importance of diplomacy led party strategists to make use of a new variation of the old Maoist three-stage hypothesis, from a first stage of purely military conflict, to a second stage of simultaneous fighting and negotiating, and onto a final stage of negotiations and peace. The key requirement for success was to delay the opening of serious negotiations until an advantageous situation had arisen on the battlefield which could stimulate the sense of war weariness in Saigon and erode support for the war in the United States. 40. There are numerous examples of coordination of military and diplomatic struggle. The most significant battles in the Siege of Dien Bien Phu were timed to effect the Geneva peace negotiations. Also, the 1972 Easter Offensive was timed to effect negotiations underway in Paris as well as the U.S. presidential election campaign. 41. Vietnamese theory of People's War, or total war, involves the coordination of all forms of struggle. Coordination of rural guerrilla offensives with urban insurrections, coordination of Vietnamese People's Army regulars with National Liberation Front guerrillas, coordination of military struggle with political struggle, and coordination of military strategy with political and diplomatic strategy. Every means at their disposal was coordinated towards the overriding goal of independence and reunification. The doctrine of People's War implies a recognition that the triumph of the revolution can come only through violence. But Ho Chi Minh is a little less absolute than this. He talks of recognizing that in certain countries the road to socialism may be a peaceful one, but goes on to declare that the proletariat must always prepare for armed struggle. While recognizing the possibility of reunifying Vietnam by peaceful means, we should always remember that our people's principal enemies are the American imperialists and their agents who still occupy half our country and are preparing for war. Therefore we should firmly hold aloft the banner of peace, and enhance our vigilance. 42. In other words, peaceful means are in theory possible but in practice most unlikely to lead to success. He explains that this is because the enemies of the revolution are bound to inflict violence in a vain bid to preserve their interests. Ho's is a sober and, in retrospect, an unfortunately realistic judgment in Vietnam's case, tending towards the Chinese view in the Sino-Soviet debate over the peaceful transition to socialism. Just after the Tet Offensive of 1968, Truong Chin put forward a similar but even less optimistic point of view. He paid lip service to the possibility of a peaceful transition to socialism, but also stated clearly the need for the masses' revolutionary violence to smash the counter-revolutionary violence of the exploiting ruling classes in order to build a new society. No exploiting class, he explains, ever renounces its power of its own consent. The lesson is simple: in no case should they nurture illusions about an easy peaceful transition. 43 It would have needed an astonishing abandonment of realism to write otherwise, considering the immense scale of bloodletting which the Tet Offensive had involved. The party, the state, and socialist transformation. Revolutionary analysis and the strategies of People's War in Vietnam represent a prelude to the ultimate objective of the Vietnamese Revolution, a thoroughgoing transformation of Vietnamese society. Vietnam's Marxist-Leninists have produced an extensive body of theoretical innovations which reflect their approaches to socialist transformation and organization of the state. These descend from the Russian and Chinese revolutionary experiences but also retain a certain Vietnamese distinctiveness. The leading organization at all times is the party, a highly Leninist concept. The Indochina Communist Party was set up in Hong Kong in February 1930 and dissolved itself on November 11, 1945. It was revived under the name Vietnam Workers' Party early in 1951 and at the Fourth Congress, of December 1976, was renamed the Vietnam Communist Party. Apart from its proletarian leadership, the key feature of the Vietnamese Party is its high degree of organization and centralization. This follows from its Leninist nature. According to L. E. Duan, the hallmark of the revolutionary movement led by the proletariat is its high organizational standard. He continues that all activities aimed at bringing the masses to the point where they will rise up and topple the ruling classes really boil down to one point: to organize, organize, organize. To do this requires propaganda, for it is only thus that the masses can be educated to support the revolution actively. Thus propaganda, organization, and struggle must go hand in hand. 44. An important part of the party-led social transformation is land reform, which deprives the landlords and rich peasants of their material base, and transfers it to the peasant masses. A thoroughgoing land reform took place in the North from late 1953 to mid-1956, and collectivization of agriculture in the South after 1975. In the second half of 1980, L. E. Duan reported to a plenum of the Party Central Committee on a new draft constitution, which was in fact formally adopted the following year. He emphasized a crucial point: the provision for the ownership of all the lands by the entire people. This point conforms with the law of advance to socialism, with the situation of land in our country, with the interests of the entire society, and also with the interests of the peasants themselves. Indeed, one of the principles of socialism is the common ownership of all the principal means of production. 45. This principle is an essential part of the system of collective mastery, the central and overriding theme of the Vietnamese state. A theoretical innovation of Party Secretary General L. E. Duan, the idea of collective mastery includes many pre-existing concepts: the dictatorship of the proletariat, socialist democracy, socialist legality, agricultural collectivism, democratic centralism, and even elements of the mass line. L. E. Duan explains. To build the system of socialist collective mastery is actually to build a comprehensive system of social relations reflecting more and more fully the mastery of the working people. A state organized by the working class and the working people themselves to exercise their right to collective mastery, a state which is really of the people, by the people and for the people, through which the party exercises its leadership over society. 46. Collective mastery describes a system of correct relationships between the party, the state, and the people in which the party is the leader, the people are the master and the state is the manager. At times, collective mastery also described a mass line approach in which the party always starts from the aspirations, interests, and degree of consciousness and understanding of the masses. After lines and policies are put forward, the party should propagate them among the masses, put them to discussion by the masses so as to transform those party lines and policies into the masses' own ideas. Through the masses' ideas and revolutionary actions, the party sums up experiences and perfects its lines and policies. 47. It should be noted, however, that, as Turley points out, the degree of mass participation fluctuated according to the needs of the state at that time. Mass participation, in general, was designed primarily to promote greater mass identification with the party's policies, not to influence or modify them. 48 The perfection of collective mastery through the party and the state accrues to the party and the state the right to exercise the collective mastery of the people. Hence collective mastery also includes democratic centralist dimensions. Because the state is the expression of the collective mastery of the working people, the state deserves the support of the people. As L. E. Duen points out, political collective mastery involves both duties and rights. Duties are corollary to rights. We must ensure the citizens' rights and individual freedom while requiring that each citizen and each individual fully discharge his duties to society, the state, and the collective, such as the duty to work, the duty to defend the motherland, the duty to respect and defend socialist property, respect the rules of collective life, etc. 49. Refugee reports suggest that, in the South since 1975, political re-education has placed great emphasis on those duties associated with collective mastery. The theory of collective mastery has also been described as the basic content of the new constitution. Collective mastery, emphasizes L. E. Duen, is not only an attitude and an institutional system but is also a fixed organizational structure. 50 The Vietnam Communist Party was formed along Leninist lines, and so great emphasis has always been placed on organization. Their faith in organization as the key to a successful revolution was strengthened by their experiences in revolution and resistance. This principle of revolution has become part of the Vietnamese theory of socialist transformation. Organization, wrote L. E. Duen, is a basic measure for ensuring implementation of line. Whether the organization is right or wrong determines the success or failure of the line. 51 According to Eliot, this reflects a general belief that institutions mold man, and so socialist transformation in the ideological field can be achieved by a correct organizational framework. 52 The result of this belief in organization is what may be described as the administrative state, which Eliot argues has three main characteristics. The faith in organizational solutions to political and economic problems, a commitment to socialist legality, a framework of laws and regulations that defines the standards of performance and spheres of institutional competence, and a tendency to establish highly centralized and frequently redundant institutions as a means of ensuring that central policies are effectively implemented. 53. This highly bureaucratic organization holds with it the dangers of bureaucratism and commandism. Ho condemned these faults at the Second Congress of the Vietnam Workers' Party in February 1961. Bureaucratism shows in fondness for red tape, divorce from the masses of the people, and reluctance to learn the experiences of the masses. Commandism Ho described as the use of compulsion against the people, without explanation and without allowing them to work on their own initiative and own accord. 54 Bureaucratism and commandism ran contrary to the right of collective mastery, and so the party at various times organized mass criticism campaigns. These campaigns, however, were very different from such mass campaigns in China as the Cultural Revolution. Turley notes, the purpose of the campaign was not to curtail the party's authority or to place it under popular control, but to improve the interpersonal skills of cadres who had to deal with the people face to face, enhance the legitimacy of local party organs, and heighten popular support for party objectives. 55. Hence mass criticism was in effect orchestrated to strengthen the party and state, not to attack it. Comparison with China shows that the Vietnamese never organized such vehement attacks on the party and bureaucracy as did Mao, and the idea of inviting the masses to launch a full-scale attack against the party like the Cultural Revolution has always been anathema to the Vietnamese. Mass criticism was viewed as a tool for perfecting the organization of collective mastery. The establishment of socialist collective mastery and the achievement of a thoroughgoing socialist transformation is a process of carrying out the three revolutions: the revolution in relations of production, the scientific and technological revolution, and the ideological and cultural revolution, in which the scientific and technological revolution is the kingpin. 56 Truong Chin provides a detailed explanation of the three revolutions, which first begins with the establishment of collective mastery in the economy. He explains, the revolution in relations of production should not be confined to transforming the ownership of means of production, but should also include the system of management and distribution. The aim is to establish the collective ownership of the laboring people over the essential means of production as well as production and distribution, thereby developing socialist democracy, and promoting the laboring masses' spirit of initiative and creativeness in production work. After the basic completion of the transformation of relations of production in the system of ownership, the technological revolution holds a key position. We must carry out socialist industrialization and wage a technological revolution in order to make our economy truly independent and sovereign. We must set up a modern Vietnamese industry capable of transforming the present production, which relies mainly on handicraft labor, into a large-scale mechanized production. Parallel to these two revolutions and with a view to effectively serving them, we carry out an ideological and cultural revolution. In the field of ideology, we must foster and strengthen proletarian ideology, fight all forms of bourgeois ideology, criticize petty bourgeois ideology, and continue to do away with all vestiges of feudal and other erroneous ideologies. In the field of culture, we inherit in a critical way the national culture, build for Vietnam a new culture, socialist in content and national in character. 57. The three revolutions do not include any radical breaks from theoretical orthodoxy, but they do represent a reformulation of theory. A few points can be made here about the three revolutions. Firstly, the revolution in the relations of production is a matter of organization, a specific organizational framework. Also, as was noted above, the ideological and cultural revolution is related to proper organization. Secondly, the emphasis placed on a scientific and technological revolution as the road to socialist transformation places the Vietnamese revolution firmly in line with the Stalinist policy of industrialization, and implicitly rejects the Maoist low-technology style of industrialization such as that seen in the Great Leap Forward. Thirdly, the blending of positive aspects of the national culture with socialist culture is another example of continuity in the Vietnamese revolution. One problem arising from the idea of collective mastery is whether class struggle continues under that system which follows the victory of the revolution. Nguyen Duc Binh, expressing the official view, ridicules Mao's notion that class struggle does indeed persist in the new society, as well as the related concepts of the bourgeoisies existing within the party itself and of the continuing revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. But he stops short of denying directly that class struggle can persist into the new era. Contradictions exist in all societies, he argues, and that includes socialist society. How can one imagine the bourgeoisie still existing and existing as such through all the periods of development of socialism, he demands. He thus implies that it exists in some of them, but not others, so opening the possibility of class struggle. What is crystal clear, however, is that he regards the formulae of Mao's late years as stirring up unnecessary and very harmful social conflicts under the guise of class struggle. 58 It appears that, for all the disagreements, the Vietnamese share at least one important view with their archenemies, the Chinese Deng Xiaoping leadership. Among the most important changes which should emanate from the social revolution caused by the establishment of the system of collective mastery is the restructuring of the family and equality between the two sexes. As in other countries of East Asia, the background of the family in Vietnam was, firstly, that it was the central social and economic core of the political culture and, secondly, that women held a low position in society and suffered gross inequalities, discriminations, and maltreatment, although there is an important tradition of patriotic heroines. It was part of the program of Ho Chi Minh and his followers to right the injustices practiced against the female sex, and the 10 slogans put forward by the Communist Party of Indochina on its foundation in February 1930 included 1. To implement equality between man and woman. 59 Women began to take an interest in the activities of the party. Central Committee resolutions of 1937 and 1938 stressed the female constituency and instructed all party echelons to establish specialized women's committees. 60 With some positive results. No sooner was the Democratic Republic of Vietnam set up than on September 11, 1945 the first General Conference of the Women's Association for National Salvation was convened, the precursor of the Vietnam Women's Union, which still functions very strongly today. The two factors of French colonialism and the Vietnamese revolutionary process caused the family to lose its economic centrality. On the other hand, it continued strongly as a social unit. On December 28, 1959 the National Assembly adopted a new law on marriage and the family which laid down freedom of marriage, monogamy, equality between the sexes and defense of children's rights and interests. Ho Chi Minh took a close interest in matters relating to the family. Apart from its social importance, he justified his attitude by saying he did indeed have a family, the world's working class and the Vietnamese people. His views are strong and urge thoroughgoing liberation for women. Women make up half of society. If they are not liberated, half of society is not freed. If women are not emancipated, only half of socialism is built. The law on marriage to be presented to the National Assembly is a revolution, an integral part of the socialist revolution. Therefore we should adopt the proletarian stand to understand it. It is not correct if our understanding is based on feudal, bourgeois, or petty bourgeois stands. 61. He also calls on women to organize themselves without waiting for government or party directives. Le Duan also advocates women taking part in the management of society and production. Their emancipation is essentially to ensure their fullest participation as collective masters in all three respects: masters of society, masters of nature and masters of themselves. 62 Their burdens of housework must be reduced. On the other hand, a new woman is one who carries out her duty as a socialist citizen, one who fulfills satisfactorily her noble function as a mother towards her children, and as a wife in the family. 63. The Women's Union has been very active in endeavoring to bring about progress towards equality between the sexes, not only in theory but in fact. Women have joined the labor force in a big way. In particular, in 1979, they made up 43.8% of all workers in the state sector, including 65% in light industry, 61.5% in public health and 60% in education. 64 Whereas 95% of women were illiterate before the revolution, 65 girls were 47% of the total number of school children in 1979 to 80, or 5,557,400 out of 11,804,000. 66 women made up 25.6% of all faculty staff in colleges and universities in 1981. Women account for less than 20% of membership of the party, and the official view is that the proportion is not nearly high enough. 68. Nobody, including the Vietnamese 69, is claiming that full equality between the sexes has been reached. Even at senior government levels, sexist attitudes persist. 70 The statistics offered above suggest that women have been encouraged to enter the workforce in particular female areas, so that sex roles are in no sense disappearing. One study of women in Vietnam claims that despite enormous strides towards equality after 1945, their position actually worsened since 1975. They have retreated from public life with the return of the men from the front. Polygamy has actually increased because of the heavy predominance of women due to the anti-American war. Women who join the workforce often find themselves also burdened with all the domestic chores and are thus seriously overworked. However, modernization is likely to go some way towards solving these problems in the future, because mechanization of agriculture and industry will to some extent relieve women of back-breaking labor, and education will help them develop their talents more than at present. 71. Conclusion. Vietnam's revolutionaries have made a significant contribution to the body of Marxist-Leninist thought. While their theory has been innovative and flexible, the Vietnamese Party has never strayed radically from Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy. As true Marxists, they begin from a scientific investigation of the class antagonisms upon which their revolution must be based, then proceed to formulate a revolutionary doctrine appropriate to their situation, and finally implement a thoroughgoing restructuring of their society. The ideologues of the Vietnamese Party have been and remain fully aware of the Marxist-Leninist theories which should lead to social equality. The stages of social development, class struggle, and analysis of classes in society, the leadership of the working class, the dictatorship of the proletariat all hold their place in Vietnamese socialist ideology. In particular, Ho Chi Minh and the party he led give the necessary due to the vital place of theory. We must teach everybody Marxist-Leninist theory, declares Ho. He who knows theory but does not put it into practice is good for nothing. Only with theory can we understand all that happens in society and in the mass movements. 72. Yet several Western authors have commented on Ho's lack of theoretical grounding. One suggests tartly that the uncle shunned and eschewed theorizing and that he was thus able to twist the line to suit his needs. He showed uncommon talent for political maneuver within the strictures of orthodoxy. 73. Certainly Ho was no theoretician, he was first and foremost the leader of the Vietnamese Party and Revolution, but unlike other revolutionary leaders, Ho did not expect to take on ideological primacy. Rather, the Vietnamese Party drew upon the considerable talents of a number of innovative theoreticians within the Politburo, including Le Duan, Truong Chinh, and Vuong Nguyen Giap. As was noted earlier, Ho chose Leninism as the best weapon to achieve his nationalist aims, and under his leadership the Vietnamese Party reformulated Marxist-Leninist theory appropriate to Vietnam's situation and in order to achieve their final goal. The flexibility and innovativeness with which the Vietnamese absorbed Russian and Chinese theory clearly demonstrates that they did creatively apply Marxism-Leninism to Vietnam. So collective mastery stems in a real sense from collective leadership. And that depends to a great extent on unity, of their record in which the Vietnamese are very proud. In May 1969, not long before he died, Ho Chi Minh remarked that unity is an extremely precious tradition of our party and people. He called on all comrades, from the Central Committee down to the cell, to preserve the unity and oneness of mind in the party like the apple of their eye. 74. Ho also expressed the hope that the Vietnamese Party would do its best to contribute effectively to the restoration of unity among the fraternal parties on the basis of Marxism-Leninism. 75. There is considerable poignancy in the aged revolutionaries making such a plea in his last testament, just after the Sino-Soviet border clashes of March 1969 had revealed a new depth to the bitterness in the two largest socialist powers. Had Ho been able to view developments over the succeeding 15 years or so, he would doubtless have been happier over the continuing unity in his own party than over the restoration of unity among the fraternal parties. 9. Kampuchea and Stalinism. Ben Kiernan. After returning home in 1980 from Kampuchea, where I had spent much time photographing the prison records of the ousted Pol Pot regime, I read Robert Conquest's The Great Terror I on the Soviet purges of the 1930s. One particular passage caught my attention. For the 1936 trial, Malkhanov had prepared for Stalin a special diagram, a system of many colored lines on the diagram indicated when and through whom Trotsky had communicated with the leaders of the conspiracy. 2. My mind was immediately cast back to the charts I had photographed of alleged rebel or foreign agent contact networks drawn up by security cadre of Pol Pot's Democratic Kampuchea, at Tuol Sleng prison in Phnom Penh. There many colored lines connecting rows of boxes with data on each person implicated seemed almost a direct imitation of the Soviet technique of the 1930s. 3 Further, Conquest's statement that the dossiers of the leading figures targeted by Stalin have the low numbers, Pyatakov I, Radek V, Sokolnikov 8, Drobnis 13, took me back to my notes on the Tuol Sleng dossiers, where I had written, Roman numerals used by prison interrogators for top prisoners, the names of NOS. I-19 of whom I had copied down. Now the use in each case of Roman numerals, and even of similar diagrams, may well be coincidence. But it is tempting to suspect otherwise, given the confessional nature of the Campuchian prison records. 4 They resemble what we know of the archives of Stalinism in nearly every way, with the important exception that the records were kept secret, not even show trials were held in democratic Kampuchea, and the existence of Twil slang only became known to the outside world after that regime was overthrown. That aside, could Kampuchean security personnel have been formally trained in the bureaucratic interrogation techniques of the Stalinist purge? This question may never be answered, but other possible parallels and connections are very much worth pursuing, particularly in the realm of ideology. To what extent was Pol Pot's regime Marxist, and to what extent did it consider itself so? It should be emphasized that what follows is largely tentative. Much work remains to be done in what has turned out to be a broad field of inquiry, now that large numbers of DK internal documents and confidential CPK's publications have been made available by the successor government, that of Hung Samrin. 5 The ideology of the DK state and of its ruling party, the CPK, is also an important field of inquiry, given that they presided over the deaths of more than 1 million Kampucheans in less than 4 years of power. 6 A period begun by the evacuation of all cities and towns. The most impressive attempt so far to come to terms with the role of Marxism-Leninism in DK has been that of Michael Vickery. After a detailed comparative study of non-communist revolutionary upheavals in many other rural societies, Vickery concludes that in DK as well, nationalism, populism and peasantism really won out over communism, and even that the CPK led a victorious peasant revolution, perhaps the first real one in modern times. 7 In the absence of a good deal more evidence from peasant sources than Vickery presents, I am unconvinced by the second statement. But it should be possible to begin to examine the first, at least on the ideological level, through internal CPK documents. In early 1977, the Communist Party of Kampuchea's third-ranking leader, Ieng Sari, told foreigners in Singapore, "We are not communists, we are revolutionaries." 8 This was of course disinformation. The CPK was officially unveiled later that same year. But Ieng Sari's statement was also a signal of a conscious departure from Marxist orthodoxy. As the CPK's internal magazine, Tung Padivat, had put it in late 1976. Left or not left, we must stand by the movement. We must not stand by the scriptures. 9. This injunction appeared in an article which also announced, to some consternation among party cadres, that the CPK was not, after all, 25 years old, but only 16. The first 9 years of organized communism in Kampuchea were thenceforth deemed invalid by the CPK leadership. Party seniority could no longer extend further back than 1960, when Pol Pot joined the Central Committee. Prior to that, the party was alleged to have been controlled by Vietnamese. This new official doctrine was kept secret for another year, while the party was subjected to a series of massive and violent purges, especially of its veteran and dissident or suspected dissident members. This period of great convulsions was effectively launched with the appearance of the September-October 1976 issue of Tung Padivat, which included discussions of socialist revolution, class contradictions, state power, and the dictatorship of the proletariat, private and collective property relations, and dialectical materialism. 11 In this paper I will attempt to explain the relationship between some of these theories and the formulation and implementation of the policies of the CPK leadership. The CPK leadership waited 2.5 years after their 1975 victory to declare their communist credentials to the world. 12 The silence was the result, not only of the CPK's obsessive secrecy and factionalism, but also of its tenuous relationship to orthodox Marxism-Leninism. This relationship was increasingly questioned by the dominant party faction, as can be seen in a range of actions and policies derived from what it claimed to be its Marxist-Leninist philosophy. In fact, an examination of CPK philosophy, as expressed in party documents, suggests that its philosophy was a truncated and ill-understood version of Stalin's mechanical dialectical materialism, whose materialist aspects were expunged in an obsession with voluntarism and the role of subjective will. Over time, the communist currents of the CPK's thinking were displaced or overshadowed by nationalist and racist ones which, in Kampuchean conditions at least, demanded an extreme voluntarism and which were unable to coexist with orthodox Marxism. It is at this point, for the pragmatic requirements of CPK ultranationalism, that some elements of Maoist-style politics filled the party's need. But little evidence has yet been uncovered from CPK texts of a far-reaching Maoist influence over the party's philosophy. Mao's writings on practice and on contradiction, which also discuss dialectical materialism, were not referred to or even plagiarized in any recognizable form. For example, the CPK slogan of a super great leap forward 13 was obviously formulated in an exaggerated imitation of Maoist policies of the late 1950s, but again this seems to have been a result of the CPK's perceived need to demonstrate Kampuchean superiority over Vietnam in socialist construction, rather than of an ideological imperative. And the ideology of the Cultural Revolution, on the other hand, while sometimes recognizable in CPK documents, is never explicit or permeating. Dialectical materialism. According to the September-October 1976 issue of Tungpadivat, dialectical materialism is the most basic document of Marxism-Leninism. 14 How then, did the CPK approach this topic which it claimed to be fundamental to its own ideology as well? In 1950, Stalin had republished his 1938 study, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, which divided the subject into three sections: the dialectical method, philosophical materialism, and historical materialism. The first section, the dialectical method, Stalin described as having four principal features, namely that 1. All phenomena are organically interrelated. 2. Nature is in continuous movement, change, and development. 3. Development involves quantitative changes becoming qualitative ones. 4. Internal contradictions are inherent in all things. 15. In its 1976 issue cited above, Tungpadivat presented a review of dialectical materialism that revealed the influence of Stalin's work. It summarized, however, only the first section of Stalin's outline of the subject, although calling its features the four laws of dialectical materialism. 16 In other words, what for Stalin was only the method, became for the CPK the essence of the philosophy itself, with the exclusion of his two materialist sections. What resulted was a kind of dialectical voluntarism rather than materialism. Stalin's discussion of the material nature of the world, the primacy of matter, objective truth, modes of production, productive forces, and relations of production was all omitted in the Tungpadivat review of the subject. What was apparently considered more important than objective conditions was the subjective method adopted. We will now turn to the CPK's version of this. The first point of what Stalin called the Marxist dialectical method is that all phenomena are organically interrelated. The Tungpadivat article noted this, and then gave what it said was an example to illustrate the law of dialectical materialism. This example is revealing. Example: in the situation of a person who has injured a buffalo's leg. We must analyze. We must ask if the child or the old man who tends the animal injured it, or who else did, and if it was done, why? Was it unintentional, or was it to oppose the cooperative? Look for a person who has something to do with this matter. The cowherd, what composition is he, what class stand, what political stand, which milieu is his stand in contact with? We follow up. Following up is a measure. If we cannot find out in 1 or 2 days, we will find out in 2 or 3 days. 17. In this way, the first feature of the Marxist dialectical method, that all phenomena are organically interrelated, was perceived in CPK ideology in terms of the rationale for a witch hunt. Such CPK witch hunts are in fact reminiscent of Stalin's against wreckers who allegedly sabotaged production lines in the USSR in the 1930s. 18 And there is a kind of mechanical materialism in the CPK's preoccupation with the class background of suspects, displayed in the quotation. But overshadowing this, perhaps, is the CPK's firmly held, if degenerate, philosophy of voluntarism, its assumption being that if the people have correct consciousness, any objective or material obstacles can be overcome. In fact, Tungpadivat instructed them to pull out weeds, add water and fertilizer by pushing the socialist revolutionary consciousness and stance. Point 19. This is voluntarism à l'outrance. The person who fails to add water, who breaks a plowshare, or injures a buffalo's leg must be suspected of deliberate treason. Point 20. For he had it well within his power to do otherwise, by adopting a different consciousness and stance. One does not look at objective conditions to explain a buffalo's leg injury. Excess or unseasonal work patterns, for instance, are not admissible as explanations. Instead, one must look for a person who has something to do with this matter. A second example given by Tungpadivat of the point that everything is interrelated concerns contradictions between two agricultural cooperatives. Dialectical materialism, the magazine informs us, teaches that the specific traits of each cooperative must be analyzed objectively and from a collective point of view, so that when the offending cooperative is identified, it can be purified. This second example, too, has little to do with the creative tension of the dialectics and a lot to do with witch hunting. Questions immediately arise about the political function of this Tungpadivat article, and the uses to which Marxist theory was put to legitimize the party's domination. 3 further examples are given. All are used to suggest that the good points, weak points, and strong points of both the party and its enemy must all be taken into account in any given situation or difficulty. The dialectical approach here is clear enough: one's strength is partly related to the weakness of one's enemy, and so cannot be evaluated in isolation. Still closely following Stalin's outline of the dialectical method, Tungpadivat goes on to note its second and third features, that everything undergoes transformation and that this includes transformation from quantity to quality. This means that accumulated piecemeal or everyday developments can have essential significance. Now, in a materialist framework, in which man's social being determines his consciousness, accumulated material development brings about a transformation in his view of the world. But Tungpadivat appears to reverse this Marxist prediction, in a clearly implied anti-materialist direction. Its first example of these two features is of a person's incorrect attitude regarding morality, which may eventually lead to an incorrect action, and the transformation is from quality to quantity rather than vice versa. This property is evolving. At some point, it will not stay correct with consciousness, it will become a concrete action. Consciousness will not remain still, we must beware not to let the consciousness change into a quantity. Point 21. What is particularly striking about this quotation is the final word, which substitutes for Stalin's predicted change to quality. As this substitution is consistent with Tungpadivat's replacement of the materialist transformation with a metaphysical one, we may presume that it represents a deliberate departure from the theory stated a few lines earlier in the article. All this of course adds more weight to the CPK's deletion of Stalin's discussion of materialism. But its significance would probably end there but for the use to which such theoretical passages were put in DK. The broad, partly incomprehensible theories were applied in 3 ways: 1. To individuals rather than to historical classes; 2. Future treason was considered discernible in minor displays of attitude or could even be considered as merely hidden if undiscerned; and 3. Such predicted developments, although in a sense metaphysically determined, were still considered preventable, by human vigilance. For instance, a bud of material property, do not nurse it. Eliminate it immediately. Therefore, we will be masters over ourselves. Point 22. 2 other examples given concern individuals who have some hard feelings towards each other and the tactics of the revolution in its early years. The assumption behind them is, again, voluntarist. Objective conditions can be overcome by purely political means. To say otherwise would be to remain as observers. We cannot just let something go its own way. Do not put the blame on the objective. 23. An injunction that was also applied to the buffalo's injured leg, as we have seen. Stalin's fourth and final feature of the dialectical method is that internal contradictions are inherent in all things. Tungpadivat dutifully notes this, but then describes internal contradictions as secondary. The principal ones are life and death anti-party contradictions. Point 24. This latter category apparently derives not from Stalin but from Mao's analysis of antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions. However, Tungpadivat seems to mix this up with Mao's separate analysis of principal and secondary contradictions. Point 25. The CPK's discussion of internal contradiction is closer to Mao's theory of contradictions among the people than to Stalin's dialectics. Point 26. And Tungpadivat's illustration is again by means of an example of consciousness or attitude, a heavy property standpoint. But the borderline is perilous. Going just a bit further becomes an anti-party contradiction. Party members are warned not to confuse the two types of contradiction, but the greater risk is said to be mistaking the serious for the less serious. If we have a life and death contradiction, we cannot think it is an internal contradiction. Point 27. The converse, which interestingly is what Mao chose to warn against. 28 is not spelled out in this way by Tungpadivat. It was obviously not so dangerous for the party to treat an internal contradiction as a life and death one. It was, of course, very dangerous for the society, especially one run by a bureaucratic and rigidly hierarchical party whose cadres would feel safe over fulfilling their quotas of contradictions resolved than under fulfilling them. One slogan of the period, used to describe policy towards urban evacuees, was consistent with the view that there was little danger in mistaking internal contradictions for life and death ones. Spare them, no profit; remove them, no loss. Point 29. This chilling epigram is quite unique, even for the more ruthless communist regimes. It is of course a classic anti-dialectical statement, which proclaims that no relationship whatever exists between a dissident and his or her environment. In conclusion, then, the officially proclaimed CPK view of dialectical materialism excludes any consideration of philosophical materialism or historical materialism. What is left betrays a close adherence to the form or outline of Stalin's discussion of dialectical method, while grossly distorting its theoretical content, with occasional forays into selected but unrelated tenets of Maoism. Some aspects of the CPK approach, as we have seen, are indeed dialectical, others definitely are not. Materialism appears only in the preoccupation with the class background of individuals, as an adjunct to state suspicions of them that arise basically out of a metaphysical approach. Beyond this, the Marxist concern with the material forces of history is replaced by a concentration on dialectical method alone. In a political context, this translates into tactics and attitudes. In the words of Tungpadivat, the essence is the class standpoint of an individual, not the material basis of that class or of his or her standpoint. Point 30. What is most interesting is the apparent deliberation with which elements of various Marxist-Leninist theories and writings were selected and combined to form a new ideological framework that suited the CPK leadership's needs, preoccupations, and claims. These were largely nationalist in content, as the process of selection itself suggests, even if they were expressed in Marxist terminology, as in the DK four-year plan. We have leapt over the neocolonial and semi-feudal society of the American imperialists, of the feudalists and all types of capitalists, straight to a socialist society. 31. Kampuchea's material qualifications for such a historic leap were not explained. But the comparisons with other communist countries suggest that it was considered more a matter of leadership policy. This situation, compared to other countries, is completely different from them. For example, China was liberated in 1949, they prepared to terminate the People's Democratic Revolution first, before they went on to prepare the transition to socialism. It took a long period of time. In 1955 they started forming general cooperatives. In 1958 they started the People's Communes. For example, Korea was liberated in 1945. Not until 1958 did they establish cooperatives in general in the rural areas, and at that time cooperatives consisted of only 20 or 30 families. So after liberation it took them a long time, the transition to socialism. They did not carry out socialist revolution in general until 1958. The transition required 14 years. North Vietnam was the same. Now it is the same also in South Vietnam. Their transition takes a long time. As for us, we have different characteristics, we are 6 or 8 years ahead of them. We have new relations of production, nothing complicated like them. 32. Finally, several pages later we read, technology is not a determining factor. The determining factors of the revolution are politics, revolutionary people, and the revolutionary system. 33. This statement obviously owes a great deal to Maoist ideology in its preference for red over expert, expressed here in a very simplistic form. It seems to me that this is the response of the CPK to the fact that, compared to China, Korea, and Vietnam, we are very much weaker than them industrially. 34. Nationalism and internationalism. But the neglect of materialism was also interwoven with the CPK's stand on internationalism, and with its relations with other communist parties which did claim to stand by the scriptures. The connection is clear enough in the notes of a senior CPK cadre, apparently transcribed into his diary in August 1978. Ever since 1957 our party has stood on the standpoint of politics. We did not stand on technology as was the experience over the world, whether in the area of the imperialist Western countries or in the area of revolution. This experience has emerged very long before the world. 35. This is an implicit rejection of all previous communist models of revolution. 36. Indeed, Pol Pot told Yugoslav journalists in March 1978, we have no model in building up our new society. 37. This statement obviously applied to China as much as anywhere else, just as the cadre's private diary tacitly wrote China off as an area of revolution where the experts dominate, just as they do in the imperialist West. In many ways Pol Pot's Kampuchea regarded itself as the center of world political experience, and this applied whether the CPK followed a line that was left or not left. In CPK pronouncements, Kampuchea's relationship with the outside world was largely a matter of the example it provided other countries. The DK 4-year plan, for instance, claimed that we have no foreign assistance. We have no assistance from outside either for industry or for agriculture. North Vietnam, after liberation in 1954, was assisted by China and Russia a great deal. It is the same at present. China and Korea after liberation were also greatly assisted by Russia. For us, at present, there is some Chinese aid. Realistically, it is nothing much compared to other countries. This matter is our party's policy. If we beg around we would certainly get some, but it would affect the political line of our party. 38. The implication is that foreign aid is a liability. If we allowed foreigners to move in, we would have capital but we would be tied politically. 39. This suspicion of foreign countries, even friendly ones like China, is a key element of CPK ideology, which springs in large part from its view of Kampuchea's historical experience. An interesting but little studied phenomenon of the Pol Pot regime is its ideological undercurrent of irredentism. CPK cadres all over the country at various times expressed determination to reconquer the Mekong Delta, which had been seized by Vietnam in the 18th century. The delta has since been known to Khmers as Kampuchea Krom, and it retains a large minority of ethnic Khmer, perhaps 1 million or so. A similar number of Khmers inhabit the southern part of northeast Thailand, an area ruled by Bangkok from the 16th century. CPK cadres spoke of regaining this territory also. 40. As early as 1973, leading CPK representatives expressed a historically preoccupied view of relations with Vietnam. According to a witness, Mock said that Kampuchean territory included Kampuchea Krom, which Vietnam had taken. The Kampucheans would fight to get it back, Mock said. Around the same time, other CPK cadres identified Vietnam as a hereditary enemy. 41. This phrase was also used publicly by Pol Pot himself in early 1979. 42. The CPK is one of the few communist parties, if not the only one, to target its political or military opponents in such terms, encompassing an entire nation-state. Within Kampuchea itself, the most severe treatment of all, perhaps, was reserved for an ethnic minority with an unfortunate history that the CPK wished Kampuchea to avoid repeating. This was the Cham community, survivors of the Vietnamese southward onslaught in the 15th century, whose ancestors had fled to Kampuchea and adopted Islam. In 1970 they numbered several hundred thousand. It seems that at least half of the Cham population of Kampuchea were executed or worked to death in the Pol Pot period. All suffered obliteration of their culture, prohibition of their language, dispersal of their villages, and enforced assimilation with the Khmer population. A Cham woman who survived said the CPK Khattars had told her, "The Chams are hopeless. They abandoned their country to others. They just shouldered their fishing nets and walked off, letting the Vietnamese take over their country." 43. The modern descendants of such 15th century losers would find no refuge in democratic Kampuchea. As an autonomous ethnic group they were considered a weak point in the state. This view was reportedly expressed by the CPK leadership as follows: "There is only one revolution, in Kampuchea there is only one nation and there is only one language, the Khmer language." 44. The results were particularly disastrous for the Cham, but the effects of Khmer chauvinism were more wide-ranging still. As the internal situation went from bad to worse after 1975, and more Khmers became disillusioned and embittered by what the CPK leadership was doing, the racism turned in on itself. Khmers who did not share the view that the nation had priority over the rights of its citizens were now branded as not really Khmer at all. With ever-widening divisions in the CPK and the resultant uprising by the party's Eastern Zone branch in May 1978, the entire population of the zone, bordering Vietnam, were described as having Khmer bodies with Vietnamese minds. This led to the largest massacre of Khmers in recorded history, by their own government. Probably over 100,000 Easterners perished in a matter of months. 45 The material and historical links between the Eastern Zone and Vietnam, in terms of border trade, intermarriage and other contacts, and a shared experience laboring in the rubber plantations there, were all subsumed by official CPK ideology in a metaphysical process of thinking like Vietnamese. This ideological approach rationalized the political and military suppression of the zone's population. It could be said that historical materialism was displaced by a tragic and paranoid historical voluntarism, echoing the fate of dialectical materialism in CPK ideology. All this might lead one to suggest, as Michael Vickery has done, that the CPK was much more a traditionalist revival, an old-fashioned movement of racial irredentism, than a Marxist one. There is a good deal of truth in this. Yet one cannot ignore the sectarian political quality of the Pol Pot leadership, which shared two of the features of modern sectarian communism in this context. Firstly, political movements which were ideologically closer to the CPK were perceived as the greater enemies. Thus, Communist Vietnam attracted the violence of CPK rhetoric and action to a much greater extent than capitalist Thailand, although both suffered Kampuchean border raids. Secondly, the Pol Pot leadership's enmity towards its eastern neighbor was magnified by the long-standing Vietnamese influence in the CPK itself, which was perceived as a threat to the leadership. One of Pol Pot's colleagues even claimed in 1980 that most of the people in the party were all Vietnamese agents. 46 Traditional chauvinism and communist sectarianism seem to have fed off one another, at the expense of both internal and external peace. Peasantry and proletariat. No communist party apart from the CPK has emptied all the working class areas under its control and turned their inhabitants into peasants, although there are some anti-urban strands in Maoist thinking. 47 Nor is it likely that any other communist party could have produced the following statement, which can be found in a 1977 CPK text on the party's history. Concretely, we did not rely on the forces of the workers. The workers were the overt vanguard, but in concrete fact they did not become the vanguard. In concrete fact there were only the peasants. Therefore we did not copy anyone. 48. This was not merely a practical assessment of the historically small size of the Khmer proletariat. The CPK's laconic attitude to the working class continued after victory in 1975, as the following statement in the September-October issue of THIRD-WORLDISM makes clear. There is a worker class which has some kind of stand. We have not focused on it yet. 49. The magazine even went on to define class struggle in such terms. We evacuated the people from the cities, which is our class struggle. We develop and strengthen cooperatives as class struggle. If there were no cooperatives, the true revolutionary traits would be gone. The true imperialist traits would come back. Revisionism would come back. There would be markets, there would be cities, confusion. Slavery. 50. This passage, which ends the discussion of the dictatorship of the proletariat in THIRD-WORLDISM, is of particular interest for the way in which Marxist theoretical concepts such as revisionism quickly give way to the almost millenarian final note. This is relatively uncommon in CPK theoretical texts, although its practical effect was probably greater than that of the lip service usually paid to the importance of the proletariat. Another example is relevant. It is not possible that old assets can serve in new duties. 51 according to THIRD-WORLDISM. What this means seems to have been spelled out in the 4-year plan. We do not use old workers. We do not use them because if we use the old workers without careful selection and purification, there will be many political complications which will lead to many difficulties for us. We do not want to tangle ourselves with old things. 52. The former working class, like foreign connections, was regarded as something of a liability to an essentially millenarian nationalist revolutionary project. It would probably be unfair to avoid the question of whether the anti-worker, anti-internationalist thinking of the CPK leadership, even in its theoretical publications, disqualifies it from membership of the movement that adopted the slogan "Workers of the World Unite." I believe, on the evidence reviewed so far, that it does. But careful attention remains to be given to CPK texts and actions that have yet to be analyzed. It is true that the only document of established Marxist-Leninist theory to be translated and published in Khmer by the DK regime was Lenin's The State. 53, but very little was published at all under DK. And although none of Mao's works was published, there are occasional glimpses of the ideology of the Cultural Revolution, for instance in this passage from THIRD-WORLDISM. There are the revolutionary ranks. These revolutionary ranks are a strata, too. It is a power-holding layer. We must not forget it, it will be hidden. Then it will expand and strengthen as a separate strata, considering itself as worker-peasant. In fact, it holds power over the worker-peasants. We do not want them to expand and strengthen themselves to hold power outside of the worker-peasants. Someday they will oppose the worker-peasants. 54. Given the tragic history of democratic Kampuchea, this was a remarkably accurate prediction of the role played by the CPK leadership itself. Whether this warning was a feint, or whether the theory itself represented genuine conviction but was hopelessly inappropriate to Kampuchean conditions is a question that, in the absence of a full review of the evidence, is best left to the reader. However, it appears evident that the distorted Stalinist ideology of the CPK under Pol Pot was far removed from orthodox Marxism-Leninism, and that grotesque and unfortunate consequences flowed from this particular adaptation of Marxism to an Asian context. 10. The Indonesian Marxist tradition. Robert Cribb. Marxism has a longer tradition of formal organization in Indonesia than in any other country discussed in this book. The first Marxist association in the Netherlands Indies was established in 1914, 3 years before the October Revolution in Russia. The Indonesian Communist Party was founded in 1920, the first communist party in Asia outside the borders of former Tsarist Russia. This seniority, together with sheer physical distance from the centers of Marxist authority, enabled Indonesian Marxists to develop a distinctive indigenous application of Marxism-Leninism to the circumstances in their country. Indonesian Marxists, however, have been persistently unable to carry out a successful Marxist-Leninist revolution. During 3 separate periods, 1920-6, 1945-8, and 1951-65, the party operated in an environment of relative political freedom, drawing wide popular support. Each period of legality ended, however, with the party's implication or involvement in an ill-prepared and wholly unsuccessful uprising. On each occasion, government repression following the uprising has effectively removed the PKI from the Indonesian political arena. The party has now been illegal since 1966, and the only sign of its activity is the odd government warning against the latent danger it presents. An underground party almost certainly exists, but its efforts must be devoted largely to survival rather than revolution. The party's few attempts to engage in protracted guerrilla warfare on the Chinese or Vietnamese model have been entirely unsuccessful. The present low ebb of Marxism in Indonesia, and the fact that surviving members of the party outside Indonesia are dependent for the most part on the financial support of the Eastern European or Chinese Communist parties, has encouraged a general tendency to see the PKI's indigenous Marxist interpretation of Indonesian society as mistaken and ultimately responsible for the party's eclipse. It is probably more accurate, however, to regard this indigenous interpretation as responsible rather for the party's temporary political successes in a society which, despite certain resemblances to the societies of China and Indochina, does not permit the uncritical application of any externally derived interpretation of the thought of Marx. The attrition in PKI ranks brought about by repression and by the longevity of the party has led to a number of changes in leadership over the years. The party moreover has been racked from time to time at critical junctures in Indonesian history by serious disputes over tactics. Nonetheless, there is a continuity in Indonesian Marxist thought which constitutes a distinctive Indonesian tradition in the application of Marx's thought to Indonesian conditions. The PKI's interpretation of Marxist-Leninist thought has enabled it to survive extended periods of repression, without the territorial base enjoyed by the Chinese and Vietnamese communists, and to blossom when conditions were favorable, coming within striking distance of power. If, by botanical analogy, Vietnamese communism is the product of a graft, Indonesian communism is a desert plant which survives hostile wind and sun by staying underground until the right climatic opportunity enables it to shoot forth and spread with great rapidity. This pattern of survival and efflorescence was made possible by the emphasis which the party placed on the preservation and spread of Marxist-Leninist ideas rather than on direct revolutionary action. This aspect of Indonesian Marxism is the basis of persistent allegations, especially since 1965, that the PKI was revisionist. As will be argued below, however, the PKI was never a social democratic party in the European sense, nor for that matter was it an Asian representative of Eurocommunism, despite its striking parallels with the Italian Communist Party. With its attention to the importance of ideas, it more closely resembles the emphasis of recent Western Marxism on subverting the ideological hegemony of the capitalist system as a prerequisite for revolution. 1 Even that parallel, however, is not exact. The party's willingness to work within the framework of the Indonesian state reflected rather its interpretation of the role of that state as a vehicle for the ultimate victory of the proletariat. The proletariat, of course, occupied the central role in Indonesian Marxist theory. The Indonesian Revolution will not succeed unless it is under the leadership of the Indonesian proletariat, wrote D.N. Aided, the PKI's foremost leader of the 1950s and early 60s. 2 As in other largely agrarian societies of East and Southeast Asia, however, the Indonesian proletariat has never been more than a small proportion of the total population. Aided estimated in 1958 that the proletariat numbered 20 million people, 1/4 of the population, but this figure included workers in a wide range of occupations, from plantation laborers to workers in craft industries, together with their families. The modern industrial proletariat in a strict sense he estimated to be well under 1% of the population. 3. Marxists seeking to make revolution in these societies have accordingly sought to identify the allies on whom the proletariat may call in its struggle for power. The Dutch Marxists who in 1914 founded the ISDV, the Marxist organization which preceded the PKI, were amongst the first to recognize that a key ally in the struggle was the peasantry and that the bourgeois nationalist parties were the means by which the peasantry could be first reached and then recruited. Members of the ISDV infiltrated the first mass nationalist organization in Indonesia, the Syarikat Islam, from about 1916 and were successful in taking over many of its local branches. This practical experience was carried by the ISDV's founder, Henk Sneevliet, to the Second Congress of the Comintern in 1920, where it became a major basis for Lenin's theses on the national and colonial questions. Point 4. The Indonesian Marxists who succeeded to control of the ISDV, however, and who subsequently formed the PKI, cast class alliance in a rather different light. The first chairman of the PKI, Simon, was one of the pioneers of communist infiltration of the Syarikat Islam and was a close associate of Sneevliet. Yet his report to the First Congress of the Toilers of the East in Irkutsk in 1921 made no mention of this as a strategy. In fact, it made very little reference to class or class structure in Indonesian society at all, but rather provided the following analysis of Indonesia's condition. From 1908, a powerful upsurge of European imperialism had revolutionized the masses. The development of capitalism in Europe, overproduction, and a surplus of goods caused the capitalists to seek salvation in the colonies. The Netherlands Indies had been conquered 300 years before, and since that time had suffered under the yoke of European rule, but the consequences of an imperialist policy only made themselves felt since 1900, that is, since the time the country was open to international capital. The year 1900 saw great changes. The growth of capitalism had brought the exploitation of the natives and with this their proletarianization. Point 5. This analysis, arguing that colonialism had proletarianized Indonesian society, goes some way beyond Lenin's argument that colonial exploitation had enabled European capitalists to embourgeoise important sections of the European working class. For while Lenin maintained that the success of the national revolution in the colonies was an important element in the success of the proletarian revolution in the advanced capitalist countries of the West, he had insisted that the proletarian revolution in the West was in turn necessary to bring socialism to the East. Simon's argument that Indonesians had been proletarianist meant that proletarian revolution could take place in Indonesia itself and implied that it could take place independent of proletarian revolution in the West. While Simon's analysis did not deny the possibility of cooperation with other proletarianist colonial people in Asia, it clearly foreshadowed the theoretical and practical self-sufficiency which characterized the PKI through much of its history. In arguing that Indonesians were proletarianist by colonialism, Simon was asserting that colonialism oppressed all Indonesians in the same way. While he recognized the existence of different classes in Indonesian society, and could not fail to be aware that the massive unevenness of historical development in Indonesia had led to the existence side by side of primitive communism, slavery, feudalism, and late capitalism, he argued that the cooperation between classes in the anti-colonial struggle was not simply a tactical and temporary alliance but rather was based on a long-term identity of interest. Simon in fact made no reference to class conflict within Indonesian society. He mentioned native landowners, but described them as acting, where possible, on behalf of the native rural population. 6 Later Marxist theorists in Indonesia modified this analysis considerably, identifying feudal landowners and the compradori bourgeoisie as indigenous class enemies of the proletariat, alongside its foreign, capitalist imperialist enemies, but they retained the emphasis on the identical nature of these enemies for all Indonesians. The Indonesian proletariat, wrote Aidit, is exploited by three forms of brutal exploitation, that is, imperialism, capitalism and feudalism. 7. The suggestion that a proletariat could be oppressed by feudalism reflects a general theme in Indonesian Marxism that human history has been telescoped in Indonesia so that a single revolution, led by the proletariat, could take place, simultaneously combining, embodying and bypassing the normal succession of historical stages outlined by orthodox Marxism. Simon suggested that while colonialism had brought parts of Indonesia to the stage of mature capitalism, much of the colony remained in a state of primitive communism. The peasantry comprised about 95% of the population. The Netherlands Indies was and to a significant degree still is a country of primitive communism. The land belonged to the community, which at an assembly apportioned it among its members for a set length of time, at the end of which period it was redistributed. The Open Rural Assembly represented in its way a primitive Soviet and embodied the highest administrative and legislative power of the village. 8. At the meeting at which the PKI formally decided to join the Comintern in 1920, the party explicitly demurred at the Comintern resolution calling for the redistribution of land, not on the grounds that the party should avoid antagonizing potential allies, but on the grounds that there was no large-scale land holding in Indonesia. 9. In fact, this analysis of rural society in Indonesia reflected a romantic idealization of village life rather than any knowledge of rural conditions, and it was not until the early 1950s that Indonesian Marxists undertook the detailed rural research which enabled them to recognize the strength of feudalism, especially in rural Java. Nonetheless, the strategic unity of the proletarian and other revolutions remained a fundamental principle of Indonesian Marxism. 10. Since colonialism, according to Simon, was the prime proletarianizing force in Indonesia, it followed that the national revolution against colonialism would be the vehicle for proletarian victory. Indonesian Marxists did not generally argue for a two-stage revolution, for a bourgeois nationalist phase to be followed by a socialist phase. Rather, they argued that, since the two revolutions were one, they had to be achieved together. In the 1950s, therefore, when the national revolution appeared to many observers to be over, leaving power in the hands of the bourgeois nationalists, PKI theorists argued that the national revolution against imperialism had in fact not yet been won, that Indonesia remained de facto a colonial country. As evidence they pointed to the Netherlands-Indonesian Union imposed on the Indonesian Republic in the negotiations which ended the national revolution in 1949, and to the Dutch retention of West New Guinea, which all Indonesian nationalists regarded as an integral part of the national territory. Although they regarded the Indonesian state as being at least partly controlled by colonial and neo-colonial interests, the Indonesian Marxists argued that the state could be freed from this burden not only by revolutionary action from below, but also by action initiated within the state apparatus itself. The twin issues of the Union and Irian Jaya played an important role in PKI campaigns in the 1950s. It was the logic of this position and the fact that the Indonesian Republic under Sukarno did in fact succeed in ridding itself of both the Union and Dutch rule in Irian, as well as of Dutch domination of the economy, which led Aided to articulate his theory of the dual nature of the state. This theory was simply that the state had both a pro-people aspect and an anti-people aspect. Realities pertaining to the basis also find their reflection in the superstructure, including state power and chiefly in the cabinet. In the state power, a policy against imperialism, feudalism, bureaucrat capitalists, and compradors is reflected alongside the policy which defends imperialism, vestiges of feudalism, bureaucratic capitalists, and compradors. 11. The task of the party was to bring about the dominance of the pro-people aspect. This element in Indonesian Marxism has caused some discomfort amongst foreign Marxists sympathetic to the PKI. Mortimer, for instance, referring to the ingenuity and flexibility of the Indonesian communists and to their hard-headed political judgment in a political situation in the early 1950s whose prospects for the PKI were dismal, avoids addressing the ideological implications of the PKI's political program. 12.4. Although the nature of the state is still a matter of widespread debate amongst Marxists, its formulation appears to stray far beyond the orthodox Marxist instrumentalist assessment of the state as a tool which one class uses to oppress another class. 13. While it is true, however, that the dual nature theory of the state was not publicly articulated as such until 1963, it reflected an ambivalent attitude to the state which was deeply rooted in the history of the PKI and of Marxism within the Indonesian nationalist movement. From the earliest years of nationalist organization, Marxism had been a major intellectual influence within the movement. There had been no Indonesian state before the Dutch established their empire in the archipelago. Whereas Vietnam and China, like Japan and Korea, had long traditions of statehood and cultural identity which underpinned their respective patriotisms, Indonesia was a creation of Dutch colonial rule. Although bourgeois nationalists energetically created a nationalist mythology of statehood and cultural identity, 14 the revitalization of traditional Indonesian political forms was too unspecific a goal to form a significant part of the nationalist critique of colonial rule. Indonesia could have no Fan Boi Chao, no Meiji Emperor. The Marxist critique of colonialism, by contrast, was not only powerful but unambiguously modern, and it was consequently influential in nationalist thinking and discussion far beyond the confines of the PKI. Indonesia's first Prime Minister, Sultan Syahrir, for instance, argued an essentially Marxist analysis of Indonesian society which identified feudalism and international capitalism as the twin enemies of the Indonesian people. 15 Only Islam offered a comparably influential critique of colonialism, and during the 1910s and 20s there was even a briefly influential Islamic communist stream of thought whose leaders argued that the principles of Islam and communism were essentially the same. One leader of the stream of Islamic liberation theology, for instance, suggested, "The righteous teacher, our Lord the Prophet Muhammad, was the man who removed all inequality between the sexes, did away with the difference between ruler and subject, between rank and class. And all these changes were brought about by the socialist par excellence, by our Prophet Muhammad." 16. Tan Malaka, the PKI's most prominent theorist in the 1920s, also consistently rejected the Comintern's hostility to pan-Islamism, arguing that Islam, like nationalism, represented a force which could be used to mobilize the oppressed peoples of Asia. Even after overt Islamic communism disappeared as an intellectual force, Marxist categories of analysis continued to influence the thought of Muslim politicians such as Muhammad Hatta, Indonesia's first vice president, who laid considerable stress, for instance, on the condemnation of capitalism by both Islam and Marxism. 17. The most important synthesizer of nationalism and communism was Sukarno, who subsequently became first president of the Indonesian Republic. Sukarno freely used and adapted Marxist ideas in his own thought. He attributed Indonesia's ills to capitalism as manifested in colonialism, but he considered the result of this to be the impoverishment of the Indonesian people rather than their proletarianization. Similarly, he turned the PKI's idea of a revolution which encompassed different historical stages into one which merely encompassed different ideological and social groups, the nationalists who fought foreign rule, the Muslims who fought the infidel, and the Marhanetin who fought their exploiters and oppressors. His 1926 essay, Nationalism, Islam, and Marxism, was a passionate assertion that the traditional antagonisms between the three ideologies did not apply in the Indonesian case and that supporters of all three could work together for a national independence which would simultaneously fulfill the aims of all three. 19 In the 1950s and 60s this proposition was expressed in the formula Nasacom, which gave to Marxism official sanction while ensuring at the same time that it remained only one element amongst three in the official pantheon. Sukarno's ideas were also echoed in a variety of forms by a wide range of non-communist politicians on the left, notably those from the Merba Party and the left wing of the Indonesian Nationalist Party under Ali Sastro Amajoyo. Merba in particular argued that there were no serious class divisions within Indonesia and that the primary contradiction lay between Indonesia and the capitalist, imperialist West. The strength of such quasi-Marxist ideas in the intellectual makeup of Indonesian bourgeois nationalism reached a peak under Sukarno's guided democracy, when the PKI rose to become the largest communist party outside the communist world. It led Indonesian Marxists towards the conclusion that the national movement, and later the national state, might be captured by Marxism through peaceful means and, having been captured ideologically, would naturally admit Marxists to positions of power. In the 1920s and 1950s, the party fought major battles over ideological issues, seeking to make a Marxist view of the world the natural and orthodox way of thinking for the Indonesian people. In this the PKI was probably influenced by deeply rooted ideas in traditional Javanese political thought on the nature of power. There is in classical Javanese cosmology a close relationship between knowledge and power, connected ultimately perhaps to Buddhist and Hindu ideas of enlightenment and transcendent knowledge. 20 If the concepts and intellectual structure can be perfected, it is felt, then power will flow as a matter of course. Ruth McVey has pointed out the influence of this worldview in the composition of its Indonesian society and the Indonesian Revolution, the PKI's chief text on the Indonesian Revolution during the 11 years following the Fifth Party Congress in 1954. The text is flat and plain, remarkably free of the rhetoric and traditional imagery one finds in Chinese Marxist writings and in the contemporary political language of Sukarno. In this very spurning of traditional forms, however, the party was working within a traditional belief that control of new ideas leads to power. This, argues McVey, was one of Marxism's major attractions. It was not so much its radical anti-imperialism or its call for social justice as it was its promise that by associating and thinking in a new way one could gain strength and become, in the end, invincible. It provided with a charter as a counter-elite, a basis on which they could top the post-revolutionary establishment's claims to cultural and social superiority and ultimately the right to rule. 21. A major tool in the PKI's battle to inculcate a socialist way of thinking in a state which was not yet wholly in progressive hands was the party's cultural affiliate, LCRA, founded in 1950. LCRA acted on one level as a sponsor of artists and writers, defending their professional interests as a kind of cultural trade union, as well as organizing cultural exchange programs with communist countries. Its principal function, however, was to transform the terms of artistic discourse in Indonesia into terms compatible with Marxism. LCRA gives active support to everything that is new and progressive. LCRA actively assists in the demolition of the remainders of colonial culture which has left a part of our people in dark ignorance, with feelings of inferiority and with weakness of character. LCRA accepts our ancestral heritage critically and studies carefully all its aspects, and thus creatively endeavors to further the great tradition of our history and our nation, directing it toward a new culture which is rational and scientific. In short, in repudiating the anti-human, antisocial character of the culture that is not of the people, in repudiating the violations of truth and beauty, LCRA helps shape a new society capable of self-advancement, a society developing its individuality which is both multifaceted and harmonious. 22. Reflecting the party's dualist approach to the state, LCRA distinguished between art for the people and art for art's sake, the latter being regarded as dangerously reactionary, and it waged a protracted campaign in universities, the press, and cultural circles against art and literature which it considered to be dangerous to the broad program for creating the new communist human being in Indonesia by means of ideas. In the 1940s Tan Malaka, although then no longer a member of the PKI, expressed a similar need for creating first a new way of thinking based on what he termed Madialogue. 23. The PKI's interpretation of the state as partly pro-people effectively closed it off from the path of armed revolution which brought its Chinese, Vietnamese, and Kampuchean counterparts to power, although its writings are ambiguous on the question of whether revolutionary violence can be avoided in the long term. The only national revolt which the party unambiguously launched, namely the risings of 1926 and 1927, had the character of a putsch rather than a prolonged people's war. The role of the PKI leadership in planning the 1948 Madiun Rising and the 1965 coup is much debated. The party's leader in 1948 was Musso, one of the leaders of the 1926-7 risings, and he talked openly of a Gottwald plan to seize power in a bloodless coup along the lines of the communist takeover in Czechoslovakia. 24. While in 1965 there was at least a wide public presumption that the party was planning a preemptive strike against the army leadership in a bid for greater political power. On the other hand, there is also evidence that both events were at least in part the work of groups hostile to the PKI who wished to implicate it in an act of revolt. Whatever the facts of either matter, those affairs, too, were attempts to seize power by a swift strike at the center of authority rather than by guerrilla war. In the aftermath of the 1965 coup, remnants of the party did commence a guerrilla struggle in the Blitar area in East Java, and this strategy was justified in a document known as the Autokritik, which purports to be a post-coup evaluation and condemnation of the philosophies and strategies of the 8 years produced by Indonesian Marxist revolutionaries still active in Indonesia. 25. Specifically, The document criticizes the party for adopting the two aspects theory of the state, which it sees as the Soviet-style revisionism of the peaceful road to socialism, and it calls for armed revolution in the countryside, based on a worker-peasant alliance under the leadership of the proletariat. The guerrilla struggle in East Java appears in fact to have ended by the early 1970s. This may, however, reflect not a change in strategy but simply military defeat and the fact that the geopolitical realities of Indonesia make revolution on the models of mainland Asia unlikely to succeed. The fact that Indonesia is an archipelago immeasurably complicates lines of supply and prevents the use of outlying regions as a base area for a march on the capital, while the main island of Java, the only region geographically suited to prolonged guerrilla warfare, happens to be strongly Muslim and in recent times unsympathetic to communism. It is this general repudiation of armed revolution as the technique for achieving the victory of the proletariat which has opened the PKI to charges of modern revisionism. Whether Indonesian Marxism lies wholly within the orthodox Marxist tradition may indeed be legitimately debated. It should be clear, however, that its analysis was not a variety of the so-called modern revisionism of Tito or Khrushchev or the Euro-communists, for it was not through the formal institutions of the bourgeois state that the PKI hoped and expected to march to power. Rather, the state itself could be transformed by the creation of pro-people institutions, such as a new parliament or new cabinets with different social bases, to replace the old anti-people institutions which previously dominated it. The accession to positions of power of communists such as Amir Sarifuddin, who became first defense minister and then prime minister of the republic during the early years of the revolution, might appear to refute this generalization, and Amir is known personally to have been an admirer of Tito. Nonetheless, Amir's rise to power appears to have been an unexpected fruit of his refusal to collaborate with Japanese fascism, and even he appears to have attached limited significance to holding office, for he resigned from power in 1948 after a parliamentary vote of no confidence, without having explored all the possible avenues for retaining office. The proposition that the PKI should seek power by parliamentary means was then decisively defeated in the power struggle between Tan Lingja, who briefly led the party from the Madiun affair to 1951, and Aidit, who succeeded him. 26. Although the role of the party in Indonesian Marxist analysis was not as leader of an armed revolution, the anti-people aspect of the state made the party an essential strategic element in the struggle, as reservoir and disseminator of Marxist ideas and understanding. From the earliest times, Marxists in Indonesia faced government harassment, and they became acutely aware of their vulnerability to repression, especially in the aftermath of the razzias or round ups which followed the abortive 1926-7 uprisings. Tan Malaka, one of the party's chief theoreticians, who had split with the PKI leadership over his opposition to the risings, organized a new party, called PARI, which almost immediately became a clandestine organization. Its members flitted in and out of the Netherlands Indies, concentrating on propaganda, recruitment, and above all survival by means of a tight cell structure which enabled the party to survive vigorous Dutch repression for at least 10 years after the 1926-7 risings. Although the party's constitution of 1927 provided for a democratic centralist structure, its committees never met and it was held together principally by the force of the ideas it transmitted. 27. Much the same applied to the network of activists who remained loyal to the PKI and who were reassembled by Musso in 1936 into the so-called illegal PKI. This party survived the closing years of Dutch rule and the even greater repression of the Japanese occupation by employing a cell structure similar to that of the PARI and by passing from one leader to another, sometimes just a few steps ahead of the Japanese secret police, a mandate to direct party activity. 28 Even when the party could operate legally once more after the Declaration of Independence in 1945, it chose to form only a relatively small open party and to disperse its members amongst a variety of left-wing parties. The most notable of these was the ostensibly socialist Amir Sarifuddin, who as defense minister and later prime minister reached a position of greater power than any Indonesian communist before or since. 29 Reliable information on the 50s and after is difficult to obtain, Since clandestine activity by its very nature was not discussed openly except by the PKI's opponents, who persistently alleged that the party maintained an illegal organization for the purpose of launching a revolutionary putsch. 30 The correct degree of clandestinity was certainly discussed extensively in the party in the early 1950s, with Tan Lingja becoming the straw man in a debate with his successor over the merit of maintaining working class parties other than the PKI. 31 Although Aidit argued on this occasion that the working class was sufficiently politically conscious and the party's political opponents sufficiently weak to permit an open campaign by the party, the perennial threat of repression by hostile sections of the armed forces meant that the situation in Indonesia was far from being so favorable that the PKI leaders were likely to consider totally abandoning the clandestine organization which was their guarantee of the party's long-term survival. The debate over Tan Lingjaism was conducted within the broad PKI assumption that the primary role of the party was as a reservoir and vessel for Marxist ideas rather than as a simple tool for revolutionary action. At issue in the debate was the question of how favorable conditions were in Indonesia for a florescence of the party. The victory of the optimists around Aidit opened the way for a vast expansion in PKI membership which took the party to an eventual membership of around 3 million. Party membership under such circumstances became the first rather than the final step in the development of commitment to Marxist ideas, and the party became a giant educational institution, not only for society but for its own members, running innumerable training and theoretical courses, maintaining a wide network of party schools, and even establishing a college for advanced theoretical study, the Al-Yerksam Academy. This emphasis on education had, in turn, major implications for the relationship of the party to the proletariat and of the proletariat to the rest of society. In selecting cadres and leaders, the PKI characteristically emphasized commitment to Marxism over class origin. An ex-feudalist or ex-bourgeois, argued Soeharjono, a junior party cadre during the revolution, who sides with the people's struggle is far better than a proletarian who bourgeoisifies himself. 32 Indeed, one of the persistent features of the PKI was its domination by individuals who were not proletarian in their class background, but rather came from petty bourgeois families. 33 The effect of this was to blur in practice the normally strict and careful categorization of classes characteristic of Marxist thought. It was based theoretically, however, on the argument that the class nature of the mass of the party membership was more important than that of its leadership, because the party functioned primarily as a tool for raising consciousness. While affirming the importance of Marxist ideology as a tool in the struggle, the PKI nonetheless recognized the class base of the anti-people aspect of the state and the need for an explicitly cross-class alliance to combat it. Although Simon had made no reference in his 1921 report to a strategy of class alliance, it was the practical experience of the PKI in its dealings with Sarkat Islam which underpinned Sneevliet's bloc within strategy. Under this strategy, small, weak Asian communist parties were urged to infiltrate larger mass nationalist parties in order to win over their mass following in the long term and to displace their bourgeois nationalist leadership. 34 The terms of this cross-class alliance varied from period to period, but it remained a national united front in conception, that is an alliance of Indonesian social groups with long-term identical interests. An exception to this generalization may be the illegal PKI of the late 1930s and 1940s, which appears from the limited evidence available to have closely followed the Dimitrov anti-fascist Popular Front doctrine, which contributed significantly to Amir Sarifuddin's somewhat unexpected rise to power during the early revolution. 35. It was under Aidit that the nature of this class alliance was most clearly spelt out in terms of a national united front. Aidit attributed this formulation to Musso, who had returned to Indonesia again in 1948 to take charge of the party shortly before the Madiun affair and had set out the idea of a national front in a pamphlet entitled A New Road for the Indonesian Republic. 36 The details of Aidit's United National Front, however, bear the strong imprint of Mao Zedong's concept of the four-class alliance. Aidit expressed the PKI doctrine as follows. The revolutionary forces in Indonesia are composed of all classes and groups suffering from imperialist and feudal oppression. They are the proletariat, the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, the national bourgeoisie and other democrats. They must be united in an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal national united front based on the worker-peasant alliance and led by the working class. 37. In practice, as Mortimer has pointed out, Mao's four-class alliance could not easily be applied to Indonesia, for the categories of petty bourgeoisie and national bourgeoisie bore no clear resemblance to existing socio-economic groups in Indonesia. The petty bourgeoisie included, for instance, both doctors and impoverished fishermen. Nor did the categories of feudal landowner and comprador bourgeoisie adequately encompass the forces opposed to the PKI, for they omitted the entrenched civil bureaucracy and the largely anti-communist army. The party was later to classify these separately as bureaucratic capitalists. In fact, the PKI identified the components of its National United Front by their political attitudes rather than by their social class, as indeed is implied by the term other Democrats in its statement above. The PKI's distinction between its supposed ally, the national bourgeoisie, and its opponents the comprador bourgeoisie and the feudal landowners was based on the hostility of the latter to the party, irrespective of their land holdings or ties with Western imperialism. 38. The four-class alliance, therefore, functioned less as a guide to practical action than as a simple public affirmation of the PKI's acceptance of what was at the time of 1954 Party Congress the accepted model for communist victory in Asian countries. There was indeed much in the party's theory and practice which is difficult to reconcile with the four-class alliance as it is commonly understood. Although the PKI controlled Indonesia's main trade union organization, SOBSI, the PKI had within its original program virtually no demands which directly addressed the interests of the proletariat. Those interests, the PKI argued, would be met by the ultimate socialist victory, not by direct action. Even the nature of that ultimate socialist victory was couched in the vaguest terms. In the countryside, too, the PKI pursued a program which was scarcely realistic in terms of the four-class alliance. It had introduced for the first time a serious consideration of the peasantry as a major element in PKI strategy, to the point of saying that the agrarian revolution is the essence of the people's democratic revolution in Indonesia. 39. The party, however, chose the redistribution of land as its principal program in rural areas. While this was clearly of interest to the peasants, there was simply not enough land in most areas on Java for redistribution to make a significant contribution to solving problems of rural production. Moreover, while there were significant differences in wealth in rural society, these differences were small by the standards of many Asian countries and they were blurred further by the existence of an intricate and subtle gradation of wealth and social status within the village. Polarization was underway, but it fell far short of a clear division between an exploited peasant class and an oppressive landlord class. When the PKI, therefore, applied its criterion of sympathy or antipathy to the communist cause to rural Javanese society, it tended to coincide with a pre-existing division in society which was cultural rather than social. The PKI became identified with the Abangan cultural stream within Javanese society, that is those whose belief, while nominally Muslim, is in fact a blend of Sufism, Hinduism, and native Javanese mysticism, as opposed to the more orthodox Muslim Santri. The party accepted as members Abangan landlords and petty bureaucrats who saw it as an opportunity to fight long-standing battles with the Santri rather than to wage class war. Inconsistent as such activity may be with a strictly interpreted four-class alliance, it is eminently consistent with a program of attracting people into the orbit of the party in order to educate them and to establish Marxism as a natural way of viewing the world within broad sections of society. The discontinuity between the four-class alliance, with its Maoist overtones, and the actual theory and practice of the PKI is consistent with the party's tradition of independence in its foreign relations. While recognizing the international dimension of the struggle against imperialism, Indonesian Marxists have generally placed little emphasis either practically or theoretically on proletarian internationalism. Independence, even defiance, of the Comintern was a characteristic of the PKI in the 1920s. On joining the Comintern in 1920, the PKI executive stated, "As has previously been explained, we have followed the communist tactic here before there existed orders from Moscow concerning it. We therefore need change nothing following our affiliation as far as our tactics or method of struggle are concerned. Point 40. Tan Malacca, although he had been Comintern representative in Southeast Asia in the early 1920s, shared this view, arguing that the party could best ensure the survival of the Indonesian people's movement by relying in the first place on our own strength, and secondly, by marching independently but on a parallel course with the international proletarian movement. 41. This lack of enthusiasm for the Comintern was based both on the theoretical self-sufficiency of the Indonesian Revolution, which derived from the thesis that Indonesians had been proletarianist by colonialism, and at times on more practical considerations. During the National Revolution, in particular, PKI leaders wished to avoid provoking American intervention on the side of the Dutch, and they sought accordingly to minimize their already meager public connections with the Soviet Union. Point 42. This pessimism concerning the power of the PKI's imperialist enemies was associated, like pessimism over indigenous opponents, with Tan Lingja, and it was modified somewhat by the aided leadership of the party, which felt confident, for instance, in attacking the United States as an imperialist power. Nonetheless, the party underaided, while it drew on ideas and terminology from other Marxist parties, insisted that it alone could undertake the task of welding the truths of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of the Indonesian Revolution itself. 43. Aided in particular argued that there was an important distinction to be made between the universal laws of Marxism, which were accessible to Marxists everywhere, and the particular laws which applied in individual countries and which could be grasped only by Marxists working under local conditions. Point 44. Thus the party, for instance, stayed largely aloof in the Sino-Soviet split, though it established an important tactical alliance with the Chinese in the later guided democracy period. Point 45. The elements of Indonesian Marxist theory which center on the National United Front and the four-class alliance lie comfortably in the broader application of Marxism to Asian conditions as developed by Mao Zedong, Ho Chi Minh and others. Indonesian Marxism, however, departed from this broad consensus in ignoring protracted armed struggle as a means by which the local Communist Party might eventually achieve power. This departure has traditionally been regarded by observers as a realistic and intelligent, though ultimately disastrous, tactical response to the political situation in which the party found itself in the 1950s. Neither Mortimer, sympathetic to the PKI, nor van der Cruyff, definitely unsympathetic to it, regarded this eschewal of armed revolution as having any great theoretical significance. A much smaller number of observers have treated this aspect of PKI policy as central to party theory, but they have done so largely in order to portray the party as revisionist in the Khrushchev manner and in order to use the party's demise as a stick with which to beat revisionism. In the context of the longer-term history of Indonesian Marxism, however, the PKI's abstention from violent revolution in the 1950s and early 60s was neither simply tactical nor an expression of revisionism. On the contrary, it reflected a long tradition within the party which derived ultimately from the proposition that history need not follow the strict chronological succession of historical stages outlined by orthodox Marxism, in particular, that two or more stages could and did exist within the one society. From this proposition, Indonesian Marxists could argue during the colonial period for an identity of interest between the proletariat and the nationalist movement. After the achievement of formal independence, then, they could consider Indonesian society to be not only semi-feudal and semi-colonial but also partly people's democratic, by virtue of the increasing ideological hegemony of Marxist thought within the state. 46. It is this partial shift of the arena of struggle from the barricades to the world of ideas which represents the most significant contribution of Indonesians to the application of Marxism to Asia. 11. Conclusion. Continuity and change of Marxism-Leninism in Asia. Nick Knight and Colin Mackerras. In the introduction to this volume, we suggested the irony that a European system of thought which emphasized the role of the industrial proletariat in social change should have exercised such a dramatic political impact in the agrarian peasant-based societies of East and Southeast Asia. The irony becomes less apparent, however, when it is realized that European Marxism underwent a series of interpretations and reinterpretations to adapt its themes and ideas to a different social environment and changing world. Of these interpretations, the most important was Lenin's. Working within the general framework of the theory mapped out by Marx, Lenin supplied Marxism with a corpus of political strategies and organizational principles directly relevant to the task of waging revolution and seizing political power, and through his theory of imperialism, Lenin updated Marx's ideas on capitalism to explain its monopoly phase in which the struggle for colonies was the central feature. The Leninist interpretation of Marxism thus contained vital ideological ingredients of appeal to the activist temper of Asian revolutionaries, and provided a theory of revolution and social change directly relevant to pre-capitalist and colonial societies. Consequently, Asian Marxists from the 1920s onwards have generally claimed adherence to Marxism in its Leninist guise. They have not been just Marxists, but Marxist-Leninists. While Leninism has become the orthodox form of Marxism for many Asian Marxists, there have been some important theoretical and practical departures from the theories and policies of Lenin. In other words, the process of the interpretation of Marxism has continued, either to cope with social problems and conditions unforeseen by Lenin or to suit the personal predilections of Asian Marxist leaders. There has thus been both continuity and change of important Marxist-Leninist tenets. In this concluding chapter, we will examine a number of themes of importance to Marxism-Leninism which have emerged in the various chapters of this book, noting areas of continuity and change, and drawing comparative generalizations where these appear warranted. The differing views held by Asian Marxists on the nature and necessity of a dictatorship of the proletariat following the seizure of power constitutes a good example of the manner in which there have been variations on themes central to Marxism-Leninism. The concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat was derived from Marx by Lenin and transformed into an essential cornerstone of the Marxist theoretical edifice. Yet Asian Marxists have sometimes found it necessary to dilute their commitment to this form of state system, usually because their societies were insufficiently developed to warrant its immediate implementation. Prior to 1949, Mao Zedong recognized that the state system in post-revolutionary China would need to be constructed on a recognition of the important role played by classes other than the proletariat in Chinese society. Mao consequently recommended a people's democratic dictatorship to accommodate the aspirations of other classes, especially the peasantry. Leadership of such a state system would nevertheless remain in the hands of the proletariat, and Mao believed that the industrialization and modernization of Chinese society would eventually create the social and economic conditions under which a dictatorship of the proletariat would be the appropriate state system. Indeed, during the Cultural Revolution of the late 1960s, Mao was to go further than Lenin had ever done in insisting that even during the socialist transition, the revolution had to be continued under the dictatorship of the proletariat to prevent a capitalist restoration. In Vietnamese Marxism, the concept of collective mastery precluded an undiluted application of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the stress on the people within Vietnamese Marxism necessitating a broader class base for the state system, a state of, by, and for the people. Similarly, while Korea has established a dictatorship of the proletariat, there has been a clear recognition that while the working class may constitute the vanguard of society, the peasantry remains its reliable ally. The most notable departure from the Leninist concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat has emerged in Japan. It was argued in the 1932 theses that the revolution in Japan would be a two-stage process, the final stage being a socialist revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. However, since 1961 the Japanese Communist Party, in line with several Western European communist parties, has abandoned the concept altogether, removing reference to it from platforms and policies. Lenin ascribed a central role to the party in leading revolution and directing socialist construction. Constituted of the most advanced and politically conscious section of the working class, the party would be led largely by revolutionary intellectuals and be a disciplined and hierarchical body founded on the organizational principle of democratic centralism. In general, this aspect of Leninism has persisted in the political thought of Asian Marxists, although again not entirely without adaptation and change. In pre-war Japan, Fukumoto, in opposition to the more orthodox position of Yamakawa, stressed the overriding importance of theoretical correctness of the party rather than its sociological links with the working class. In Korea, the party is recognized as the force which leads society, and is described as the general staff of the revolution. However, this deference to the leading role of the party is weakened by a belief that the party itself must be led, and that the party in its turn is created by the leader. In Indonesian Marxism during the 1950s and early 1960s, the party was perceived as a reservoir of progressive ideas, its function being to disseminate and propagate these amongst the masses. The party was thus seen as an ideological as well as a political force. Perhaps the clearest departure from orthodoxy occurred in China at the time of the Cultural Revolution. Mao Zedong had earlier indicated his willingness to permit an open-door rectification of the party, and with the Cultural Revolution, the Chinese Communist Party was virtually demolished by non-party elements for allegedly pursuing a capitalist road. Mao nevertheless moved quickly after 1969 to rebuild the party, and his successors since 1976 have strengthened the Leninist conventions of democratic centralism and collective leadership and have reasserted the central role of the party in directing the process of modernization. Perhaps the most orthodox stance has been maintained in Vietnam, where there has been a continued insistence on the leading role of the party and the necessity for organization and centralism in political life. Another important element of Leninist Marxism was the assertion that historical development involved the progression of society through a series of largely predetermined stages or modes of production. This schema has created a considerable impact on the way in which Asian Marxists have interpreted both the past and present. The concept of an Asiatic mode of production, which one might have expected to be of some relevance to Marxism in an Asian context, has in fact had very little influence, largely because it lay beyond the scope of the orthodox view of historical development espoused and enforced by Lenin and Stalin. Considerable differences of opinion have emerged, however, when this orthodox framework has been employed in the interpretation of the historical development of Asian societies. One of the most vociferous debates was that between the labor-farmer faction and the Communist Party in pre-war Japan. While both regarded Tokugawa Japan as a feudal mode of production, there was sharp disagreement over the historical significance of the Meiji Restoration. The labor-farmer faction argued that it constituted a bourgeois revolution which led Japan directly into capitalism, and that only a single-stage proletarian revolution was therefore necessary. The Japanese Communist Party, on the other hand, denied that the Meiji Restoration was a thoroughgoing bourgeois revolution, and because feudal elements persisted, a two-stage revolution was necessary. Two very different strategies thus resulted from these opposed interpretations of the historical stage achieved by Japan. A rather different interpretation emerged in Vietnam. While Vietnamese society was regarded as feudal, it was considered possible that a capitalist future might be avoided because of the particular position occupied by Vietnam within the international framework of French capitalism. What capitalism developed in Vietnam would be of a compradori variety, and little domestic capitalism could hope to survive. Vietnamese Marxists believed that socialism could thus be constructed directly on the basis of the small-scale production which characterized the indigenous economy without attending the emergence of a domestic capitalism whose development would be prejudiced by French colonialism. The Chinese and Indonesian examples are also instructive. While Mao believed that some development of capitalism was necessary, he argued that the industrialization and modernization which had accompanied the rise of capitalism in Europe could occur in China largely under the direction and control of a new democratic government whose avowed aim was the transcendence of capitalism and the construction of socialism. Despite China's semi-feudal, semi-colonial status, he did not advocate the unrestrained development of capitalism along European lines. Nevertheless, Mao remained within the framework of Leninist orthodoxy by insisting on a two-stage revolution, the first of which would be a bourgeois democratic revolution. Indonesian Marxists, on the other hand, while conceding that their society remained semi-feudal and semi-colonial, tended to see a fundamental unity of interests between the national and proletarian revolutions, Because the proletariat was exploited and oppressed by feudalism, it could lead a revolution against both feudalism and imperialism to achieve the twin goals of national independence and socialism. Perhaps the most audacious departure from orthodox Marxism-Leninism emerged with the assertion by the Communist Party of Kampuchea that Kampuchea had leapt over both the semi-feudal and capitalist stages straight to a socialist society. Marxism was made more acceptable to Asian revolutionaries through Lenin's tendency to emphasize the political aspects of class struggle. While political conflict was inextricably linked to the antagonism between hostile economic class formations, the effectiveness of the struggle at the political level could, Lenin believed, determine the success or failure of a class in the prosecution of its interests. Lenin rejected the notion that it was necessary patiently to wait for the culmination of a lengthy process of evolutionary development during which the forces of production would mature and create the conditions for revolutionary change. Where conditions permitted, this process could be advanced through adroit political strategies. In other words, action within the realm of the superstructure could play a decisive role. Asian Marxists have not only agreed with Lenin's estimation of the important and at times central role played by politics, they have gone further to emphasize the importance of such factors as ideology and consciousness in effecting historical change. The realm of the superstructure has thus assumed heightened emphasis within the theory of historical materialism as this has been interpreted by many Asian Marxists. Indonesian Marxism stressed the spread of progressive ideas as an important adjunct to political action, and in Kampuchea, emphasis on correct consciousness led to an unbridled voluntarism with tragic consequences. In post-revolutionary Korea and China, there emerged the belief that, despite a fundamental transformation in the system of ownership, there had not been a commensurate transformation in the superstructure. The failure of the superstructure to conform to socialist changes within the economic base was thus blamed for hindering the consolidation and further development of a socialist economy, and the superstructure consequently became the target of political campaigns, the aim of which was the elimination of conservative modes of thought and habits inherited from the old society. In Mao's China, the attempt to resolve contradictions in the superstructure resulted in intermittent and at times lengthy periods of struggle, a procedure repudiated by Mao's successors who have chosen to emphasize the primacy of the forces of production in historical development. While overt struggle has not been as pronounced in Korea, great emphasis has been placed on the importance of correct ideas and forcing the superstructure to keep pace with the socialization of the economy. In Vietnam, there has been a more orthodox assertion of the principal importance of the revolution in the economic base, but there has nevertheless been an insistence on the need for a revolution in culture and ideology to parallel and serve this revolutionary transformation of the economy. Despite this emphasis on the importance of the superstructure in effecting historical change, Asian Marxists have generally still subscribed strongly to the belief that class analysis constitutes a central element of Marxism. Mao, for example, argued that class analysis represented the fundamental viewpoint of Marxism, and even a cursory reading of his writings reveals the importance of class analysis to his interpretation of history and society. Similarly, class analysis has provided Japanese Marxism with a framework for social investigation and interpretation, although some very different views of the nature of Japanese society were derived from such analysis. In Vietnam, a class analysis was mobilized to reveal the weakness of the domestic bourgeoisie, and this was to constitute an essential foundation for socialist and anti-imperialist strategies pursued by Vietnamese Marxists. Indonesian Marxism too utilized a class analysis to identify those forces which could be incorporated in an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal united front. One important difference which has emerged amongst Asian Marxists is over the extent to which class struggle persists during the socialist transition. Mao Zedong and his radical supporters believed that the seizure of political power and the initial socialist transformation of the ownership system did not signal the termination of class struggle. On the contrary, they were convinced that the bourgeoisie and counter-revolutionary forces remained a very real and persistent threat throughout the socialist transition, and that continued vigilance and revolutionary policies were consequently necessary. Socialist transition would thus be characterized by intermittent periods of overt struggle as the forces of reaction attempted to seize political power. Since 1978, Chinese Marxism has repudiated this view, arguing that while some class struggle does exist in socialist society, it no longer represents the principal contradiction. Campaigns such as the Cultural Revolution are therefore regarded as wasteful and unnecessary, premised as they were on an exaggerated estimation of the intensity of class struggle during socialist transition. A similar view has characterized Vietnamese Marxism, which has admitted the existence of class struggle in socialist society while denying it to be as evident or intense as Mao believed. The most harmonious picture of the socialist transition emerges from Korean Marxism, which asserts that class antagonisms have been eliminated forever. Asian Marxists have also differed over the necessity of violent revolution for the seizure of political power. Since World War II, the Japanese Communist Party has rejected revolutionary theory, pinning its hopes for peaceful change on the parliamentary road to socialism, and this policy has led to a degree of political and electoral success for the Japanese Communist Party within the framework of Japanese capitalism. Similarly, during the 1950s and early 1960s, Indonesian Marxists believed that the state could be captured through peaceful means. The state possessed a dual nature and its pro-people aspect could be enlarged through nonviolent reforms. Many Asian Marxists have, however, rejected a reformist or parliamentary road to socialism, opting instead for a strategy based on the seizure of political power through the violence of revolution. Such a choice has not been based solely on Marxist-Leninist theory, but on a pragmatic estimation of the dismal possibilities for reformist policies within dictatorial and repressive political systems, and this estimation has appeared justified by the success of revolutionary strategies pursued in Vietnam, Kampuchea, China, and Korea. Apart from isolated demorals, Asian Marxists have agreed on the central role played by the masses and mass action in bringing about social change, and the consequent necessity for leadership to remain closely attuned to the aspirations and attitudes of the masses. The most articulate expression of this view emerged in China, and the leadership principle of the mass line has persisted in its influence within Chinese Marxism. In Korea, the JICH idea has placed great emphasis on collective action and allowing the masses to give play to their enthusiasm. However, this emphasis has been qualified by the insistence that the popular masses can make history only if properly led, hence, the importance attributed to Kim Il-sung. Vietnamese Marxism has also stressed the necessity of mobilizing all sections of the community to resist imperialism and achieve social goals, and the concept of collective mastery is predicated on mass mobilization. Only in pre-war Japan was there a tendency to perceive the theoretical correctness of the party as central, rather than the ability to mobilize the masses. However, this view was challenged by Yamakawa, and following World War II, the Japanese Communist Party has based its strategy on the need to build a mass party capable of attracting mass support. An issue of vital concern to Marxism in Asia has been the relative roles of the working class and peasantry in leading revolution and building socialism. Although Marx's primary concern had been to critique the capitalist mode of production, he believed a major benefit brought by capitalism was the development of modern industry and the emergence of an industrial working class capable of initiating radical social change. In contrast, the peasants were, Marx suggested, backward and conservative, and lacking the ability and consciousness necessary to prosecute a modernizing revolution. Lenin revised this verdict. He perceived the importance of involving the peasantry as allies of the working class in the revolutionary endeavor in societies whose populations were predominantly peasant. While Lenin did not directly challenge Marx's view, it was he who formulated the concept of a worker-peasant alliance, a concept to be of crucial significance in the orthodox Marxism adopted by many Asian revolutionaries. All of the Asian countries covered in this book, except Japan, have overwhelmingly peasant populations. However, apart from the case of Kampuchean Marxism, no Asian Marxist has overtly placed the peasants' revolutionary role above that of the workers. Indeed, Marxists in China, Korea, Vietnam, and Indonesia have declared repeatedly that the proletariat is the vanguard class, and that leadership of the revolution remains its prerogative. All of them have nevertheless subscribed to Lenin's formula of the worker-peasant alliance, and in practice Asian Marxist leaders have frequently focused more attention on the revolutionary potential of the peasants than that of the workers. While the labor movements in China, Korea, and Vietnam did make a significant contribution to their revolutions, Mao, Ho, and to a lesser extent Kim, depended more on peasant than proletarian support. It was only in Kampuchean Marxism between 1975 and 1979 that the orthodox relationship between proletariat and peasantry was reversed. As Kiernan notes, the Communist Party of Kampuchea did not rely on the forces of the workers in concrete fact did not become the vanguard. The peasantry was consequently attributed with a leading role in the Kampuchean Revolution, a strategy at odds with orthodox Marxism-Leninism. However, most Asian Marxisms have advocated a central role for industry in the construction of a socialist economy. Though the practical balance between industry and agriculture may have varied from place to place and time to time, the development of modern industry has served to expand the numerical size and the importance of the working class in the economies of these socialist societies. Again, the exception to this generalization is the Kampuchean case. Under Pol Pot, cities were evacuated and the emphasis in socialist construction placed on the establishment of rural cooperatives. The internationalist theme in Marx's writings has also created problems for Asian Marxists. Marx believed that the international character of capitalism would create the conditions whereby national differences would recede in importance and common class identification across national boundaries become a potent agent in laying the foundation for an international socialist order. While Lenin accepted this position, he argued that the achievement of an international order was a two-stage process, the first of which would witness national struggles by colonial and subject peoples to liberate themselves from imperialist oppression. Lenin did not condone nationalism of the narrow chauvinistic sort, but believed nationalism to be positive where it was employed to achieve liberation from imperialism and allow the consequent move to the second stage of merging nations and developing internationalism. While this may have been Lenin's position in theory, the practice of the Comintern under Lenin and later Stalin was directed primarily at enhancing the national interests of the Soviet Union in the realm of international relations. Asian Marxists have generally subscribed to internationalism at the level of theory, and have clearly been influenced by Lenin's views on this matter. However, they have tended even more than Lenin to emphasize the role of nationalism and to exploit it to achieve revolutionary goals. There are two main reasons for this. The first is the importance of anti-imperialism as a constituent element of the revolutions which have occurred in colonial and semi-colonial countries. Neither Mao nor Kim found it difficult to convince the Chinese or Koreans of the evils of Japanese colonialism. The Vietnamese and Kampuchean people were readily convinced of the horrors of French, Japanese, and American imperialism, and opposition to Dutch colonialism was a major theme of Indonesian Marxism. The espousal of anti-imperialist struggle and reconstruction of the nation free from the oppression of imperialism thus led to a frequent fusion of nationalist and Marxist goals. In effect, nationalism became a vital element in the appeal of Marxism to subject peoples in the colonial context. Secondly, Marxist leaders in Asia have perceived that nationalism can assist them in gaining and holding power. Lee Duan, for example, asserted that love of country means love of socialism, and his appeal to nationalism has been motivated in part by the need to rally support from the Vietnamese people. In Korea, the Jich idea has stressed national independence and the importance of self-reliance, and there has been a strong tendency among other Asian Marxisms to point to the accomplishments of the socialist period to bolster national pride and consequently enhance the prestige of and support for Marxist leaders. Therefore, while most Asian Marxisms have not, at a theoretical level, rejected internationalism as a long-term goal, the more immediate needs of practical politics have usually necessitated an emphasis on nationalism. Marx wrote very little about problems of socialist transition. However, in a famous passage in the Critique of the Gotha Program, he did discuss impediments to the achievement of social equality during that stage of historical development. Bourgeois right would have to be tolerated initially, and during this stage the distributive principle of to each according to his labor would operate. when society developed to the point at which there was material abundance and class differences had vanished, goods and services would be allocated on the principle to each according to his need. This would be the higher phase of communist society. Asian Marxists who have held power have generally desired a reduction in social inequalities, and have undertaken property reallocation to that end. All have faced the problems of entrenched privilege, and in particular the problem of the rich peasant class. Stalin attempted to resolve the problem posed by the kulaks through the use of terror, by physically eliminating them as a class. In so doing, he instituted inequalities favoring his own supporters. During the Cultural Revolution in China, Mao and his followers formulated a theory that bourgeois rights should be restricted in order to facilitate the achievement of social equality and prevent the emergence of a new bourgeoisie. However, after Mao's death this theory was decisively rejected. Chinese Marxism now argues that modernization and rural development necessitate allowing the peasants to accumulate personal wealth and that growing disparities between rich and poor are an unfortunate byproduct of the modernization drive. It is hoped that the poor will eventually catch up with the rich through a general increase in economic activity. In Korea, land reform was comparatively easy since the Japanese had taken over most of the land and their defeat left the country much freer of a landlord class than in China. Kim Il-sung has, however, never demanded the restriction of bourgeois right. Asian Marxists have usually couched predictions of the arrival of the higher phase of communism in vague language. During the Yan'an period, Mao's view of the future was uncompromisingly optimistic, but by the time of the Cultural Revolution, his writings express a growing pessimism about the possibilities not only of achieving communism, but even of consolidating a socialist society. Ironically, his successors have become more optimistic as they have increasingly allowed the return of free enterprise. Denliken predicted in 1982 that the higher stage of communism would arrive in several generations hence. Kim Il-sung is even more optimistic about Korean social progress, although even he does not predict the achievement of communism in the immediate future. Marx and Engels perceived the family in terms of exploitative property relationships and believed that the achievement of socialism would remove the necessity for domestic organizations such as the family. Mao echoed this sentiment in 1958 when he predicted with approval the disappearance of the family after maybe a few thousand years, or at the very least several hundred years. Considering the gross injustices of the feudal family system in Asian societies, especially in terms of discrimination against women, it is not surprising that Asian Marxists have denounced the family traditions of their own countries for relegating women to the position of virtual slaves. They have demanded the overthrow of the feudal family system, and advocated equality between the sexes. All have wished to make children a good deal more than articles of commerce and women more than mere instruments of production. In practice, all Marxist governments in Asia have undertaken transformations in the feudal family and in relations between the sexes. Yet, except for the single exception of Pol Pot's Kampuchea, there has been no serious attempt to abolish the family. Sex roles may have declined in importance, and official policy has in most cases encouraged this trend, but in no country have they come close to disappearing. In Korea they remain especially important and Kim Il-sung seems quite happy to maintain them. It is important to point out, however, that none of the Asian Marxist societies discussed in this book is half a century old. In this respect, it may be premature to belittle the significance of their family revolutions. Asia is renowned for the strength of its family traditions. Consequently, to expect Asian Marxist leaders to go beyond advocating thoroughgoing change in the nature of the family to calling for its total abolition would be quite unrealistic. Any who seriously attempted to implement such a doctrine would face an uphill and probably unwinnable battle. Marx's materialist conception of history negates the role of the great man in social and historical development. By implication, Marx thus deplored any hero worship or cult of the individual, and he rejected it in practice. The personality cult of individual leaders would therefore appear to be un-Marxist. However, Stalin encouraged his own personality cult and this reached monstrous proportions. Several Asian Marxist leaders have followed his example. The worst cases have been the Mao cult during the Cultural Revolution and that of Kim in Korea. Kim's cult of personality was already pronounced at the time of his accession to power in 1945, and it has become an all-consuming feature of Korean political and social life since then. Kim has even designated his own son Kim Jong-il as his heir and successor, and a cult of personality is being promoted around Kim Jong-il. Despite these examples of personality cults among Asian Marxist leaders, there are also examples of collective leadership. Japanese Marxists have never produced a personality cult around any of their leaders, and in Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh assumed the persona of a popular folk hero but never dominated the party to the exclusion of others. Post-Ho leadership appears reasonably collective, with several influential leaders wielding power. Similarly, Mao's successors in China have stressed the collective nature of their leadership. Personality cults have sometimes been justified through the need for national unity. Under some circumstances, such as invasion, the argument could carry conviction. However, it is striking that personality cults appear to be ephemeral, rarely surviving the death of the charismatic leader for long. 3 years after Stalin's death he was debunked and his personality cult overthrown. The post-Mao leadership has reacted sharply against the cult of the individual leader, and Mao's role has been re-evaluated and downgraded. As for Kim Il-sung, the worst offender of all, we shall have to wait and see. In surveying the record of the various interpretations of Marxism in Asia, one is struck by the continuity of important themes formulated originally by Marx. Concepts such as class struggle and the desire to establish socialism have characterized the thinking of all Asian Marxists. However, perhaps the most significant theoretical influence on Asian Marxism has been the interpretation of Marxism formulated by Lenin. Lenin revised and updated many of the major doctrines of Marx, and in so doing formulated a system of thought which Asians could use effectively in bringing about a successful revolution. Asian Marxists have nevertheless needed frequently to adapt Lenin's views to the particular needs and characteristics of their own societies. There has consequently been a continuing process of interpreting and reinterpreting Marxism-Leninism in different social contexts and at different points in time. There has thus been both continuity and change in the development of Marxism in Asia, and the process is far from complete.